Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Archer. As the first rays of dawn broke through the horizon, illuminating a modest thatched cottage, a young man of approximately 15 or 16 sprang swiftly from his bed. Hastily donning his clothes in the midst of his hurried dressing, he muttered to himself, "This is it. This is it. Coach Liu Yumei is surely going to punish me again." However, upon uttering these words, a bitter smile crossed his face, and he paused his frantic movements, instead resting his arms behind his head on the wooden bed. Alas, it's over, no more training required. Ouyang's eyes were filled with disappointment, having been in this world for half a year. He still reacted the same way whenever the first light of day graced his face. Ouyang had once been the most talented archer at the City Sports Academy, having achieved Grand Slam victories in 3 provincial shooting competitions. Had it not been for the constraints of his age, his skill would have easily qualified him for international competitions, where he could have claimed the championship. Yet, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. A tragic accident had extinguished the brilliance of this young prodigy, casting him into this unfamiliar world. No computer, no television, no entertainment, nothing at all. Ouyang exclaimed, slowly rising from his bed. Although he had successfully joined the ranks of those who traversed worlds, he discovered that, unlike many others, he had not been bestowed with extraordinary abilities. Aside from a modicum of martial arts inherited from his family, he was practically bereft of any skills. Even though the dragon subduing 18 palms has proven to be tenfold more effective in this world, can I truly rely on it? Ouyang thought, reflecting on his family's martial art. The name alone, dragon subduing 18 palms, was awe-inspiring. Yet Ouyang's version bore little resemblance to the legendary techniques that allowed protagonists in novels to dominate their realms. His own practice of the dragon subduing 18 palms, while a family treasure, had yielded only modest improvements in strength and agility over the years, with no signs of the devastating power depicted on screen. Despite his doubts, he resolved to continue his training. After all, his 6 months of practice had endowed him with the strength of 3 horses. In this world, the term 3 horsepower was a measure of one's might. Typically, an adult possessed about 1 horsepower, while those like Ouyang, who practiced the dragon subduing 18 palms, could attain 3 or even greater strength. According to the elders in his village, some individuals could reach 10 horsepower through rigorous training. 10 horsepower. Ouyang, possessing 3 horsepower, could only imagine the sheer terror of such strength. Here, a horse weighed between 400 to 500 pounds, meaning that 3 horsepower translated to nearly 1,500 pounds of force. While 10 horsepower could approach 5,000 pounds, to be struck by such force would be akin to being hit by a titan. What an anomaly, to possess 1 horsepower by adulthood. And yet the people here eat worse than in my previous world. How can they wield such extraordinary strength? Ouyang pondered as he executed his dragon subduing 18 palms. However, he could only muse in silence. For he was the sole traveler in this realm, devoid of any frame of reference. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each punch he threw generated a series of whooshing sounds, a testament to the combination of power and speed. 3 horsepower, an achievement he would have scarcely dreamed of in his past life. In his previous world, a decade of training in the dragon subduing 18 palms would have yielded perhaps only 1 horsepower. Yet, in this new life, he had attained such incredible abilities, which he deemed a form of compensation. Privilege, the privilege of traversing worlds. Where's my privilege? Ouyang yelled as he continued his workout, his voice booming yet failing to disturb the villagers around him. Since his arrival, his morning shouts had become routine for the villagers, who had grown accustomed to his rants. If ever a morning passed without Ouyang's exuberant outbursts, they might find it unsettling. However, shouting alone could not conjure privileges, and after 6 months of exertion, he had yet to uncover anything resembling such a gift. "Hey, Ouyang, I didn't expect you to be up before me again today." Amidst his outcry, a somewhat bumbling voice reached his ears. Ouyang didn't need to look to know it was Li Wei was Ouyang's closest friend in the village, the first person he had met upon arriving, a tall, sturdy fellow of similar age. It was Li Wei's earnest pleas to the village chief that had ensured Ouyang's survival, providing him with shelter within this humble abode. "Instead of chatting, you should practice the dragon subduing 18 palms that I taught you." Ouyang brushed off Li Wei, who was a quintessential chatterbox. Once engaged in conversation, he would unleash a torrent of words like a machine gun. "Sigh, more punching practice? Ouyang, when will you finally teach me archery?" Li Wei protested, growing discontented. Although he and Ouyang were nearly equals in strength, he understood that Ouyang's true prowess lay not in brute force, but in his extraordinary archery skills, capable of piercing a gold coin from 500 paces. You want to learn archery? You have a long way to go. Ouyang, unconcerned with Li Wei's youthful enthusiasm for knowledge, delivered a merciless blow to his aspirations. As he practiced his punches, he contemplated the true privilege he might possess, his archery skills. Since coming to this world, his vision had sharpened, enabling him to see further and more clearly. Coupled with his agility and 3 horsepower, he could shoot arrows that pierced gold coins from 500 paces, an achievement unimaginable in his former life. Yet, Ouyang was a man who could never find contentment. Compared to the myriad of protagonists who traversed worlds, was this truly a privilege? Look at those who returned from their journeys, wielding divine artifacts or sacred fruits, mastering both magic and martial arts, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. His archery, while commendable, paled in comparison. Humph! Li Wei, feeling dejected, shot a glance at Ouyang, who remained engrossed in his punches, but ultimately chose to acquiesce. He joined Ouyang in practicing the dragon, subduing 18 palms. Hey, Ouyang, Li Wei, ever the chatterbox, couldn't he help but speak, but Ouyang swiftly interrupted him. Focus on your punches. If you can't concentrate, you won't be learning archery this year. Wait. Li Wei, upon hearing this, felt a wave of despair. Ever since Ouyang showcased his remarkable archery skills, Li Wei had been yearning to learn. If he was denied the opportunity, he might truly lose his mind. I really do have something to say. Li Wei paused, thinking that since he couldn't talk while practicing, surely stopping would be acceptable. It's very impolite to interrupt others. That I detest being interrupted while training. Ouyang, knowing Li Wei all too well, took the initiative, not allowing him a moment to speak. Hearing Ouyang's words, Li Wei nearly rolled his eyes, yet he understood the gravity of the matter and was determined to voice his thoughts. Ouyang, I'm not joking. Tomorrow morning, the military will be coming to our village for conscription, and given our ages, it's likely we'll be taken. Li Wei said earnestly. Ouyang's village belonged to a nation called Dayun, one of the 4 great countries of the continent. At that moment, Dayun was engaged in warfare with another of the great nations, Xiqi. The current conscription was a forced measure. Individuals would not simply pass through the process as in peacetime, but would be sent directly to the front lines to fight. Young men like Ouyang and Li Wei, possessing 3 horsepower and of suitable age, were unlikely to escape the grim fate of conscription. Indeed, upon hearing Li Wei's words, Ouyang paused. He had been aware of the impending conscription for a month. As a modern individual, he harbored a profound aversion to war, yet disdain alone would not grant him reprieve. In his village, he and Li Wei were the only 2 who met the conscription criteria, and their information had already been submitted a month prior. Should they attempt to flee now, the village would undoubtedly bear the consequences. Ouyang was the type to repay kindness with profound gratitude. The village had provided him with refuge during his most challenging times, and he could never abandon them. What are your thoughts? Ouyang inquired. Uncertain about the world he now inhabited, his understanding of war limited to the knowledge that it resulted in countless deaths. Of course we must go. Xiqi has already reached our doorstep. It is our duty to defend our home. Li Wei, having grown up in the village, was simple and earnest. Unlike Ouyang, he viewed the act of protecting one's homeland as the most honorable endeavor. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Ouyang rolled his eyes and remarked, "Do you know why I refuse to teach you archery?" What? Li Wei, perplexed by Ouyang's sudden shift from discussing war to archery, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Because you lack the mindset that a true archer should possess, Ouyang declared, shaking his finger at Li Wei, whose expression was one of utter confusion at Ouyang's profound demeanor. What is the mindset of an archer? Li Wei asked, his eyes filled with reverence, for he believed that Ouyang was about to reveal the true essence of archery. After observing Li Wei's earnest expression for a moment, Ouyang finally spoke. The mindset of an archer is to fear death. Chapter 2. The scout of Xiqi. Li Wei's previously devout expression turned to one of sheer bewilderment upon hearing Ouyang utter the words, fear death. He never imagined that the audacious Ouyang would admit to such a sentiment. After a considerable pause, Li Wei slowly regained his composure and asked Ouyang, "Are you afraid of death?" "Of course, who isn't afraid of death?" Ouyang shot back, giving Li Wei a disdainful glance. Was that even a question worth asking? Even the lowliest of creatures strive to survive, let alone someone like him, who had undergone years of modern education. To Ouyang, nothing was more important than staying alive. Notions of righteousness and virtue paled in comparison to the will to live. Li Wei, listening to what should have been the words of a coward articulated with such grandiosity by Ouyang, wore a wry smile. It was fortunate that he was a loyal friend. Had an ordinary person heard Ouyang's declaration, they would have surely distanced themselves. Unbeknownst to Ouyang, this world was markedly different from theirs, in the world he hailed from. Fearing death would at most draw scorn, but in this world, it was a profound disgrace. It was unimaginable that even a prince would dare to stand and proclaim such a fear, for the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to banishment from the royal family. I must tell you, Ouyang, Li Wei said earnestly, his demeanor unusually serious. You must never speak of this archer's mindset to anyone. It could lead to trouble. Li Wei's well-meaning warning fell on deaf ears as Ouyang dismissed it. Enough of that. Ouyang had no intention of furthering the discussion. He strode over to an ancient tree nearby, leaping 4 meters high to retrieve a custom longbow and a quiver of arrows he had specially crafted for himself. Hunting. Li Wei was baffled, with conscription looming the next day. How could Ouyang still have the gall to hunt? Since I must join the army, why not indulge my appetite first? I've heard that life on the front lines can be quite harsh. And who knows when we might return? We should feast while we can. Although Ouyang's words were blunt, his tone was lighthearted. Over the past month, he had pondered the situation. Archers typically boasted the lowest casualty rates in the army. They either defended from the battlements or shot from the rear, making it improbable for them to charge into battle. Ouyang believed that with his current skills, he would possess an exceptional ability to escape even amidst the chaos of war. All right, I concede. Li Wei, knowing he could be quite persuasive, felt dwarfed by Ouyang's eloquence. Ouyang had a knack for silencing him with a single phrase. Imitating Ouyang, Li Wei climbed the ancient tree and retrieved a longbow identical to Ouyang's. Albeit he also took an extra quiver of arrows, aware that Ouyang's arrows were not only accurate, but also extraordinarily swift, that a single quiver in Li Wei's hands would take him at least 15 minutes to empty. While Ouyang could deplete one in mere minutes, the two of them, armed with bows and daggers, exited the mountain village and headed towards the Boar Mountain located behind the village, as its name suggests. Boar Mountain was teeming with wild boars, yet the villagers seldom ventured there to hunt. The main reason was that the number of wild boars was overwhelming and notoriously fierce. Killing one could easily attract a horde of them. Villagers would only brave the mountain in large groups. However, for Ouyang, such perilous terrain posed little threat. Months prior, he had stealthily accompanied the audacious Li Wei to Boar Mountain. The wild boars, which would take 5 or even 10 arrows to fell for an ordinary villager, fell in a single shot from Ouyang. Witnessing Ouyang's prowess had left Li Wei in awe, revealing that Ouyang's archery was not only precise and swift, but also ruthlessly effective. We should head out. Let us hunt some wild boars to stock up for the villagers. For we do not know when we might return. Ouyang said with a hint of resignation in his voice that a modern individual thrust into this mysterious world, compelled to enlist and fight, was indeed a frustrating predicament. Should we not aim to slay the Boar King? Li Wei suggested, gazing at Ouyang, who seemed like a born hunter, adept at guiding him to avoid the larger groups of wild boars and target the more isolated ones instead. Ouyang, do you not sense something unusual today? As they ventured deeper, Ouyang suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him that he halted and leaned against a large tree, turning to the bewildered Li Wei. Unusual? What do you mean? We've been to Boar Mountain a dozen times. What could possibly be strange? Li Wei, oblivious to the subtle shifts in their surroundings, did not grasp Ouyang's concern. Leaning against the tree, Ouyang contemplated for a minute before stating, have you not noticed? Boar Mountain is unusually quiet today. We've walked in without encountering a single wild boar. Does that not strike you as odd? Upon hearing Ouyang's observation, Li Wei began to realize the peculiarity of the situation. Initially, he believed they had evaded the boars thanks to Ouyang's exceptional evasive skills. But now it seemed the matter was more complex than he had assumed. And look, we've ventured quite deep into Boar Mountain. Yet why are there hoofprints here? Ouyang crouched down, pointing at the inconspicuous hoofprints on the ground for Li Wei to see. Hoofprints? Li Wei, usually oblivious, would not have noticed the prints were it not for Ouyang's prompt. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. Heavens, these are the hoofprints of warhorses from the Xiqi kingdom. Unlike Ouyang, Li Wei had a far greater understanding of this world. Seeing the hoofprints drain the color from his face, his first instinct was that the Xiqi kingdom was advancing upon them. Do not panic. Although the hoofprints are scattered, I estimate there are no more than 5 individuals. And they are likely scouts or retreating soldiers. Ouyang remained calm, carefully analyzing the hoofprints while articulating his deductions. Upon hearing Ouyang's analysis, Li Wei managed to compose himself slightly, though he still looked at Ouyang with confusion and asked, "Should we descend?" Descending might be too late. Ouyang's expression darkened, though Li Wei did not hear it. Ouyang's keen senses picked up the faint sound of hoofbeats approaching from afar. He knew that the riders belonged to the Xiqi kingdom. And based on the sound, they were heading directly towards their location. That if he and Li Wei chose to flee at this moment, their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Chapter 3. A shot to the throat. Boar Mountain was unlike ordinary hills. Typically, horses would become a burden in such terrains. However, the gentle slopes and sparse trees of Boar Mountain allowed for relatively unhindered movement, provided no large forces were present. What should we do? As the sound of hoofbeats drew nearer, even Li Wei became anxious. Though he possessed the strength of 3 men, he was still a naive youth from a mountain village, and faced with a real army, he felt a surge of panic. Climb the tree. Ouyang realized that rather than flee, it would be wiser to take refuge in the trees. All right. Upon hearing Ouyang's command, Li Wei hurriedly scrambled up a nearby tree, but his nerves caused him to fall twice before he could ascend. The more anxious he became, the more he struggled. What is there to fear? We know this terrain better than they do. If we hide in the trees, we will be safe. Ouyang reassured him while helping Li Wei scale the towering tree, which stood over 10 meters tall. Once they reached the treetops, they concealed themselves among the relatively dense foliage. Just as they settled in, 5 black warhorses approached beneath them, each carrying a young man clad in leather armor. From their attire, Ouyang deduced that they were scouts from the Xiqi kingdom, though the reason for their presence so far from the border remained a mystery. There was clearly a noise just now. How could it vanish in an instant? Among the 5 knights, one gazed around in confusion. Just moments ago, Ouyang had heard the sound of hooves, and they too had caught the voices of Ouyang and Li Wei. "Captain, there are footprints here." As scouts, their powers of observation were exceedingly keen. And even though the marks left by Ouyang and Li Wei were nearly indistinguishable on the ground, they were nonetheless discerned at a glance. Footprints. Humph, it seems there truly are intruders. The captain remained mounted, his eyes scanning the surroundings. With his sharp instincts as a scout, he sensed that enemies were undoubtedly lurking in this vicinity. "Captain, the footprints extend from the west. There must be a village in that direction." The team member who had been examining the tracks reported again. And upon hearing this, both Ouyang and Li Wei in the trees were struck with alarm. "This is bad," Ouyang thought to himself. "This is a well-equipped 5-man scout team that if they enter the nearby village, how will those simple villagers defend themselves? These 5 may very well massacre the village." "A village, you say? Umph. Let us proceed. We shall investigate." After a brief observation, the captain issued this command, and the seemingly lost 5-man scout team darted towards the location of the village, following the footprints left by Li Wei and Ouyang. "What should we do?" Li Wei, witnessing the scouts depart, looked at Ouyang with a face of shock, his state of panic almost prompting Ouyang to deliver a sharp slap. Usually, Li Wei exhibited considerable courage, but now he was utterly devoid of composure. With such a mindset, how could he aspire to be an archer? This was merely 5 scouts. On the battlefield, should chaos erupt, it would be a clash of thousands. If one's mental state falters, how could an archer shoot straight? One might find themselves paralyzed with fear at the first sight of the enemy. Silence. They have not left. Ouyang gently knocked an arrow onto his bowstring. He had no choice. If there was even the slightest possibility, he would never choose to confront 5 alone. However, he understood that should he refrain from acting, and if those 5 scouts were to infiltrate the village, he would lose even the single advantage of the terrain, making any chance of a comeback nearly impossible. Li Wei did not grasp Ouyang's intent, yet complied obediently by keeping silent. Approximately 2 minutes later, a shadow darted forth from behind a tree. This was the scout who had discovered the footprints. He was of slight stature, and upon departing, he had suddenly dismounted, hoping to ambush Ouyang and Li Wei as they appeared. However, Ouyang's vision was far sharper than that of an ordinary person. Despite the distance, he discerned that 4, not 5, had departed. Li Wei, upon seeing the sudden silhouette, instinctively covered his mouth, thankful that he had remained silent. Otherwise, they would have betrayed their position. When Li Wei turned to glance at Ouyang, he found Ouyang had drawn his bow to its full moon shape, the arrow aimed at the scout who was scanning the area. Li Wei could scarcely believe his eyes. This was a genuine scout from the battlefield. Was Ouyang truly mad enough to attempt to kill him? Before Li Wei could comprehend, Ouyang released the bowstring, and a black arrow shot forth with a fierce whistle. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was sharp, and the scout, hearing it in that instant, attempted to twist away in evasion. Alas, he underestimated Ouyang's skill. The arrow, imbued with a rotational force, pierced his throat just as he made his move to dodge. Ugh! The scout emitted a muffled sound, his eyes wide with disbelief. Such a powerful and swift shot could not be matched even by the finest marksman on the battlefield. Yet here, in this remote wilderness, he had met his end, leaving him utterly discontented with his fate. No matter what happens, do not speak. As Ouyang dispatched the scout, he leapt from the tree and sprinted at full speed to the fallen scout's side. Yanking the arrow from the ground where it had impaled his throat, and with a swift kick, sent the corpse flying 10 meters away. Having accomplished this, Ouyang swiftly climbed back up the tree where the scout had concealed himself. Vanishing from sight, Li Wei, observing Ouyang's audacity, felt his face drain of color. Though he often boasted of slaying wild boars, the thought of taking a human life terrified him, had he been tasked with shooting earlier. Even at such close range, he might have missed, yet Ouyang acted with resolute decisiveness, delivering a single fatal blow. Such an act was beyond Li Wei's wildest dreams. After Ouyang completed his task, hiding in the treetops, his own complexion was pale. Truth be told, as an archer, his psychological fortitude was exceptional. It was this very quality that had allowed him to turn the tide in competitions on several occasions. However, the target he had just shot was not a mere target. It was a living being. With that single arrow, a vibrant life had been extinguished. I cannot be blamed. I cannot be blamed. If I do not kill you, you will kill me. Ouyang repeatedly reassured himself. He understood that had their roles been reversed, that scout would have undoubtedly ended his life. He was an archer, not a frontline warrior. Once his position was revealed, he would lose the chance to triumph over the enemy. Thus, even knowing that his shot would be lethal, he chose to eliminate the threat. Come, there are still 4 more. For my sake, and for the villages, I must eliminate them all, Ouyang declared, knocking the arrow still stained with the scout's blood onto his bowstring once more. Chapter 4. A 2-for-1 shot. Ouyang's mindset was restored to its optimal state. His fingers gripping the arrow, poised as if ready to release another fatal shot at any moment. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of galloping horses echoed from the distance. What is that fool doing? He still hasn't dealt with those 2 little brats. These 2 scouts appeared to have returned to assess the situation, their expressions rife with dissatisfaction. Having finally discovered a village where they could enjoy themselves, they were vexed that their companion, nicknamed Monkey, had not yet returned, forcing them to search for him. Monkey, Monkey! The 2 scouts had no inkling that the scout they referred to as Monkey had already been slain. In their minds, given the time elapsed, Monkey's prowess should have resolved all issues. What is going on? The 2 scouts, one following the other, furrowed their brows in unison. Though Monkey was known for his mischief, he never jested in serious matters. Their loud calls went unanswered, igniting a sense of foreboding within them. As if to confirm their fears, after advancing a few dozen meters, they beheld Monkey's body, drenched in blood. Upon witnessing this scene, both were momentarily stunned. In that instant of shock, Ouyang released another arrow from his perch. This shot was even fiercer and sharper than the last, both in speed and power. It far surpassed its predecessor, and the timing of its release was impeccable. As the 2 scouts were momentarily distracted by Monkey's corpse, Ouyang seized the moment to strike. This was precisely what he had been preparing for. Thud, thud. 2 piercing sounds resonated almost simultaneously. To Li Wei, hiding in another tree, was nearly left speechless. What did I just witness? He questioned himself, in the fleeting moment when those 2 scouts were caught off guard. An arrow still stained with blood flew forth like a death warrant, first piercing the throat of the scout riding ahead, then, with its remaining force, plunging into the heart of the second scout behind him. A 2-for-1 shot. This was the true essence of a 2-for-1 shot. It was not mere luck. It was a masterful execution of timing and power. The force and velocity of this arrow were terrifying. It pierced through the first scout's throat, then directly through the leather armor to strike the second scout's heart. Even if a divine marksman were present, they would find themselves humbled. Hiss! A neighing cry erupted as, at the same moment the arrow felled the two scouts. The scout captain, accompanied by another scout, appeared. He arrived just in time to witness the flash of blood, followed by the sight of his two subordinates being slain in a single shot. The scout captain inhaled sharply, instinctively. He sought to flee. If one were to ask what scouts feared most, the answer would undoubtedly be a divine archer. Scouts are nimble, yet a divine archer's arrows are nearly infallible, once marked by a divine archer on the battlefield. The likelihood of death exceeds 90%. Whoosh! Just as the scout captain pondered his next move, another arrow zipped past, brushing against his scalp with a spiraling force. Startled, the scout captain fell from his mount, rolling behind a large tree, grateful that the shot had missed, allowing him to escape with his life. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, a wail echoed nearby. The scout captain's eyes widened as he beheld one of his team members, pierced through the throat by an arrow, lying behind him. Understanding dawned upon him. Just moments ago, the archer had not missed his shot. Rather, the distance between him and his comrades was too great, allowing only one of them to fall victim to his arrow. Had it been him, the remaining members would have had a chance to flee. However, the sharpshooter had no intention of granting any opportunity for escape. As the arrow grazed his own scalp, it struck down one of his teammates, forcing him to tumble from his steed, stripped of his horse, facing a master archer in the depths of the forest. The scout captain understood that his fate was grim. "I wonder which esteemed sharpshooter from the great Fortune Kingdom is here," he called out, but his voice echoed through the woods unanswered, having already felled 4 of his men. Ouyang's heart grew cold. Clutching an arrow, he remained unfazed by the scout captain's words. That moment, speaking would only betray his position, while the scout captain could easily use the cover of trees and horses to escape. After waiting in vain for a response, the scout captain's spirits sank further. In truth, Ouyang's thoughts were accurate. The scout captain sought to force Ouyang into revealing his position, hoping to escape under the guise of foliage and steeds. Yet, Ouyang remained undeterred, leaving the scout captain pale with despair. No one would willingly confront a master archer in such a forest. Despite possessing the strength of 6 horses, he believed that even a general with the might of 10 horses would fare no better. This was not merely a matter of strength. At this moment, one could not ascertain the enemy's whereabouts, while an ordinary archer could potentially pinpoint a foe's hiding place by the trajectory of their arrows. The scout captain knew that a master archer's arrows possessed a rotating force, altering direction upon striking a target, thus rendering accurate judgment of their position nearly impossible. What to do? What to do? The scout captain had never felt such urgency. He could not fathom how such a fearsome marksman could emerge in this small grove. It must be over there, concealed behind a tree. He could not precisely gauge Ouyang's location, but he surmised that the master archer was likely positioned slightly to his left. Hush! The scout captain sharply whistled, realizing that remaining idle was not a viable option. If the archer changed position and shot him down, he would lose any chance of survival. Thus, he prepared to take a gamble. He whistled to summon his steed, hoping to use its cover to make his escape, that if he could just hide behind the horse, he would be able to depart unscathed. Hearing his whistle, 2 nearby steeds galloped towards him. Just as they approached within a meter of him, an arrow flew from Ouyang's longbow. Chapter 5. The anticipated arrow. As Ouyang released his arrow, the scout captain rolled forward from behind the tree, attempting to reach the safety of the horses. Yet, he was ensnared in Ouyang's trap. This arrow was fired with precise calculation of the scout captain's intentions. The moment Ouyang loosed the arrow, the scout captain had not yet emerged, but as it flew, he rolled into its path as if choreographed. Thud! A soft sound echoed as the arrow pierced the scout captain's left shoulder, pinning him to the ground. In that instant, driven by desperation, the scout captain attempted to wrench the arrow free to seek refuge behind the horse, but it was too late. Ouyang's second arrow was already in flight, just as the scout captain could shift his position. The second arrow penetrated his throat, sealing his fate alongside the 4 fallen before him. After releasing that shot, Ouyang felt an indescribable fatigue wash over him. Leaning against the tree, he exhaled softly. Who could have anticipated that his hunting trip would yield not wild boar, but the lives of 5 men? Ouyang was weary, While Li Wei was at a loss for words, Ouyang had loosed 5 arrows in total, each finding its mark with deadly precision. The first arrow struck a scout, the subsequent shot took 2 down, and the third forced the scout captain to tumble from his mount while claiming a 4th victim. Most astonishing was the 4th arrow. From Li Wei's vantage point, he perceived the moment Ouyang released the arrow. Prior to any movement from the scout captain, the arrow sailed midway. The captain rolled out, colliding with the projectile that had impaled the ground, only to be met by Ouyang's 5th arrow, which pierced his throat and extinguished his life. Each shot was ruthless and remarkable, yet it was the extraordinary 4th arrow that left Li Wei in disbelief. How could such a scenario unfold? He struggled to comprehend it, for knowledge of archery was scarce in this world. Ouyang had once competed at high levels, excelling in events that tested not only marksmanship, but also timing and predictive ability. Just moments ago, Ouyang had utilized this very skill. Upon hearing the whistle and witnessing the horse's move, he accurately anticipated the scout captain's thoughts, releasing the arrow at the opportune moment to pin him down. Seated in the tree, Li Wei's understanding of the world far exceeded Ouyang's. He pondered whether the finest sharpshooters from the Great Fortune Kingdom could replicate Ouyang's feats that he doubted they could. For despite their title, their arrows could not achieve the miraculous precision Ouyang displayed. At least in terms of accuracy, they simply could not compare. Hitting 2 targets in such a situation, how many sharpshooters could accomplish that? What are you waiting for? Hurry down and deal with the bodies. While Li Wei was lost in thought, Ouyang's voice rang out. Compared to Li Wei, Ouyang maintained a far superior composure, remaining calm despite his first act of killing. Oh. Upon hearing Ouyang's command, Li Wei hastily descended from the tree, but his demeanor bore little resemblance to the bravado he had previously boasted. As he leaped down, his legs trembled, and he nearly lost his balance. Needing to grasp the trunk to steady himself, Ouyang shook his head subtly at Li Wei's reaction. He had initially considered imparting his archery wisdom to him, but it seemed evident that Li Wei lacked the innate talent to remain composed in any situation. And without such calmness, high achievement and training would remain elusive. Ouyang, this can't be real, can it? Li Wei cast a fleeting glance at the nearby corpses, quickly averting his gaze. A typical village youth. He had never envisioned such a bloody scene, even in his dreams. Do not speak of today's events to anyone. Slay those 5 horses and bury them alongside the bodies. Ouyang glanced at the 5 steeds in the distance. While they could fetch a handsome price in the city, these were purebred war horses from the Western Qi Kingdom, and even if he had the audacity, he would not dare to sell them openly. The events of today, though real, would be met with skepticism should they be revealed. 5 scouts from the Western Qi Kingdom had infiltrated deep into the Great Fortune Kingdom without detection, only to be effortlessly slain by a mere village youth in this small wild boar forest. Ouyang doubted anyone would believe such a tale. Why not speak of it? If we were to sever their heads and present them to the military, it could yield a fortune in gold. Li Wei's eyes sparkled with the lure of gold. He was not only a chatterbox, but also a miser. Trust me. Kill those horses and bury them with the bodies. We must keep today's events a secret. Otherwise, it would bring harm to both of us. Ouyang was not one to shy away from the spotlight. But his choice was for the sake of the village. Who could say if only these 5 had crossed into the Great Fortune Kingdom? If more emerged, 10, 20, or 50, regardless of whether anyone believed their account of slaying these scouts. Ouyang feared it would incite retaliation from the Western Qi Kingdom against the infiltrators in the Great Fortune Kingdom. A small village could hardly withstand such vengeance. But these are purebred war horses. Sigh. Li Wei still clung to the notion of the horses, yet Ouyang had already knocked an arrow and drawn his bow in less than a minute. All 5 steeds lay slain, their lives extinguished in this small wild boar forest. Sigh. Li Wei sighed heavily, then retrieved 2 strips of cloth from his small pack. Using them to cover his nose as he slowly approached the scattered corpses, Li Wei drew nearer to the corpses. An escalating sense of dread gripped his heart. Despite his earlier bravado about severing heads for money, the reality of the act instilled a profound fear within him, merely being in proximity to the lifeless bodies. Witnessing their unblinking stares evoked an instinctive terror. What is there to be afraid of? They're just a few corpses. I've already taken lives. Surely I can manage to bury the dead. Ouyang remained motionless. And though he spoke with lofty ideals, he too harbored a deep aversion to the bodies. which is precisely why he had urged Li Wei to handle the remains. It took Li Wei a full hour to drag all 5 corpses into the deep pit that Ouyang had excavated. Once they had buried the 5 bodies along with the remains of 5 horses, their interest in hunting evaporated, and the 2 departed from Wild Boar Mountain, returning to Kaoshan Village. Chapter 6. Ling Su. Approximately half a day after Ouyang and Li Wei's departure, a troop of 30 cavalrymen appeared at Wild Boar Mountain. They were not from the Xiqi kingdom. Rather, they belonged to the elite knightly order of Dayun Kingdom, tasked with pursuing the Xiqi scouts who had infiltrated Dayun with the intent to sow chaos. Captain. The hoofprints vanish from this point. To the west lies a small village. Could they have? A young man clad in leather, donning a silver helmet, hurriedly reported. The hoofprints vanish here. Do you think they flew into the village? Search. Examine everything meticulously. The man referred to as Captain remained vigilant. Despite the passage of half a day, he could still detect a faint scent of blood, the absence of battle marks, yet the presence of a bloody aura left him feeling uneasy. The 30-strong team split into groups of 5, beginning their search along the scattered hoofprints. As the sun dipped lower, visibility waned, and after some time, they finally located the site where Ouyang and the 5 scouts had clashed. Captain. The stench of blood is most potent here. The battle must have taken place at this location, a knight reported to the captain. The scent of blood is evident, yet there are no bodies. No signs of struggle. What do you make of this? The captain's gaze swept the surroundings, sensing that today's events were shrouded in mystery. Could it be that the 5 scouts encountered villagers while hunting? Given the villagers' capabilities, they would stand no chance against a squad led by He Xiao. A knight in his 30s surveyed the area devoid of combat traces and made what he believed to be a sound deduction. However, his words were met with the captain's disapproving shake of the head. Ling Su, after scanning the area for a moment, remarked, "Do you all share this opinion?" Indeed, the knights nodded in agreement, as this seemed the most logical explanation. My perspective is quite the contrary. Ling Su pointed at the ground. Observe the hoofprints. While they appear chaotic, a careful examination reveals that 5 horses once traversed this area, and the prints indicate they left only to separate and return. What do you think this signifies? After Ling Su's statement, he surveyed the crowd, but they merely shook their heads in confusion. A battle occurred here, one side utterly overwhelming the other, rendering them incapable of any resistance. Not even a chance to retaliate. Only under such circumstances could we find a scene devoid of any signs of conflict. Ling Su's analysis was straightforward, yet upon hearing it, the knights quickly offered him expressions of admiration for his keen insight. Ling Su sighed at their reactions. Search the vicinity for any signs of excavation. Understood. Following Ling Su's command, the knights began scouring the area, and not long after, they indeed discovered the location where Ouyang had buried the 5 scouts. Ling Su approached, observing the hastily covered traces, and instructed, "Dig it up. Let us see what lies beneath." Though his tone was calm, a suspicion brewed within him. Perhaps what was buried here was not merely villagers. The knights dismounted and took up their weapons to excavate the earth. In no time, they unearthed a group of black warhorses. As the first warhorse emerged, the knights halted, disbelief etched on their faces. These were the finest steeds of the Xiqi kingdom, a people who cherished their horses deeply. Even in death, such animals would never be buried so carelessly. The only conclusion to be drawn from this hasty burial was a grim one. Continue digging. Ling Su, too, found it hard to believe. Although he had suspected this outcome, witnessing the conjecture materialize before his eyes was another matter entirely. Hearing Ling Su's command, the knights hurriedly lifted the horse corpses from the pit. And as the first horse was extracted, the body of a second followed suit. What has transpired here? The knights gaped in astonishment. If only one horse had emerged, they might have accepted it, but the appearance of a second left them dumbfounded. Yet their astonishment did not end there. As the second horse was drawn out, the third, fourth, and finally the 5th horse's body surfaced, and only then did they grasp the horrifying reality. Captain, should we continue digging? One knight, trembling at the sight of Ling Su, who was equally stunned, inquired hesitantly. Dig, press on. By this point, Ling Su had formed a rough idea of what had transpired, yet he would not reach a conclusion without witnessing the entirety of the evidence. When the 5th horse's corpse was lifted from the pit, the knights excavated a few more times, only to be met with an unbearable sight. 5 corpses, specifically 5 scouts clad in leather armor, armed with combat knives, lay within the pit. The sight of these 5 bodies left the seasoned knights, who had witnessed their fair share of carnage, utterly speechless. Hey Xiao, Ling Su could no longer contain his emotions, despite having anticipated such an outcome. The sight of He Xiao's corpse stirred an overwhelming excitement within him. Their original elite team of 40 had pursued He Xiao for an entire month, traversing 400 to 500 miles from the border, suffering the loss of 10 men, only to discover that the target of their relentless chase had been slain in this secluded woodland, with not a trace of resistance left behind. What could this possibly signify? Had an unparalleled powerhouse appeared here? Bring He Xiao's body up. Ling Su dismounted, pushing through the crowd to assist the other knights in retrieving He Xiao's corpse from the pit, gazing upon the body of the one responsible for their arduous pursuit, who had cost them 10 lives. Ling Su's mind was a tumult of confusion. He was desperate to uncover the truth behind this event and to understand what had led the formidable He Xiao, a man with the strength of 6 horses, to meet his demise in this woodland. As He Xiao's corpse was lifted, a black arrow fell from it. This was Ouyang's arrow. In the haste of collecting the bodies, Li Wei had overlooked the arrow that had pinned He Xiao to the ground, inadvertently burying it in the pit. Chapter 7. The unfathomable wounds. As the arrow clattered to the ground, a knight promptly picked it up. It was an arrow of the most ordinary kind, inferior even to those used by their cavalry. Yet why did such an arrow exist in this context? The wounds inflicted by the arrows are as follows: 2 arrows in total. The first pierced the shoulder, the second penetrated the throat, both exhibiting spiral marks. This was the work of a master archer. Wait, this is... Ling Su took the arrow from the knight's hand, examining the wounds on He Xiao's corpse. With his extensive experience from battles at the border, he could accurately deduce that the wounds were indeed arrow wounds, and that these 2 arrows had claimed He Xiao's life. Bring forth all the bodies. After inspecting He Xiao, Ling Su immediately ordered the retrieval of the remaining corpses, eager to discern the nature of the wounds on them. Before long, the remaining 4 bodies were also brought forth. Ling Su approached the 4 corpses, and what he beheld next left him in utter disbelief. 1-shot kills. All of them fell to a single arrow. Is this even possible? Ling Su stared at the wounds on the bodies, struggling to accept what his eyes revealed. Even a master archer, even with the advantage of terrain, could not possibly achieve such a feat against 5 opponents, especially against an elite scout team led by He Xiao. Captain, look, all 4 were killed by shots to the throat, while 1 was pierced through the heart, and He Xiao bears a wound on the scalp inflicted by an arrow. One knight, deeply versed in the study of wounds, analyzed the injuries on the 5 corpses in an attempt to reconstruct the scene of their demise. Captain, the most critical point lies with this body. The knight pulled forth the corpse that had been pierced through the heart, but not completely penetrated, stating, "From the other 4 corpses, we can ascertain that this master archer possessed extraordinary prowess. Even He Xiao's reinforced leather armor could not withstand the fate of being pierced by an arrow. Yet this 1 corpse remains unbreached. Do you know what that signifies? What does it mean?" Speaking of the study of wounds, Ling Su humbly acknowledged that he was inferior to the eloquent knights under his command, each of whom possessed their own unique skills. 1 knight set down a corpse and subsequently retrieved another. Calling upon 2 individuals to support the 2 bodies in an upright position, he then pointed at the scars on the first corpse and slowly spoke. "A kill with a single arrow. A kill with a single arrow." Upon hearing these words, a group of knights, including Ling Su, were momentarily stunned. While achieving such a feat may not seem particularly remarkable in theory, on the battlefield, a skilled archer could easily pierce the hearts of 2, 3, or even 4 soldiers with a single shot. However, this was not a battlefield. There were no formations here, nor were there numerous soldiers, only elite team members possessing the strength of 5 horses. This arrow pierced the throat of the first victim, yet lacked the force to penetrate the second, merely embedding itself into his heart after piercing the leather armor. As the knight recounted this, a glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes. Even he was eager to witness the scene of the battle as it unfolded. How could one achieve such a remarkable feat of killing 2 elite members with a single arrow? What extraordinary marksmanship and timing would that require? This must have been the work of a master archer, I assure you. Among all the marksmen in the Grand Yun army, none could replicate such a shot. The knight confidently thumped his chest, firmly believing in his judgment despite the arrogance often displayed by the archers in the army. "And what of this wound?" Ling Su inquired, pointing to the corpse of He Xiao, which bore 3 distinct marks, one on the scalp, one on the shoulder, and one on the throat. Could it be that the first arrow missed, the second failed to deliver a fatal blow, and it was only the third that killed He Xiao? Such an explanation was wholly unsatisfactory, for He Xiao was not an immobile target. No marksman, regardless of skill, could unleash 3 arrows without facing retaliation. With He Xiao's speed and strength, he would likely have subdued the archer after the first missed shot. This is also a point of confusion for me. The knight candidly admitted his lack of understanding. Ling Su was not entirely satisfied with this response. He recognized that the 3 wounds on He Xiao were far from trivial, yet none could elucidate their origin, bringing the arrow before his eyes. Ling Su began to scrutinize it, and as he observed it closely, a faint smile crept upon his lips. He had found what he sought. "Look here." Ling Su presented the arrow, and the knights swiftly gathered around. They noticed a small etched on the tail of the arrow, though slightly askew. Anyone with even a modicum of archery knowledge would recognize it as the surname of the maker or user. "Bury the bodies, and then proceed to the village below." After the knights examined the arrow and returned it to their quivers, Ling Su issued a command, "In the mountain village." Ouyang felt increasingly restless, sensing that he had overlooked something important today. Yet, no matter how hard he pondered, he could not identify what it was. All 5 scouts had been slain, and even their horses had been killed. Surely, no one could know of the events that transpired today. So why did he still feel unsettled? Is it because I am to enlist tomorrow? Ouyang could only console himself with this thought. Regarding military service, he felt some reluctance. He harbored a strong aversion to war. For each conflict resulted in countless casualties among soldiers and civilians alike, but on the battlefield, one's life becomes devalued, and survival necessitates the continuous hunt of others. Ouyang was not a bloodthirsty man. In today's circumstances, he had to kill or be killed. Under such duress, anyone would choose to slay rather than perish. This was why Ouyang could reconcile his conscience despite having killed 5 men. However, killing in battle was entirely different. Why must he fight for a country whose origins he knew nothing about? What did the Grand Yun Kingdom or the Western Qi Kingdom have to do with him? He had inexplicably found himself in this world. Who had he wronged? Why must he defend this nation? Alas, what terrible misfortune! I merely yearned for a peaceful life, yet it seems that tranquility is now out of reach. Ouyang caressed the bow and arrow resting by his bedside, knowing that these would soon become his most trusted companions on the battlefield. Only through them could he hope to survive. No matter what, I must endure. Ouyang told himself resolutely, determined to survive the perils of war. Only by living could he witness the sunlight of tomorrow. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Chapter 8. The left shoulder and the right shouldered in the dead of night. A remarkably elite cavalry unit disrupted the daily routine of Kaoshan village. As 30 knights appeared in the impoverished mountain village, they could not help but question the possibility of such a place harboring a master archer. "Captain, how could such a destitute area possibly have a master marksman?" the vice-captain inquired. Perplexed by Ling Su's intentions, they all understood that, according to their original itinerary, they should not have lingered here, but rather continued westward to pursue the remaining 3 scout teams that had infiltrated their territory. Yet Ling Su was resolute in his desire to meet this archer and explore the possibility of enlisting him into their ranks. That it was known that, even within the Grand Yun army, the number of master archers did not exceed 100. Given the toll of war, including casualties, the number capable of taking to the field was now reduced to around 40 or 50, making it highly unlikely for a unit like his to be assigned a master archer. Such marksmen typically found themselves on the front lines, suppressing enemy forces. Do not underestimate any location. Would you believe that He Xiao was murdered if you had not witnessed it with your own eyes? Ling Su shot a stern glance at the vice-captain before riding towards the village chief of Kaoshan. At that moment, the villagers of Kaoshan had gathered at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of these distinguished guests. Among them, the village chief felt a mix of anxiety and excitement as he observed Ling Su approaching on horseback. He was anxious because he had never encountered so many knights in his lifetime, and elated due to the prestigious origins of this cavalry unit, the Sharp-Blade Knights, the most elite knights of the Grand Yun Kingdom. They had, time and again, plunged into the heart of the enemy during countless battles, their contributions to the victory of the Grand Yun Kingdom beyond mere words. Presently, Ling Su's steed and leather armor were adorned with the emblem of the sharp blade, a distinction reserved for those who had truly participated in warfare and achieved merit. The old village chief, upon seeing the emblem, immediately knelt before Ling Su in reverence. Ling Su made no pretense of offering assistance to the elder. He was deserving of this respect. Unlike the vain officials who sought glory without merit, his honor was earned through valor, as were the honors of every knight in his unit. Please rise, my good sir. Ling Su gently dismounted and helped the village chief to his feet. Although he sensed the villagers' fervent admiration, they could not linger for long, as they still had to pursue the enemy. Who are these impressive individuals? Ouyang whispered to Li Wei from the back of the crowd. Initially, he had thought that the cavalry was indeed the forces of Western Qi, but upon witnessing the villagers' fervent gazes directed at the knights, he realized this was a remarkable unit. Do not speak foolishly. This is the Sharp Blade Knights. Li Wei quickly interjected, pulling Ouyang back to in the Grand Yun Kingdom. Even officials would tread lightly around members of the Sharp Blade Knights, for each of these knights bore significant battle achievements, having truly risked their lives on the battlefield. The Sharp Blade Knights. But is there also a Sharp Blade Mage Corps? Ouyang was curious, wondering if this might be a magical realm. However, upon seeing the confusion in Li Wei's eyes, he understood that such a notion was improbable. Greetings, village chief, that I am here to inquire about a matter. Ling Su addressed the old village chief directly, foregoing any pleasantries. Which gentleman in your village bears the surname Ouyang? The village chief's response, along with the collective gaze of the villagers, turned towards Ouyang, who stood bewildered in that moment. Ouyang realized the source of his unease. It likely stemmed from these knights. Yet, he could not fathom how they had discerned his surname. As the village chief spoke, the attention of all the villagers, including Li Wei, was fixed upon Ouyang. Undoubtedly, he was the only one in the entire village with that surname. Ouyang felt a surge of indignation at the villagers' blatant disregard for his privacy. How could they so easily expose him? Ling Su followed their gazes and, upon observing Ouyang's youthful face, could not help but shake his head. It was known that throughout the Grand Yun Kingdom, and even within his own memories, there had never been such a young master archer. Historical records indicated that the youngest master archer on the continent typically reached that status by the age of 30, yet the youth before him appeared no older than 17 or 18, if he had matured early. He might be merely 15 or 16. How could he possibly be a master archer? Ouyang, is it true that you are the one who killed those 5 scouts? Well, originally, when Ouyang noticed Ling Su's puzzled gaze, he intended to adamantly deny it. However, at that moment, Li Wei, that fool, suddenly spoke up, mistakenly believing his voice to be low. Yet in the current mountain village, he was the only one speaking, making his whispers resoundingly loud. What? Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Ling Su's eyes suddenly brightened. If he had any doubts before, they were now completely dispelled. A mere boy of 15 or 16 possessed the skills of a sharpshooter. What does that even mean? As Ling Su approached him, Li Wei realized he had landed himself in hot water. He offered a wry smile to Ouyang, fully aware of his loose lips, incapable of keeping secrets, especially after today's incident, which had nearly driven him mad with the need to divulge it. What did you just say, little one? Ling Su's demeanor was not intimidating, yet standing before Li Wei still managed to frighten him. Regardless of the matter, I was the one who did the killing. Ouyang pulled Li Wei closer, then stood defiantly before Ling Su. Even at this moment, he could not fathom the true intentions of these knights, but the peculiar glances directed at him suggested that perhaps their motives were not entirely malevolent. You, hand it over. Ling Su called to a member of his team, who promptly handed him the quiver and bow. Ling Su took the quiver and withdrew an arrow stained with blood, stating, "Is this yours?" Yes. Ouyang understood that denying it was futile at this point. He might as well embrace the situation. As soon as he spoke, Ling Su placed the bow and arrow into his hands, announcing, "I will stand 100 paces away if you can shoot an arrow that hits me within those 100 paces. You may join the Blade Knight Order." Ling Su's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, yet upon their utterance, not only the villagers were left dumbfounded, but even the members of the Blade Knight Order were taken aback. Since the inception of the Blade Knight Order, there had never been a precedent for such an invitation to join. Was the captain jesting? While others marveled at the glory of the Blade Knight Order. Ouyang remained oblivious to its true prestige. Glancing at Li Wei, who looked at him with envy, he felt a surge of inspiration and boldly declared to Ling Su, 2 arrows, one for your left shoulder and one for your right. If I hit both, he and I will join the Blade Knight Order. Chapter 9. 2 arrows from one bow. How audacious, incredibly audacious. Not only did the villagers and knights think so, but even Ling Su shared this sentiment. 2 arrows, aimed at his left and right shoulders. Bringing the finest archers from the great Yin kingdom would not yield success in this endeavor. Yet this boy dared to make such a claim. Did he really believe he could stand still as a target from 100 paces away? Young man, do bear in mind that I will be charging at you from 100 paces. I can reach you in mere seconds if you cannot hit me within those precious seconds. Ling Su was beginning to feel irked by Ouyang's audacity. When had he ever been so underestimated? And to shoot at his shoulders as if he were a stationary fool. Suit yourself, Ouyang replied with a smile, then made his way outside the village, as the confines of the village did not afford him the space to showcase his archery in its fullest glory. Ouyang's arrogance stemmed from his reasoning. While he knew little of the Blade Knight Order's origins, the reverent gazes of the villagers indicated that this group was extraordinary, with recruitment imminent the following day. Joining the Blade Knight Order alongside Li Wei tonight would surely be a safer endeavor than becoming cannon fodder as a mere recruit. Ha ha, splendid. I admire your spirit, but I hope your prowess matches your attitude. Ling Su laughed as he followed Ouyang out of the village. With countless knights and villagers trailing behind at that moment, nearly all present were contemplating Ouyang's audacity. The villagers may not grasp Ling Su's capabilities, but the knights were well aware. Their captain had once faced 3 sharpshooters simultaneously on the battlefield, where 12 arrows had been shot, only 2 of which had merely grazed him. Ling Su himself was an archer nearing the level of a sharpshooter, possessing a far greater understanding of archery than most. 100 paces, approximately 70 meters, was no trifling distance. Even at the speed of Ouyang's previous world, he would cover it in about 7 seconds. With Ling Su, Ouyang estimated he had only 5 seconds. 5 seconds would suffice to shoot 2 arrows, yet while he was confident in the first, the second was uncertain. It seems I must resort to this method, Ouyang mused, examining the exquisite war bow Ling Su had bestowed upon him. This bow was undoubtedly of superior craftsmanship, far more refined than the one he had fashioned himself. Gently drawing the bowstring, Ouyang tested the bow's strength before nocking an arrow and aiming at a distant tree trunk. Unexpectedly, he missed, the arrow merely grazing the trunk. Even Li Wei, who understood Ouyang's abilities, was taken aback. The confidence he had retained upon hearing Ouyang's earlier boast now wavered. Not bad. Ouyang remained unfazed by the miss, recognizing that every bow had its unique power and precision. Even a godlike archer could not expect to shoot perfectly with an unfamiliar bow on the first attempt. While Ouyang experimented, Ling Su had already reached a distance of 100 paces, positioning himself at 150 paces away, affording Ouyang a significant opportunity. What do you require? Ling Su called from his distance, not rushing to attack. He had observed Ouyang's errant shot, yet unlike those unacquainted with archery, he was not surprised. Even a sharpshooter would struggle to hit their mark on the first attempt with a different bow. Thus that miss did not reflect Ling Su's true capabilities. I need nothing more. Watch your shoulders, Ouyang warned again, then drew 2 arrows simultaneously from the quiver Ling Su had provided, addressing him. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the command was given, the entire assembly held its breath, and at the word begin, Ling Su transformed into a cheetah, charging towards Ouyang. Ouyang knocked both arrows, his focus narrowing to the advancing Ling Su. 120 paces, 100 paces, 90 paces. The onlookers observed the diminishing distance and the angles at which Ling Su advanced, almost sensing victory inching closer to him. Oomph, arrogant little brat. Even if you are a sharpshooter, you won't land 2 arrows at 90 paces. This was the collective thought of the knights, their displeasure towards Ouyang growing since his initial boast. 80 paces, 75 paces, 70 paces. As Ling Su spun to close the gap to about 70 paces, even he began to question Ouyang's intentions. Just then, as if in response, Ouyang's hands trembled slightly, and both arrows flew from the bowstring simultaneously. The 2 arrows did not travel in a straight line. Instead, they spiraled around each other as they soared towards Ling Su. 2 arrows from one bow, the legendary technique. The knights present were momentarily stunned. When Ouyang had drawn 2 arrows, they had been unaware of his intentions. But as Ling Su approached to 70 paces, Ouyang unleashed a legendary shot that only the greatest archers were said to possess. Impossible. It must be a fluke. Every knight insisted to themselves, questioning how a mere boy could execute such legendary archery. Was it truly a fluke? At that moment, Ling Su's heart raced as the arrows, appearing like 2 venomous serpents, spiraled towards him. The seemingly erratic arrows flew with incredible speed, reaching Ling Su in less than a second. In a moment of reflex, Ling Su leaned back, utilizing his exceptional agility to evade the first arrow. If he failed to do so, these 2-inch venomous serpents would undoubtedly strike true. Leaning back into a practiced maneuver, he knelt, then fell backward. This was indeed the best method for dodging arrows. As the spectators witnessed Ling Su's evasive action, they believed he had successfully avoided the legendary double shot. But were Ouyang's arrows truly so easy to evade? If that were the case, he would not have so brazenly proclaimed his intent to Ling Su. Nor would he have chosen such an approach. At 150 paces, he had ample opportunity to unleash 2 arrows. His actions were a demonstration, proclaiming to the crowd, "My arrows will strike where I choose." The 2 arrows soared overhead, and at that moment, Ling Su was already on the ground. Under normal circumstances, the arrows should have passed harmlessly above him. Yet, just when Ling Su believed he had evaded the arrow, his eyes beheld an unforgettable scene. Chapter 10. A formal invitation. The onlookers outside gazed at Ling Su, who lay on the ground, some casting disappointed glances at Ouyang. Disappointment lingered in the air as they pondered how such a breathtaking arrow could be dodged. Had the dual arrows truly struck as Ouyang had claimed, even if not precisely in the left and right shoulders, it would have undoubtedly signified success. While others harbored disappointment, Ling Su focused on the 2 rapidly spinning arrows hovering above him. At such close proximity, his keen eyes discerned their rotational speed. Just as he admired the skill behind the arrow, the 2 projectiles unexpectedly collided mid-air with a faint ding. The sound was so subtle that no one else in the arena heard it. Yet the significance lay not in the sound itself, but in the astonishing fact that the arrows, upon contact, simultaneously altered their trajectories. Originally flying in a straight, intertwined path, they now darted diagonally towards Ling Su. "This is impossible." Ling Su's face contorted in terror, disbelief filling his eyes. If a single bow could launch dual arrows with such finesse, could it be possible for them to change direction mid-flight? Clang, clang. The 2 arrows pierced through the leather armor on either side of Ling Su's shoulders, pinning him to the ground. Silence. In that moment, the arena was enveloped in silence. All eyes were fixated on Ouyang, who still maintained the stance from which he had released the arrow, brimming with confidence. For he had anticipated Ling Su's reaction after releasing that shot. His foresight had aided him. This arrow represented the pinnacle of Ouyang's current capabilities, a state not easily attained, as even he possessed only a 50% success rate. Yet, without a doubt, he had triumphed this time. Ling Su remained pinned to the ground, unable to rise, still grappling with disbelief that the 2 arrows, now affixed to the earth, had been loosed by a single archer. A remarkable marksman could indeed unleash a breathtaking arrow, but could anyone, like Ouyang, shoot dual arrows that could alter their course mid-flight to strike their target? Some might attribute this change in direction to luck. But Ling Su, present in the arena, recognized it as a true masterstroke, an accomplishment unattainable by mere chance. While it was plausible for 2 arrows to collide in mid-air, such contact would typically lack any predictable trajectory. That is to say, 2 spinning arrows, should they collide, would likely scatter chaotically, rather than executing the precise crossfire that had just occurred. Furthermore, the power behind these arrows had pierced his leather armor and pinned him down. Could such a feat be attributed to luck? Ling Su realized he had encountered a treasure. This was no mere marksman. This was an arrow deity. If such skill were wielded on the battlefield against enemy commanders, Ling Su could scarcely fathom any commander escaping unscathed. With a slight exertion from his shoulders, Ling Su snapped both arrows, which had struck his shoulders, yet they had caused him no harm whatsoever, merely puncturing his armor and anchoring him to the ground. This level of control was nearly unfathomable. Witnessing Ling Su rise, the knights remained silent, as did the villagers, still enraptured by the marvel of that arrow, the dual shot that had altered its course to strike its target. A feat bordering on the divine. On behalf of the Stiletto Knight Brigade, I formally invite you to join our ranks. At that moment, Ling Su no longer exuded the commanding presence he had earlier. His tone shifted from an order for Ouyang to join to a respectful invitation. This marked the first time in the history of the Stiletto Knight Brigade that such an invitation had been extended. Ling Su understood that Ouyang was indeed worthy, a marksman of divine caliber. He held immense strategic value. For instance, in a confrontation between two 50-man knight brigades, if one side had a deity of arrows raining down relentless shots, the other would likely crumble swiftly. Ouyang's archery surpassed that of an ordinary marksman. With that single arrow, he had earned the title of arrow deity. It was two individuals. Ouyang remained confidently assured, as his pride in his archery transcended time. Regardless of the past or present, he exuded an unwavering confidence in his prowess. 7th Squad of the Stiletto Knight Brigade. Captain Ling Su formally invites both of you to join our ranks. Ling Su reiterated his invitation. Had he made this statement at the outset, the knights would have opposed it, for the Stiletto Knight Brigade bore significant meaning. Every member had earned their place through valor on the battlefield. However, after witnessing Ouyang's arrow, the knights now regarded him solely with reverence. This was respect for strength. The stiletto was a realm where the powerful were esteemed, where age held no significance, and only prowess garnered respect. Lacking sufficient strength, even a captain would garner no regard. Ouyang had earned their respect through his capabilities, and as for Li Wei, who stood as an accessory, did anyone still pay him heed, standing nearby? Li Wei felt no jealousy despite Ouyang's moment in the limelight. This was brotherhood. Everything Ouyang achieved today was not solely for himself, but for Li Wei as well, and at this moment, he felt immense gratitude towards Ouyang. The Stiletto Knight Brigade. Li Wei firmly believed that every passionate young man born in the Great Fortune Nation had once dreamed of joining its ranks. Yet, for countless individuals, the stiletto remained a distant dream. Today, however, through Ouyang's brilliance, he had the rare fortune to join the Stiletto Knight Brigade. Captain, Ouyang addressed Ling Su directly, omitting any formalities, simply calling him Captain. At this moment, the knights surrounding them wore satisfied smiles. The addition of such a formidable marksman to their 7th Squad promised a remarkable enhancement in strength that in the past, they could only charge forward, retreating helplessly when confronted with a multitude of archers or skilled marksmen. But with Ouyang, no archer or marksman would pose a problem. With an arrow deity concealed in the shadows, they could charge forth unrestrained. Deputy, bring my reserve warhorse. Ling Su commanded with a broad smile towards the deputy, standing at a distance. The man, in his 30s, who had been analyzing Ouyang's archery in the woods, promptly led forth a pure black steed. Witnessing this scene, everyone understood that from this moment onward, these two young men had truly become members of the Stiletto Knight Brigade. As Li Wei observed Ouyang, he clenched his fists. In comparison to Ouyang, he felt woefully inadequate, relegated to the status of an accessory. Yet he knew that with diligence, he too could earn the respect of others. Just as Ouyang had, Li Wei vowed that one day he too would garner respect, not as an accessory, but as an equal. Chapter 11. The Messenger Hawk. All right, we shall rest here for the night, and set off at dawn. Ling Su called out to the team, who continued to regard Ouyang as if he were a creature of legend. You two should bid farewell to your families properly tonight. We will depart early tomorrow.as for when we might return. Or if we can return. Ling Su hesitated, for the harshness of war left even him uncertain of his own survival. Caw. Just as Ling Su finished speaking, a strange cry echoed through the sky, and a bird resembling a hawk descended, landing precisely where Ling Su stood. The messenger hawk from the 8th Squad. What has happened? Ling Su observed the approaching hawk, sensing that something significant had transpired. Otherwise, the messenger would not have sought him out at such a late hour. He swiftly retrieved a bamboo tube tied to the hawk's leg, and from within, he extracted a piece of silk that had been hastily folded. Clearly showing signs of urgency, the silk bore traces of blood, intensifying Ling Su's sense of foreboding. Carefully unfolding the silk, he discovered that the entire message had been scrawled in blood, perhaps due to the recentness of the incident. The blood had yet to darken completely, still retaining hints of crimson. Upon reading the hastily written, erratic characters, Ling Su's heart plummeted into despair. The message contained only a few simple words. The 8th Squad has been ambushed. The enemy is numerous. Await further instructions. Captain, what is it? The deputy captain, noticing the shift in Ling Su's expression, hurried to his side. Upon reading the message, he too stood frozen in shock. Ouyang observed the transformation on the faces of the two captains. Realizing that the so-called messenger hawk had likely delivered grim news, suggesting that they might not have the opportunity to remain here any longer. As if to validate Ouyang's conjecture, Ling Su swiftly tucked away the silk handkerchief, leaped onto his warhorse, and bellowed at the bewildered team members. "Brothers, the enemy lies not far ahead, and we have little time to rest. We must depart immediately." As he spoke, Ling Su cast a glance at Ouyang. Yet Ouyang exhibited no significant reaction. For him, engaging in battle was an inevitable fate. Being able to join the Blade Knights was already a remarkable opportunity, and whether they departed tonight or tomorrow was of no consequence to him. Ouyang mounted the black steed that Ling Su had gifted him, while nearby, Li Wei wore a perplexed expression, clearly at a loss. Ouyang shot a glare at Li Wei, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and mount." Li Wei was about to protest when the Blade Knights swiftly mounted their horses in unison, leaving him utterly flustered. "Mount." Ling Su glanced at Li Wei. Inwardly, he harbored reservations about bringing him along. The missions undertaken by the Blade Knights were fraught with peril. He was well aware of Ouyang's prowess, thus had no concerns about him, but the perpetually bewildered Li Wei made him uneasy. Upon hearing Ling Su's command, Li Wei hastily found an unoccupied warhorse and clumsily mounted it, drawing disapproving glances from several seasoned members of the Blade Knights. Onward, Ling Su paid no heed to the villagers as he shouted, and the entire Blade Knights, led by the messenger hawk, galloped westward. The villagers of Kaoshan, watching the hasty departure of the Blade Knights along with Li Wei and Ouyang, exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Yet amidst their confusion, a flicker of pride welled within them, for from their modest village emerged two youths who had joined the Blade Knights, a tremendous honor for their community. Li Wei's father gazed at his departing son, and only after his silhouette vanished did a look of reluctance surface in his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Wei's mother was inconsolable, weeping bitterly. "What is there to cry about? Our son joining the Blade Knights is an honor for the Li family." Li Mingjun, Li Wei's father, endeavored to sound authoritative, but as he contemplated the fact that his son was now heading to battle, his eyes brimmed with tears. As the morning sun cascaded down, the thunder of hooves reverberated. 32 warhorses surged forth like a whirlwind under the guidance of the messenger hawk, representing the 7th squad to which Ouyang belonged. At this moment, Li Wei, now clad in the standard black leather armor of the Blade Knights, stood beside Ouyang, who remained the sole anomaly in simple cloth attire. Although Ouyang recognized that leather armor would undoubtedly offer superior protection, he had discovered the previous night that wearing it made him uncomfortable and adversely affected his archery skills. Reluctantly, he had forsaken the imposing black armor for his unconventional garb. Nevertheless, Ouyang remained cautious. He had discreetly removed a segment of armor from the leather suit to conceal over his heart as a means of safeguarding his vital area. "Captain, we have galloped a good 50 to 60 miles. How much longer do you estimate?" The vice-captain, Xiqi, inquired from behind. "Uncertain. For now, our only recourse is to follow the hawk's lead." Before Ling Su could finish, an arrow suddenly soared from behind, piercing the messenger hawk, which let out a shriek before plummeting from the sky. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard. Not even Ling Su had anticipated such a powerful and precise shot coming from behind. The archer's identity was unmistakable, Ouyang. Yet they could not fathom why he would suddenly shoot down the messenger hawk at this moment. Without the hawk, how would they track the enemy? Ling Su pulled on his reins, and the knights behind him halted, turning to look back. There they saw Ouyang leap from his horse, grasping the battle bow Ling Su had provided him, with a quiver slung over his back. Racing toward their flank, "Seize him." Xiqi's first instinct was to label Ouyang a traitor. Yet, as his words escaped, Ling Su interjected, "Do not engage. All troops, remain vigilant." Ling Su's command halted the members who had drawn their bows, ready to shoot the fleeing Ouyang who was hiding in the nearby thicket. However, Ling Su, as captain, commanded authority, and they had no choice but to relent. "Li Wei, what is happening?" Ling Su queried as Li Wei approached, his face a mask of terror. Captain. This was Li Wei's first time speaking so closely with Ling Su, and his stammer was inevitable. "What is going on?" Ling Su pressed, his urgency palpable. "Ouyang said he feared the hawk would reveal our position. He claimed to have seen shadows moving 2 to 3 miles ahead. The enemy must be in that direction." Li Wei pointed toward where Ouyang had indicated. 2 to 3 miles. Upon hearing this, Hao Qi exclaimed in disbelief. It was well known that archers possessed extraordinary vision, but it was unheard of for anyone to discern moving figures from 2 to 3 miles away. For an archer, vision equated to the power of their bow. No matter how skilled an archer might be, if their range was limited to 100 meters, their prowess would be rendered futile. Furthermore, the extent of one's sight was closely linked to the archer's skill level. Yet it was still inconceivable that anyone could see 2 to 3 miles away. Is Ouyang jesting? Ling Su regarded Li Wei with incredulity. In truth, even Li Wei felt Ouyang was joking. But upon witnessing Ouyang's serious demeanor as he concealed himself, they began to realize the gravity of the situation. Ouyang wouldn't joke about this. He is hidden in the woods and said he would provide distant support when the fighting begins. Li Wei relayed Ouyang's final words before departing. Yet after speaking, he noticed the expressions of the others were filled with wry smiles. Ouyang, despite your extraordinary archery skills, you lack an understanding of cavalry. We are 2 to 3 miles from the enemy. And even if they discover us, once we charge, they will undoubtedly form a countercharging formation to meet us. The distance to the point of confrontation is at least 1,000 meters. How can you provide support from afar? Ling Su lamented, speaking as if to himself, yet he realized he had no choice. Since the enemy was ahead, the Blade Knights, true to their nature, could only advance. All troops, mount your horses. Ling Su mounted his sleek black steed and drew his sword. Commanding the eager knights, the enemy lies before us. Tell me, what is the motto of the Blade Knights? Victory or death? Though only 30 strong, the rallying cry coalesced into an immense force, a momentum forged through countless life and death struggles. Draw your swords, and let the blood of our enemies serve as a baptism for them. Ling Su tugged on his reins and surged forth toward the position Li Wei had indicated. The 31 knights formed a small conical charge. And despite their scant numbers, their indomitable spirit conjured the impression of a vast army surging forward together. After charging approximately 100 meters, a wave of enemy cavalry indeed emerged ahead, forming a cylindrical defensive formation. This formation was not static. They too began to charge toward the Blade Knights. 100 against 30. The enemy commander was astute. If they could successfully suppress the initial assault of the Blade Knights, the cavalry would find themselves trapped within the enemy's formation, a certain death sentence. Both sides surged forward rapidly. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, the Blade Knights were resolute and would not retreat. Charge! Ling Su remained at the forefront. And though facing 100 foes, his visage betrayed no fear. For him, once in this state, it was victory or death. Retreat was not an option. The distance between the two forces diminished, 200 meters. 100 meters, 50 meters, just as they approached within 50 meters of collision, a powerful whistling sound sliced through the air, zipping past Ling Su's side toward the enemy. Startled, he nearly fell from his horse. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a gap suddenly appeared in the enemy's cylindrical formation. An arrow shot directly penetrated the warhorse of the foremost knight, causing it to collapse instantly. Under normal circumstances, such an incident would merely result in the knight being thrown off unceremoniously. However, the current situation was far from ordinary. This was a charge. One can only imagine the chaos that ensued when the first knight's steed fell thunderously to the ground, leaving the horses behind with no time to evade. In that moment, the previously organized cylindrical formation descended into a small patch of disarray. The opposing knights, though elite, managed to pull their steeds away from the chaos in a desperate attempt to minimize losses. Nonetheless, this moment of turmoil cost them at least 10 lives, all trampled by the panicked warhorses. The chaos, while swift to arise, was also quick to settle, for they were all seasoned warriors, though the sudden assault was terrifying. It was not enough to completely disrupt their charge. Ouyang understood this as well. Thus, he did not release merely a single arrow, but rather a volley of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows whizzed past Ling Su, embedding themselves within the enemy's formation. The once recovered ranks of the adversary nearly collapsed under the onslaught of these 3 arrows. The term man and horse overturned had previously been but an abstract concept to Ouyang. But after witnessing the aftermath of his 4 arrows, he grasped its true meaning. Boom! At that moment, the two sides clashed. The Jian Dao Qi Shituan surged forth like a dagger, piercing deeply into the disordered cylindrical defensive formation. Fueled by the momentum of their charge, this conical formation managed to pass through the cylindrical defense from front to back. 31 knights carved a path through, with only a few sustaining minor injuries, miraculously. Not a single life was lost in this charge. Such an astounding feat was almost unbelievable. In a collision of knights, even a numerical advantage would typically result in casualties. Yet, under Ling Su's leadership, they, aided by Ouyang's 4 arrows, achieved a flawless charge with 0 fatalities. To the left, assault. Beware of enemy archers, Ling Su urged as he urged his steed to the left, preparing to create distance before charging once more. As they shifted leftward, a flurry of arrows was unleashed towards them. Although these arrows bore considerable strength, Ling Su's warning allowed the 31 knights to brace themselves in advance. Aside from the 2 leading knights whose steeds were wounded, none fell victim to the barrage. There are archers lying in ambush. To the right, Ling Su intended to call for a rightward charge, but before he could utter the command, 3 arrows shot forth from afar, not from the enemy, but from their own ranks. The 3 arrows struck decisively into the thicket where the enemy had concealed themselves, eliciting several cries of agony. Continue left. Witnessing the might of those arrows, Ling Su, had it not been for the midst of battle, might have leaped from his mount to embrace Ouyang. Those 3 arrows were devastatingly precise, piercing through 4 enemy archers, each accompanied by a scream. To the left, continue left, watch out for the archers, prepare for the charge. Ling Su positioned his round shield at his back, and in the brief moment he did so, 4 more arrows soared into the thicket. The sporadic arrows that had previously been released fell silent in the wake of Ouyang's 4 arrows. Suppression. This is complete suppression. Ouyang is single-handedly overwhelming them. Ling Su, at this juncture, found himself devoid of any means to vent his exhilaration. All he could do was lead his team into the fray. Charge. Push them harder. With no rearward concerns, Ling Su spurred his steed, guiding the 30 knights to reform their small conical formation. Yet, trepidation lingered. Their initial success in the charge had hinged on the enemy's disarray. And as they shifted leftward to evade arrows, the adversary had already regrouped into a counter-cylindrical formation, preparing to encircle them at this moment. Ouyang was situated behind the enemy. Ling Su believed that despite Ouyang's archery prowess, he would be unable to provide further support. Thus, he anticipated casualties in this charge. However, as they surged forward, they soon realized they had underestimated Ouyang. 3 arrows suddenly soared from the distant thicket, and this time, they were not aimed at the enemy archers or the rear of the cylindrical formation, but arced skyward. What is this? Ling Su was perplexed. He could not comprehend the purpose of these arrows. Yet, he need not ponder long, for the 3 arrows conveyed their intent through their flight. They traced a flawless arc through the air before descending rapidly. The force of gravity not only preserved their lethal impact, but even enhanced it. The 3 arrows descended from an elevated angle, successfully piercing through the knights at the forefront of the reoriented cylindrical formation, striking both man and steed. The chaos wrought by this action was far greater than the previous 4 arrows. No one had anticipated such a method of shooting. Even if one could conceive it, who would imagine that arrows shot in such a manner could possess such terrifying precision? Chaos, once again. Chaos reigned as the cylindrical formation devolved into utter disarray. Faced with the charge of they could not even muster a semblance of defensive posture, for the ground was littered with fallen steeds and knights. Charge. Ling Su had never experienced such exhilarating momentum in battle. The enemy, at this point, bore no resemblance to elite knights. They were akin to a disorganized rabble, shattered and beaten. The 31 knights of the conical formation plunged once more into the already disordered cylindrical ranks. And in that moment, they wreaked havoc, causing the enemy to fall like wheat before the scythe. The adversary had lost their formation and could not organize any defense before the fierce onslaught of They instantaneously lost their capacity to resist. Once again, they pierced through from front to back. But this time, the enemy's losses were nothing short of horrific. Originally a 100-strong cavalry unit, after 2 charges and subsequent chaos, they were left with only 40 or 50 men, a reduction of nearly half. Retreat. To the left. The enemy commander was no fool. His knights had already been demoralized by the 2 waves of charges, and there was no hope of organizing an effective defense. If they faced another assault, they would surely collapse. Everyone, remain calm. Our archers are to the left, the commander shouted amidst the chaos, attempting to restore order among his troops. But he had forgotten the elusive Ouyang. Ouyang had been searching for him for quite some time. The adage, shoot the horse before the man, capture the leader before the followers, rang true. A black arrow, accompanied by a resounding whoosh, plunged directly into the mass of disordered knights. This shot, both in precision and force, was beyond reproach. Before the commander could utter a word, he was struck through the mouth by the arrow, his head pierced and falling lifeless. As the arrow pierced the commander's skull, Ling Su was turning back to seek another opportunity for a charge. Upon witnessing this scene, his heart swelled with astonishment. The commander had been positioned centrally within the cavalry unit. Had the arrow deviated even slightly, it would have been impossible to slay him. Yet, Ouyang's shot was so precise that it left the enemy no chance to evade. The enemy commander has fallen. Brothers, let us slay them. Ling Su raised his battle blade high, his blood surging with fervor. After 2 flawless charges, they had transformed into a pack of ravenous wolves, emboldened to charge even if 200 foes emerged. The seasoned knights, even the likes of Li Wei positioned at the center of the formation, echoed with cries of battle. This is the essence of manhood. This is what men ought to do. Li Wei yearned to shout to the heavens. But before he could, a new wave of charge had already commenced. Chapter 14. Annihilation. The fall of the enemy commander caused the already chaotic cavalry unit to collapse in an instant. At this moment, the enemy could no longer contemplate their numerical superiority. Their sole thought was to flee. Flee. But could they escape? They advanced like wolves, intent on annihilating them here. Would they be granted the opportunity to escape? They maintained their conical formation, yet this time the enemy lacked any semblance of a defensive stance, as they had begun to flee frantically towards the rear, in the instant of the enemy's rout. Ouyang surged forth from the thicket, still wielding his battle bow, firing arrow after arrow towards the leftward woods. With each arrow released, cries of despair echoed from within the thicket. Ouyang had, in fact, prepared for this moment from the very onset of the enemy's collapse. He understood that as the cavalry faltered, the archers hidden within the woods would undoubtedly retreat swiftly. His task was to pursue them relentlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows flew from his hands, each shot precise and unwavering. Even as he ran, his upper body remained remarkably steady, and the war bow in his grip exhibited no tremor, making his actions indistinguishable from that of a stationary marksman. Kill, leave not a single one alive. Ling Su led another charge, and from the remaining 4 to 5 dozen cavalry, half perished, while the rest fled desperately into the distance. Just as they had dashed a mere 100 meters, a rain of arrows descended upon them, unanticipated and lethal, claiming the lives of 7 or 8 cavalrymen instantly. Those who survived dared not halt to raise their defensive shields. Their only thought was how to escape. Hope was a fleeting notion, and the reality of their fate was grim. This small remnant of knights ultimately could not evade the relentless pursuit behind them. Moments later, they fell in line with the bulk of the forces, forever consigned to this land. Upon vanquishing the last enemy, the entire sharp-blade cavalry erupted in a chorus of wolfish howls, nearly driven to madness by their triumph. 30 men against 100. Achieving a record of 0 casualties. This was nothing short of miraculous. Yet they all knew that this miracle was no coincidence. From the initial 4 arrows to the suppression of the archers in the woods, and finally that astonishing shot that sliced through the air, Ouyang had demonstrated before them the pinnacle of archery prowess. This was a resounding victory, and the lion's share of the credit did not belong to these bloodthirsty warriors, but to Ouyang, who had remained concealed in the woods, firing his arrows with stealth. Return. With a command from Ling Su, the 31 knights turned their steeds back toward the battlefield, having unknowingly pursued for a full 4 to 5 li. Yet, they spared not a single enemy, annihilating this wave of invading cavalry. Like the wind, the 31 returned to the battlefield, and upon their arrival, the sight of fallen steeds and slain cavalry struck them with the reality of the brutal conflict they had just endured. Although the skirmish involved fewer than 200 cavalry, the impact of cavalry was incomparable to that of infantry. Even less than 200 horsemen could wield the might equivalent to that of 1,000-foot soldiers. All 31 returned unscathed, and as they surveyed the battlefield, they found no living enemy left, save for a few horses still standing at that moment. Ouyang leaned against a small tree, retching violently, as if he were expelling his very soul. Despite having felt little during the heat of battle, the sight of the carnage around him overwhelmed him now that he was not of this world. He was merely a student of physical education. The first time he had taken a life, he had appeared composed, for his assailants had sought his own life, and those 5 had fallen to a single arrow each, unlike the visceral horror he now faced. Observing Ouyang's distress, the group of knights, including Li Wei, stood in astonishment. This was hardly the image of the relentless killer they had witnessed moments ago. Now, no one could reconcile Ouyang with the remarkable archer who had aided them in securing such a magnificent victory. Ha ha! Ling Su was the first to laugh. Though his mirth was not derisive but rather a comforting acknowledgement, he could see that Ouyang was experiencing this for the first time. Even he, during his inaugural encounter with the battlefield, had paled at the sight of countless corpses and rivers of blood. It was important to note that he hailed from a prestigious family, having seen his fair share of blades and weapons. Yet the stark reality of death still instilled fear. Ling Su. Ouyang's evident discomfort was a sign of his humanity. Had he remained unnaturally composed, that would have truly startled him. Ouyang's current display, however, was more than satisfactory. His calm throughout the battle had exceeded Ling Su's expectations, and despite his current state, he remained the greatest contributor to their success today. Ha! Ouyang, even you have moments of embarrassment. Li Wei, transformed by the recent battle, was brimming with exuberance and vitality, yet he remained immune to the queasiness that plagued Ouyang. If he were to regain his composure, he would not fare any better. Ugh! Ouyang, still retching, shot Li Wei a glare, but he lacked the strength to respond, too drained to engage with someone who could endlessly hurl verbal jabs. First and second squads, immediately pursue the enemy archers in the left woods. Leave not a single one. Ling Su issued a decisive command. Common sense would dictate that he should capture a few for interrogation, but it was evident that this group of infiltrators from the Great Yuan had been rigorously trained assassins. Regardless of whether they could extract information from them, the reality was that each squad had its own mission, and they were clueless about the others, including the number of their comrades. No need. Ugh! Ouyang continued to cling to the small tree, retching as he weakly gestured to Ling Su, struggling to speak. I shot them all dead, what? Ling Su looked at Ouyang incredulously, but after a moment's thought, he regained his composure. Ouyang was positioned precisely where they had charged into the small grove earlier. If those archers were still alive, would Ouyang be able to retch so freely, recalling Ouyang's extraordinary archery skills? He did not doubt his words, but turned to the leaders of the first and second squads, saying, "Bring the enemy corpses over here and count them for burial." Chapter 15. An unbelievable achievement following a thorough enumeration. The numbers were finally tallied. Including the 14 archers slain by Ouyang and 104 cavalrymen, they had remarkably eliminated a total of 118 enemies. Ling Su listened to this figure, his expression a mix of bewilderment. He pondered whether anyone would believe such a report. 32 men taking down 118 was not impossible, perhaps with the advantage of terrain or other factors. It could be achieved. However, if it were claimed that 32 men had done so without any losses, would anyone accept that? Captain, the 8th squad has likely been completely wiped out. We discovered their bodies behind the left woods. The vice-captain, Xiqi, approached to report the grim findings. Ling Su felt a cold splash of reality dampen his earlier excitement. However, he understood that as a soldier, death on the battlefield was not an unusual occurrence. Had they not had Ouyang's miraculous archery to assist them, even if they had managed to kill some enemies, their fate would likely have mirrored that of the 8th squad in that moment. Ling Su felt a surge of gratitude for having discovered Ouyang and Li Wei in that small mountain village. Ouyang, without a doubt, had orchestrated the entire victory, demonstrating what it meant to achieve absolute dominance against overwhelming odds. Li Wei, too, surprised Ling Su. This towering figure had not displayed any fear on the battlefield, contrary to Ling Su's expectations of a rookie, though he now lay retching in the woods. Throughout the battle, he had consistently kept pace with the squad, exhibiting no signs of panic. He was a natural warrior. Notify the nearest town to send troops to clean up this area and bring the 8th squad's brothers home. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Ling Su's eyes, but it quickly dissipated. This was not the time for mourning. They could only pause briefly, for they still needed to pursue the enemy forces that had infiltrated the Great Yuan. Understood. The vice-captain, Xiqi, responded to Ling Su before mounting his steed and galloping westward. The nearest town was approximately 100 li away, and even with the sharp-blade cavalry's swift horses, it would take at least half a day for Xiqi to return with reinforcements. Everyone, take a moment to rest. We shall continue our pursuit once the vice-captain returns. Ling Su rose and called out to the team members digging graves. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of thundering hooves approached from the west, prompting Ling Su to instinctively leap onto his nearby steed, drawing his sword. However, as soon as he unsheathed the blade, he relaxed, for he recognized the newcomers were not foes, but rather the vice-captain. Xiqi, who had just departed moments ago. These were cavalry from the town of Jinzhou, approximately 100 li away, numbering around 200. Despite their greater numbers, the quality and equipment of these cavalrymen paled in comparison to the sharp-blade cavalry. At this moment, Xiqi led these 200 riders swiftly toward them. Having received the signal from the messenger hawk, Xiqi felt a sense of relief that their 7th squadron had arrived here first. Otherwise, these 200 men would likely have met the same fate as the 8th squadron. Despite being a contingent of 200, the enemy cavalry was merely a notch below the elite Blade Knight order. Far from being comparable to these knights, had those 200 arrived first and encountered the enemy, they could have easily formed a charging formation that would shatter the morale of the cavalry with a single charge. Behind Xiqi stood a middle-aged man clad in leather armor, the lord of Jinzhou City, named Bian Tong. Upon receiving the message from the eagle of the 8th squadron, he had hastened here with his 200 fastest and most elite cavalrymen. Although he was a lord, failing to personally lead his troops to rescue the 8th squadron after receiving the message would have jeopardized his position, no matter how strong his backing was. The Blade Knight Order represented the pinnacle of honor. Wherever they went within the Great Yun Kingdom, respect was paramount. The loss of even a single member from the Blade Knight Order was a significant matter. If it became known that he had not rushed to their aid when the 8th squadron was in peril, the repercussions would be dire. This cannot be, Bian Tong exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief at Xiqi's words. Have your men assist in burying the enemy's corpses. A total of 118 have been slain. Xiqi's tone was somewhat frigid. The members of the Blade Knight Order, unless jesting with their own comrades, generally exhibited this kind of aloofness towards outsiders to them. No noble or official held any importance. On the battlefield, they could rely solely on their brothers beside them. Why, yes. Understood, Bian Tong replied hastily. Though a hint of doubt lingered in his eyes, they had received the message from the 8th squadron not long ago, and while they could not match the speed of the 7th squadron, their rapid approach should have led to a timing discrepancy of no more than an hour. Yet, upon his arrival, Xiqi informed him that the enemy had been completely annihilated, with a staggering total of 118 casualties. Bian Tong was well aware of the caliber of the infiltrators into the Great Yun. If it were indeed 118, even their 200 men would have been in vain. In Bian Tong's view, the 7th squadron must have combined forces with the 8th squadron to achieve such a feat. However, upon reaching the battlefield, he had seen only over 30 members of the 7th squadron, with no sign of the 8th squadron at all. What is the meaning of this? Bian Tong questioned internally, unable to fathom that those 30-odd knights could have possibly defeated 118 foes. The Blade Knight Order was fierce, but could they truly be that formidable? The 8th squadron was completely wiped out before we arrived. The bodies of our brothers from the 8th squadron lie behind the woods. Please arrange for their return home, said Xiqi, his eyes betraying a deep sorrow. Upon hearing Xiqi's words, Bian Tong, who had just been searching for the 8th squadron, nearly fell off his horse in shock. The enemy suffered 118 casualties, while our losses amount to the entire 8th squadron perishing, with no injuries to the 7th squadron. Xiqi conveyed the battle situation to Bian Tong. His revelation transformed Bian Tong into a statue of shock. The annihilation of the entire 8th squadron, coupled with the 7th squadron sustaining no losses, might not sound impressive at first glance, as the combined forces of the 7th and 8th squadrons totaled around 70 to 80 men. Engaging 118 enemies and suffering 30 to 40 losses would not be deemed glorious. Yet, Xiqi had mentioned that by the time they arrived, the 8th squadron had already been completely obliterated. They had single-handedly slain 118 foes without the aid of the 8th squadron. This revelation was terrifying. However, this terror paled in comparison to the fact that there were 0 losses on their side. Chapter 16. The Eagle of Communication returns 32 knights against 104 knights plus 14 archers, achieving a complete victory without any losses. This remarkable accomplishment lingered in Bientong's mind. He could not comprehend how such a feat was achieved. Bientong did not dare to inquire further, for he was not an ordinary lord. He understood that the 7th Squadron was distinctly different from the others. The captain of the 7th Squadron, Ling Su, was no ordinary knight. He felt unworthy to even carry the man's shoes. Yet, what mattered more to Bientong was not Ling Su's lineage, but rather that Ling Su had not relied on his background. He had fought his way to this level, which was truly commendable. Lord Bientong. Ling Su approached slowly. Although the battle had ended some time ago, he was still drenched in the blood of his enemies, resembling a demon that had just emerged from the depths of hell. Bientong, a seasoned warrior himself, recognized the valor in Ling Su's bloodied appearance. This second son of the Ling family was undoubtedly a courageous warrior who charged into battle, unlike those who merely inherited their status. Captain Ling. Bientong addressed him without using his title as the second son of the Ling family. Knowing that Ling Su despised reminders of his heritage, what many envied, Ling Su seemed to regard as a source of shame. Bientong could not fathom why Ling Su held such beliefs. Although he was the second son of the Ling family, with only 2 children in the family, Ling Su's elder sister would undoubtedly inherit the family estate, making Ling Su the natural successor. Yet, despite such fortune, Ling Su remained indifferent, choosing instead to rely on his abilities to join the Blade Knight Order. Bientong was perplexed by Ling Su's mindset. Lord Bientong, please see to it that your men clean up the battlefield and arrange for the return of the 8th Squadron's brothers, Ling Su instructed, his tone bearing a hint of command. However, well aware of Ling Su's status, Bientong felt no displeasure at the tone. Rest assured, Captain Ling, my men will take care of everything here and report today's achievements to the military department in your honor. Bientong dared not claim glory in front of Ling Su. Unnecessary. We have no time to rest. At least 4 enemy squads have already crossed into your Jinzhou city and penetrated deep into our territory, that we must continue the pursuit. Ling Su had no intention of resting. Their mission was to chase down the enemy knights who had infiltrated the Great Yun. How could he afford to delay their progress for rest? Listening to Ling Su's words, Bientong felt a dilemma, not because Ling Su was unwilling to rest, but because he interpreted Ling Su's statement as a dismissal of the need to report their accomplishments. If it were any other achievement, the Blade Knight Order might indeed consider reporting or not reporting irrelevant. However, this victory was too glorious. Even Bientong dared not pocket such accolades for himself. To forego reporting, it would be unthinkable. Bientong's thoughts were unbeknownst to Ling Su. As Ling Su turned away and walked towards his warhorse, instructing his knights, those whose steeds are injured or fatigued should immediately exchange mounts with Lord Bientong's knights. We shall rest while we proceed. Understood. The knights responded in unison. Subsequently, about 4 or 5 knights whose steeds had been injured during the battle reluctantly led their horses to find ordinary knights for a swap. The steeds of the Blade Knight Order were the finest in the Great Yun, incomparable to ordinary horses. Yet, at that moment, they had no choice. An injured steed might not pose an issue in normal circumstances. But continuing a long trek while participating in battles would present serious challenges, including Li Wei and Ouyang. The 32 knights checked everything before galloping westward, remaining the most mobile unit on the battlefield. Opting not to rest, once the 7th Squadron departed, Bientong finally let out a sigh of relief. He beckoned a nearby deputy, saying, "Report the battle results to the military department, and remember to convey the most truthful situation." Bientong did not care what Ling Su had said, even if lent 1,000 more courage. He would not dare claim this achievement. After all, the glory belonged to Ling Su, a matter he could not touch. Additionally, the news of the 8th Squadron's total annihilation was something he could not afford to overlook. Fortunately, the 7th Squadron had arrived first and resolved everything. Had he been the first, regardless of whether the 8th Squadron's demise was his fault or not, as the Lord of Jinzhou City, he could not bear the responsibility of their destruction occurring on his watch. With Ling Su and his squadron leading the charge, everything could be easily explained. The 8th Squadron had perished, while the 7th Squadron had arrived first to eliminate the enemy, whether this was good or bad. The credit lay solely with the 7th Squadron, leaving him with no further involvement. The 32 knights galloped westward without a clear destination, having only received news that the enemy had stealthily crossed Jinzhou City and penetrated deep into their territory. However, at this point, they remained unaware of the true intentions behind the enemy's arduous infiltration into the Great Yuan. Captain, the 4th Squadron has been annihilated, the 6th Squadron has been severely damaged, and now the 8th Squadron has met the same fate as the 4th Squadron. We are left with only 32 men. Should we not first head to the military department for reinforcements? Xiqi felt that although they had returned to the interior of their country, he understood that the teams capable of penetrating deeply into the great movement would undoubtedly be the strongest. Their future adversaries would become increasingly formidable. Currently, the 8th Squad consisted of merely 32 members, a mere quarter of the full complement of 120, but should they encounter a fully staffed enemy squadron, they could indeed be in dire straits. I share your sentiments, but if we head to the military headquarters to replenish our forces now, the round trip may take 3 days. In that span, who knows what may transpire? We have less than 5 squadrons remaining, Ling Su remarked, just as he heard the cry of a messenger hawk, which suddenly instilled in him a sense of foreboding. It's the messenger hawk of the 5th Squadron, Xiqi exclaimed, gazing skyward, where a small messenger hawk descended, finally alighting before Ling Su, its leg bound with a tiny bamboo tube. Chapter 17. Decisive Abandonment. Gazing at the bamboo tube on the messenger hawk's leg, Ling Su sensed that this might not herald good news. Nonetheless, he reached out and retrieved the tube, extracting from it a scroll of silk. In the Jialan Basin, the enemy forces are numerous. The 5th Squadron has already been annihilated. The brevity of these words caused Ling Su's heart to jolt violently. Had the 5th Squadron truly perished? Captain, just as Ling Su pondered their next course of action, Ouyang rode up from behind, having also witnessed the messenger hawk and curious to ascertain what had transpired. Upon hearing Ouyang's voice, a faint smile graced Ling Su's face, and he handed the silk scroll to Ouyang, saying, "It seems we are in for another bloody battle." Ouyang was somewhat taken aback upon receiving the silk scroll, as he was merely a new recruit. How could he be privy to such classified battle reports? Yet, since Ling Su had entrusted it to him, he could only accept it to see what had occurred. As he unfurled the scroll, he frowned deeply. Observing Ouyang's furrowed brow, Ling Su and Xiqi exchanged a wry smile. After all, when Ouyang learned of the 8th Squadron's encirclement in Kaoshan village, he had not displayed such a demeanor. Had he lost confidence this time? The remarkable victories of the 7th Squadron were largely attributed to Ouyang's strategic prowess. Without his divine archery, their hopes of overcoming greater numbers would have been mere fantasies. What? Feeling a bit scared? Ling Su clapped Ouyang on the shoulder. In his eyes, regardless of Ouyang's extraordinary marksmanship, he was still a novice. Upon encountering such news, even Ling Su felt a tinge of desolation. It was not unreasonable for Ouyang to feel fear. Not at all. Ouyang firmly shook his head. Captain, do you see any issues with this battle report? Issues? What kind of issues? Ling Su was taken aback by Ouyang's inquiry. In truth, he had sensed something amiss while reading the report earlier, but he could not pinpoint what was peculiar about it. Captain, look at the handwriting. I must ask, if we were surrounded and on the brink of annihilation, could you still manage to write such elegant characters? Ouyang questioned, pointing at the exquisite script on the silk. While Ouyang lacked experience with such battle reports, he recognized the discrepancies because he vividly recalled the scroll from the 8th Squadron, which had been written in blood, in the throes of imminent destruction. One would hardly have the luxury to seek out ink and quill. One would be compelled to use whatever was at hand. Moreover, not only was the handwriting suspicious, but the content was as well. Since the messenger hawk had already taken flight, why then was the location recorded? The hawk was capable of guiding reinforcements to the site. In such a critical moment, who would have the presence of mind to note the address? Captain, look here. Ouyang pointed at the Jialan Basin. I want to ask, if we were on the verge of annihilation, would you be able to calmly articulate the location? With Ouyang's 2 questions posed, Ling Su's fists clenched tightly. Indeed, as Ouyang had articulated, this battle report was exceedingly strange. Is it a trap? Xiqi interjected. Although he was the deputy captain, he was a seasoned knight accustomed to the tumult of battle, and he instinctively grasped the implications of the situation. Could it be that the enemy has set an ambush in the Jialan Basin, hoping to exploit our desperation for rescue? Ling Su contemplated the crux of the matter. There is certainly a possibility. Ouyang nodded. Though he had limited knowledge of military maneuvers, he had gleaned some insights from television in the past, and he did not presume that his crossing over would render him omnipotent. Captain, if there is indeed an ambush, then Xiqi was at a loss for words, regardless of whether this was an ambush. Enemy forces would undoubtedly be present in the Jialan Basin, and their mission was to eliminate the enemy. Having discovered the enemy's whereabouts, were they to retreat? Yet, if they did not retreat, what could they possibly do? Facing an ambush with merely 30 men was akin to delivering themselves as fodder. Ling Su refrained from responding, for he needed to contemplate thoroughly. To proceed knowing there was an ambush would be an act of folly. Captain, Ouyang spoke up again. Though he was still a rookie, he had already forged a bond with the entire sharp-edged unit through their previous encounter, in the 7th Squadron. Despite the apparent hierarchy, any pressing matter necessitated collective discussion. Captain, I believe we should not advance at this juncture. The terrain of the basin is not conducive to a cavalry charge, and with only 30 of us, our numbers would serve no purpose. It would be wiser to report our findings to headquarters. I am confident they will dispatch troops to assault the Jialan Basin. Ouyang remained composed, understanding that 30 men facing 100 was feasible only when charging head-on. He could create significant chaos to assist the 7th Squadron in achieving victory. However, in the face of an ambush, capturing the enemy's location would be exceedingly difficult. How could they fight? I concur with Ouyang. Cavalry hold no advantage in the basin, and our steeds would become liabilities. For the enemy to resort to such tactics, it stands to reason they must have a sizable force in ambush. To proceed would be tantamount to courting death. Xiqi echoed Ouyang's sentiments. What do we do now? Ling Su, in agreement, pondered further. However, since the enemy had chosen to engage them, what would be their next course of action if they withdrew? Rather than entangle ourselves here, we should return to the front lines and regroup with the main force of the sharp-edged unit. Xiqi suggested after some thought. The sharp-edged unit is already deep behind enemy lines. Even if we return to the front, we cannot rendezvous with them. Ling Su understood that when they had pursued, the other squadrons of the sharp-edged unit had already penetrated deep into enemy territory. If they turned back now, reuniting with the sharp-edged unit would be impossible. Then let us return to the military headquarters for reinforcements. And then we shall proceed southeast, circumventing the main battlefield to infiltrate behind enemy lines. Xiqi clenched his fists, preferring to engage the enemy in their rear rather than chase them within their own territory. For that was how they could truly demonstrate the indomitable spirit of the sharp-edged knights. Chapter 18. Ling Jonan shocked the 32 cavalrymen sped towards the southeast like a whirlwind. This was the 7th Squadron of the sharp-edged knights. They did not return to the military headquarters, for such a journey would require at least 3 days, a time frame sufficient for them to delve deep into enemy territory, though they were only 32. Ling Su knew that even among the sharp-edged knights, there would undoubtedly be soldiers who might falter. His plan was to recruit those who had broken ranks once they entered enemy territory. The day after their departure, the military headquarters received battle reports from Bientong and the 7th Squadron. Ling Jonan, the commander of the 3 armies engaged in the conflict against the Great Movement Nation, surveyed the reports sent by Bientong, his brow furrowing deeply. The total annihilation of the 8th Squadron was indeed distressing, for each sharp-edged knight was a precious asset. The Great Movement Nation would rather lose 100 ordinary soldiers than a single member of the sharp-edged knights. However, while the news of the 8th Squadron's demise was disheartening, it was not the source of his frown. Rather, it was the subsequent military report. When the 7th Squadron arrived, the 8th Squadron had already been completely annihilated. How could Ling Su possibly annihilate the enemy with only 30 men remaining? They had not even suffered losses. Ling Jonan suspected that this report had been deliberately exaggerated, and to a terrifying degree. Could it be that this rascal Ling Su has gone mad, seeking to usurp the credit of the 8th Squadron? Ling Jonan, being Ling Su's father, understood his son's character better than anyone else. This boy was just like him in his youth. That indomitable spirit often led to heated arguments between them. However, no matter how much they quarreled, Ling Su's brilliance was undeniable to Ling Jonan. Tell me, how did the 30 men of the 7th Squadron defeat 118 enemies? Can they possibly fly? Ling Jonan gazed at the knight delivering the battle report. His eagerness to comprehend the exaggerated circumstances of the report palpable. In response to the marshal, by the time we arrived, the battle had already concluded. We examined the bodies of the knights from the 8th Squadron, and they had been deceased for over half a day. Conversely, the enemy's deaths occurred just moments before our arrival, indicating that the 7th Squadron annihilated the enemy after the complete destruction of the 8th Squadron. As for the method, Captain Ling Su did not elaborate. The 32 of them simply departed. Despite the knight's usual cleverness, he felt an overwhelming anxiety in the presence of the Grand Marshal of the Dunyan Kingdom. Ling Jonan. As Ling Jonan listened to the knight's report, he understood that even if Bien Tong were granted the boldness, he would never dare deceive him with false military intelligence. Fabricating military reports was a crime punishable by extermination of one's family. By the way, did you say there were 32 of them? Ling Jonan did not receive a satisfactory response. Yet he heard a peculiar piece of information. The 7th Squadron was originally a fully staffed unit of 120. Yet upon their return from the battlefield, only 40 remained to pursue the enemy. They lost 10 during this pursuit, leaving them with only 30 to what then accounted for the 2 additional individuals. Indeed, we have counted and confirmed. It is indeed 32. The knight could not fathom why Ling Jonan was so inquisitive. Report. At that moment, a messenger eagle from the 7th Squadron arrived, and a dispatched soldier brought in Ling Su's military report. Once again, it is from the 7th Squadron. Ling Jonan recognized the seal on the report and opened it. Upon reading, he nearly choked. Military headquarters. The 7th Squadron pursued the enemy to the Jialan Basin, discovering a large number of enemy troops ambushed there. The 7th Squadron is unable to break through and requests reinforcements to eliminate them. This was the initial portion of the report concerning the Jialan Basin, while it posed no immediate issues. The latter part left Ling Jonan speechless. The 7th Squadron has completed its pursuit mission, and all 32 personnel have departed from the eastern side of the Jialan Basin, intending to enter the enemy territory from the southeast. This was the latter part of the report. Although brief, Ling Jonan comprehended its full implication. What is this young man attempting? Is he seeking death? In a fit of rage, Ling Jonan slammed the report onto the table. His fury directed at the news of the 7th Squadron's departure towards the southeastern enemy territory. He felt an impulse to drag Ling Su over and beat him senseless. 32 individuals delving into enemy territory. Had Ling Su lost his mind or gone mad? Did he think West Qi was a mere playground? In recent days, the elite cavalry regiment had penetrated deep behind enemy lines, annihilating a total of 8 squadrons. With 2 still unaccounted for, while the remaining 30 squadrons had sustained varying degrees of casualties, it should be noted that each of those 40 squadrons was fully staffed, if even they could be decimated. What fate awaited these 32 rushing into the fray? Insanity. It must be insanity. Someone, notify the garrison in the southeast to intercept the 7th Squadron. If they resist, break their legs and bring them back. After all, he was his own son. Ling Jonan often quarreled with Ling Su, but at this moment, how could he allow his son to march to his death? The Ling family had but one heir. If Ling Su were to perish on the battlefield, how could he face the ancestors of the Ling clan? However, once Ling Jonan finished his shout, he realized it was too late. They had received this report 2 days later, by the time the 7th Squadron's speed was accounted for. They had likely already reached the southeastern garrison. Even if his orders were transmitted at lightning speed, they would be far too late. Ling Jonan looked at the report with a mix of sorrow and rage. He had always considered his son to be audacious, yet he never anticipated Ling Su's audacity would reach such heights, daring to venture behind enemy lines with only 32 men, as if they were invincible warriors. Forget it. Order the 10th, 12th, and 14th elite squadrons in the southeast. Upon sighting the 7th Squadron, immediately integrate them. Any squadron that manages to assimilate the 7th Squadron must return at once. Ling Jonan knew that in enemy territory, the likelihood of 2 squadrons actually encountering one another was exceedingly slim. Typically, they would only encounter scattered cavalry fleeing in disarray. Yet, at this point, there was little else he could do. He could only pray that Ling Su had not completely lost his mind and still understood the peril of West Qi and the need to avoid venturing too far into enemy territory. Yet, he underestimated Ling Su's boldness, for at that moment, the 7th Squadron had already completed all resupply efforts on the southeastern front and entered West Qi. Chapter 19. The trident arrow. The 32 members of the 7th Squadron had donned new battle armor, and their swords had been repaired by the southeastern garrison. All other supplies had been replenished. Ouyang meticulously inspected his trident arrows, a batch he had discovered in the southeastern garrison's armory. These trident arrows boasted double the power of conventional round arrows. Yet they had the drawback of being difficult to control in flight. Thus, archers typically refrained from using them unless facing a large enemy force. However, this flaw vanished in Ouyang's capable hands, compared to round arrows. He excelled at wielding trident arrows. He had specifically requested the garrison's quartermaster to ensure that each trident arrow was fitted with blood grooves. He recalled the quartermaster's incredulous look when he made the request, as if to say that with their already challenging trajectory, adding blood grooves would render them utterly inaccurate. Nevertheless, the members of the 7th Squadron, well aware of Ouyang's fearsome archery skills, held no doubts about his methods. How do the arrows fare? Noticing Ouyang's repetitive checks and his silly grin, Ling Su could no longer contain himself. They're fantastic, absolutely fantastic. At least they will double the power of my shots. Ouyang, in his excitement, even exclaimed, fantastic, without considering whether Ling Su could comprehend. That's great. Now that we have ventured deep into enemy territory, resupplying will be somewhat challenging. Thus, I arrange for each of you to carry an extra quiver of arrows, lest we encounter a shortage. Each person carries an additional quiver, and with the 5 that Ouyang is bringing, that means he will have access to thousands of arrows. While thousands of arrows could be expended in an instant on the battlefield, in Ouyang's hands, they would transform into countless harbingers of death. For to date, Ling Su had yet to witness Ouyang miss a shot. This should be sufficient, and we can recover the trident arrows. Ouyang considered that as long as they won the battle, they could retrieve the arrows, allowing for countless reuses. Haha, you are truly one of a kind. However, we have entered West Qi, so we must exercise utmost caution. Just as Ling Su was about to finish his thought, 2 knights responsible for scouting ahead came galloping towards them. Observing their approach, Ling Su halted his conversation with Ouyang, aware that they likely had news of enemy movements. Captain, the 2 knights dismounted and approached Ling Su, reporting, Captain, we have discovered a defeated army ahead, approximately 300 strong, all infantry. We engage. 300 defeated troops, all infantry. What is their condition? Is their commander still alive? Ling Su felt a surge of excitement at the news of a defeated army. Yet with 300 of them, they were still at a numerical disadvantage, so he needed to ascertain the complete situation. Captain, their condition seems decent. They must have encountered an attack from the 10th Squadron of the elite cavalry regiment. As I spotted some prisoners, the scouting knight replied with enthusiasm. Prisoners? Are they from the 10th Squadron? How many? Ling Su felt exhilarated at the mention of prisoners. Although they were only 32 strong, they had brought along 50 war horses, prepared for any defeated comrades they might encounter. Hearing of prisoners naturally delighted him. 5. There are 5, but their condition is quite good, and their commander is still alive, making them difficult to take down. The knight reported honestly, acknowledging that while there were 5 comrades among the defeated troops, rescuing them with just over 30 individuals would be challenging, especially since the enemy's commander was still alive. This meant that if a fight broke out, the enemy would not be easily defeated. With their commander's leadership, even if they managed to create chaos, the risk of being counterattacked remained. Listening to the report, Ling Su cast a glance at Ouyang beside him, and a smile spread across his face, for he had just noticed a confident grin on Ouyang's face. Leave the enemy commander to me, Ouyang declared as he drew his bow. He was confident that with the trident arrows at his disposal, he could strike down the commander, even if he hid among the ranks. All right. With Ouyang's affirmative response, Ling Su clenched his fist and turned to the 2 knights before him, asking, what is the distance to the enemy? Approximately 5 miles. In that direction, the 2 exclaimed, pointing southeast. Cut off their retreat, Ling Su bellowed, and as he mounted his steed, a group of knights simultaneously followed suit, drawing their long blades .30 against 300. This was a feat Ling Su would have never dared attempt in the past. Yet now, with Ouyang by his side, he even contemplated the possibility of engaging in a battle without sustaining losses. Advance at a leisurely pace for 3 miles, then charge for the final 2. With Ling Su's command, the 31 men swiftly followed his lead towards the southeast, while Ouyang had already veered off from the group, galloping away. Ling Su refrained from inquiring about Ouyang's intentions. The others merely cast a glance at him, knowing that once the battle commenced, Ouyang's arrows would undoubtedly provide them with crucial support. Even at a leisurely pace, 3 miles seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye for the knights of the 7th Squadron. And soon they could discern the enemy's formation. As they approached the last 2 miles, following Ling Su's orders, the 31 knights launched into a fierce charge. The overwhelming momentum coalesced around them as they surged forward. Embodying an indomitable arrow in that very moment, the thunderous sound of hooves immediately captured the attention of the 300 infantry. Simultaneously, the opposing commander roared a warning of the enemy's assault, directing his soldiers to ready their round shields in preparation for the cavalry's onslaught. Just as the cavalry had begun to form their shield wall, the commander erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! 30 men daring to breach my 300 elite infantry. The Deyun kingdom grows increasingly arrogant. Brothers, let them witness what a true shield formation looks like." The commander laughed maniacally, joined by his soldiers, who, having been tense just moments before, relaxed upon realizing their foes numbered only 30. 300 against 30, surely, even with the knights' charge capabilities, they were doomed. Meanwhile, the 5 captives from the 10th Squadron, imprisoned and desperate, shouted from their cage, "Get lost! Hurry up! Are you all insane?" Initially, upon hearing the sound of galloping hooves, they had felt a surge of excitement, thinking reinforcements were arriving. However, upon discovering that it was merely the 30 knights of the 7th Squadron, all they could do was bitterly smile and shout for the 7th Squadron to retreat. Alas, they soon realized their cries fell on deaf ears. The 7th Squadron's speed only increased as they boldly prepared to confront the 300 elite infantry head-on. Chapter 20. A disorganized retreat. 30 cavalry charging against 300 infantry might yield a chance of victory against a depleted enemy force. But this was a fully manned 10th Squadron that had only managed to inflict losses upon half of the elite infantry. When the 10th Squadron faced this infantry, they had encountered around 600 men and had initially dismissed them as a threat. Yet, upon engagement, they were left with 40 corpses and 5 captives, having barely scattered 300 of the enemy soldiers, unable even to execute a proper beheading before retreating in disgrace. Now, the 7th Squadron emerged from some hidden corner, and the 5 captured men were filled with despair. Once 30 knights breached the shield formation of the elite infantry, escape would be impossible. The distance between the two forces dwindled. 500 meters. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. The 7th Squadron showed no signs of slowing down. The closer they drew, the more palpable their relentless momentum became. The opposing commander, witnessing the ferocity of the 7th Squadron's charge, began to doubt whether these men had come to court death. 30 against 300. What could their bravado accomplish? As he pondered this, a swift arrow, the sound of its flight slicing through the air, suddenly shot towards him from the left. Upon hearing that sound, the commander knew it was fired by a remarkable marksman. Realizing he could not evade it, he instinctively grabbed a nearby round shield to deflect the incoming arrow. His aim was correct. The arrow flew straight for his head, a sure kill. However, as the arrow struck the shield, the commander was astonished to hear a thud as it pierced through the shield and into his skull. This strike had come so suddenly that even the nearest captive from the 10th Squadron failed to comprehend what had transpired. Without a doubt, that astonishing arrow had slain the commander. This was a decapitating shot. The knight closest to the fallen commander covered his mouth in shock, his eyes bulging. The very figure they had attempted to behead countless times had been dispatched with a single arrow. What had just happened? Swish, swish. 2 more arrows, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound, flew from a distance. These arrows were as formidable as the one that had taken the commander's life, piercing through the shields held by 2 soldiers in the front line, killing them both, creating an opening in the once impenetrable shield formation for the 7th Squadron to charge through. Charge! Ling Su had awaited this moment. He had been contemplating how to penetrate the enemy lines. He had witnessed Ouyang's first arrow take out the commander, but with the commander dead and the formation established, the only way to shatter the enemy's resolve was to force an entry. Though the knights of the 7th Squadron charged fiercely, breaching the shield formation would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. Yet Ouyang demonstrated once more that his arrows possessed not only precision, but incredible power. He had torn open a gap in the shield formation with his arrows, enabling the 7th Squadron to launch a perfect assault. Boom! The conical formation of the 7th Squadron surged through the breach, catching the elite infantry completely off guard. The sudden disruption sent their ranks into disarray, and without their commander, the soldiers were left bewildered. unsure of their next move. Kill! Ling Su led the charge, transforming into a relentless wolf, ruthlessly slaughtering the disoriented enemies. Swish, 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 swish. For more arrows flew in, claiming the lives of 4 soldiers who had attempted to regroup at the newly opened breach, causing the entire shield formation to collapse. No longer dazed, the soldiers realized their doom was upon them. Without their shield wall, they were merely fodder for the cavalry, and their immediate instinct was to flee. Kill, leave none alive. As the tip of the conical formation, Ling Su advanced, cutting down soldiers like ripe wheat. The 30 knights followed suit, transforming into wolves themselves, wielding their long blades to reap the lives of those who could think of nothing but escape. Utterly vulnerable, completely vulnerable. This was the assessment of the 10th Squadron regarding the elite infantry team that once intimidated them. Yet, this evaluation was hard for them to accept, despite their fully manned 10th Squadron suffering numerous losses against this team. The 7th Squadron now rendered them utterly defenseless. Why was this so? Was it the fault of the infantry team? Certainly not. The turning point lay in that astonishing arrow that had slain the commander, fracturing the cohesion of the infantry team, while the subsequent arrows had effectively created the breach for the 7th Squadron's flawless charge. The following 4 arrows were even more terrifying. They left no opportunity for the enemy, preventing any chance of retaliation or regrouping. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows rained down from afar, each one claiming the life of a soldier attempting to resist. This moment, Ouyang, stationed at a distance, chose not to pursue the fleeing soldiers. For him, the task of chasing down deserters fell to the other knights. His role was to shatter the enemy's morale. Any attempt at resistance would be met with his deadly aim, instilling the understanding that surrender was the only means of avoiding death at his hands. Ouyang succeeded. He effectively dismantled any remaining will to resist. In an instant, no one dared to fight back. All they could think of was escape. Yet, how could 2 legs outrun 4? The 31 knights began to spread out, pursuing the fleeing soldiers. Whenever a few soldiers attempted to regroup, to ambush a knight, arrows would swiftly fly in, disrupting their formation entirely. A complete rout. In mere moments, 300 soldiers were decimated, leaving behind only those too weary to resist. Yet at this juncture, whether they resisted or not, they were doomed, for the 7th Squadron had no capacity for capturing prisoners. With just 32 members, how could they possibly take 100 captives? Let us not forget, this was still within enemy territory. Stop running. It's death no matter where you go. A soldier of somewhat advanced age halted, attempting to rally a few deserters for one final stand. Regrettably, before he could utter a word, a mysterious black arrow shaped like a trident had already introduced him to the concept of a single arrow sealing his fate. Chapter 21. The Stabbing Owl. 300 men. This time, due to the overwhelming numbers and their scattered retreat, the entire sharp-blade cavalry spent a full hour to finally eradicate the enemy. Throughout the battle, the sharp-blade cavalry suffered no fatalities, only the loss of 7 steeds and 12 lightly wounded soldiers. Fortunately, the 7th Squadron had brought 50 horses this time, and the loss of 7 was within their tolerable limits. As for the 12 lightly injured, it was of little concern. In the ranks of the sharp blade, it was rare for anyone to emerge unscathed, even during peacetime, as the intensity of their training often resulted in daily minor injuries. When the entire 7th Squadron returned, the 5 captured members of the 10th Squadron had already been released. As they gazed upon the 7th Squadron, who had once trained alongside them, they felt an unfamiliarity. Reflecting on the valor displayed by the 7th Squadron moments ago, they began to question whether this was merely a dream. Wang Ming, how did you end up captured? It was only then that Ling Su recognized that among the captured knights stood Wang Ming, the deputy commander of the 10th Squadron. Wang Ming disregarded Ling Su, his eyes scanning the knights of the sharp-blade cavalry who were presently collecting their spoils. However, no matter how he counted, he could only account for 31 men. Wang Ming understood that there must be a hidden 32nd member nearby, the archer whose extraordinary skills had dominated the entire battle. Where is he? Wang Ming could not find Ouyang, and thus turned his gaze towards Ling Su, eager to discover who had just exhibited such prowess. Who? Ling Su was fully aware of what Wang Ming was referring to, yet he relished the opportunity to tease him. This brash fellow, who usually boasted without restraint, was now in a predicament, and Ling Su could not resist the temptation to provoke him. Ling Su, from where did you procure such a formidable archer? Could it be? Wang Ming, well aware of Ling Su's identity, began to suspect that he had acquired this talent from Grand Marshal Ling Jonan. For Wang Ming, this would have been the most satisfactory explanation. But if true, he would regard Ling Su with disdain. What nonsense, this is a talent I stumbled upon by chance. Do you not know who I am? Ling Su shot a disapproving glance at Wang Ming, fully aware of what the latter was implying. Yet, being a man of considerable pride, he would never entertain such notions. Ouyang, Ouyang! Suddenly, from a distance, Xiqi stood atop a wagon, calling out towards the horizon, holding aloft a deep purple war bow. The bow's tips were carved with two owls, and its body was made from an unknown material, adorned with barbs that made it resemble two peculiar curved blades fused together. Hey! Ouyang's voice echoed from afar, and soon a robust black steed carried a young man clad in simple garments towards them at a steady pace. This is the person you were searching for. Ling Su pointed at Ouyang, his eyes brimming with pride that he had every reason to be proud. Anyone fortunate enough to gain Ouyang's allegiance would feel similarly. This little fellow, Wang Ming, observing Ouyang approach on horseback, found it hard to believe that this was the same archer who had unleashed a flurry of miraculous arrows moments before. He appeared far too youthful. Little fellow, humph, he is worth more than your entire 10th squadron combined. Ling Su cast a discontented glance at Wang Ming, who, realizing he had overstepped, noticed the displeasure etched on the faces of the 7th squadron knights around him. Come, behold this war bow. Ling Su approached Xiqi and took the bow from his hands. The moment he grasped it, he sensed its exceptional quality. As an accomplished archer himself, he found the bow's feel and craftsmanship to be nothing short of perfect. What a magnificent war bow! Ling Su exclaimed. And with a swift motion, he swung the bow towards the wagon's railing, the razor-sharp barbs slicing through the wooden support effortlessly, cleaving it in two as if it were made of mere air. Good heavens, this thing even possesses close combat capabilities. Wang Ming, having approached Ling Su's side unbeknownst to him, marveled at the bow, while he may not have understood the intricacies of war bows as well as Ling Su. It was undeniable that the deep purple war bow in Ling Su's grasp was a treasure beyond measure. Clip-clop, clip-clop, the sound of hooves echoed as Ouyang arrived, dismounting swiftly and rushing towards Ling Su. Who held the war bow? The stabbing owl bow. Ling Su read aloud the name inscribed on the bow. Let me see, Captain. Ouyang had long spied the bow, and the sight of Ling Su effortlessly severing the wagon's railing had left him in awe. He had been searching for a suitable war bow, and encountering such a gem was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Here, Ling Su handed the war bow to Ouyang, who felt an immediate connection upon receiving it. The stabbing owl bow seemed custom-made for him. Its weight and grip felt as though it were an extension of his own being. In that moment, he believed that the bow was a part of him. Drawing an arrow from the quiver on his back, Ouyang nocked it and aimed at a slender tree a kilometer away. With the stabbing owl bow's immense power, the arrow shot forth with a whoosh, piercing the tree before disappearing from sight almost as soon as it left his hand. What the heck? Ouyang leaped in excitement. He was not astonished by the bow's precision or power, but by the terrifying speed at which the arrows flew. This speed was more than double that of the bows he had previously used. Ouyang began to ponder whether, with the stabbing owl bow in hand, there existed anyone capable of evading his arrows. While Ouyang contemplated this, Wang Ming stood dumbfounded. When he saw Ouyang receive the stabbing owl bow, he could hardly believe this was the same archer from earlier, and when he witnessed Ouyang draw the trident arrow, confusion filled his eyes. Yet, all questions became irrelevant in the face of Ouyang's shot. To pierce a tree of such modest girth from a kilometer away was no small feat, even for the most skilled archer. How much more so with Ouyang's trident arrow? Wang Ming could only imagine the extent of his shock if he knew that Ouyang's arrow had been enhanced for greater lethality. Chapter 22. A deeper journey cradling the stabbing owl bow, as if it were his most cherished beloved. Ouyang's careful demeanor elicited laughter from the knights of the 7th Squadron. Captain, does this treasure belong to me? Ouyang, aware of the bow's worth, cautiously inquired of Ling Su. Of course, from now on, any spoils you can wield are yours for the taking. Ling Su waved his hand grandly to him. Such a bow was unworthy of any archer, yet Ouyang was undeniably deserving of the stabbing owl bow. Thank you, Captain. Although Ouyang directed his gratitude towards Ling Su, his gaze remained fixated on the bow. Wang Ming. After addressing Ouyang, Ling Su's attention returned to Wang Ming, who still regarded Ouyang with a look of incredulity. What is the current position of the 10th Squadron? Upon hearing Ling Su's question, Wang Ming could only smile ruefully and shake his head. They had been captured for 2 days, and in that time, how could they ascertain the whereabouts of the 10th Squadron? What of the 10th Squadron's losses? Ling Su continued to press. Including us 5. There should be around 50 who perished. However, accounting for the wounded, I believe the 10th Squadron's combat effectiveness has fallen below half. They may have retreated, despite the difficulty in accepting that he and his comrades had been abandoned. Wang Ming knew that any commander would make the same choice. Pursuing the impossible was hardly wise. Very well, from this moment forth, the 5 of you are hereby incorporated into the 7th Squadron. Do you have any objections? Ling Su looked at Wang Ming, eagerly awaiting his response. That was the very statement he had been waiting for. If the 10th Squadron were nearby, he could not enlist others. Yes, Captain. Wang Ming saluted Ling Su.at this moment. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to comply unconditionally with Ling Su. Playful banter was one thing, but now that the 7th Squadron was willing to accept them, how could they refuse? However, just as Wang Ming completed his salute, he became bewildered. He reflected on Ling Su's words. Incorporated into the 7th Squadron. Did this madman intend to delve deeper? Ling, Captain, Wang Ming began, but quickly corrected himself. For he had just been accepted into the fold, and calling him otherwise would be inappropriate. Captain, you don't intend to press further, do you? Of course, we are now less than 300 miles from the supply depot of the Southeast Army. If we delve another 300 miles, we can successfully launch a surprise attack on their supply line. Naturally, we must continue our advance. Are you out of your mind? We only have 37 men. 37 men to raid the Southeast Army's supply line. Wang Ming could no longer contain himself. It is crucial to understand that although the enemy's supply line is situated in the rear and lacks the formidable defensive forces of the front line, there would still be at least 1,000 troops escorting the supplies. To rely solely on 37 men to raid such a supply line is akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Did I ever mention a frontal assault? The entire supply line is not consolidated into one place. If we can swiftly locate a point to infiltrate, we can disrupt the enemy's access to their resource depot in batches. Ling Su was far from foolish. Attacking 1,000 with 37 was tantamount to seeking death. Although Ouyang possessed formidable support capabilities, he was no deity. However, considering the smaller size of their group, they would also be harder to detect. If they executed their plan with sufficient skill, they might breach enemy lines with minimal combat. Furthermore, given their offensive capabilities, even encountering a small contingent of defenders would be swiftly resolved. But Wang Ming wanted to say more, yet he ultimately chose silence. Having been captured once, did he truly fear dying again? As the heir of the Ling family, Ling Su dared to act. What did he have to fear? No more buts. Let us swiftly clean the battlefield and press deeper into the southeast. As Ling Su spoke, he found his steed and mounted it, shouting to the soldiers still clearing the battlefield. Only take what is useful. Burn everything else. We cannot linger. We must continue our advance. Yes, a group of 7th Squad members, who had been deliberating what to take, hastily gathered essential items before igniting the entire battlefield. The 37 members of the 7th Squad then galloped southward by the time the rescue troops arrived at the battlefield. It had already been reduced to ashes. All they could ascertain was that the 300 elite infantry, along with their commander, had been utterly annihilated, and they could not even determine who the enemy was. 3 days later, behind a small hill, the 37 knights were taking a brief respite. Over these 3 days, they had skillfully evaded 3 waves of defenders, capitalizing on their smaller numbers and greater speed. They had also engaged in 2 rapid skirmishes, both against enemies numbering no more than a handful. Before the fierce 7th Squad, both groups were obliterated in under half an hour, without even a chance to send out a distress signal. Throughout these 3 days, Wang Ming and the other 4 knights, originally from the 10th Squad, had finally come to understand the ferocity of this 37-strong unit, not to mention Ling Su, a commander as fierce as a beast who consistently led the charge. But the miraculous arrows that appeared whenever they encountered danger made it abundantly clear that the combat effectiveness of this diminutive 7th Squad was likely more formidable than that of a fully staffed unit. Wang Ming recalled that during their 2 encounters with the enemy, it was Ouyang who first spotted them, leading to their charge, no matter from which angle they charged. Ouyang's arrows always paved the way for their assault, allowing them to fully unleash their cavalry's offensive capabilities and remarkable mobility. Remarkably, over 3 days, they had not lost a single horse. Wang Ming no longer possessed the initial mindset of inevitable death. Instead, he began to ponder when they could set fire to the enemy's supply line. We should now be less than 50 miles from the enemy's temporary supply depot. Ouyang just spotted numerous patrols in the vicinity. Let us discuss how we shall infiltrate. Ling Su laid out a simple map before him, inquiring of the knights surrounding him. Ouyang leaned against a nearby tree, silent, while Li Wei stood beside him, feeling capable of charging but not inclined to consider any strategic matters. Chapter 23. The patrolman Wang Ming crouched beside the map. Studying the enemy's territorial layout depicted therein to it was nearly a flawless defensive strategy. Regardless of the direction they chose to strike from, they would undoubtedly encounter resistance. Captain, our current position is quite favorable. Look here. Deputy Captain Hao Qi pointed to a route. If we traverse this way, we will only encounter one wave of defenders. If we can swiftly defeat them, we can directly penetrate the supply depot. What about the retreat route? If we burst in from here, our escape route will be cut off. Wang Ming, having once served as deputy captain, raised his concerns. Deputy Captain Hao Qi is correct. This is indeed a viable offensive route. However, consider this. If we enter from here, even if we can quickly defeat the enemy, once we ignite the supply depot, we will undoubtedly be surrounded from behind. At that point, we will have no means of retreat. Why must we retreat? Hao Qi looked at Wang Ming in confusion. And as he spoke, others mirrored his expression, as if Wang Ming were the only odd one among them. Wang Ming's mind spun. He clutched his head, contemplating the group of men. What were they thinking? To charge in and set a fire, only to perish within. While the strategic significance was immense, it certainly paled in comparison to the glory of igniting the flames and retreating safely, did it not? Not retreating is one thing. But if we all perish in battle, Wang Ming had resigned himself to the notion of certain death. Yet before he could finish, Ouyang, leaning against a tree trunk nearby, interrupted him. Why die in battle? I'm quite enjoying being alive. We can launch our assault from the position Deputy Captain Hao Qi mentioned, and then continue advancing for another 40 to 50 miles to safety. After that, we can easily change direction towards that small town over there, Ouyang said, stepping forward to point at the town on the map as he indicated. If they followed his proposed route, they would encounter almost no defenders along the way. Hearing Ouyang's words, Wang Ming nearly lost his mind. They had just been discussing how to retreat, and now this young man had, in a single breath, urged them deeper into enemy territory. This is splendid. The garrison at Feishui town is minimal. We can definitely create some chaos there before heading northwest. If we travel 400 miles northwest, we will rendezvous with our forces. Ling Su wholeheartedly agreed with Ouyang's plan, as he had never considered a retreat after the assault. His thoughts were solely focused on inflicting maximum damage on the enemy. As Ling Su spoke, nearly everyone nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly, the course of action proposed by Ling Su was perilous, whether they advanced straight to Feishui town or diverted towards the northwest. They would be moving deeper into enemy territory. The 37 knights, if even slightly cornered, would face annihilation. Madness, utter madness. Wang Ming gazed at this band of lunatics, realizing that madness was the only term that could aptly describe the 7th Squad. They had entirely dismissed the significance of the enemy's rear, devising such a treacherous route. Wang Ming began to wonder if his heart could endure if he continued to remain with the 7th Squad. Does anyone have any objections? Ling Su rose to address the gathered knights. As he had anticipated, the group shook their heads in unison, expressing no dissent. Excellent. We shall rest for 1 hour before launching our nighttime assault. Ling Su was a man of decisive action. Once he established a course of action, he would execute it immediately. Is a nighttime assault feasible? Can Ouyang maintain efficiency? Wang Ming interjected again, fully aware that although Ling Su was the captain, the true spirit of the team was Ouyang. Without Ouyang's remarkable archery skills from the outset, they would never have dared to propose such a plan. Not a problem. Ouyang nodded in response. While he lacked night vision capabilities, his exceptional eyesight allowed him to spot targets even a kilometer away in the dark. And with his archery skills, he could still maintain formidable combat effectiveness. An hour later, the prepared 7th Squad emerged from their hiding place behind the small hill. Each knight's steed was shod with muffled hooves. and their mouths were temporarily silenced to minimize noise. The 37 knights, having determined their direction, began to follow the pre-established route without a trace of fear. The series of battles over the preceding days had instilled in them a sufficient momentum. This seemingly perilous path was not a concern for them. Their sole focus was on how to vanquish the enemy. 50 miles may not seem too distant, yet for the 7th Squad, mounted on purebred warhorses, it was hardly a challenge. They covered the distance in less than half an hour, soon discovering the encampment of the defenders blocking their path. Countless campfires blazed within, and patrols meandered about carelessly. After all, this was their rear, and no one would suspect an impending raid. Hence, even the patrols were exceedingly lax. "Captain, do not worry. I will take care of a few patrols first," Ouyang said, shouldering 2 quivers of triangular arrows as he approached the enemy patrols with his crossbow at the ready. The entire encampment housed over 200 guards, while the number of patrolling soldiers was approximately 20. However, due to their scattered positions, it became exceedingly easy for Ouyang to take action. This ease was specifically for Ouyang. One must understand that it was nighttime. And to eliminate the enemy's patrolling soldiers, he needed to ensure that each arrow found its mark, allowing him to completely annihilate the patrol without alerting others. Ling Su, Wang Meng, and the others were concealed behind a small grove, waiting for Ouyang's move. Wang Meng appeared unusually tense. Despite having witnessed Ouyang's archery skills numerous times, he wondered if Ouyang could still achieve such precision at this distance under the cover of night. Before Wang Meng could ponder further, Ouyang had already made his move. Having hidden atop a leafy tree, he drew his bow and released the first arrow. This black triangular arrow was nearly imperceptible in the darkness, and the sound of its flight was minimized under Ouyang's control. The moment the arrow was loosed, a solitary patrolling soldier was struck down from behind without any awareness of his impending doom. The members of the 7th Squad, observing Ouyang's almost supernatural archery, collectively gasped in astonishment. To possess such accuracy at night was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he was one of their own. Had he been an enemy, they would have to remain in constant vigilance against the incoming triangular arrows. Chapter 24. A solo performance. Following the demise of the first soldier, Ouyang did not cease his assault. He drew his bow once more, but could find no more isolated enemies. Thus, he was left with no choice but to wait for an opportunity to achieve a double kill. Whoosh! A barely audible sound pierced the air as a black triangular arrow soared from the dense thicket, curving gracefully to pierce the throats of 2 patrolling soldiers walking together. "Aye!" Wang Meng wanted to scream, but after uttering a single word, he quickly covered his mouth. He stared in disbelief at the fallen soldiers. This was a true double kill, executed with such perfection and sharpness, and accomplished in the dead of night. Could this individual even be human? Before Wang Meng could fully contemplate Ouyang's humanity, he caught sight of Ouyang drawing his bow again. This time, the opportunity for a double kill had vanished, and he resorted to another technique. A double shot. 2 black arrows, indistinguishable in their timing, spiraled forth from the treetop, like 2 venomous dragons, silently piercing the throats of 2 patrolling soldiers. Wang Meng's eyes bulged in astonishment. Not only him, but even the members of the 7th Squad were filled with uncontainable excitement. They had witnessed Ouyang's double shot before, but that had been aimed at Ling Su and had not resulted in any casualties. Now, witnessing Ouyang's double shot take down 2 enemies, their blood seemed to boil with adrenaline. It felt like a performance. After the 2 arrows felled the 2 patrolling soldiers, another pair of arrows flew forth. Once again, it was a double shot, executed with nearly identical force and speed, successfully eliminating another 2 patrolling soldiers. Having been stunned by the first display, the onlookers were not desensitized by seeing it a second time. It must be noted that even among legendary archers, a double shot was merely a myth. Yet today, they were fortunate enough to witness Ouyang's astonishing display of skill. "Is this fellow a monster?" Wang Meng whispered urgently to Ling Su, eager for an affirmation of his suspicion. Yet, when he glanced at Ling Su, he found him staring ahead in disbelief, as if witnessing a pig climb a tree. Wang Meng abruptly turned his head. But by the time he looked back, he could only see 3 patrolling soldiers collapsing simultaneously. What just happened?" Wang Meng inquired of Ling Su, desperate to understand how 3 soldiers had fallen at once. One bow, 3 arrows. Ling Su was equally bewildered. If a double shot was merely a legend, then a triple shot was unheard of. Yet, at that moment, Ouyang was performing the impossible before their eyes. During his training, Ouyang's limit had been to shoot 4 arrows simultaneously, achieving a mere 10% success rate. However, in this world, with the precious stabber bow, he had managed to elevate his success rate to 30%. But even then, he dared not attempt to shoot 4 arrows at once. 3 arrows, however, were a different story. With the stabber bow, his probability of success for shooting 3 arrows simultaneously was 70%. And he had just succeeded, hitting all 3 targets. Shooting 3 arrows at once. Are you jesting? Wang Meng could scarcely accept this reality, but when he glanced around, every knight was equally dumbfounded, gazing at Ouyang atop the tree as if he were a deity. Whoosh! Another pair of triangular arrows flew from his bowstring, and once more, 2 patrolling soldiers felled up. By this point, Ouyang had successfully eliminated 12 patrolling soldiers, with only 8 remaining together, making it nearly impossible to take them all out at once. Ouyang signaled the knight brigade to prepare for an assault, then drew his bow again. This time, it was neither a double shot nor a triple shot, although he held several triangular arrows. Only one was knocked on the bowstring. I can only shoot in succession. Every kill counts. Ouyang understood that even if he could successfully shoot 4 arrows, it would be meaningless, as there were 8 enemies, and he could not possibly expect to achieve a double kill with 4 arrows. Even Ouyang, confident in his archery, would not dare to consider such a feat. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A flurry of triangular arrows flew from Ouyang's hands. Each arrow released in under a second. In less than 10 seconds, he had fired 4 arrows. These arrows flew in rapid succession, the first striking down the last enemy, the second swiftly dispatching the second-to-last soldier. Thus, he had successfully eliminated the last 4 of the 8. The last 4 fell. The remaining 4 finally noticed Ouyang. They opened their mouths to call out, but only 2 managed to utter a sound. For at that moment, Ouyang shot 2 more arrows, killing 2 of the remaining 4. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Following the loud cries, the 2 were also shot down, but the alarm had already been raised, and the enemy was now aware of their presence. At the sound of enemy attack, the 36 members of the 7th Squad had already mounted their horses and charged toward the enemy camp. In the dead of night, their numbers were invisible, yet the thunderous sound of hooves echoed, throwing the entire enemy camp into disarray. Enemy attack! We are under attack! Countless soldiers, just awakening from slumber, had no time to don their armor or grasp their weapons before the 7th Squad had already stormed in. The charge of 36 cavalry against a group of 200 who could barely find their swords was inevitable. Under Ling Su's leadership, the 7th Squad executed their massacre with ruthless efficiency. Release the messenger hawks. Quickly, release the messenger hawks, someone shouted, desperate to send word for aid. Yet they were utterly defenseless against such ferocious foes. 4 messenger hawks were simultaneously launched into the air, but as soon as they took flight, 2 black triangular arrows sped towards them. A double kill. Both arrows achieved a double kill. Not a single messenger hawk managed to escape. In the face of Ouyang, those swift, small birds, adept at evading arrows, had no time to react before being shot down. The slaughter of the messenger hawks was a devastating blow to the already chaotic enemy camp, for without them, there would be no hope of reinforcements arriving. Chapter 25. Hawks in flight. The 7th Squad acted with remarkable swiftness, having faced an enemy that offered little resistance. Moreover, as cavalry, they charged through, trampling many underfoot, with dozens already dead beneath their hooves. Ouyang, for his part, had not yet entered the main battlefield. As an archer, his mission had been accomplished. He had successfully suppressed the enemy and executed a flawless ambush. Now, his task was to replenish his arrows, ready to strike down any foes attempting to flee under the cover of darkness. Unlike before, where Ouyang had often grown weary of pursuing enemies at this point, knowing the cavalry could handle the chase. This time they were pressed for time and needed swift resolution. Thus, Ouyang took on the role of resupplying arrows. A quarter of an hour later, the battle was nearly over. It had been an ambush without suspense, striking the enemy camp before they even had a chance to react. The entire engagement concluded almost as quickly as it had begun, after bringing an end to the last small batch of defiant enemies. Ling Su did not even afford his team a moment to scour the battlefield. The 37 continued their march toward the southeast, as their task for the night was not to raid this encampment. Eliminating over 200 individuals here held no strategic significance. Proceed onward. Target the supply depot. Ling Su commanded as he led his team into a swift march. The depot was less than 30 miles away, and while it was a crucial location, the overwhelming presence of outside guards meant that there were virtually no defenders within the supply depot itself. Mostly just supply officers tasked with oversight. Based on Ling Su's understanding of the Xiqi kingdom, the combined number of supply officers and a handful of patrolling soldiers should not exceed 100. Once these 37 wolves broke in, the enemy would essentially be awaiting their demise. Ouyang, the next phase rests upon you. You need not kill any men, just shoot the birds. Ling Su called back to Ouyang, who maintained a steady position at the rear. Oh, Ouyang responded, having acclimatized to the battlefield's rules after numerous skirmishes. In this realm where it was either kill or be killed, he no longer felt the trepidation that had marked his initial arrival. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to speak. All will be summarized post-battle. Upon turning back, Ling Su noticed Wang Meng subtly inching closer to Ouyang, seemingly eager to inquire about archery. However, this was hardly the time for such questions. Ouyang needed to maintain the utmost clarity of mind to successfully execute the impending task. The supply depot was of paramount importance. Despite the scant defenders, the number of messenger eagles within was substantial. Should they breach the depot, the enemy would undoubtedly release their messenger eagles in a frantic bid for help. Their ability to escape after setting the supply depot ablaze hinged entirely on Ouyang's proficiency in eliminating all messenger eagles. For the 7th Squadron in a state of rapid march, 30 miles was hardly a daunting distance. In just a quarter of an hour, they could already see the flickering lights of the temporary supply depot on the Xiqi side, as anticipated by Ling Su. There were almost no defenders present, with merely a dozen patrolling soldiers. Less than the guards stationed outside. Not many in number. Ouyang, act freely. The rest follow me shortly. We shall annihilate them. Remember, prioritize killing before igniting any fires. No one should strike a match just yet. Focus on eliminating the enemy. Ling Su reiterated, emphasizing the importance of not igniting the depot prematurely, as fire would inevitably alarm the surrounding guards, trapping them in a precarious situation. Understood, the knights replied in unison, while Ouyang had stealthily dismounted and vanished from the eyes of the 7th Squadron. No one paid him any mind. This fellow had an uncanny knack for locating the most advantageous positions for attack, and this occasion would likely prove no exception. The 36 knights swiftly drew their gleaming long knives, pulling the reins of their horses to form a charging formation as they launched their assault on the supply camp adjacent to the depot. Meanwhile, Ouyang had no time to concern himself with the ongoing attack below. He had already located a vantage point from which he could swiftly insert 2/3 of his triangular arrows into the ground for easy access to eliminate the messenger eagles. The charging formation of 36 knights swiftly dispatched the patrolling soldiers, then proceeded to wreak havoc within the enemy camp. The enemy's reaction this time was markedly quicker, particularly in their frantic release of messenger eagles. Rather than engaging in combat, the first instinct of every soldier roused from slumber in the camp was to unleash the messenger eagles nearby. That a multitude of messenger eagles erupted from various tents. And Ouyang, already armed with his bow and 4 arrows, simultaneously released all 4. His task of eliminating the messenger eagles did not require pinpoint precision. Thus, even with 4 arrows at once, he could achieve a double kill. A cascade of messenger eagles began to plummet from the sky, while the battle below raged fiercely, characterized by the 7th Squadron's relentless slaughter of those who had only known to release messenger eagles, offering little resistance before being slain. Whoosh, whoosh. Triangular arrows flew from Ouyang's hands as he darted about, targeting the scattering messenger eagles. This batch was even more numerous than Ling Su had anticipated, exceeding by dozens, making Ouyang's task increasingly strenuous. Despite the challenge, he remained confident in his ability to eliminate every last one. Though it was night, the illumination from below brightened the sky, allowing him to effectively track and shoot down the fleeing messenger eagles. 75, 80, 85. Ouyang mentally counted. In this brief span, he had already downed 85 messenger eagles. However, the remaining ones began to disperse, and if he wished to continue his onslaught, he risked allowing some to escape. Ouyang dashed from his high point toward the battlefield, firing arrows as he ran to intercept the fleeing messenger eagles. Send me to that granary. Upon reaching the center of the battlefield, he spotted Ling Su engaged in combat. He pointed toward the granary at the heart of the supply depot while shouting to Ling Su. Come, Ling Su bellowed, seizing Ouyang and, with all his might, hurled him toward the granary, which stood over 20 meters tall. Chapter 26. The unfathomable enemy forces flung by Ling Su. Ouyang felt akin to a cannonball soaring into the sky. Though the throw was rough, it was executed with impeccable precision, landing him squarely in the center of the granary. Upon alighting atop the granary, Ouyang's perspective widened, and he did not cease firing. A flurry of arrows quickly felled another 30 to 40 messenger eagles attempting to escape. I won't let you flee. From this central position, you have nowhere to run. Ouyang relentlessly drew arrows from his quiver, each shot resulting in a messenger eagle plummeting from the sky, standing atop the granary, in the heart of the battlefield with an unobstructed view. He was determined not to allow a single one to escape. While Ouyang rained arrows down upon the fleeing eagles, the battle below was drawing to a close. The soldiers, who had offered scant resistance, were quickly dispatched by the 7th Squadron. Once the last of the enemy fell, every gaze turned skyward. The once bustling sky was now devoid of messenger eagles. Yet Ouyang continued to unleash his arrows, targeting the treetops and dense thickets, and soon, another messenger eagle would fall from the skies. 147, just one left. Ouyang had observed a total of 148 messenger eagles released, and having already shot down 147, he surmised that the final one was cleverly concealed. He began to deliberate on the possible hiding spots of the last eagle. Right here. After a moment of contemplation, a smile broke across Ouyang's face. He released an arrow aimed at a grove, not realizing that this final messenger eagle was too well hidden for him to see. However, not seeing it did not mean he could not anticipate its location. The arrow struck the foliage, startling the hidden eagle. Attempting to escape westward, it barely flew 5 meters before a triangular arrow pierced its body, bringing it down. Got it. With the last messenger eagle slain, Ouyang gestured in triumph and called down. I'm coming down. Catch me. Without hesitation, he leaped from the granary's height of over 20 meters. This act demonstrated his utmost trust in his comrades. Had he harbored any doubts, he would never have dared to leap so decisively. His trust was well placed, for at that moment, 8 knights had formed a circle below, successfully catching Ouyang as he descended. Seeing Ouyang safely down, Ling Su shouted, "Set the fire! Move out!" Instantly, the knights produced their fire starters, igniting the oilcloths they had prepared in advance, hurling them in various directions. This was a supply depot, and aside from weapons, it contained provisions and clothing. All highly flammable materials. The 30-some individuals, having just dispatched their foes, showed no signs of hesitation as they ignited the depot and followed Ling Su deeper into the chaos. The knights arrived swiftly and departed even faster. The entire engagement, from onset to ignition and retreat, had consumed less than half an hour. Yet in that brief time, they had obliterated an entire supply depot. When the army of the Western Qi Kingdom arrived at this location, drawn by the flickering flames, the military supply depot was already engulfed in a towering inferno. At this moment, it was not just a matter of attempting to rescue it. Even summoning a modern firefighting brigade would likely prove futile. This conflagration raged throughout the night. Yet this was not what incensed the Western Qi Kingdom the most. Their true ire stemmed from the fact that they had not discovered a single trace of the enemy throughout the ordeal. Were it not for their knowledge that the depot was manned solely by utterly loyal individuals, they might have suspected the presence of a traitor among them. Within the command tent of the Southeastern Army, Ling Jonan remained deeply troubled. The 10th Squadron had returned, suffering a minor setback. Their surprise assault on an elite infantry unit had resulted in the loss of 50 men, a piece of news far from favorable. Ling Jonan was still pondering the whereabouts of the 7th Squadron led by Ling Su. 2 days prior, he had personally arrived at the Southeastern Army's headquarters, but he had arrived too late. For by the time he reached there, the 32 members of the 7th Squadron had already departed for an entire day, making any hope of recapturing them nearly impossible. Initially, Ling Jonan had hoped that the 7th Squadron might encounter the 10th Squadron, thereby merging their forces and exponentially increasing their safety. However, when the 10th Squadron returned with the news that they had not encountered the 7th Squadron, his heart plummeted to despair. Report. Urgent military dispatch. Suddenly, a messenger's voice rang out from outside the command tent. Enter. Ling Jonan rubbed his face to compose himself, striving to appear more natural. Whenever matters of military significance arose, he would immediately set aside his personal concerns and transform into a true iron-blooded general. "Marshal, we have just received word that one of the enemy's supply depots was set ablaze last night by an inexplicably appearing force, suspected to be the 7th Squadron." The messenger delivered the shocking news of the burning supply depot. What? The enemy's supply depot was burned, suspected to be the 7th Squadron. How could this be? Ling Jonan found it difficult to believe that it was important to remember that the Western Qi Kingdom's supply depots were situated at the rear, unlike those of the Great Yin Kingdom, which were typically located on the front lines. Thus, igniting a supply depot of the Western Qi Kingdom seemed nearly impossible. Indeed, marshaled a cavalry unit, suspected to be the 7th Squadron, infiltrated the enemy's rear from the southeast, approximately 200 miles away, slaying 300 elite infantrymen. They then pressed further, breaching 2 enemy defensive positions, and last night reached a location just 80 miles from the supply depot. At Xiaocang Mountain, the messenger continued, now standing before a detailed map to elaborate further. They then launched a sudden attack from behind Xiaocang Mountain, striking a 200-man enemy garrison and annihilating them. Subsequently, they advanced further, stealthily arriving at the enemy's supply depot, executing their mission to destroy and set it ablaze. The messenger relayed the information he had received with palpable excitement coursing through him. He could hardly believe the report. A cavalry unit had audaciously penetrated the enemy's rear and inflicted such significant damage, an unprecedented feat in the annals of the Great Yin Kingdom. As he listened to the messenger's account, Ling Jonan found himself rising in excitement. Undoubtedly, this cavalry had achieved a remarkable victory. Not only had they burned the enemy's supply depot, but the news of their triumph would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous morale booster. Chapter 27. Unfathomable. Ling Jonan regarded the messenger, his mind racing with images of the cavalry's route of advance. Departing from the Southeastern Army's headquarters, they had decimated a force of 300 elite infantrymen, yet continued their advance, suggesting minimal combat attrition. However, he could not fathom how they had managed to accomplish this. Furthermore, having overrun 2 enemy garrisons and still pressing deeper into enemy territory seemed utterly reckless. While the initial defeat of 300 might be explicable with minimal losses, how could they maintain their combat effectiveness in the subsequent 2 skirmishes? Ling Jonan pondered these thoughts, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Although he found it hard to accept such a remarkable achievement, the arrival of the report left no room for doubt. If this was indeed the 7th Squadron, did it mean that Ling Su had no escape route left and had ultimately chosen to perish alongside the enemy at the supply depot? A wave of anguish washed over Ling Jonan at the thought. If Ling Su truly fell in battle, how would he explain this to his elders? Even in death, how could he face the ancestors? How many cavalrymen were involved? And what is their current position? Although Ling Jonan hoped fervently that it was indeed his son leading the 7th Squadron to such splendid success, he also feared for the worst, for venturing so deeply into enemy territory left little chance of survival. We do not know. After the assault on the supply depot, they disappeared. The messenger conveyed the information to Ling Jonan. Disappeared? What does that mean? Ling Jonan was perplexed. Regardless of whether this was the 7th Squadron, there should have been some confirmation of casualties among the fallen. What could disappeared possibly signify? Death in battle is death. What did it mean to vanish? Thus far, we have not received a single report of a fallen cavalryman, and they have indeed vanished after the assault on the supply depot. However, one thing is certain. This cavalry unit must have successfully extricated themselves. The messenger continued to report candidly. No reports of fallen cavalrymen, successfully extricated. Ling Jonan found himself at a loss for words. The absence of news about casualties could be explained, given their position in the enemy's rear. Even if they received information, it would not be complete. Yet the notion of a successful extraction was utterly baffling. Just look at the military map, which indicated the garrison forces. The location of the burned supply depot lay at the heart of countless defensive troops. How could this cavalry unit have departed after igniting the enemy's supply depot? Did they sprout wings and fly away? Even if they had wings, would they have been able to escape under such circumstances? Indeed, Marshal, our informant in the front has conveyed that the enemy did not even discern the appearance or affiliation of this cavalry unit. For they employed ruthless tactics, annihilating every opponent they encountered, leaving not a single survivor. Not only we, But even the enemy remains unaware of the whereabouts and precise numbers of this cavalry unit. The messenger continued his report, unaware of their position and numbers. Unaware of their position and numbers, Ling Jonan muttered to himself, his mind racing to analyze the conditions that could lead to such a scenario. But in his assessment, the only situation that could result in this lack of knowledge regarding numbers and location would be if the unit was lightly armed and extremely few in number, stealthily finding places to conceal themselves. Only under such circumstances could the enemy completely fail to detect their presence. Yet, this reasoning also seemed illogical. If their numbers were few, how could they have overwhelmed 300 elite infantrymen and managed to infiltrate the supply depot? Continue the search. Notify the 22nd and 24th Squadrons in the north to be vigilant. If this cavalry unit is capable of breaking through the encirclement, the most likely location for their retreat would be to the north. Although Ling Jonan issued this command, he harbored little faith in the prospects of this suspected 7th Squadron of cavalry. The likelihood of their survival after such a deep incursion into enemy territory was exceedingly low. Yet, given their previous string of miracles, Ling Jonan held out hope for yet another. The weather in June proved to be exceptionally volatile. What had been a relatively clear sky moments ago had now turned into a light drizzle. Meanwhile, the members of the 7th Squadron were huddled within a vast natural cave in Decisive Mountain, approximately 40 to 50 miles from Xiqi City, seeking shelter from the rain. 3 days had elapsed since their audacious raid. And during this time, they had not encountered any enemy forces, for no one would suspect them to be so bold as to approach the vicinity of Xiqi City. They were acutely aware that numerous Western Xi troops would undoubtedly be searching for them. So they had remained concealed within Decisive Mountain for the past 3 days. The terrain of Decisive Mountain was exceedingly complex, making it ill-suited for cavalry to linger. However, Ling Su chose to tread an unconventional path, believing that even the enemy would never anticipate their hiding place so close to Xiqi City, thus making it their safest refuge. "Captain, you must do something about him. I can't stand it any longer." Li Wei approached Ling Su with a distressed expression, referring to Wang Ming, who, since learning of Ouyang's formidable archery skills, had persistently sought to learn from him. However, Ouyang had resolutely declined, stating that Wang Ming was simply not cut out to be an archer. Naturally, Wang Ming could not accept this defeat and had adopted a relentless approach, persistently pestering Ouyang for an entire day. Gradually, he noticed that Ouyang seemed to disregard his presence entirely, which left him feeling utterly disheartened. By chance, he learned from other comrades that Li Wei had come from the same village as Ouyang, prompting him to shift his focus. He began to target Li Wei, hoping to win him over and enlist his help in persuading Ouyang. This time, Li Wei has truly encountered a formidable opponent, a loquacious individual. He could only endure a mere morning in the presence of Wang Ming before succumbing to defeat. Faced with the shameless Wang Ming, Li Wei could only lament his own inadequacy. In comparison to Wang Ming, this chatterbox appeared as nothing more than a mute fledgling. "Captain, I am on the verge of madness." Li Wei was nearly in tears, as Wang Ming's incessant harassment during this period had cast a shadow over his tender heart. That he suspected that if Wang Ming continued to torment him, he would never escape from the grasp of Decisive Mountain. Ling Su watched Li Wei with amusement. He had always known Wang Ming to be a nuisance, but he never realized just how difficult Wang Ming could be at that moment. He began to doubt whether Wang Ming's position as vice-captain was truly earned through his silver tongue. Chapter 28. The clash before the battle. The rain showed no signs of abating. What began as a light drizzle had transformed into a torrential downpour. Yet Ling Su, well aware of the capricious weather in June, knew that this deluge would likely not last more than 3 hours. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Xiqi approached Ling Su, who was currently munching on rations while studying a rudimentary military map. Upon hearing Xiqi's inquiry, Ling Su pointed to Xiqi City on the map and remarked, "Although Xiqi City may not be a grand city, it is still defended by several thousand soldiers. We cannot take it, and even if the garrison were fewer, our cavalry alone would lack the capacity to assault it. Thus, we must avoid that path. Moreover, heading southwest from here would lead us into the southeastern military district of the enemy, rendering that route unsafe." Ling Su was analyzing the situation. Over the past 3 days, he had been devising the best course of action. His 7th squad had achieved remarkable feats along the way, managing to avoid any casualties thus far, and now his primary objective was to find a way for his comrades to escape safely. "Look here, He pointed to the northernmost region of the Xiqi kingdom, where their northern army was stationed. Our forces here are the strongest, consistently pressing the Xiqi army in battle. If we can devise a strategy to lure the enemy forces toward Fei Shui City, we may be able to create a small diversion and break through their encirclement. Ling Su had already identified this route, but the challenge lay in the fact that, despite the comparatively weaker defenses here, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. They were not 370 strong. They were merely 37. How could 37 men break through the encirclement? The crux of the matter depended on whether they could entice the enemy to rush back to Fei Shui City. Once the northern enemy forces were drawn back, they could circumvent Decisive Mountain and escape at their speed. To compel them to reinforce Fei Shui City, we must create a sense of crisis there. Though Fei Shui City is small, it is a strategic stronghold they cannot afford to lose. Once it is threatened, the nearest northern army will undoubtedly rush to its aid. Xiqi nodded in agreement with Ling Su's analysis. Indeed. But the dilemma lies in how we can instill a sense of danger in Fei Shui City and prompt them to call for assistance. Ling Su pondered, realizing that until this issue was resolved, their escape would remain impossible. Scare them, Li Wei suddenly interjected. Though he had only recently joined the 7th Squad, he had already immersed himself in the chaos of battle, and he felt he had a voice now. How do we scare them? Are we going to march 37 men to their gates and intimidate them? Who would be afraid, us or them? Ling Su shot Li Wei a disapproving glance, clearly unimpressed. Then we could infiltrate and scare them. Li Wei persisted. We can disguise ourselves as commoners and slip into the city amidst the rain. However, his suggestion was met with disdainful looks from the others, including Ouyang. Infiltrate. The 7th Squad had reached this point thanks to their swift speed and formidable combat prowess. If they discarded their weapons and horses for civilian attire, slipping in would be feasible, but how would they instill fear once inside? With mere words, if all 37 of them were like Wang Meng, it might just be possible. How about this? Ouyang stood up from the ground and crouched beside Ling Su. What if we follow Li Wei's idea and create a commotion at the city gates? What do you mean? Ling Su did not believe Ouyang was as mindless as Li Wei. If he dared to suggest such a plan, he must have a backup strategy, though Ling Su was yet unaware of what that might be. While we cannot intimidate them by attacking the city, we can take a different approach that we can create some chaos at the gates and issue a challenge to scare them. What do you think? Ouyang proposed a clever ruse to instill fear. A challenge. How do we issue one? Ling Su was hearing of such tactics for the first time, yet he was keen to hear Ouyang's plan. We've fought our way here, and the enemy is surely aware of our presence. However, we have suffered no casualties thus far, and we have left no survivors in our wake. The enemy cannot possibly know our true numbers. They only see us as a small force consistently defeating larger ones. But they remain unaware of our actual count. Ouyang explained, his eyes gleaming with insight. To put it simply, we know we are only 37 strong and can only execute surprise attacks, but the enemy does not. Therefore, if we create a ruckus at their gates, we can dictate our numbers as long as we do not exaggerate too wildly. They should believe us. Ouyang revealed his intent. Are you suggesting we inflate our numbers to make them think we might be 370 or even 3007, causing them to panic and call for reinforcements? Ling Su's eyes lit up upon grasping Ouyang's scheme. Undeniably, it was a brilliantly devised plan. Precisely. However, we must be clever in how we present this challenge. We should subtly imply that we are merely the vanguard, with the main force arriving soon. Ouyang acknowledged the inherent risk of their provocation, as it would expose their position and necessitate an immediate retreat around Decisive Mountain to avoid encirclement. Indeed, Ling Su nodded thoughtfully, contemplating how to craft a misleading message that would still gain the enemy's trust. Let Ouyang issue the challenge at the front, and then we can swiftly retreat. Li Wei chimed in again, albeit somewhat nonsensically. Ouyang shot him a disapproving look. While it was one thing to issue a challenge, it was another entirely to expect to escape afterward. Excellent idea. Just as Ouyang was preparing to chastise Li Wei, Ling Su suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up. Let Ouyang issue the challenge at the front, while we support him. Once the skirmish concludes, we will make our exit. Huh. Ouyang was taken aback. Li Wei might be dim-witted. But when did Ling Su also lose his wit? How could he endorse such a simplistic notion? Yet, as he pondered, Ouyang began to understand Ling Su's perspective and offered a knowing smile. Ha ha ha. We can have our fun before we leave. That will surely be a satisfying conclusion. With Ling Su's decisive nature, once a plan was formed, action would swiftly follow. Ouyang, prepare well. This performance is solely yours. Your success hinges entirely on your own efforts. Ling Su clapped Ouyang on the shoulder and continued, when this is over, I will personally commend you at the military headquarters. Upon hearing Ling Su's words, the knights of the 7th Squad nodded in agreement. Without a doubt, had it not been for Ouyang's contributions, they would not have made it this far. If a commendation were to be given, Ouyang would undoubtedly be the one to receive it. Chapter 29. The final blow. The rain ceased, and the knights of the 7th Squad finally descended from Ditsang Mountain to it was now dusk. And as the rain clouds dispersed, the sky revealed a breathtaking evening glow. However, no matter how enchanting the scenery, the members of the 7th Squad were too preoccupied to appreciate it, especially Ouyang, who was anxious about his impending duel at the city gates. Where he would be positioned below while the enemy loomed above, they hurried toward Fei Shui City. Although it had recently rained, the roads of the Xiqi kingdom remained in good condition. With minimal standing water, the recent downpour had rendered the thoroughfare devoid of any human presence, and the 7th Squad gallantly rode in their great Yun Kingdom uniforms along the road. Fei Shui City, though not particularly large, was the closest city to the front line, possessing immense strategic significance. As such, this small city boasted towering walls exceeding 20 meters in height. Upon sighting Fei Shui City, the last rays of the setting sun shimmered faintly, and the city itself appeared relatively quiet. Aside from a few scattered soldiers atop the walls engaged in idle chatter, the city gates revealed no signs of bustling citizens entering or exiting. How many soldiers do you think that army that infiltrated our rear consists of? One of the guard soldiers leaned against the city wall, inquiring of his companion. I've heard there are over 1,000, and they are said to be a more elite secret force than the sharp blade cavalry, the other guard replied, polishing his long spear. Thousands of individuals have surged into our ancestral home, and we have received not a whisper from the front lines. You think they are merely idling? The soldier who initially inquired displayed evident dissatisfaction with the situation at the front. Humph. The southern front is manageable, but the northern front has suffered defeat after defeat. That I suspect these men have advanced from the north. The guard cleaning his weapon also expressed his frustration regarding the continual losses in the north. What could possibly be the motive of these thousands who have vanished for so many days? Another soldier, apparently a recruit, chimed in. What else could they be planning but to assault our beloved Fei Shui City? The seasoned soldier cast a disdainful glance at the novice, jesting casually. Yet, upon uttering these words, he noticed the recruit's face had turned ashen. They really are attacking Fei Shui City. The recruit's reaction prompted a chorus of laughter from the veterans leaning against the city wall, who believed the young lad had been frightened by their jest. However, before they could further ridicule the recruit, a black triangular arrow suddenly shot forth, piercing through the recruit's throat and pinning him to the pillar behind. The abruptness of this turn of events left even the self-proclaimed seasoned veterans momentarily stunned. Yet, after merely 3 or 4 seconds, they grasped the gravity of the situation. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A throng of veterans shouted. Close the city gates! Quickly, close the gates! We are under attack! The cacophony of their cries left the guards at the gate with no time to ascertain the scale of the assault. They hastily shut the gates, while the veterans atop the wall readied their bows to retaliate against the foes below. One veteran drew back his bowstring and stood up, preparing to shoot, but as soon as he poked his head out, a black triangular arrow struck him, piercing through his skull. At this moment, Ouyang stood behind his horse, using it as a shield. He loosed arrows from his Xiao bow, meticulously targeting the archers on the wall. The moment anyone exposed themselves, he would swiftly eliminate them with a shot. What the hell are you still doing? Hurry and call for reinforcements. Quickly, call for reinforcements. The veteran archers, though capable of shooting, lacked precision. Their aim was abysmal. The efficiency of Fei Shui City was commendable. In no time, over 100 archers equipped with longbows ascended the walls, replacing the veterans who had been rendered impotent, unable to retaliate. These archers swiftly found their positions and simultaneously drew their longbows, preparing to engage the enemy below. However, upon extending their bows, they were dismayed to see merely a small contingent of cavalry standing at a distance, starkly contrasting their anticipation of thousands attacking the city. Whoosh! As they deliberated, a black triangular arrow soared from afar, piercing through the head of one of the archers that I in that moment. The startled archers disregarded the enemy's numbers below and frantically drew their bows to counterattack. Instantly, hundreds of arrows launched from behind the wall, yet they fell short, failing to reach their mark, plummeting to the ground. They could not strike Ouyang, but that did not mean Ouyang could not strike them. He unleashed arrow after arrow. And with each release, another archer was impaled upon the wall that I in no time. Ouyang single-handedly suppressed over 100 archers atop the wall. Damn! The defenders atop the wall were nearing madness. None among them were skilled marksmen. Their range was utterly inadequate. No matter how they shot, it was impossible to reach the enemy, while the enemy continued to eliminate their ranks. This was their first experience of such a frustrating battle that a mere 30 or 40 assailants had come. And so far, only one exceptional marksman had taken action, yet that single marksman had managed to decimate all their archers. Where are the cavalry? Let the cavalry charge. The archers on the wall were incensed. They had become as timid as the veterans before them, cowering behind the wall, fearing to show themselves. Anyone who dared to expose themselves would surely meet their demise at the hands of a black triangular arrow. What is happening? What is happening? The lord of Feishui City finally ascended the wall, observing the archers huddled behind. His first thought was that the enemy possessed a significant number of archers suppressing them. General, quickly send the cavalry into action. We are under siege. One of the archers shamelessly shouted at the lord of Feishui City, oblivious to the embarrassment of over 100 men being held at bay by a single foe. Send in the cavalry. How many enemies are there? The lord of Feishui City exclaimed as he approached the edge of the wall. But he had not anticipated that, just as he extended his head out, a prepared black triangular arrow would fly towards him, piercing through his skull before he could react. The archers watched in horror as their lord fell, their faces turning pale. What manner of monster lurked below? At such a distance, one arrow, one life taken, not a single shot missed, and now even their lord lay slain. Chapter 30. The Battle of Fright. A single arrow had slain the lord of Feishui City. And Ouyang recognized the gravity of the situation. As soon as he released that arrow, he discerned that the individual he had struck differed from the ordinary archers, for he wore a helmet and his attire was markedly distinct from that of the regular soldiers. Damn! Ive killed the commander. Ouyang, of course, was unaware that he had felled the lord of Feishui City. To him, he had merely slain some officer within the city. That should suffice. Let us charge and intimidate them. Then prepare to withdraw. Ling Su, lacking Ouyang's extraordinary vision, had no idea whom Ouyang had just killed. Otherwise, his knowledge of the Western Qi kingdom would have led him to recognize the significance of such armor as belonging to the highest commander present. Charge! The 36 knights spurred their horses forward. Their formation somewhat chaotic, for they needed not to kill. They merely had to charge a few hundred meters and then turn to retreat. Atop the wall, every archer was cowed by Ouyang's prowess. Too afraid to show their heads, they felt no pressure in their charge. Ha ha! What Feishui City? By tomorrow night, when the main force arrives, Feishui City will be ours. Let us go. Ling Su led the charge to the base of the wall, deliberately shouting loudly, then turned his horse around, and the entire 7th Squadron followed suit, making their swift exit. Ouyang, too, mounted his steed, maintaining a safe distance. As long as the enemy did not produce a marksman, he would be fine, and it was inconceivable that such a small city would harbor a master archer, especially since the true sharpshooters were engaged at the front. The 7th Squadron arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly, in less than a quarter of an hour. They vanished from the sight of the soldiers of Feishui City. Even 5 minutes after their departure, the archers atop the wall remained frozen in place, gazing at the lord, whose head had been pierced by an arrow, afraid to utter a word. Just half an hour after the 7th Squadron's departure, dozens of messenger hawks soared from within Feishui City, heading north to signal for reinforcements. Although the 7th Squadron had only sent over 30 individuals, they had beheaded the lord and declared that their main force would arrive the following night to seize Feishui City. At this moment, bereft of their commanding lord, Feishui City dared not take any action on its own. Their only recourse was to seek assistance from the nearest northern army. The 7th Squadron galloped tirelessly toward the Great Song Mountain. After a brief 10-minute rest at the mountain, they capitalized on the cover of night to begin circumventing Great Song Mountain towards the north. Their pace was not swift, as they sought to avoid encountering the returning northern forces, a perilous tactic. Fortunately, with Ouyang's extraordinary eyesight, and given that the Northern Army would surely be anxious about the fate of Feishui City, they would likely be marching in haste. Thus, they remained confident in their ability to evade the returning Northern forces as long as they could avoid the Northern Army. They could successfully break free from any openings created by the retreating troops. As they journeyed, Ling Su continuously calculated when the Northern Army would receive the signal and when they would arrive at what position to send reinforcements to Feishui City. Thus, throughout the journey, Ling Su frequently consulted the map at this critical juncture. Everything had been arranged. All that remained was to break through the encirclement. If they could return, each of them would undoubtedly emerge as a hero of the Dayun Kingdom. Having ventured hundreds of miles into enemy territory, slaying nearly 1,000 foes, setting fire to a military supply depot, and forcing the Northern Army to divert personnel back to assist Feishui City despite their disadvantage. Any single one of these deeds would be an immense achievement. Ling Su was eager to discover how his father, who had always held a lofty position, would react upon learning of his accomplishments. Report. The Dayun Kingdom's Northern Army headquarters suddenly received a battle report. Not long ago, the Northern Army of the Western Qi Kingdom had inexplicably dispatched approximately 5,000 troops to aid Feishui City. This unexpected development left the Dayun Kingdom baffled. Had the Northern Army of the Western Qi Kingdom lost their senses? Feishui City was perfectly fine. Why would they send reinforcements? The commander of the Northern Army, Xiao Mingyun, stared at the report in his hand, utterly perplexed by the Northern Army's intentions. Originally, they had been dominating the Western Qi Kingdom in battle. Why would the Western Qi Kingdom divert troops at this moment? Only to exacerbate their disadvantage. This is illogical, exclaimed Xiao Mingyun, glancing at the furrowed brow of his strategist, Yin Liang. What do you think, strategist? I am at a loss, Yin Liang replied, equally perplexed. The maneuver executed by the Western Qi Kingdom is utterly unfathomable, devoid of any discernible pattern. He too struggled to comprehend what had transpired in Feishui City, compelling the Western Qi forces to divert troops at such a critical juncture. Could it be the work of that mysterious cavalry? Xiao Mingyun suddenly entertained this absurd notion. Not long ago, they had received orders from the Grand Marshal, indicating that a team suspected to be the 7th Squadron had infiltrated the enemy's rear and achieved an astonishing victory. If the Northern Army were to discover their whereabouts, they were instructed to spare no effort in bringing them back at the time. Xiao Mingyun had not placed much importance on this news, for he understood that once the 7th Squadron or the 70th Squadron penetrated enemy lines, the chances of their return were exceedingly slim. Moreover, even if they wished to rescue them, it seemed improbable. Surely they cannot possess such power as to cause the fall of Feishui City. Yin Liang regarded Xiao Mingyun, sharing his fleeting thought but quickly dismissing it. Do you think this could be a conspiracy, strategist? Xiao Mingyun inquired, aware that it was indeed an opportune moment for a full-scale assault. Their advantage had become even more pronounced, and launching an all-out attack now would likely yield commendable results. Let us observe further, instruct the scouts to delve deeper, and ascertain the whereabouts of the departing 5,000 troops from the Northern Qi Army. Yin Liang, a strategist who favored caution, advocated for a prudent approach, fearing that this might be a ruse orchestrated by Western Qi. Understood. Xiao Mingyun concurred with Yin Liang's sentiments and commanded a messenger to dispatch elite scouts to investigate the situation regarding the departing Western Qi forces. Meanwhile, the 7th Squadron, having marched swiftly for 2 days, successfully evaded the Northern Qi Army and now found themselves behind them, facing only the final line of defense. Should they breach this line, they could return to the Grand Army. And if they succeeded, they would etch a legendary tale for the 7th Squadron. Chapter 31. A missed opportunity. The members of the 7th Squadron had been concealed within a small grove for a day, positioned less than 20 miles from the Northern Qi forces, where they could intermittently hear distant roars. Captain, what is the Northern Army up to? Why have they not launched a full-scale assault during such a favorable opportunity? Wang Ming scratched his head, questioning Ling Su, who stood behind him. I have no idea. We have drawn away 5,000 of their troops. They already hold the advantage. Logically, they should have launched an all-out attack immediately. Yet here we are, 2 days later, and there has been not a whisper of action. Ling Su pondered the Northern Army's commander's intentions, knowing that if they let this opportunity slip, finding another chance would be nearly impossible. The commander of the Northern Army must be Xiao Mingyun, correct? Hao Qi mused. I recall that he is quite conservative in his strategies. He rarely strikes unless he possesses overwhelming certainty, unlike other commanders who would have seized this moment and pressed the northern army to retreat. Yet, Xiao Mingyun had squandered 2 precious days. Xiao Mingyun excels in defense, yet he continually misses opportunities for offense. That I had heard of his cautiousness back home, but witnessing it firsthand is disheartening. That if the northern army realizes they have been deceived and returns, we will have no chance left. Ling Su never anticipated encountering such an awkward predicament. If the northern army were to launch a charge, chaos would ensue, facilitating their retreat. Yet, the northern army appeared even more steadfast than the western Qi troops, revealing no sign of offensive intent, which was exceedingly frustrating. Report: a messenger burst into Xiao Mingyun's tent, where both he and Yin Liang were already fraught with anxiety. The 5,000 troops from western Qi had been absent from the front for nearly 2 days. And during this time, the northern army had not initiated any attacks. Even the Grand Marshal stationed at the southeastern command was aware of this and had personally set out to investigate. Xiao Mingyun knew this was a sign of the Grand Marshal Ling Zhongtian's dissatisfaction. 2 days had passed, and if the investigation revealed a conspiracy, it would be manageable. However, if it turned out that 5,000 troops had indeed been sent to support Feishui City without any offensive action taken, his position as commander of the northern army would be untenable. Speak, Xiao Mingyun urged, knowing this must be news from the front scouts. 3 days ago, a cavalry team suspected to be from the 7th Squadron appeared beneath Feishui City and launched an assault. The messenger was abruptly interrupted by Yin Liang, who stared wide-eyed. Say that again. The 7th Squadron? They attacked Feishui City. Yes, esteemed strategist. 3 days prior, a cavalry unit resembling the 7th Squadron assaulted Feishui City, slaying its lord before departing unscathed. The enemy suffered minimal casualties, while this cavalry unit incurred no losses. The northern army received a message from Feishui City 2 days ago and dispatched 5,000 troops for urgent support. They have now arrived at Feishui City. The messenger, himself incredulous, knew this intelligence was obtained at great peril by the most elite scouts, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing this intelligence, Xiao Mingyun and Yin Liang were left utterly speechless. Unsure how to respond, that a 40-man cavalry squad daring to assault a city was already astonishing, yet even more so was their ability to kill the city lord without incurring any damage. Was this intelligence truly reliable? Is this information accurate? Xiao Mingyun queried the messenger, struggling to accept the news. Absolutely, the messenger affirmed with conviction. Quick, order all troops to assemble rapidly. Move. At that moment, Xiao Mingyun could no longer afford to ponder how a 40-man cavalry squad had launched an assault on Feishui City. He understood that if he did not initiate an all-out attack now, when Ling Zhongtian arrived, it would not merely result in his removal as commander of the northern army. His life would be at stake. Having wasted 2 days, the Grand Army of the North finally launched their full-scale attack against the northern Qi forces after receiving reports from the front, though regrettably, their timing was still somewhat late. Even if they could achieve some initial victories, they could not entirely vanquish the northern army. Xiao Mingyun personally led his troops in a battle, his heart heavy with remorse. His conservative approach had been criticized by his senior brother Ling Zhongtian long ago. Yet he had always believed his method to be the most prudent. Until now, he had not experienced any failures, but this time, the total assault has commenced. Ling Su suddenly stood, hearing the distant sound of war drums and the roars of soldiers. Finally, they are launching the attack. If Xiao Mingyun had delayed any longer, my father would have likely executed him. Prepare to charge. Ling Su mounted his steed and commanded his subordinates, regardless of how the battle unfolds. We will directly assault the enemy's rear, breaking through from the left flank. Ling Su had no intention of engaging in combat. In a chaotic battle of tens of thousands, even the strongest would find it futile for fewer than 40 to push through. Thus, he opted for the weakest point on the left flank of western Qi. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Grand Army of the North had initiated their total assault, with a formation of 40 to 50,000 soldiers generating an overwhelming momentum that could almost rend the heavens. The northern Qi forces did not adopt a completely defensive stance. Should they remain passive, they risked being overwhelmed and having their camp breached. In such an event, chaos would ensue, leading to a potential retreat to Feishui City. Hold the line. That soft-hearted Xiao Mingyun can only manage this initial wave. If we withstand this first assault, we shall prevail. The commander of the Northern Qi forces personally seized the drumsticks, striking the war drum with resounding force. Yet, despite the formation holding, they were beginning to show signs of retreat under the relentless charge of the Grand Army troops, who fought with fervor at a distance. Ling Jonan observed the fray with a grim expression. Kneeling beside him was strategist Yin Liang. Having arrived within 10 minutes of the battle commencing, Ling Jontian's face darkened further upon learning from Yin Liang that these two fools had only just initiated their total assault. In frustration, he kicked Yin Liang to the ground. Chapter 32. The cavalry strikes from behind. Marshal, it is the scouts from the front who have just sent word. Yin Liang attempted to justify himself, and Xiao Mingyun. Nonsense. Are your scouts utterly incompetent? You only received news 2 days after the enemy's withdrawal. If all the scouts in the Grand Army are like yours, we might as well surrender. Ling Zhongtian spoke as he kicked Yin Liang once more, exclaiming how this fool still resorted to such a simplistic excuse. In the midst of the fierce battle, scouts should be swarming like bees, even if comprehensive intelligence could not be acquired. It ought to be reasonably accurate. Yet, these two imbeciles waited until the enemy had retreated before dispatching someone to investigate. Why not simply wait until after the battle to conduct their inquiries? Marshal. Yin Liang was acutely aware that their errors were grievous. Such delays in seizing the opportunity were indeed a grave sin. Ling Zhongtian had repeatedly instructed them to strike decisively at any cost. Yet Xiao Mingyun had procrastinated until today to launch an assault. Fortunately, Xiao Mingyun was at the forefront commanding now. Otherwise, given Yin Liang's understanding of Ling Zhongtian, it was likely that Ling Zhongtian would have struck his own disciple on the spot, causing him to spew blood. What is the current status of the battle? Where is the enemy's reinforcements positioned? Ling Zhongtian understood that, at this juncture, the only course of action left was to remedy the situation. The enemy's 5,000 strong are still at Feishui City. However, that mysterious cavalry has yet to initiate an attack. If the front lines become strained, they may return to the fray. Yin Liang had conducted a thorough investigation this time. Any response of ignorance now would lead to dire consequences. Relay the order to Mingyun up ahead. Increase the pace and attack. We must dismantle the camp before our reinforcements arrive. Ling Zhongtian bellowed at Yin Liang, who quickly scrambled to sprint toward the battlefield. Just as Yin Liang dashed out, Ling Zhongtian's body levitated from the ground, rising slowly into the air until he ascended to a height of 100 meters, surveying the entire battlefield. At that moment, the 7th Squadron launched a charge from a vulnerable point behind the enemy. 37 knights, amidst such a vast battlefield, resembled a mere pebble tossed into the ocean. No matter how ferocious they were, they could hardly stir significant waves. Of course, the 7th Squadron had no intention of causing a ruckus. In such chaotic circumstances, they had only a single opportunity to charge. Once this charge concluded, any attempt to regroup for a second assault would be futile. This battlefield was a melee of over 100,000 men, sprawling for dozens of miles. Even at this weak point, they would need to charge over a mile to breach the Great Yun Army's territory. Ouyang, eliminate the opposing sharpshooters. Ling Su understood that. At such a moment, formations were no longer intimidating. Against pure infantry caught off guard from behind, few soldiers could react in time. However, the inability of the soldiers to respond did not imply that the sharpshooters concealed in elevated positions would be similarly unresponsive. In a vast melee of infantry, the sudden emergence of a cavalry unit was like a crane among chickens, each clad in the uniforms of the sharp-blade knights, regardless of whom they killed. The merit gained would far surpass that of slaying a common soldier. Charge! Ling Su remained at the forefront, and this time, Ouyang was not relegated to the rear. He was encircled by a group of knights, their round shields tightly guarding him against the sharpshooter's arrows. Clear a path on the left for me. Ouyang suddenly drew his bow, unleashing a trident arrow that sped toward the left. He then witnessed his arrow successfully striking down a sharpshooter in the distance who had just drawn his bow to shoot at them. Charge! Do not stop. We must break through. Ouyang, eliminate the sharpshooters. Kill as many as you can, and if you can't, retreat. At this moment, Ling Su sought not to slay enemies but to reach their own territory. The area they occupied was perilous, and should they advance another mile, they would reach safety. Under ordinary circumstances, this distance might require merely a small charge from the 7th Squadron, but in such a chaotic battlefield, even cavalry struggled to progress amidst the infantry. Watch your right side. Wang Ming had already been struck in the leg by an arrow that was originally aimed for his throat. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, deflecting the arrow with his shield, causing it to veer off and strike his leg instead. "I'll handle it." Ouyang pivoted in his saddle, drawing back his piercing bow, and released a trident arrow that soared in an exquisite arc toward the sharpshooter on the right. Unfortunately, the turmoil rendered the situation chaotic, and the enemy sharpshooter, being quite astute, had already concealed himself behind cover as Ouyang's arrow flew forth. However, the cover could only preserve his life, not shield him from injury. Ouyang's arrow penetrated the barrier and struck him squarely in the left shoulder, pinning him securely behind it. Another arrow followed, shot purely by instinct, which, like the previous one, pierced the cover and inexplicably found its mark, striking the sharpshooter in the throat. Cavalry, cavalry. Both sides recognized the sudden appearance of the cavalry. The forces of the Western Qi Kingdom were thrown into disarray upon discovering such a small contingent of cavalry within their ranks, while the soldiers of the Great Yun Kingdom quickly identified the source of this cavalry. "It is the Sharp Blade Knights. It is the Sharp Blade Knights. Quick, provide assistance." Upon realizing that the encircled unit comprised the Sharp Blade Knights, the infantry of the Great Yun Kingdom launched a fierce counterattack in an attempt to rescue the 7th Squadron. Meanwhile, Ling Jonan, suspended in the air, observed the 7th Squadron's sudden emergence. With his keen eyesight, he immediately recognized his son, valiantly striving to break free from the enemy's grasp despite the distance. "What a fine lad. You've managed to break through." In that moment, Ling Jonan felt immense pride, although his son frequently opposed him. The bond of blood remained unaltered, and no matter how rebellious Ling Su became, he would always be his son. Ling Jonan noticed something remarkable about the 7th Squadron, though surrounded by countless foes. The 37 men exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, they created a ripple amidst the throng, transforming their formation from a cone into a small cylindrical defense as they gradually advanced toward him. At the core of this cylindrical formation stood a young man wielding a deep purple war bow, continuously unleashing arrows, rendering the previously boastful enemy sharpshooters utterly silent. Suppression. This is complete suppression. Ling Jonan gazed in disbelief at Ouyang, who was single-handedly restraining 10 sharpshooters. Such a feat was utterly astonishing. Chapter 33. One bow for arrows. Despite being surrounded, the entire 7th Squadron remained remarkably composed, generating a ripple of chaos amidst the sea of soldiers. While cavalry was not particularly advantageous on such a battlefield, the 7th Squadron retained their combat effectiveness even after losing their charge, especially with Ouyang's assistance in suppressing the enemy sharpshooters, allowing them to unleash a deadly onslaught. Ling Jonan hovered in the sky, aware of his tremendous power, yet he recognized that he could not partake in this battle as a terrestrial immortal. There were agreements in place that forbade cultivators from participating in ordinary warfare. Thus, even witnessing his son in peril, he could only feel anxious. Fortunately, although the 7th Squadron was encircled, they showed no signs of despair, steadily inching toward the position of the Northern Army of Great Yun. In a short span, they closed the distance from 1 mile to less than 500 meters, where they could see the Northern Army valiantly advancing toward them. The bravery of the Northern Army seemed to invigorate the 7th Squadron, prompting Ling Su to let out a fierce battle cry as he felled a halberd soldier, forcing a small gap in the throng, allowing for a brief charge that disrupted the encirclement. Seizing this opportunity, the 7th Squadron deftly transitioned from a cylindrical formation to a conical one, surging forward over 100 meters. Rescue the 7th Squadron, quickly advance. At that moment, Xiao Mingyun, commanding amidst the chaos, also recognized the besieged 7th Squadron. However, like Ling Jonan, as a terrestrial immortal, he too was prohibited from utilizing his powers in this setting. Otherwise, his sect would swiftly retrieve him. Charge, push forward, clear a path for the 7th Squadron. Xiao Mingyun was frantic, although the 7th Squadron fought valiantly. They had sustained injuries, and aside from the sharpshooter at the center, who incessantly fired black, trident arrows, the combat effectiveness of the 7th Squadron had diminished by nearly 30%. That it was solely Ouyang's suppression of the enemy sharpshooters that had thus far prevented any casualties in the 7th Squadron. Ouyang, keep the pressure on them. Everyone else, prepare for one last charge. With only 200 meters remaining to their forces, a successful charge would allow them to break free. Rest assured, Organize the charge. They won't be able to pursue. Ouyang's black, trident arrows flew relentlessly. And with each release, 2 to 3 soldiers fell to his precise aim, while the distant sharpshooters cowered behind their cover, now thoroughly intimidated. Regardless of who it may be, as long as one dares to show their head. A Mitsubishi arrow will undoubtedly come hurtling down from the sky. The power of this Mitsubishi arrow is astonishingly formidable, capable of piercing through cover to inflict injury upon them. Originally, there were 12 sharpshooters. But 2 have already fallen to the arrows of Ouyang de At this moment. Among the remaining 10, 3 have been wounded, while the other 7 are being relentlessly suppressed, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Stop that cavalry unit. One of the enemy commanders has now noticed the relentless onslaught of the 7th squad within their ranks. This 7th squad has already claimed the lives of a couple of hundred men, particularly that sharpshooter among them, who is nothing short of a monster, able to maintain a fierce suppression of all their sharpshooters even amidst the chaos. Which seems almost inconceivable to this commander. Whoosh! Just as the commander finishes speaking, a black Mitsubishi arrow flies straight toward his head. Ouyang had long been seeking the enemy commander, and the moment this fellow shouted, he inadvertently revealed his position. Ouyang's Mitsubishi arrows flew toward him like death warrants, one after another. Ouyang loosed 3 arrows in quick succession, each aimed at the commander's vital points. However, just as the arrows were about to reach him, Ouyang witnessed the commander suddenly brandishing a massive shield, deflecting all 3 arrows almost simultaneously. Damn! Ouyang could hardly believe his eyes. This commander was exceedingly formidable. He knew all too well the power of his own arrows. Yet the enemy was able to block them with such ease, a significant blow to his confidence. I'll make you pay. In a fit of rage, Ouyang drew 4 black Mitsubishi arrows from behind him, knocking them simultaneously onto the bowstring. 4 arrows at once. At this point, Ouyang cared not about how many would find their mark. In such chaotic circumstances, even a miss could still claim a life. Fortunately, luck was on his side this time, as nearly 30% of his 4 arrows were released at once, forming a small arrow formation that darted toward the commander, upon witnessing Ouyang's simultaneous release of 4 arrows. Not only the enemy commander, but even Ling Jonan, who was observing from above, fell into a state of astonishment. He was well aware of the legend of a sharpshooter's ability to shoot 2 arrows at once. But this was the first time he had ever heard of or seen someone shooting 4 arrows simultaneously. Moreover, these arrows were not released haphazardly. Their trajectories clearly indicated that each was aimed at the commanders for critical points. The enemy commander, shield in hand, watched as the 4 Mitsubishi arrows spiraled toward him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yet, he remained unfazed. As a 4th-tier demon warrior, he did not believe that a mere sharpshooter could inflict harm upon him. If it weren't for certain restrictions, he would have charged forward to eliminate Ouyang without hesitation. As the 4 Mitsubishi arrows approached, he raised his shield once more to swat them away, but as he swung, a cold smirk appeared on Ouyang's face. Did you think my 4 arrows would be so easily thwarted? Prepare to meet your end, Ouyang thought to himself, and in that instant, the 4 entwined arrows met in midair, seemingly controlled by some unseen force, and curved simultaneously in different directions, targeting the commander's vital points from above, below, left, and right. The commander was utterly unprepared for this turn of events. His shield had already been swung, and by the time he realized, the arrows had changed course to strike his unguarded vulnerabilities. The look of shock crossed his face as he executed a nearly impossible contortion of his body, utilizing that twist to perform a roll on the ground, narrowly evading the fatal 4 arrows. In a situation like this, having missed, Ouyang knew he must have encountered a formidable opponent. Those 4 arrows, in terms of power, speed, and technique, represented the pinnacle of his abilities, yet they could not harm this individual. Ouyang instantly abandoned any thoughts of continuing to shoot at him. However, the commander, forced into such an embarrassing display, felt his face darken. As a 4th-tier demon warrior, to be bested by a mere sharpshooter who may not even be aware of the intricacies of cultivation was a disgrace he could not bear. With a furious roar, he leaped upward, stepping onto the shoulders of a soldier in front of him, charging madly toward Ouyang. Chapter 34. Super Scion in the sky. Ling Jonan observed the brief clash between Ouyang and Mu Wanfeng. His heart filled with profound shock. Although Mu Wanfeng was considerably weaker than him, he was a 4th-tier demon warrior. To ordinary people, Even without transformation, he was an invincible presence. Yet today, Mu Wanfeng was forced into a humiliating role by that little sharpshooter's incredible skills. Had Ling Zhongtian not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. When he saw Mu Wanfeng suddenly leap onto a soldier's shoulder and charge toward the 7th squad, a look of joy appeared on his face. Mu Wanfeng, you are courting death. Don't blame me. Ling Zhongtian watched as Mu Wanfeng approached within 100 meters of the 7th squad. And he suddenly dove from the sky, intercepting Mu Wanfeng just as he was about to strike. Mu Wanfeng, you have violated the Treaty of the Four Nations. I can only send you on your way. As Ling Zhongtian spoke, a bolt of lightning shot forth from his hand, twisting and writhing like a serpent as it surged toward Mu Wanfeng. Roar! Upon seeing Ling Zhongtian suddenly appear, Mu Wanfeng nearly slapped himself. He had already noticed Ling Zhongtian observing from the sky earlier, and wisely refrained from attacking, knowing that Ling Zhongtian was a 7th-tier earthly immortal and that he had no chance of victory against him. Fortunately, there were regulations in place that prohibited practitioners from engaging in combat on the battlefield. However, after being toyed with by Ouyang, he had completely forgotten about Ling Zhongtian above him, foolishly rushing in to eliminate Ouyang. Only to be caught off guard by Ling Zhongtian's descent. With a mighty roar, Mu Wanfeng summoned a powerful whirlwind around him, causing his armor to shatter into pieces in an instant. He transformed into a monstrous entity with dual horns and green skin. Damn! Ouyang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The moment Ling Zhongtian descended from the sky, he had already been shaken, but witnessing the transformation into a super scion left him utterly unable to maintain his composure. Come here, nephew. Another roar erupted as Xiao Mingyun, who had been lurking on the command platform, also transformed into a demonic creature. However, unlike Mu Wanfeng, his appearance differed slightly. Aside from his skin turning green and his body swelling, he did not grow horns. Another super scion. Ouyang covered his mouth, feeling as if he had stepped into a fantastical epic, with soaring figures and transformations into super scions. What kind of bizarre world was this? Boom! As Xiao Mingyun rushed to support the 7th squad. The lightning unleashed by Ling Zhongtian had already struck Mu Wanfeng with tremendous force, sending the transformed super scion tumbling back 10 meters and crushing a multitude of ordinary soldiers beneath him. Ling Zhongtian, you dare to kill me. A large portion of Mu Wanfeng's green skin was torn away, and crimson blood flowed from the wound as he glared with bloodshot eyes at Ling Zhongtian. Shouting in fury, "Umph! You have violated the Treaty of the Four Nations. Today, you shall surely perish." Ling Zhongtian had waited far too long for this opportunity. Now that Mu Wanfeng had taken the initiative to break the rules, he would not let him escape. Mu Wanfeng let out a furious roar, seizing 2 nearby soldiers and hurling them like projectiles at the descending Ling Zhongtian. Ling Zhongtian paid no heed to the soldiers being thrown at him. A beam of sword light suddenly shot forth from his forehead, slicing through the 2 soldiers, who fell to the ground in 4 pieces. That same instant, Mu Wanfeng leaped from the ground. His green skin made him appear like a gigantic frog. Yet, no matter how unseemly he looked, his jumping speed was astonishing. With his claws fully extended, Mu Wanfeng aimed for the sky at Ling Zhongtian, hoping to catch him off guard during the moment he had killed the 2 soldiers. However, as he leaped, he realized that Ling Zhongtian had already dispatched the soldiers, and now a silver sword light was forming in Ling Zhongtian's hand, aimed directly at him as he soared upward. In that moment of suspended animation, Mu Wanfeng had no chance to dodge. His only option was to raise a shimmering silver shield in front of him, hoping to withstand the impending blow. However, the disparity in levels was staggering. Ling Zhongtian of the 7th tier surpassed Mu Wanfeng by a full 3 tiers in an instant. His sword pierced through Mu Wanfeng's shield, swiftly penetrating his chest and shattering his demon core, slaying him on the spot. Ouyang gazed at the sky, still in shock from the brief encounter he had just witnessed. In that moment, he realized the extent of his ignorance about this world. Ling Zhongtian, soaring through the air and battling with radiant sword light, resembled a celestial being from myth, while Mu Wanfeng, transformed into a scion, appeared akin to a legendary demon. What secrets lay hidden in this world? What were these transcendent beings? Ouyang struggled to comprehend how humanity could achieve such heights. Just then, he heard Ling Su's furious shout, "Damn it! Ouyang, are you out of your mind? Hurry back here." Ouyang abruptly turned around to see Ling Su moving toward him. He had unwittingly strayed from the group while watching the battle in the sky. Fortunately, no one had attempted to assassinate him during that time. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. With a sudden tug on his steed, Ouyang surged forward towards Ling Su's position. Under Ling Su's protection, he successfully rejoined the ranks of the Baiyuan army. Upon sighting Ouyang and Ling Su breaking through the encirclement, the northern troops quickly made way for them. Thus, Ouyang, under Ling Su's guidance, began to move towards the rear of the battlefield. What were you looking at? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Ling Su expressed his frustration. Ouyang was known for his composure, so it bewildered Ling Su that he had made such a basic mistake. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Mingyun had organized a counterattack that repelled a wave of enemy forces. Otherwise, Ouyang might have been slain. Ouyang was Ling Su's most capable teammate, and upon realizing Ouyang was missing after his charge, Ling Su had immediately returned to the battlefield in search of him. Despite being covered in wounds, he would never abandon a brother in arms. That it was only due to Ling Su's timely arrival that Ouyang was roused from his stupor and escaped the enemy's clutches. Otherwise, he surely would have perished amidst the chaos. Chapter 35. Celestial beings on land being pulled along by Ling Su. Ouyang kept glancing back at Ling Jonan, who hovered in the sky, wielding his luminous sword like a deity. Suddenly, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. When will I become powerful enough to slay such a formidable opponent with a single arrow? Yet, this notion dissipated as swiftly as it had come to that moment. Ling Jonan appeared as a true celestial being. The visual and psychological impact on Ouyang was immense that he understood that Ling Jonan was no ordinary person. Even if he possessed remarkable archery skills, he seemed no more significant than an ant in comparison to such a powerful figure. Are you still staring? What's wrong with you today? I've never seen you so distracted before, Ling Su remarked, exasperated. Although encounters with celestial beings were rare, and some might go a lifetime without witnessing one, it was hardly appropriate to gawk on the battlefield. Ling Su was unaware that Ouyang hailed from a technological era where flight was only achievable via aircraft, and the idea of flying unaided by any apparatus remained a distant dream. Ouyang believed that in his time, anyone might have fantasized about soaring through the skies like Ling Jonan. Now, having inexplicably arrived in this world and witnessing such marvels, even his steadfast demeanor faltered under the awe. Who is that flying person? Ouyang asked Ling Su, recognizing that the figure must be a high-ranking commander, evident from the exquisite purple-gold dragon armor he donned. The Grand Marshal of the Great Yun Army, Ling Jonan. Ling Su cast a glance at his father, in the Great Yun nation. Ling Jonan epitomized invincibility, the god of war, the undefeated champion. Despite frequently clashing with his father, Ling Su held deep admiration for him. Ling, you? Ouyang's perceptive nature picked up on the subtle changes in Ling Su's expression and, deducing their shared surname, he speculated on their relationship. Sigh, he is my father, Ling Su sighed, as if burdened by the weight of being Ling Jontian's son. Oh, he is your father? Ouyang had suspected some connection between Ling Su and Ling Jonan, but he had not anticipated that Ling Su was the son of such a formidable figure. Ouyang felt a surge of respect for Ling Su, who could thrive independently without relying on any power, even willing to venture into enemy territory alongside them. How can your father fly? Ouyang eagerly inquired, but Ling Su looked at him in disbelief, as though he were a simpleton. You can't possibly be unaware of what a terrestrial immortal is, can you? Terrestrial immortal. So that's what it's called. Indeed, a terrestrial immortal. Ouyang muttered to himself, while Ling Su, exasperated, exclaimed, We'll discuss this later. If I don't tend to my wounds, you might need to choose a new team leader. Ouyang then noticed that Ling Su bore at least 30 wounds, blood seeping from each one. Ling Su's face had grown pale, and he was relying solely on sheer determination to endure. Seeing Ling Su in such a state filled Ouyang with remorse. He had been distracted and fallen behind, while Ling Su had suffered so greatly, yet chose to return and search for him. With such a leader, Ouyang felt he had little left to say. Thank you. Ouyang's gratitude was not merely verbal, it resonated deeply within him. For he understood that even if he voiced it, Ling Su would likely scold him. Help! Someone help! Ouyang shouted, and soon after, a dozen medics rushed to Ling Su's side, pulling him from his mount and laying him on a stretcher to carry him away. As they set Ling Su down, they attempted to do the same to Ouyang, but he was, in fact, uninjured. No, I'm fine. Ouyang protested. Yet even with the strength of 4 steeds, he could not withstand the collective force of the medics rushing at him. He was forcibly pulled from his horse and pressed onto a stretcher prepared for transport. "My bow! Bring me my bow!" Ouyang cried. Spotting his fallen stabbing hawk bow amidst the chaos, he shouted. One of the medics seemed to understand and swiftly retrieved the bow from the ground, returning it to him. With the stabbing hawk bow in hand, Ouyang finally felt at ease as he was safely carried away. The death of Mu Wanfeng dealt a significant blow to the northern army of the Xiqi kingdom that on the battlefield, the loss of their commander was devastating. Even though other leaders might attempt to take charge temporarily, it was already too late. Within half an hour, the northern army of Xiqi was in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the Great Yun army charged forward, successfully capturing the camp of the Xiqi kingdom. The temporary commander of the Xiqi forces realized that the situation was dire and decisively issued a retreat order, abandoning their frontline position to fall back to Feishui City. The Great Yun army pursued for about 20 to 30 miles, killing over 1,000 soldiers from Xiqi, before Ling Jonan ultimately called off the chase. After a prolonged battle and such a long pursuit, the soldiers were already exhausted. Even if they pressed on with momentum, there would be little to gain, and the relentless pursuit could lead to a counterattack by the better-acquainted Xiqi forces. Singing songs of triumph, the Great Yun army celebrated their successful capture of the northern front line, forcing Xiqi back to their homeland. This was undoubtedly a decisive victory. Upon their return, all soldiers rejoiced. Following this battle, the northern defense line of Xiqi would have to retract, and any hopes of resurgence would likely become more challenging, as they had lost the initiative and now faced diminished morale. The knights of the 7th Squadron, including Ouyang, found themselves in a large tent, blissfully asleep. This was the first time they had enjoyed such restful slumber in a long while, despite their thrilling exploits deep behind enemy lines. The reality was that they had scarcely had time to rest. In such a perilous environment, even the thought of sleep was daunting. No one disturbed the 7th Squadron. This was Ling Jonan's command. Although the 7th Squadron had not played a significant role in the latter part of the northern victory, the entire situation had been largely orchestrated by them, had they not assassinated the Lord of Feishui City, causing the northern army of Xiqi to withdraw 5,000 elite troops for reinforcements. This victory might not have materialized. Thus, in Ling Jonan's view, the 7th Squadron was indispensable to the triumph of this battle. His ability to slay enemy commanders was also due to the sharpshooter. Had that marksman not successfully provoked Mu Wanfeng into action, Ling Jonan would have had to refrain from killing him due to the treaty among the 4 nations. Chapter 36. Confusion within the command center of the Northern Army. Ling Jonan sat at the head of the table, while Xiao Mingyun and Yin Liang stood before him with bowed heads, resembling mice in the presence of a cat. Xiao Mingyun, how many times have I told you? Once the opportunity for battle is lost, you will have nowhere to weep. This time, you have squandered our chance. Do you know what that entails? Ling Jonan glared at Xiao Mingyun. His disciple was competent in many respects, but his overly conservative tactics and lack of emphasis on intelligence were glaring flaws. Furthermore, I explicitly instructed you in my last orders to ensure scouts were active 24 hours a day behind enemy lines. Tell me, what have your scouts been doing? Although a victory has been achieved, one must not overlook the errors made simply because of success. Otherwise, Xiao Mingyun may repeat the same mistakes in the future. Marshal. Xiao Mingyun understood that at this moment, any defense he might offer would be futile. Fortunately, they had secured a significant victory this time. Otherwise, given Ling Jonan's temperament, he would likely have been severely punished. Scout, I have repeatedly instructed you to pay attention to intelligence. Just look at the pathetic state of the information you have presented. Ling Jonan exclaimed, pointing at the recent intelligence reports on the table, which were alarmingly sparse and nearly devoid of utility, revealing the inadequacy of Xiao Mingyun's intelligence-gathering methods. Marshal, I acknowledge my guilt. Xiao Mingyun made no attempt to justify himself. He was acutely aware of the grave errors he had committed. Had that fool, Mu Wanfeng, not suddenly attacked and been slain by Ling Jonan, they would have been unlikely to achieve such an outstanding victory, even if they had won. We will discuss your transgressions later. First, let us deliberate on what you believe to be the most critical aspect of this victory. Although Ling Jonan would not be excessively punitive after a triumph, his approach also served to mentor his junior. Marshal, I believe the key to this victory lies in your ability to slay the enemy commander on the battlefield, and it is precisely because Xiao Mingyun recognized that Mu Wanfeng's death was almost the catalyst for the enemy's rout. The blow of having their commander slain in front of them was indeed colossal. However, before Xiao Mingyun could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Ling Zhongtian, who expressed his discontent, saying, "While the slaying of a commander does indeed demoralize the troops, your analysis remains rather one-dimensional." Rising from his seat, Ling Zhongtian approached a military map. "Where is this?" "Feishui City." Xiao Mingyun was perplexed as to why Ling Zhongtian was pointing at Feishui City on the map. "Fool, if it weren't for the 7th Squadron's ruckus at Feishui City, do you think you could have secured a victory with those 5,000 elite troops still intact?" Ling Zhongtian, at that moment, was somewhat impressed by Xiao Mingyun. His junior was competent in many respects, but he often faltered at critical junctures. The 7th Squadron advanced from here. Ling Zhongtian began to recount the series of battles fought by the 7th Squadron as they penetrated deep into enemy territory. "Here, they burned a supply depot, which indirectly assisted us, and subsequently, these audacious rascals chose not to retreat, but pressed further into the depths, daring to infiltrate the Tsang Mountain. After lying in wait for some time, the 7th Squadron executed a cunning strike on Feishui City and assassinated its lord, thereby creating such a favorable situation for you." Ling Zhongtian detailed the victories achieved by the 7th Squadron, leaving Xiao Mingyun and Yin Liang wide-eyed in astonishment. The path taken by the 7th Squadron was fraught with peril at every turn, yet they managed to eliminate a significant threat and emerge unscathed, a testament to their remarkable strategic planning. Moreover, there is one matter that continues to baffle me. Do you know what it is? Ling Zhongtian gazed at Xiao Mingyun, harboring a lingering question that had persisted even after the return of the 7th Squadron. Both Xiao Mingyun and Yin Liang remained silent, their attention fixed on Ling Zhongtian, knowing he would soon articulate his thoughts. After a moment, Ling Zhongtian spoke. "When they charged from the southeastern military, there were only 32 of them. Yet they have returned unscathed." As Ling Zhongtian spoke, he realized that this revelation had left Xiao Mingyun and Yin Liang utterly flabbergasted. 32 individuals, combined with the 5 rescued from the 10th Squadron, made a total of 37. How could these 37 manage to achieve such impressive victories and return unscathed? "Marshal, I believe it must be related to that sharpshooter." Though Yin Liang had not personally engaged in battle, he had observed Ouyang's performance with clarity, particularly as Ouyang successfully suppressed all enemy archers amidst the chaos, showcasing an unprecedented skill of firing 4 arrows with a single shot. Thus, an idea had taken root in Yin Liang's mind. Upon hearing Yin Liang's words, Ling Zhongtian nodded in agreement. He remained in awe of Ouyang's archery skills. Unlike himself, who had honed his abilities through rigorous training, Ouyang was merely an ordinary person with some strength. How could he control his bow to unleash such extraordinary arrows? All would be revealed once the 7th Squadron awoke, but it was undeniable that they had earned their merit this time. Should rewards be distributed, they would each warrant a significant promotion. After a full day and night of rest, Ling Su was the first to awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately felt the soreness throughout his body. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through his wounds. As he turned over, he grimaced in agony. "A bunch of fools, and I'm the first to wake." Ling Su glanced at his sleeping comrades, chuckling softly as he lay there, reminiscing about the intense battles they had fought deep behind enemy lines. From the initial slaying of 300 elite infantry to rescuing Wang Meng, to burning supply depots, and finally to Ouyang single-handedly suppressing over 100 archers at Feishui City, their accomplishments were nothing short of remarkable. Ling Su was aware that such significant achievements would surely earn them accolades, but the thought of receiving praise also made him feel a headache. "Alas, knowing my father's temperament, I am sure I will face another round of scolding." He found Ling Zhongtian's unique form of concern somewhat unbearable throughout his upbringing. Ling Zhongtian had rarely shown him a kind expression, even though Ling Su understood that his father feared he would grow up as a spoiled child reliant on his family's legacy. What child does not wish to be cherished and pampered in their parents' embrace? "Captain, you're awake too." Ouyang's voice broke through, signaling that he had also been awake for some time, lost in thought. Albeit on a different subject, he yearned for the extraordinary power that he had witnessed. Perhaps driven by his character, he found himself craving that kind of strength. Chapter 37. What is a cultivator? Ouyang sprang from his bed and approached Ling Su's side. Although he too felt a pervasive soreness, he was the only one without any visible wounds, making him arguably the most physically capable at that moment. Kid. Pretending to be asleep even after waking up, Ling Su shot an annoyed glance at Ouyang. Then, with Ouyang's assistance, he managed to sit up, his body wrapped tightly like a mummy. The slightest movement caused fresh waves of pain. Not at all. I was contemplating matters. Ouyang shook his head. There were countless questions he wished to ask Ling Su, knowing that as Ling Zhongtian's son, he would likely possess extensive knowledge about Lu Xian and related topics. Is it about my father? Ling Su quickly realized what Ouyang was getting at and chuckled. Surely you can't be unaware of what Lu Xian is. Ouyang honestly shook his head. Undoubtedly unaware of the existence of Lu Xian and the legendary Super Scion had it not been for their encounter on the battlefield. Alas, I did not expect such an anomaly as you to exist in Deyun. Let me explain. Ling Su regarded Ouyang, saying, in this land, there are two types of beings, cultivators and ordinary people. You belong to the latter, while cultivators, as you've seen, are like my father, capable of soaring through the air and wielding magic to harm, such as Lu Xian, as well as those demonic warriors who transform into beasts. Beyond these two types of cultivators, there are also array masters and illusionists, though these professions are rather rare and seldom encountered. Our national master in Deyun is an illusionist. You may have the chance to see one in the future. Captain, could you enlighten me about the distinctions among these four professions? Ouyang leaned forward, filled with curiosity as he looked at Ling Su. Initially, he had thought this world was akin to a chaotic ancient era. However, witnessing the extraordinary powers of Ling Zhongtian and others had made him realize it was far more complex than he had imagined. Lu Xian, as you've seen, is essentially a terrestrial deity. They cultivate a form of ethereal magic. Once one becomes a Lu Xian, they can harness a force known as spiritual essence, allowing them to soar through the skies or cast spells against foes. It is said that high-tier Lu Xian can even move mountains and drain seas, though I have yet to witness such feats. As Ling Su elaborated on Lu Xian, Ouyang listened intently, gradually comprehending that Lu Xian bore similarities to the deities of myth. Yet they remained far from the celestial beings capable of altering the sun and moon, at best qualifying as cultivators. And what about the demonic warriors? Ouyang was most eager to become a demonic warrior. Akin to Mu Wanfeng, who had been slain, he felt that transforming into a Super Scion would be an exceptionally cool way to fight, as it was undoubtedly impressive. Demonic warriors, as you've seen, also utilize spiritual essence to enhance themselves for combat, transforming into beasts. Powerful demonic warriors can imbue their weapons with demonic attributes, making them their innate weapons. Much like Mu Wanfeng's shield, they possess tremendous explosive power and agility. But their disadvantage lies in their inability to engage in aerial combat like the other three types. Inability to fly. Wouldn't that mean they are doomed against aerial Lu Xian? Ouyang felt disheartened upon learning that demonic warriors could not take to the skies. It cannot be said so lightly. Mu Wanfeng's level far surpasses that of my father. Were they to be of the same rank, the defensive capabilities possessed by a demon warrior would be extraordinarily formidable, even with my father exerting all his strength in a single strike. He would find it impossible to pierce through the demon warrior's innate weapon. Although they lack the ability to fly, their physique allows them to leap 100 meters with ease. Those of higher rank can even traverse the earth. Springing from beneath the ground to assault airborne opponents is not beyond the realm of possibility. Ling Su continued to elucidate the capabilities of demon warriors to Ouyang. I see. While they may not fly, the ability to burrow underground is quite impressive. Ouyang pondered. Indeed, both flight and earth traversal possess their unique advantages, although soaring through the skies appears to be a display of elegance if given the choice. Ouyang would prefer the more practical option of burrowing underground for an easier escape. And no matter how graceful one appears while flying, they can still be detected, but once submerged beneath the earth. Evading pursuers becomes exceedingly difficult as for illusionists. My knowledge is somewhat limited. However, I am aware that they cultivate soul power, specializing in manipulating the souls of others. Typically, when facing an illusionist of the same rank, one can easily fall victim to their soul-shattering control. The only illusionist Ling Su was familiar with was the Grand Master of the Deyun Nation, a profession that is exceedingly rare. Even his father would have little knowledge of others. And what of formation masters? Ouyang inquired further. Formation masters utilize themselves as the essence of heaven and earth, inscribing their own power formations, whether to enhance, curse, or slay foes. Moreover, formation masters possess robust defensive capabilities and the ability to traverse the void. Before Ling Su could respond, a deep voice resonated from outside. Ling Jonan, clad in his resplendent purple-gold dragon armor, strode in slowly, his gaze sweeping over Ouyang. Formation masters excel in numerous domains. Compared to illusionists, they are virtually invincible. After all, the primary strength of an illusionist lies in control, without allies to assist. Even a low-ranking illusionist struggles to inflict significant damage, whereas the formation master can prepare a plethora of talismans in advance that in battle, they can employ intricate formations to temporarily control and weaken you, and then use talismans to eliminate foes. Ling Jotian's understanding of the four major professions far exceeded that of Ling Su. Martial. Upon seeing Ling Jotian enter, Ouyang promptly paid his respects. He had been engrossed in the discussion, only now realizing that the one explaining all this was the Grand Marshal of the Deyun nation, a figure of paramount authority in terms of both power and influence. Ling Jotian stood at the pinnacle of this world. In comparison, Ouyang felt as insignificant as a mere ant, utterly defenseless. Despite his remarkable archery skills, he felt powerless against such extraordinary strength. Had it not been for Ling Jotian's timely intervention during his provocation of Mu Wanfeng, he might have been struck down by a single blow on the battlefield. With this newfound understanding, Ouyang's yearning for power intensified in both his previous life and this one. His aspiration remained to rise above all others. Previously unaware of the four major professions, he had endeavored to distinguish himself on the battlefield. Now that he was enlightened, he set his sights on becoming a demon warrior, a demon archer. Isn't the Lu Xian capable of flight? No matter how high you soar, can you outpace the arrows in my hands? If Mu Wanfeng can manifest a demonized shield, then I shall manifest a demonized bow. What do Lu Xian or formation masters matter? I can hide underground and shoot arrows, and you won't even be able to find me, no matter how formidable you are. Chapter 38. The Art of Demon Transformation. Upon Ling Jotian's entrance, Ling Su immediately fell silent. The two of them were always at odds. Any dialogue between father and son would inevitably lead to an argument within 5 exchanges. Unsurprisingly, Ling Jotian always emerged victorious in these disputes. Whenever he found himself lacking in reason, he resorted to violence. What is your name? Ling Jotian inquired, surveying Ouyang with satisfaction. This young marksman possessed extraordinary archery skills, and the carnage he could unleash on the battlefield rivaled that of a dozen archers, particularly due to his exceptional ability to suppress opponents. Replying to the marshal, "My name is Ouyang." Ouyang felt a surge of nervousness. Facing such a formidable figure for the first time, he struggled to maintain his composure. A fine young lad indeed, at such a tender age. You possess the strength of 4 horses. Clearly, you have been diligent in your training. Alas, Ling Jotian had been observing Ouyang for some time, and from his eyes, he perceived a fervent desire for power. However, desire alone cannot suffice. Without innate talent, no amount of yearning can transform one into a true powerhouse. Regrettably, your physique is ill-suited for cultivation. The moment Ling Jotian uttered those words, Ouyang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What is the most terrifying thing? It is talent. Ouyang understood that a person's achievements are determined by their innate abilities, just as his archery talent surpassed that of others, who might toil for a decade without matching his proficiency after merely a month of practice. This was the essence of true talent. However, Ling Jotian had just informed him that he possessed no aptitude for cultivation. How could he accept such a revelation? Marshal, who possesses talent in your eyes? Even my grandfather says my talent is quite rare, yet here, it has been deemed ordinary. Ling Su could no longer hold his tongue. His father was notorious for discouraging the youth, and he himself had grown up under such criticism. Seeing his father belittle Ouyang, he quickly spoke up in an attempt to comfort him. Indeed, upon hearing Ling Su's words, Ouyang felt somewhat reassured. The distinction between lacking talent and having poor talent, though subtle, was monumental. Lacking talent meant one could never become a cultivator. No matter how hard one worked, they could never take a single step forward. However, having poor talent was not insurmountable. One could compensate for it through diligent effort. When I speak, you best refrain from interrupting. Don't think that just because you've won a few minor victories, you've forgotten your place that I am, and will always be, your father. Ling Jonan and Ling Su began to bicker once more. This quarreling pair of father and son could not engage in a conversation without it devolving into an argument. Ouyang's talent is inferior compared to the average person, even if he were to cultivate. He would at most become a novice practitioner. Advancing further is simply impossible. That is the truth. Ling Jonan reiterated his stance. However, upon hearing this, Ouyang found himself less disheartened than before. Previously, Ling Jonan had stated that he could not cultivate. Now, he was told that there was a chance to become a novice practitioner as long as there was a chance. Ouyang's tenacity would not allow him to give up. However, whether to persevere was not his decision to make, as he currently had no means of pursuing cultivation. Even if he wished to succeed, it seemed impossible. Here, Ling Jonan, tired of arguing with his son, tossed a cloth bag to Ling Su. This contains the spoils taken from Mu Wan Feng. The credit belongs to you. I have no desire to fight you for it. With that, Ling Jonan turned and walked out, leaving Ling Su, who held the bag, looking displeased as he watched his father depart. Although he understood that his father had intentionally bestowed the merit upon the 7th squad, he couldn't help but feel irked by his father's demeanor. Yet, what good was his annoyance? In terms of rank, his father was the Grand Marshal of the Deyun nation, while he was merely a squad leader. The disparity in status was immense, and when it came to strength, the difference was even more pronounced. Though he too was a practitioner, he had yet to even cultivate the foundational techniques, while Ling Jonan could crush him with a single finger. Humph. Always with that sour face, Ling Su remarked, opening the cloth bag to inspect its contents before tossing it to Ouyang. This is yours. Ouyang, still lost in the reverie of Ling Jontian's praise, was startled when the bag struck him. He quickly bent down to gather the fallen items, looking at Ling Su with confusion. The credit for defeating Mu Wan Feng belongs to you. It was your distraction that compelled him to strike. Therefore, the spoils are rightfully yours. Ling Su was not the type to usurp his team members' merits. He believed in giving credit where it was due. Understanding Ling Su's character, Ouyang accepted the bag without hesitation. He began to rummage through the remains of Mu Wan Feng within. The bag contained only 3 items: a blue inner armor, which was the only remnant of clothing Mu Wan Feng had upon demon transformation, suggesting it was a valuable treasure capable of withstanding demonic forces. A greenish bracelet, which appeared unremarkable, but the fact that a demon warrior possessed it indicated it likely held some extraordinary significance. Yet, the final item he pulled out sent a rush of warmth coursing through his veins. The art of demon transformation. It was evidently a cultivation manual, and from its name, it was clear that it pertained to the cultivation of demon warriors. As Ouyang cradled the manual in his hands, his excitement was akin to holding a peerless beauty. This, Ouyang gazed at Ling Su, astonished that such a precious item had been given to him. His eyes brimmed with questions. This must be the cultivation manual that Mu Wan Feng practiced. If you're interested, you may study it at your leisure, Ling Su replied nonchalantly, continuing, my physique is unsuitable for cultivating as a demon warrior. I will likely become a Lu Xian in the future. Listening to Ling Su's words, Ouyang glanced at the other team members still in deep slumber and spoke up. Captain, why not wait until everyone wakes up and we can practice together? Who knows? We might all become demon warriors. That's unnecessary. Every member of the Blade Knight Brigade undergoes a test, and those with the potential to become practitioners are nurtured by the state. They have all faced testing before and have shown no talent for cultivation. Although your aptitude is not remarkable, you possess some degree of talent, and even if you can only become a basic demon warrior, that is still commendable. Ling Su's words carried a hint of consolation. Despite Ling Jontian's consistently high expectations, if Ouyang truly had talent, his father would surely cultivate him. The fact that he left without saying anything implied that even if Ouyang had some semblance of talent, it was likely very poor. Now, even with this demon transformation technique in hand, the likelihood of him becoming a demon warrior was exceedingly slim. Ling Su, unwilling to discourage Ouyang, chose to motivate him in this gentle manner, hoping perhaps a miracle might occur in Ouyang's journey. Chapter 39. A moment of respite. Having securely tucked away the 3 relics of Mu Wan Feng, Ouyang understood that these items might influence his future fate. Success or failure hinged upon them. In truth, the path of cultivation holds little allure. Isn't it splendid to gallop across the battlefield, as we do now? Ling Su observed Ouyang's earnest demeanor and sought to guide him, fearing that if Ouyang failed to cultivate anything substantial, he might lose his confidence. Ouyang's archery skills, while not claimed to be unparalleled, were certainly unmatched within the Deyun kingdom, as Ling Su had never heard of anyone whose arrows could rival Ouyang's. Even if such a sharpshooter could not become a practitioner, he would undoubtedly be recognized by the state after the war, enjoying a lifetime of wealth and honor. Moreover, even if Ouyang could not be deemed a practitioner, so what? They were brothers who had clawed their way out of the grave together. Whether on or off the battlefield, Ling Su would support his brothers unconditionally among the 30-odd brothers under his command, who could truly become practitioners. Yet this mattered not, for as long as he was alive, no one could bully his brothers. That was Ling Su's conviction. Captain, you need not say more. I firmly believe I will succeed. What if my talent is lacking? While others train for an hour, I will train for 10. I am convinced that with enough effort, even if I am not exceptionally gifted, what does it matter? Ouyang's eyes shone with determination. Once he committed to a path, he would persevere relentlessly, for he firmly believed that the amount one invests directly correlates with what one receives in return. This was the first time Ling Su witnessed such a display from Ouyang. Previously, Ouyang had struck him as a calm and cold sharpshooter, repeatedly creating miracles on the battlefield to secure victory. Yet today, he saw a different Ouyang, one filled with fervor and dedication. Excellent. I believe that as long as you maintain such resolve, even a lack of talent cannot hinder your ascent to strength. This time, Ling Su's praise was heartfelt. It was not fear of having poor talent that was daunting, but rather a person who resigns themselves to mediocrity, believing that talent is everything, as they would have no opportunities left. Captain, where shall we head next? Ouyang temporarily set aside thoughts of cultivation. The war was not yet over, and they must continue to fight until they had thoroughly defeated the Western Xi before returning to Deyun to receive their accolades. Despite the 7th Squad having achieved countless miracles, any rewards would have to wait until the war concluded. Thus, their mission remained to continue the fight. I intend to fill the 7th Squad to full capacity and then head towards the southeastern front, where the conflict is most intense. Ling Su had long harbored this plan. If one were to inquire where the fiercest battles were taking place, it would undoubtedly be in the southeast. This region, being closer to the capital of the Deyun Kingdom, was under heavy pressure from the Western Xi army. If the southeast were to fall, the Western Xi forces would surge forward, and even if the north managed to capture Feishui City, it would not compensate for the loss in the southeast. Isn't the southeast where we resupplied last time? Why didn't we replenish there then? Ouyang queried, puzzled. If they were to fill their ranks, they could have easily done so while passing through the southeastern military base last time. It was different then. The Blade members had almost penetrated deep into the enemy's rear. Even if we had resupplied, we would not have been able to gather enough elite troops. This time, with the 10th and 12th squads in disarray, the remaining personnel should be recuperating nearby, that we can fully absorb the members of the 10th and 12th squads, which not only facilitates command, but also significantly enhances our combat strength. Ling Su had high standards for his subordinates, akin to how he had initially accepted Ouyang. He had been reluctant to accept Li Wei as an addition. Yet Li Wei had proven himself on the battlefield, demonstrating that he was not the burden others had perceived him to be, from being a mere soldier in need of protection to one who could charge alongside the group. Li Wei's growth was evident, and he earned the recognition of all through his efforts. Are we going to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's rear in the southeast as well? Ouyang looked at Ling Su. After all the battles they had endured, Ouyang's mindset had shifted. Though the journey had been fraught with peril, there was no doubt that such training surpassed mere skirmishes on the battlefield, that a lone soldier pushing deep into enemy territory lacked the grandeur of a frontal confrontation. Yet if they could achieve success as they had previously, even with fewer numbers, the damage inflicted would rival that of thousands of troops, just as they had struck swiftly at Feishui City, disrupting the Northern Army's vision and causing them to misinterpret their intentions, leading to a loss on the front lines. This had been a successful incursion. However, while such tactics could succeed once, the southeast was not like the north. Executing a similar surprise offensive there would be nearly impossible. Should they venture deep, they risked being encircled and slaughtered within the enemy ranks. No. Upon our arrival in the southeast, we shall conduct battlefield raids. It was already a stroke of great fortune for us to penetrate the southeast the first time. However, warfare cannot rely on luck. so it is better to proceed cautiously. Ling Su explained, just as Wang Ming groggily climbed out of bed. Oh dear. Ouyang, you rascal, come help me up. Wang Ming bore wounds not unlike Ling Su's. If one were to judge by appearance alone, he bore a striking resemblance to Ling Su. Ouyang hurried to Wang Ming's side. Among the loquacious warriors of the 7th Squad, they did not find Wang Ming's incessant chatter as burdensome as it might seem. In those moments of deep infiltration, having Wang Ming occasionally break the tension with a joke or a light-hearted quip proved to be a refreshing balm. At last, we are safe. No more sleepless nights filled with anxiety. Wang Ming exhaled deeply as he sat on the bed. Throughout his time in the 7th Squad, he had endured relentless battles and various psychological burdens that in such dangerous circumstances, no one knew if they would see the sun rise the next day. Yet, they had ultimately broken through without any casualties. Wang Ming understood that their daring assault would undoubtedly be recounted in military academies after the war, becoming a classic case study. Such a glorious achievement, even decades or centuries later, would likely remain a part of cavalry textbooks. However, Wang Ming also recognized that their success was unlikely to be replicated. Even with their luck and strength, they could never find another Ouyang, one capable of continually creating legends on the battlefield. Chapter 40. Departure. A week of rest had allowed the 7th Squad members to recover significantly. Even those still bearing minor injuries posed no detriment to their combat effectiveness during this time. The 7th Squad underwent tremendous changes, expanding from 37 members to an excess of 200. This was not due to forced recruitment, but rather the joining of members from the 10th and 12th Squads. Despite Ling Su's insistence that they only needed to fill their ranks, he could not suppress the pleas of those crying out to join the 7th Squad, and ultimately had to accept them without reservation. While the expansion from 37 to 200 undoubtedly enhanced their combat capability, it also introduced challenges. Among the newly integrated personnel were the former captains of the 10th and 12th Squads. And at first, Ling Su worried that these individuals, who had once held equal rank with him, might resist his authority. Fortunately, this concern proved unfounded. While the Blade was a team that symbolized glory and brilliance, they too were a disciplined force. Regardless of past ranks, joining the 7th Squad meant they would unconditionally obey Ling Su's leadership, especially as the new members from the 10th Squad learned from the former Vice Captain Wang Ming about their remarkable exploits in the enemy's rear and their flawless breakout. Their admiration for Ling Su grew immensely. Naturally, among those they revered was Ouyang. However, they were also acutely aware that even Wang Ming, known as the King of Chatter, could not measure up to Ouyang, a sharpshooter who continuously created legends on the battlefield. However, the crucial matter is not whether they can make contact, but rather their earnest desire to witness the miraculous archery that transforms decay into wonder, as described by Wang Ming. After all, words can never compare to the authenticity of witnessing it firsthand. Are we all prepared? Ling Su inquired, observing the 7th Squad, now fully equipped and ready for action. This squad has truly evolved into a diverse and eclectic unit. Yet, Ling Su felt no trepidation regarding their varied backgrounds. Despite the divisions among the elite squads, their training had been unified, ensuring seamless cooperation on the battlefield. "Let us set off, Captain," exclaimed Vice Captain Xiqi, brimming with enthusiasm. After integrating the 10th and 12th Squads, his stature had significantly risen. Previously, he had been subordinate to the leaders of those squads, but now, even the most esteemed captains would respectfully address him as Vice Captain Xiqi. Excellent. As you all are aware, our objective this time is clear. The elite squad of the Southeast Army has been severely diminished, and we are tasked with executing rapid assaults and surprise attacks. I believe there is no need for me to reiterate the specifics. We are all brothers from the same barracks, and on the battlefield, only through unity can we prevail. Just as Ling Su began to articulate further, Wang Ming interjected. Unlike the newcomers, Wang Ming, who had once belonged to the 10th Squad, had fully embraced the 7th Squad after so long, and only he would dare to interrupt Ling Su at this moment. "Captain, when did you become so overly cautious? Let us move swiftly. Look over there," Wang Ming said, winking at Ling Su. Following Wang Ming's gaze, Ling Su's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Let us depart." With that, the newly formed 7th Squad of 200 galloped forth from the military camp, racing towards the southeast. Just as Ling Su and his 200 departed, Ling Jonan strode over with a stern expression. Observing his son leading troops once again, Ling Jonan's face remained cold, yet his eyes sparkled with pride. His son had always been headstrong, but it was precisely this character that Ling Jonan desired. A genius nurtured in a greenhouse could never compare to a battle-hardened warrior forged in the crucible of war. Inform the Southeast Army that the 7th Squad has set off, and instruct Pibois to remain vigilant. Ling Jonan commanded, addressing Xiao Mingyun nearby. Senior brother, you seem quite concerned about Ling Su. Why the long face upon seeing him? Xiao Mingyun inquired, puzzled. Yet, as soon as he posed the question, he promptly retreated, sensing the darkening expression on Ling Jonan's face. Should he press further, he might find himself caught in a storm of reprimand. Despite being the commander of the Northern Army, in the presence of his senior brother, Ling Jonan, he remained vulnerable. After all, the three armies' Grand Marshal was also his superior. Additionally, the fact that Xiao Mingyun, a 5th-tier demon warrior, was no match for Ling Jonan, a 7th-tier earth immortal, further emphasized the hierarchy. The Southeast Army's position was more defensible than that of the Northern Army. Though the situation was tense, they enjoyed the advantage of terrain, having fortified themselves in Jianfeng City, a border stronghold that had only fallen once in history. The Xiqi army had amassed a force of 300,000 there. Yet against the 22,000 defenders of the Southeast Army, their advantage was minimal as long as the Southeast Army remained entrenched in Jianfeng City. The Xiqi army would find it exceedingly difficult to breach. Even though they were constantly reinforcing their ranks, without a numerical superiority of at least 2-1, their commanders would refrain from launching a reckless assault on the city. Thus, while the Southeast Army engaged fiercely, the initiative remained with Ding, but if they chose to confront each other outside the city, they would clash. However, if they opted to stay within and raise the white flag, the Xiqi army would hesitate to attack. Even feigned assaults would be mere skirmishes. Capturing Jianfeng City from Diyun would be a formidable challenge. The 7th Squad journeyed from the north to the southeast over the span of 3 days. Despite the relentless travel, the elite of the squad managed to rest adequately. Though Ouyang struggled, his horsemanship was mediocre, making such long-distance pursuits particularly taxing for him. He preferred to infiltrate enemy lines and catch them off guard rather than engage in exhausting chases. We're almost there. Once we arrive, we should be able to rest momentarily, Ling Su remarked, observing Ouyang's weary state with a smirk. Despite his current exhaustion, Ouyang would undoubtedly revert to his cold, killer demeanor upon encountering the enemy. This trait was his strength. Regardless of his condition, his 3-pronged arrows remained a lethal threat to adversaries, striking true and swift. Ling Su had pondered how he would handle Ouyang if he were the enemy. Concluding that he would do anything to eliminate him, that a foe capable of matching hundreds of archers and even slaying their commander was someone no one wished to face. The devastation wrought by such exceptional archery on the battlefield was unparalleled. As they drew closer to Jianfeng City, Ling Su could discern distant sounds of battle. Upon hearing this, all the knights, including Ouyang, abruptly ceased their conversations, reins in hand, as they strained to listen. There is fighting ahead, Ling Su surmised. Recognizing that conflict was afoot, though the distance made it unclear who was engaging whom. Should it be their side assaulting the enemy, they could potentially strike down the fleeing soldiers. However, if they found themselves in a defensive position, they could only remain on standby, for even the mightiest of their 200 could not hope to turn the tide amidst a clash of hundreds of thousands. What is the situation? Ling Su queried, knowing Ouyang possessed extraordinary vision. The soldiers within the city have emerged to fight. The Xiqi army appears to be in retreat, though not overtly so. Even if the Southeast Army pursues, their efforts may yield limited results, Ouyang reported. Surveying the distant Jianfeng City. As soon as Ouyang finished speaking, the newly integrated knights fell silent. They were still several miles from Jianfeng City. From such a distance, they could barely discern rising dust. Yet Ouyang claimed to see the combatants clearly, an assertion that seemed implausible. All right, prepare to charge. Let us execute a cake-cutting maneuver, Ling Su declared, fully confident in Ouyang's exceptional perception. Captain, shouldn't we advance a bit further to ascertain the situation? Lin Feng, the former captain of the 10th Squad, questioned with skepticism. He felt Ling Su's order was somewhat hasty. Relying solely on Ouyang's report to command a full charge seemed rather rash. Ouyang's vision exceeds your imagination. Everyone, prepare. Form the elite charge formation. We aim to leave a portion of the enemy behind. Ling Su reassured Lin Feng with a knowing glance, and soon the 200 knights of the 7th Squad arranged themselves into the distinctive charge formation. This formation was the most powerful cutting configuration. Previously, the 7th Squad had only numbered 30 and could not form such a structure, but now, with ample numbers, they were ready for a devastating assault. Ouyang, focus on suppressing the enemy's archers and sharpshooters. Take opportunities to eliminate their leaders. Ling Su commanded as they galloped toward Jianfeng City, initiating the 7th Squad's first charge after their reinforcements. Ouyang remained surrounded within the formation, as he had yet to demonstrate any close combat prowess. Clad in distinctive armor, placing him on the periphery could easily expose him to danger. The Southeast Army had surged forth from Jianfeng City. Having withstood an assault from the Xiqi army the previous night, the battle had raged since midnight, and with the advantage of the city walls, the Southeast Army had repelled the Xiqi forces once more. Now, the Xiqi army was beginning to falter, and this moment presented a prime opportunity for pursuit. However, Pibwa, witnessing the orderly retreat of the Xiqi army, understood that even if they pursued now, the results would be minimal. His cavalry had suffered significant losses, and relying solely on infantry for the chase would yield only a handful of kills, insignificant against the 30,000 troops of the Xiqi army. Nevertheless, with the enemy in retreat, failing to pursue would dampen their own morale. Thus, even with limited prospects for success, he ordered the pursuit, allowing the pent-up soldiers to unleash their frustrations. Kill! The Southeast Army shouted as they surged forward. Yet only a fraction of the 40 to 50,000 soldiers who had joined the chase would remain effective. The Xiqi army continued to withdraw, maintaining a safe distance from the Southeast forces. Prompting Pibwa to prepare to sound the retreat, the order to withdraw was about to be issued by Pibwa. A sudden clamor of hooves echoed from the distance. A contingent of approximately 200 troops surged forth in a wedge formation, launching a fierce assault from the flank of the Xiqi army. Although this cavalry unit was not numerous, their exceptional equipment was undeniably superior to that of their counterparts. Upon recognizing the formation of these cavalrymen, Pibwa immediately discerned their identity. It is the 7th Squad arriving from the north. Their speed is astonishing. Pibwa had initially anticipated that the 7th Squad would not arrive until the following day. Little did he know they had pressed on tirelessly, arriving a full day earlier, just in time for this final climactic battle. Fools, charging into the enemy camp with just 200 men. Even if they create chaos, they will be mowed down by the sharpshooters. Pibwa was acutely aware that within the retreating enemy forces lay at least 10 skilled marksmen. It was likely that before this cavalry could even engage, they would suffer significant casualties. Such recklessness was utterly disconcerting. Pibwa contemplated how to order the cavalry to retreat. He was taken aback to see them accelerate once more, hurtling forward with even greater ferocity towards the enemy's rear. Their aim was evidently to sever the enemy's rear forces, hoping to leave a portion behind for their advancing infantry to encircle and annihilate. Yet their ambition was truly excessive. Their position was far too forward, tasked with cutting through no less than 5,000 or 6,000 enemy troops, while charging into such a position might seem feasible. It was precisely where the sharpshooters were concentrated. Would they be able to escape? Pibwa was in a state of panic. Just yesterday, he had received instructions from the Grand Marshal to keep an eye on the 7th Squad. But who could have anticipated that this group would catch him completely off guard? If these 200 cavalry were to charge in and be decimated by the sharpshooters, how would he explain this to Ling Jonan? They are almost there. Pibwa calculated their trajectory from the city wall. Knowing that once these 200 cavalry advanced approximately 300 meters, they would be within range of the enemy's sharpshooters. Anxiety consumed him. He desperately wished for this cavalry to make a sudden turn back to Jianfeng City. However, the distance was over 2 li, and even if he wished to command them, he could not. A pack of fools, how reckless. Pibwa was about to signal the retreat with a call to arms. But before he could utter a word, the battle was already ignited. Chapter 42. Triple kill. Pibwa longed to recall the 7th Squad, yet before he could speak, they had already engaged with the long-range attacking sharpshooters. To his astonishment, they were not even within the sharpshooters' firing range, and it was the 7th Squad that initiated the attack, not the Xiqi army's marksmen. 2 black triangular arrows suddenly shot forth from the charging ranks of the 7th Squad, their targets being 2 sharpshooters who had already drawn their bows and were preparing to fire at such a distance. With the cavalry charging, even the sharpshooters, let alone the newly joined members of the 7th Squad, had not anticipated this. Yet, in this improbable situation, Ouyang displayed his prowess. His archery had reached an extraordinary level, and while he did not expect to kill the enemy sharpshooters, his intention was to suppress them, utterly suppress them. He aimed to render the sharpshooters silent. Only then could they execute their cutting maneuver. The two arrows whistled through the air, targeting the throats of the two sharpshooters. Both reacted swiftly, abandoning their bows and disappearing into the chaos. Whoosh! Another arrow flew. This one also sprang from Ouyang's hand, aimed at a sharpshooter who had already drawn his bow and was about to release his arrow. This shot was remarkably precise, so much so that the sharpshooter targeting Ling Su, who was charging at the forefront, barely registered its approach. Was Ouyang's arrow formidable? Undoubtedly, his arrows were lethal. A moment's inattention could cost even a seasoned sharpshooter their life. Just as the sharpshooter's fingers were about to release the string to kill Ling Su, a black triangular arrow suddenly pierced through his throat. The sharpshooter, clutching his gushing neck, could hardly believe he had been struck from such a distance. One arrow had slain a sharpshooter, yet Ouyang remained unperturbed, though he had suppressed two and killed one. The opposing side still had 11 marksmen. His task was far from complete. Drawing back his bow once more, Ouyang again opted for a double arrow shot, not seeking kills, but rather suppression at this juncture. Slaying a single sharpshooter would yield little advantage. Suppression would prove far more effective. The two arrows flew simultaneously from his hands, aimed at two advancing sharpshooters that in light of the previous kill. The two enemies decisively abandoned their shots, opting instead to vanish into the tumult. Only 6 remain. Ouyang knocked another triangular arrow, a cold smile gracing his face. 1 against 6, and these were 6 sharpshooters, enough to fill him with pride. This is impossible. People watched in disbelief as Ouyang unleashed his arrows. He could scarcely fathom what he was witnessing. From the outset, Ouyang had fired 5 arrows. Killing 1 sharpshooter and suppressing 4. His archery was nothing short of miraculous. Most terrifying of all, people noted that apart from the single arrow that killed 1, nearly every shot was a simultaneous double arrow released in a melee. Even a 5-arrow volley would seem trivial. After all, in a dense crowd, a mere brick could fell several foes, let alone powerful arrows. Yet Ouyang's dual arrows each successfully suppressed 2 sharpshooters, indicating that he was no ordinary archer, and the 7th squad was not merely a typical cavalry unit. Whoosh! Another pair of arrows flew forth. After releasing this volley, Ouyang detached himself from the main charge. If he continued to push forward, his comrades would need to protect him. Rather than joining the charge, it was more effective to apply pressure on the enemy's threat. As long as he could silence the sharpshooters, the ordinary infantry could not impede the wedge formation's cutting maneuver. Only 4 remain. Ouyang did not glance at the arrows he had released. He dismounted and deftly withdrew 3 triangular arrows from his quiver. Drawing 3 arrows, he aimed to suppress 3 of the last 4 sharpshooters. If he could maintain pressure on these 3, he could potentially kill the slowest one. The 3 arrows flew simultaneously from Ouyang's bow, intertwining as they soared towards the trio of clustered sharpshooters. Upon witnessing this trio of arrows launched from Ouyang's hand, the 3 sharpshooters simultaneously wore expressions of disdain. They believed that while Ouyang's earlier dual shots were impressive, a triple shot was beyond the realm of possibility to them. This was merely an attempt to intimidate. However, erroneous judgments can be fatal, and this was one such instance. The 3 entwined arrows, akin to 3 venomous dragons, appeared light as air. Yet, as they approached the 3 sharpshooters, they inexplicably accelerated slightly, a subtle increase in speed that froze the previously scornful expressions of the marksman. Triple kill, Ouyang bellowed, swiftly drawing another triangular arrow from his quiver. With his shout, the 3 arrows struck their targets simultaneously. This was a genuine triple kill. Caught entirely off guard, 2 of the sharpshooters fell to arrows piercing their throats, while 1 was struck through the heart. A triple kill, a true triple kill, and against 3 sharpshooters at that. Even Pibois, a 6th-tier demon warrior, was left astonished by this spectacle. If Ouyang's ability to suppress 2 sharpshooters with a double arrow was remarkable, how could one possibly describe this arrow? As Pibois pondered this, Ouyang released his final arrow, but it was too late. As the arrow left the bowstring, its intended target had already vanished into the chaos at breakneck speed. Ridiculous. After witnessing Ouyang's astounding feat of a triple kill with 3 arrows, even if he were given the courage, he would not dare to shoot against Ouyang. His heart had already been thrown into disarray during Ouyang's triple kill. A sharpshooter who could not remain composed rendered their arrows meaningless, leading him to wisely choose to flee. As Ouyang observed the last sharpshooter escape, a tinge of regret crossed his face. The recent triple kill had indeed taken him by surprise. After all, those three fools had not even attempted to evade. Their demise was a direct consequence of their underestimation of him. He had never truly intended to kill them with his 3 arrows. His ultimate lethal shot was meant to be his last arrow. Yet, as is often the case, events unfolded unexpectedly. With a triple kill achieved, his anticipated lethal shot had missed its mark. Nevertheless, his mission had been accomplished. Having successfully suppressed the sharpshooters, the wedge formation led by Ling Su from the 7th Squad had successfully penetrated the enemy's rear. Commencing their cutting maneuver. Chapter 43. Decisiveness with resolute determination. Ouyang swiftly mounted his warhorse and began retreating towards the southeastern army's position. At this juncture, the 7th Squadron had already infiltrated the enemy lines and commenced their tactical dissection. His mission was accomplished. Remaining any longer would be futile, as any unforeseen events could prove disastrous. Such remarkable archery skills. No wonder the commander remarked that the 7th Squadron is exceptional. It's evident that the combat effectiveness of these 200 men transcends mere numbers, Pibois observed with a smile. Feeling a sense of satisfaction regarding Ouyang's retreat, this young man exhibited a level of composure that belied his age. He recognized that his task was complete and, without hesitation, opted for withdrawal, a decisiveness that even seasoned generals might struggle to emulate. The 7th Squadron's lateral incursion into the enemy's rear caused pandemonium. The soldiers, who had been frantically attempting to flee, found themselves utterly unprepared to confront this ferocious band of cavalry with a direct charge. The 7th Squadron effectively severed the 5,000 troops lagging behind, transforming them into a disorganized mass devoid of any coherent strategy, with cavalry blocking their advance and a relentless pursuit of 40 to 50,000 troops at their backs. How could they maintain their composure under such dire circumstances? Consequently, these uncoordinated soldiers began to disintegrate, and the faster they scattered, the quicker they met their demise, swiftly encircled by the overwhelming forces of the pursuing army. Witnessing the rear flank being cut off by the 7th Squadron, the enemy commander was filled with despair and fury. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such an elite cavalry unit? Most alarming was the archer, who had retreated to the city gates, constantly surveying the battlefield. Had it not been for his suppression, those 200 cavalrymen would likely have suffered significant casualties before even breaching the enemy lines. The archer had single-handedly neutralized 11 enemy sharpshooters, and the feat of releasing 3 arrows in one shot, resulting in 3 kills, was etched in the commander's memory. However, remaining in the vicinity of the West Qi Kingdom was no longer a prudent choice, compelling him to issue a decisive command to abandon the rear flank and retreat swiftly. Observing the enemy's lack of intent to halt, Ling Su tightened the reins. The mission of the 7th Squadron was complete, and pursuing the enemy further would be unwise. He bellowed from his mount, "Retreat! We withdraw." With that command, the entire 7th Squadron commenced an orderly withdrawal. Even in the absence of immediate danger, their exemplary training ensured they maintained their formation. What a commendable cavalry unit, prudent and judicious, advancing when necessary and retreating at the right moment. Pibois was immensely satisfied with the 7th Squadron. Their performance was truly commendable, characterized by Ouyang's extraordinary archery and Ling Su's calm and decisive leadership. Although they numbered merely 200, if executed well, they could emulate the momentum of 1,000 cavalrymen charging forth. Surrounded by 50,000 troops, the 5,000 soldiers found themselves in a desperate plight, with one side yearning to flee and the other poised to strike. It was a scenario that required no great intellect to decipher. Ultimately, the 5,000, isolated by the 7th Squadron, succumbed within the hour to the pent-up forces of the southeastern army. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Lin Feng had now joined Ling Su and the others at the city gates. Initially, he had harbored doubts about the potential for heavy losses during this charge and contemplated cautioning Ling Su. Yet, in the face of Ouyang's remarkable archery, the tide had dramatically turned. The entire charge unfolded seamlessly. A quintessential example of cavalry slicing through enemy ranks. Previously, Lin Feng had only heard tales of Ouyang's prowess with the bow, but witnessing Ling Su's 3 kills firsthand left him awestruck. That it finally dawned on him why the 7th Army could inflict such substantial damage with a mere 37 men deep behind enemy lines. With such a formidable marksman, the enemy's archers were effectively neutralized. What do cavalry fear most? It is not sheer numbers. No matter how many, they are rendered impotent against a charging cavalry. Instead, their greatest dread lies in being scattered before they even engaged. In the past, cavalry's greatest nightmare was archers, whose arrows could disrupt their formations and negate their advantages. However, with Ouyang in their ranks, those fears had been dispelled. What a remarkable young man! Lin Feng exclaimed candidly. He was not one to mince words. If he admired someone, he did so openly, and if he disliked someone, that was equally clear. He. Ouyang chuckled, scratching his head. He had received so many accolades lately that he had learned to respond with equanimity. However, as his silly grin faded, he realized that after an hour of slaughter, the battle had drawn to a close. And thousands of soldiers were now gazing at him with an almost reverent awe, sending a shiver down his spine. Captain Ling Su. A messenger hurriedly emerged from the city gates, though he called out to Ling Su. His eyes were fixated on Ouyang, regarding him as if he were a curious creature. Captain Ling Su, the commander requests your presence and that of your team in the city. At long last. Ling Su and his men received the order to enter the city. They had remained at the gates, awaiting Pibua's command, which had taken an hour to arrive. The entire 7th Squadron wore expressions of resigned amusement, yet now that Pibua's order had been relayed, they had no choice but to comply and proceed into the city for further arrangements. The current deployment of the Southeastern Army was markedly different from their earlier foray deep into enemy territory, where decisions had been made collaboratively. Here, they would need to adhere to military orders, a crucial matter indeed. The temporary encampment of the West Qi Army stretched for miles, where they had constructed rudimentary fortifications, forming a makeshift stronghold. At this moment, the morale of the defeated West Qi soldiers appeared significantly diminished, especially among the archers, who bore the weight of a crushing defeat and no longer exhibited their usual arrogance. Brother Pusong. Who is that young man? His archery is utterly terrifying. The speaker was a sharpshooter who had fled early in the confrontation, narrowly escaping Ouyang's final arrow. He was in his 30s, sporting a small goatee, and bore an air of sophistication. However, to judge his character solely by appearance would be a grave miscalculation. He was a true killer on the battlefield, having claimed the lives of no fewer than 800 soldiers since the onset of this conflict. He was undoubtedly a figure of ruthless efficiency. Chapter 44. Unerring accuracy. I have no idea, replied the man known as Brother Pusong, a robust individual in his 40s. His thick arms and calloused hands revealed his expertise in archery. However, today he had been so intimidated by Ouyang's prowess that he had retreated into the chaos without releasing a single arrow. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace. That fellow's ability to shoot 2 arrows simultaneously approaches the realm of infallibility. And the power of his single arrow is truly fearsome. We all know how agile Xiqi is, yet under that one shot, he had no chance to react, had I not fled quickly. I dread to think what might have happened, Jiang Ning said, his face flushing at the memory of his retreat. He had faced sharpshooters countless times on the battlefield, but never had he felt so humiliated. Forced to flee like a frightened rodent without firing a single arrow, the most humiliating part was that they had outnumbered Ouyang 11-1, yet he had managed to slay 4 and scare off 7. Had anyone suggested such a scenario yesterday, they would have deemed it preposterous. Do you think he might be a demon warrior? Pusong inquired, observing the contemplative expressions of his fellow sharpshooters. A demon warrior? That's impossible. Not only is he not transformed, but has anyone ever heard of a demon warrior wielding a magical bow? Jiang Ming shook his head in disbelief. Regardless of whether he is a demon warrior, we must exact revenge if he can shoot 2 arrows at once. Then next time we shall strike together and see how he evades. Pusong clenched his fists, knowing that his mention of a demon warrior was merely an offhand remark to provide his comrades with an escape from embarrassment. Ha ha! I was wondering who it was, and it turns out to be the illustrious 1st Sharpshooter Squad. I hear that today you were all thoroughly routed by one individual, like mice fleeing. Xiqi and the others were even shot down. A young man, approximately 27 or 28 years old, approached with an orange war bow slung across his back, flanked by 4 or 5 companions, all of whom wore expressions of derision. Ma Biao, what nonsense are you spouting? Although Jiang Ning possesses an elegant demeanor, His temper is notoriously explosive at this moment. Upon witnessing Ma Biao and his companions approaching to mock them, the anger that had been ignited by Ouyang surged forth within him. Had it not been for Pu Song's timely intervention, Jiang Ning would likely have charged at them. Humph! Apart from boasting of mere brute strength, what else do you understand? Oh, I almost forgot. From today onwards, you have even lost that, having been reduced to a state of retreating in disgrace. What courage is left to speak of? Ma Biao remarked, casting a glance at the individuals behind him, who erupted into a raucous laughter in unison. Enough! Just as Jiang Ning was on the verge of losing his composure and rushing forward, an authoritative voice resonated through the air. Subsequently, a commanding figure clad in golden chainmail, wielding a massive sword that spanned 2 palms in width, approached. This man, around 40 years of age with a full beard, was none other than Zheng Gongming, the commander of the Xiqi army stationed here. Zheng Gongming was a 6th-tier demon warrior, having transformed through the very sword he held, the Immortal Slayer. Upon his arrival, the previously belligerent group of archers fell silent. What do you know besides treachery within your ranks? Zheng Gongming had come to inquire about the sudden appearance of the archer who had disrupted their forces. But upon his arrival, he found them engaged not in discussions of battle strategy, but in mutual insults. Marshal. Pu Song glanced at Zheng Gongming. Although the archers held a high status within the military, they were inconsequential in the presence of the Grand Marshal. A 6th-tier demon warrior could easily crush them as one would an ant. Pu Song. What is the situation regarding that newcomer who appeared today? Zheng Gongming, disinclined to reprimand the squabbling archers, posed his question directly. Marshal, there is no information regarding that individual in our records, but he bears a resemblance to an archer who appeared at Feishui City some time ago. Pu Song recalled having heard of a certain archer who had appeared at the gates of Feishui City, single-handedly suppressing over 100 bowmen and even slaying the Lord of Feishui from below the walls. Initially, Pu Song had dismissed the tale as a fabrication by those seeking to evade responsibility. However, having witnessed Ouyang's skills firsthand today, he now considered the possibility that one could indeed dominate 100 archers. How do you assess your capabilities in comparison to him? Zheng Gongming, not particularly interested in whether Ouyang was the archer from Feishui City, was keen on discerning if those present could eliminate this threat. Pu Song felt a rare moment of doubt regarding his own archery skills that in past encounters, he would have confidently assured Zheng Gongming of his ability to eliminate a specific general under his command. But this time he hesitated. Marshal, that individual merely capitalized on our momentary disadvantage and a stroke of luck to achieve such results. Should the 2 armies confront each other head-on, our second archery team would have the confidence to take him down. Pu Song hesitated, fully aware that Ouyang's archery was beyond their abilities. Yet, the audacious Ma Biao, oblivious to Ouyang's prowess, boldly interjected with such claims. His words not only served to elevate his own standing, but also subtly undermined Pu Song's team, implying that the first team lacked the capability while they could succeed. Upon hearing Ma Biao's statement, the members of the first team shot him furious glares, though their anger was tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Ma Biao was unaware of Ouyang's terrifying potential. With only 6 members in his second team, if he truly led them into battle, they could very well face total annihilation. Oh, you possess such confidence. Zheng Gongming, already aware of Ouyang's formidable skills, noted Ma Biao's boldness as indicative of some degree of assurance. Zheng Gongming, as fellow archers, it seemed implausible that one could not best another. Could 6 fail to overcome one? In a direct confrontation, could Ouyang possibly possess extraordinary prowess? In the tent of the Great Eastern Army stood 3 individuals, the Supreme Commander, Pai Bo, and 2 others, Ouyang and Ling Su. At this moment, Pai Bo regarded Ouyang with a peculiar gaze, as if attempting to pierce through his facade to uncover what lay beneath. After a prolonged silence, during which both Ouyang and Ling Su felt increasingly uneasy under his scrutiny, Pai Bo finally spoke. Ling Su, my old friend Zhong Tian once told me that you possess commendable leadership skills. Now, pray tell, what should be our next course of action? Chapter 45. The admirer Pai Bo's inquiry caught Ling Su off guard, as he had not anticipated being asked such a question. What? I recall you as a child of strong opinions. Pai Bo had known Ling Su's family for years and had watched him grow up. Marshal, the Xiqi army continues to disrupt our positions. Although they currently lack a method to capture Jianfeng City, they persist in reinforcing their numbers. Once our forces are outnumbered 2-1, the enemy will undoubtedly launch a relentless assault. If that occurs, Ling Su paused, gauging Pai Bo's expression, which was now one of appreciation. Continue. Pai Bo gestured for Ling Su to proceed without concern for his presence. If Jianfeng City falls, Xiqi will gain a strategic foothold, and the victories achieved in the north will be rendered meaningless. The Xiqi army could then leverage Jianfeng City as a base to launch offensives, gaining the initiative over the northern territories and the capital. Ling Su continued to analyze the situation, with Ouyang nodding in agreement beside him. While Ouyang was not inherently defensive in nature, he recognized that Ling Su's remarks suggested a desire to advocate for an offensive strategy. However, he understood that such decisions could not be made lightly. The Xiqi forces significantly outnumbered the Great Eastern Army, making a defensive stance feasible, yet any offensive action would require careful consideration. Share your thoughts, Pai Bo said, settling into a chair and encouraging Ling Su to continue. Marshal, my strategy hinges on disruption. Currently, the Xiqi army occupies our territory, yet we hold the defensible Jianfeng City. While the Xiqi army is merely positioned temporarily, we, backed by the Great Eastern, possess a supply chain that far exceeds theirs. Rather than passively defending, we should take the initiative to strike. Ling Su began, but Pai Bo interrupted him. I am aware of this. Now, elaborate on your idea of disruption. Disruption. Ling Su nodded. At present, we are merely maintaining our defense of Jianfeng City, waiting for the enemy to attack. Even with the advantages of the city, the enemy still enjoys ample rest each day. If we continue this way, fatigue will inevitably set in among our soldiers after a series of small and large skirmishes every few days. My proposal is to continuously dispatch troops to harass their encampment daily, not necessarily to defeat them, but to ensure they are never at peace. Ling Su's intentions were now abundantly clear. So you mean we should rotate our soldiers to harass the enemy, sacrificing some to prevent them from resting adequately? Is that correct? Pai Bo looked at Ling Su, nodding in agreement. This tactic resonated with his thoughts on the path to victory. However, while the strategy sounded straightforward, its execution would prove immensely challenging. This was not merely a skirmish involving hundreds or thousands. It involved large-scale warfare with tens of thousands at stake. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for Pai Bo, necessitating meticulous planning before action could be taken. Very well, you may both return for now, that I shall consider this matter. Pai Bo waved off Ling Su and Ouyang as they departed. Sitting back in his chair, Pai Bo mused. Indeed, the progeny of the Ling family is impressive. Though still young, he demonstrates remarkable composure. Unlike those impetuous youths eager for conflict, it appears my old friend has left a worthy successor. Upon exiting the tent, Ouyang found himself engulfed in confusion. From Pai Bo's demeanor, it was evident that he was quite taken with Ling Su's proposed strategy. Moreover, Pai Bo's lack of surprise or delight suggested he had likely contemplated this approach long before. Yet, why had this strategy not yet been implemented? In the coming days, the Xiqi army should be less aggressive, allowing us a brief respite, Ling Su remarked as he walked alongside Ouyang. For the 7th team, their rest typically meant training. Fortunately, Ouyang was not required to participate in their drills. Previously, when the 7th team was newly formed in the north, their members had voiced concerns about Ouyang's absence from training. However, after the battle for Jianfeng City, no one questioned Ouyang's worth anymore. Ouyang was a hidden demon lurking behind enemy lines. He did not need to charge into battle, yet his presence invariably opened avenues for the 7th team. Captain, must one attain 10 horses' strength to become a demon warrior? Ouyang inquired, as he anticipated another opportunity for training in the coming days. However, one question lingered in his mind. Was it truly necessary to reach 10 horses' strength to become a demon warrior? Not necessarily. Ling Su shook his head and remarked, as you can see, I currently possess only the strength of 6 horses. However, the spiritual source within me has already taken form. Once the war concludes and I am granted time to cultivate, I should be able to ascend to the rank of a first-tier earth immortal. The power itself is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it hinges on whether one can cultivate a spiritual source. How does one determine the presence of a spiritual source? Ouyang pressed on. When the spiritual source is initially formed, you will sense a subtle energy within your body. An earth immortal disperses this energy throughout their being to resonate with the external spiritual sources, while a demon warrior condenses this energy in their chest to forge their own demon core. The successful formation of a demon corps is the first step into becoming a demon warrior, followed by the selection of a favored weapon to merge with their body, thus completing the initial transformation into a demon. Ling Su continued his explanation. I see. Ouyang nodded slightly. Gradually, as he raised his head to inquire further, the two had unknowingly returned to the small encampment of the 7th Brigade, where countless soldiers had gathered outside, eager to witness the 7th Brigade's prowess. The brigade's remarkable performance on the battlefield had captivated these soldiers, who had fought on the front lines for so long. Their fierce charge and comprehensive archery prowess were nothing short of a textbook demonstration. What is going on? Ling Su observed the throng surrounding the encampment with confusion. The crowd was not limited to soldiers. There were even some junior officers among them. The scene within the 7th Brigade's camp was utter chaos, and Ling Su began to ponder whether they could continue their training in peace. I have no idea. Perhaps they are your fans, Ouyang speculated. Although he was uncertain about the sudden influx of people, he reasoned that given the 7th Brigade's outstanding debut on the battlefield, it was only natural for Ling Su, the captain, to attract a following. Just as he finished speaking, they heard Wang Ming's voice. There they are. The ones you're looking for are Captain and Ouyang. Chapter 46. Unmatched in the world. Upon hearing Wang Ming's shout, Ouyang nearly instinctively turned to flee. He had once been a talented archer and had participated in major competitions. He knew all too well that if these were indeed fans, especially fervent ones, they could be more troublesome than enemies. Damn it. Wang Ming has betrayed us. Ling Su felt a shiver run down his spine as he noticed the crowd's gaze shifting toward them. Dealing with these admirers would be 100 times more challenging than facing an equal number of foes. After all, one could vanquish enemies, but not so with these people. Captain Ling Su, allow us to join the 7th Brigade. Captain Ling Su, I was a knight before. I also wish to join the 7th Brigade. Brother Ouyang, please teach me archery. This last request was somewhat absurd, for as it was uttered, a visible frown appeared on Ouyang's face. Had the situation not been so chaotic, he would have liked nothing more than to leap up and kick the man who had called him brother, then demand, "What made you think I am older than you? You could be my father." Soon, Ling Su and Ouyang found themselves surrounded by zealous fans from another realm, a throng of soldiers akin to zoo visitors admiring a giant panda. If only they had cameras. They would likely rush forward for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, given that a great war looms, let us postpone any discussions until after the battle, Ling Su declared. He noticed that while he spoke, Ouyang had already hidden behind him. This ungrateful fellow had pushed him into the spotlight. Captain Ling Su, we were once cavalrymen. While we may not be as elite as the 7th Brigade, we are all ace cavalrymen. Please let us join the 7th Brigade. A man clad in cavalry armor stepped forward, his eyes brimming with unspoken hope. Ling Su scanned the crowd and realized that the expressions mirrored that of the man before him, filled with yearning. However, Ling Su felt a headache coming on. There were at least 1,000 people here. If his 7th Brigade were to accept so many, it would inevitably transform into a battalion. Ladies and gentlemen, the 7th Brigade's composition is dictated by a direct order from the Marshal, and even I, as the captain, cannot alter it lightly. Ling Su deflected responsibility to the Marshal, knowing that invoking the Marshal's name was a surefire way to quell their enthusiasm. Indeed, as soon as Ling Su uttered those words, disappointment washed over the crowd. They had come with a spirit of hope, yet they were former cavalrymen whose units had suffered heavy losses in the war. And many had even seen their formations disbanded, forced to mingle with the infantry that a group of proud cavalrymen reduced to foot soldiers. A bitter pill to swallow. They still yearned to reclaim their former status. Brother Ouyang, when will you have time to guide our archery unit? A young man, bow slung across his back, squeezed through the throng of knights, fixing his gaze on the gleeful Ouyang hiding behind Ling Su. Called by name, Ouyang found escape impossible. He could only brace himself as he faced Ling Su's amused smirk from behind. Brother Ouyang's archery skills are truly unmatched in the world. If you would guide our archery unit, we would surely see a remarkable improvement in our abilities. The archer's fervent gaze fixed on Ouyang conveyed a sense of determination that suggested he would not leave until he received an answer. Ouyang felt a twinge of annoyance. While Ling Su had successfully defused a crowd of knights with the Marshal's authority, the archery unit's request for guidance posed a different challenge. He had no such trump card. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist the archers. It was merely that his time was already scarce, and he wished to dedicate the upcoming days to diligently refining his demon transformation technique. If he were to guide the archery unit, who knew when he might find time to train properly? Ha ha! Unmatched in the world. How utterly laughable. Suddenly, amidst the relatively harmonious atmosphere, a discordant laugh rang out. As the voice echoed, the knights and archers who had once surrounded Ouyang and Ling Su turned to look, only to lower their heads and slowly part ways, creating a path for more than 20 agile archers approaching from behind. These must be the archers of the Southeast Army. Their intentions are not friendly. Ling Su whispered to Ouyang, acutely aware that their arrival would undoubtedly provoke some discontent among the veterans. The 7th Brigade was an elite cavalry unit, yet the Southeast Army currently had no knights. He had thought that even if someone looked down on them, it would not escalate. However, he had forgotten that the Southeast Army boasted a renowned archery unit, and Ouyang's dazzling performance on the battlefield had naturally stirred jealousy among them. The archery unit's arrival was clearly a provocation. Ling Su, despite his desire to intervene on Ouyang's behalf, felt that it would be better to let Ouyang teach these arrogant veterans a lesson, reminding them that the 7th Brigade was not to be trifled with. Ensuring that they would think twice in the future. Unmatched in the world, what an audacious claim. The archers from the 4 nations number in the thousands. Even Qi Baiqiang, known as the arrow god in Hongming Kingdom, would not dare to declare himself unmatched. Yet here stands a newcomer, bold enough to make such a proclamation? The leader of the approaching group sneered at Ouyang. This man appeared to be around 30, clad in a black leather armor, with a dark bow slung across his back. His entire appearance exuded an ominous aura. Did I ever claim to be unmatched in the world? Ouyang countered, understanding that the man was attempting to twist his words, that it was not he who had proclaimed himself unmatched, but rather the archers who had first spouted those words. Yet in this man's mouth, it had morphed into a statement attributed to Ouyang himself. Was being unmatched in the world so easily attained? Ouyang had no desire for such a title. It was prestigious, yes, but it also bore the weight of challenge against every archer in existence. Ouyang was not inclined to seek such a confrontation. Humph. Everyone here heard you clearly. Do you lack the courage to admit it? The man halted about 10 paces away from Ouyang, his gaze assessing him with a mix of disdain and veiled threat. To him, today was about putting the spotlight-seeking newcomer in his place, reminding him to respect his elders and comply with the established order. However, was Ouyang the type to allow himself to be oppressed? From the moment he joined the vanguard, he had resolved that to live well, he must step on the heads of his enemies to rise. Mercy was reserved for brothers, while cruelty was eternally reserved for foes. He intended to instill fear in those who dared cross him. Chapter 47. A Lesson in Humility. Marshal. In Popobo's tent, his strategist Hu Xiaotong hurried to his side, where the marshal was studying the battle map. The archers from the Southeast Army, led by Su Quan, have come to provoke the 7th Brigade. Popobo merely nodded, his attention still fixed on the map, seemingly unfazed by the incident. Marshal, Hu Xiaotong was somewhat at a loss for words. The entire sharpshooter battalion had gone off to provoke them. If any conflict arose from this, it would escalate tremendously. It is essential to note that although the 7th Squadron was new to the scene, they were currently the only cavalry unit in the entire Southeast Army. Furthermore, Ling Su was the sole heir of Ling Jonan. Should any mishap occur, the entire sharpshooter battalion might have to pay the price alongside Ling Su. They are not seeking trouble with the 7th Squadron. The 7th Squadron is a cavalry unit, and there is no inherent conflict of interest with the sharpshooters. They are after Ouyang. Pibwa gestured towards a route on the map. If Ling Su were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this was precisely the route the 7th Squadron had traversed behind enemy lines. Marshal, are you not concerned? Hu Xiaotong was aware that Su Quan could be quite ruthless. With a major battle on the horizon, if he were to do anything to Ouyang, then... Humph. Pibwa snorted disdainfully. With Su Quan's limited skills, does he truly believe he can contend with Ouyang? It is not that I look down upon him, but in my estimation, in terms of archery, there are perhaps only Qi Baiqiang of Hongming who could rival Ouyang. Although Pibwa had only witnessed Ouyang in battle once, he understood that across the whole of Diyun, and indeed the entire world, only that arrow god, Qi Baiqiang, could compare with Ouyang's prowess in archery. You hold him in such high regard, Marshal? Hu Xiaotong was taken aback by Pibwa's lofty estimation of Ouyang. Qi Baiqiang was renowned as the world's foremost archer, and Hongming had formed a formidable sharpshooter battalion of 300 under his tutelage. In the past, during the great conflict between the Jin and Hongming nations at their borders, both armies had summoned forces exceeding 400,000. Yet, by the battle's conclusion, over 10,000 enemy soldiers had fallen to the sharpshooter battalion led by Qi Baiqiang. With thousands more succumbing to his arrows, this was a true battlefield reaper, and now Pibo was audaciously placing a fledgling novice on the same pedestal as Qi Baiqiang. Was that even conceivable? However, Marshal Hu Xiaodong attempted to voice his concerns, but Pibo interrupted him with a wave of his hand. No need to say more. Su Quan has always been indulged. It is high time someone puts the sharpshooter battalion in their place, lest they grow too arrogant. Listening to Pibo's words, Hu Xiaotong nodded helplessly. He could only exit the command tent, yet his unease lingered as he hastened towards the area where the 7th Squadron was stationed, fearing that should Ouyang falter, he might intervene. Outside the 7th Squadron, the cavalry had gathered behind Ouyang, standing as a formidable support, exuding the spirit that they could topple the entire sharpshooter battalion at a mere command from him. Humph. Do they think they can bully us with their numbers? A bunch of cowards who lack even the courage to admit their own shortcomings. It seems we have overestimated them. Su Quan, observing the 200 cavalrymen, understood that if Ouyang chose to ignore them today, there was little they could do to him. Nonetheless, since they had come, he hoped to provoke Ouyang with his taunts. Admit what? That I am unparalleled. It is merely a hollow title. What is there to fear admitting? Today, I dare anyone to challenge me. Ouyang's tone was dripping with arrogance, yet he had the merit to back it up. Even Pibo regarded him with such esteem, asserting that only Qi Baiqiang could contend with him. Thankfully, none of the other sharpshooters overheard this, or they would have surely been driven mad. What an arrogant brat. Claiming to be unrivaled. Even the arrow god Qi Baiqiang would not dare make such a claim. Yet this brash youth has the audacity. Su Quan seized upon Ouyang's words as if they were a weapon. However, before he could revel in his triumph, Ouyang spoke again. His unwillingness to admit it only indicates his lack of strength. Just like you. If I lent you a bit of courage, would you dare to claim you are unrivaled? Ouyang's gaze was as piercing as the arrows he shot, and at that moment, Su Quan, the seasoned archer, felt an uncharacteristic sense of unease when meeting Ouyang's eyes. Su Quan quickly steadied himself, believing this discomfort stemmed not from Ouyang himself, but rather from the 200 cavalrymen behind him. Ouyang's audacity was bolstered by their presence. You brat, you are indeed arrogant, daring to proclaim yourself unrivaled. Are you willing to face us in a contest? Su Quan revealed his purpose for coming. He intended to provoke Ouyang. Now that Ouyang had the audacity to claim he was unrivaled, he could not let this opportunity slip by a contest. Do you think you are worthy? Ouyang regarded Su Quan with disdain. This man had sought to belittle him from the start. And now he was proposing a contest, revealing their premeditated intentions. Ouyang's retort not only enraged Su Quan, but also incited fury among the sharpshooters behind him, who hastily drew their bows, seemingly ready to unleash a barrage upon Ouyang. What are you doing? This is a military camp. Who dares to act recklessly here? Do not expect the 7th Squadron to show mercy. Any injuries sustained will be hard to explain. Ling Su unsheathed his battle knife, stepping forward to shield Ouyang, ready to incapacitate any who dared to move against them. Captain, do we really need to bother our brothers with these fools? They want a contest. Let us see what they are up to. Ouyang recognized that the situation had escalated beyond repair. If he did not assert enough dominance over the sharpshooter battalion now, they would remain oblivious to the consequences of their arrogance. Humph. I fear you may not dare. Su Quan, upon hearing Ouyang's agreement, revealed a malicious glint in his eye. He had already plotted a way to put Ouyang in his place before coming to provoke him. With 24 men, he intended to crush Ouyang with sheer numbers. Believing that even the strongest could not withstand the onslaught of more than 20 adversaries, fear? Do not speak too soon. You may find yourself the one trembling. Ouyang retorted, stepping towards Su Quan, who glared back at him as they, along with 25 others, made their way to the training ground. The anticipation of a confrontation between the self-proclaimed unrivaled Ouyang and the entire sharpshooter battalion ignited excitement among the onlookers. Including the seasoned veterans of the 7th Squadron, everyone surged towards the training ground. Yet, compared to the other Southeast Army personnel, the veterans of the 7th Squadron had unwavering confidence in Ouyang. This was a man who, under the city walls, had faced hundreds of archers and emerged victorious, slaying the Lord of Feishu, a man who, with his arrows, had forced a demon warrior into submission. even risking a breach of treaty among the four nations just to eliminate his foe. Would Ouyang truly falter against the entire sharpshooter battalion? The question of who would bring whom to heel remained uncertain. Chapter 48. 1,000 paces. The news of the contest between the sharpshooter battalion and Ouyang spread swiftly throughout the Southeast Army. In no time, the training ground was engulfed in a throng. Yet at the center stood only 25 individuals, armed with bows and arrows. Whispers and discussions echoed throughout the crowd, as Ouyang's audacious declaration of being unrivaled in archery had led him to boldly accept the challenge of the sharpshooter battalion. For the vast majority, this was seen as an act of self-degradation. Was it so simple to claim being unrivaled? Even Qi Baiqiang, recognized as the foremost archer, would not dare to make such a claim. Yet Ouyang did so without hesitation, brazenly asserting that Qi Baiqiang's reluctance stemmed from a lack of strength. "Captain, do you think Ouyang can win?" Lin Feng whispered to Ling Su, who stood beside him. As Lin Feng spoke, the new members of the 7th Squadron, still unfamiliar with Ouyang, instinctively turned their gazes towards Ling Su. These few worthless fools think they can best Ouyang? It is not an insult. Should this be a battlefield, they would hardly manage to suppress him even if they all attacked at once. Ling Su knew Ouyang all too well. He was acutely aware of the unpredictable prowess in his archery. Even when Ouyang proclaimed himself unrivaled, Ling Su was not particularly surprised that he recognized strength when he saw it. But in a battle of attrition, Lin Feng still harbored concerns. "Do not worry. Have some faith in Ouyang. Even if Qi Baiqiang were to arrive, you must believe he can emerge victorious." Ling Su's confidence was not blind. While he had never seen Qi Baiqiang in action, he believed Ouyang to be the strongest. "How shall we compete? Speak up. Today, the rules are yours to set, whether it be a brawl or a duel." Ouyang slowly unstrung his crossbow, gripping it firmly, and regarded Su Quan with a mixture of disdain and challenge. Su Quan glowered at Ouyang. "A brawl. A mere child is not worthy of our time for a brawl. We will not bully you. Today, we shall compete in 3 events: standing shooting, mounted shooting, and a duel. State your rules." Ouyang understood that standing shooting and mounted shooting should be straightforward, but the key would lie in the duel. He could tell from Su Quan's sinister demeanor that the so-called duel would not be one-on-one. It likely meant a group assault against him. Both standing and mounted archery naturally test precision, which you should understand. As for counter-shooting, Su Quan paused momentarily. Although the divine archery camp was not large in number, they were notorious bullies within the military. Yet today, they were to engage in such a distasteful act as counter-shooting. Counter-shooting involves both sides sending forth archers to utilize cover for shooting and evading. As Su Quan spoke, the soldiers watching from outside erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, the divine archery camp truly lives up to its name. Are you suggesting that we each send an archer? Look around. Apart from me, is there anyone else here? Are you implying a rotating challenge?" Ouyang's disdain for Su Quan grew, as he found it laughable that such a feeble display of intimidation could be conceived. Even if he were to win today, he doubted he would emerge with any dignity. "Enough of your nonsense. You are unparalleled in your skill. Do you think we mere mortals would dare challenge you?" Su Quan's expression turned sour. Yet he was well aware of Ouyang's prowess on the battlefield, having single-handedly subdued numerous sharpshooters in a one-on-one contest. Even he lacked confidence, leaving him with no choice but to resort to such tactics. The divine archery camp is utterly shameless. Li Wei, having observed the scene for a while, was almost impressed by the audacity of the camp. That it was already humiliating for a group to challenge a single individual, and now they wished to employ rotating tactics. Sheer shamelessness. Ouyang waved a dismissive hand at Li Wei, then turned to Su Quan and said, "Let us begin with standing and mounted archery. State the rules." Ouyang spoke with an air of indifference. Yet his thoughts were anything but trivial. He understood that the divine archery camp had abandoned all pretense of dignity in confronting him. But that was fine. The more shameless they became, the more severe their downfall would be later. "Lu Tong." Su Quan called to a sharpshooter in his late 20s behind him. The man produced a square-holed copper coin, no larger than 2 centimeters in diameter. With a square hole even less than 1 centimeter across, Lu Tong began to walk slowly toward the distance, counting his steps as he went. 600 steps. After a considerable distance, Lu Tong halted at 600 steps. He took out a small red string to tie the copper coin to a small tree, but before he could begin, Ouyang interjected. "Only 600 steps. Is that the best the divine archery camp can offer? If so, I'm not even interested in participating. Ouyang's words were harsh, effectively insulting every sharpshooter present. Keep walking. Su Quan glared at Ouyang, his expression darkening. While his accuracy was commendable, it was limited to a maximum range of 950 steps. Beyond that, his hit rate would drop significantly, particularly when aiming at something as small as a copper coin. Most people would be hard-pressed to even see it at that distance, let alone shoot it. Lu Tong advanced another 300 steps, aware that Su Quan's effective shooting range was 950 steps. 900 steps was already a stretch. 1,000 steps? Without that distance, I wouldn't even bother to draw my bow. Ouyang seemed to read their thoughts, smiling at Su Quan, who, in contrast, wore a dark expression. 1,000 steps it is. Su Quan decided to gamble, refusing to believe that Ouyang could truly hit a copper coin at that distance. As Lu Tong took another 100 steps, he finally hung the copper coin on a small tree and promptly moved away. Originally, they had planned for Lu Tong to hold the coin at 600 steps to create a stunning effect. But Ouyang's insistence on 1,000 steps left Lu Tong feeling apprehensive. Su Quan watched Lu Tong retreating, berating him internally for his cowardice, but he knew that even he would hesitate to hold the coin at such a distance. Who goes first? Su Quan asked Ouyang. Though he had already knocked an arrow from his round-headed bow, a standard type used by archers, while it lacked the power of Ouyang's triangular arrows, it was more precise. After you, Ouyang, upon seeing Su Quan's round-headed arrow, realized they were not even in the same league. If he were to use a round-headed arrow, he could easily hit the square hole from 1,500 steps away with a focus on precision rather than power. Su Quan scoffed, knocking the arrow on the bowstring and gradually drawing it back. As he did, the entire training ground fell silent, holding its breath. Even the members of the divine archery camp felt a surge of anxiety at this distance. Su Quan's hit rate was only 70%. If he were to miss, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for the camp. Whoosh! The round-headed arrow sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Soaring toward the copper coin 1,000 steps away, as the arrow flew, Su Quan's expression shifted to one of confidence, for he believed he could hit the target. Chapter 49. Mounted archery. The sound of the arrow whistling through the air was clear to everyone. But it was soon followed by a soft ping. Looking 1,000 steps away, they saw the copper coin had been struck and was now wildly swaying. Excellent. That shot was indeed impressive. Even the soldiers who had laughed at the divine archery camp's idea of a group assault on Ouyang now began to cheer. Particularly, the archers in the camp viewed the feat of hitting a copper coin from 1,000 steps as almost miraculous. The crowd erupted in applause, while Su Quan smiled proudly at Ouyang, believing the 1,000-step distance was intended to challenge him. Now, he was eager to see how Ouyang would respond to the ensuing situation. However, upon glancing at Ouyang, he noticed Ouyang still shaking his head in disdain, muttering, "What a pity! With such high accuracy from a round-headed arrow, you couldn't even hit the square hole from 1,000 steps. Kid, anyone can make boasts. When it's your turn, I will see how you hit the square hole." Su Quan perceived Ouyang's words as nothing more than blatant jealousy. "Why wait? We can do it now," Ouyang said, drawing a triangular arrow from his quiver. As soon as the triangular arrow appeared, the earlier cheers fell silent. They might not understand the intricacies of archery, but they were aware of some basic knowledge within the military. The triangular arrow was indeed the most powerful type of arrow. On the battlefield, if one intended to slay an enemy, sharpshooters or other archers would typically opt for triangular arrows due to their superior penetrating power, capable of piercing through the weak points of iron shields if sufficient force was applied. However, the contest was not about power but precision. In this regard, could the triangular arrow, known for its force, even compare to the precision of the round-headed arrow? Ouyang slowly knocked the arrow onto the bowstring, entering a focused state. While the spectators remained perplexed, the copper coin, still swaying due to Su Quan's previous shot, raised questions. Did Ouyang intend to keep aiming until it stopped moving? Before they could contemplate this, Ouyang's arrow was already in flight. With a whoosh, the triangular arrow did not produce the same powerful sound of slicing air as the round-headed arrow, yet its speed was several times greater. Thud! The sound of the arrow striking would resonated, and instinctively, the crowd assumed Ouyang had missed. However, when they looked toward the copper coin, they found it had vanished, leaving only a red string swaying in its place. "This is impossible." Su Quan gazed at the impact point of the triangular arrow. which had embedded deeply into the tree trunk. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern that Ouyang had indeed hit the square hole with his arrow, subsequently carrying the copper coin into the tree. What just happened? The soldiers outside, lacking Su Quan's sharp vision, were left questioning one another. You won. Su Quan's voice was subdued. He acknowledged his defeat wholeheartedly. Even if he wished to cheat, he had no opportunity. He had barely managed to hit the edge of the stationary copper coin, while Ouyang had struck the moving coin with precision, demonstrating a stark difference in skill that even those unfamiliar with archery could comprehend. 1. Ouyang won. Lin Feng glanced at Ling Su, who, like Su Quan, had not fully grasped the unfolding events. Of course he won. Su Quan merely hit a stationary coin, while Ouyang was able to accurately strike the moving coin and take it away. Would you not consider that a victory? Ling Su, possessing spiritual vision, could see clearly despite not matching Ouyang's prowess. As soon as Ling Su spoke, a pin-drop silence enveloped the crowd. They had been pondering what had transpired, but upon hearing Ling Su's explanation, they found it difficult to accept. Hitting a copper coin from 1,000 steps was already astonishing, yet Ouyang had struck a moving target, and to top it off, he had hit the square hole with a triangular arrow that was less precise than the round-headed arrow. What did this signify? It meant that 1,000 steps posed no challenge for Ouyang. Had he used a round-headed arrow, he might have struck a target from 1,500 steps away with ease. This distance, this precision is truly terrifying. Just moments ago, I was contemplating how the archery camp would ridicule those who looked down upon them. Yet now they are fervently praying for the camp to avoid severe humiliation today. It's merely good fortune. At this point, Su Quan could only offer himself such an excuse, for he could scarcely fathom the possibility of hitting the small hole of a copper coin from 1,000 paces away. Hence, he could only believe that all of this was simply a matter of luck. After Su Quan uttered this remark about luck, the expressions of the archers brightened considerably. If that arrow was not a stroke of fortune, then there was indeed no need for further competition in the upcoming events. An archer capable of shooting at will from 1,000 paces, whether or not he is peerless, at the very least. There exists no rival who could stand against him. Hu Xiaotong stood outside the arena, himself a third-tier earthly immortal, and he had witnessed everything that transpired with utmost clarity. He understood best whether Ouyang's arrow was a matter of luck. That shot was entirely a display of predictive archery, a skill Hu Xiaotong had only seen in the likes of Qi Baqiang. The marshal certainly possesses keen insight. It seems this lad truly possesses archery skills that rival those of Qi Baqiang. I wonder if Qi Baqiang is aware of such a person's existence. Would his temperament compel him to travel far and challenge Ouyang? A smile spread across Hu Xiaotong's face, for he knew that if Deyun could truly boast a Qi Baqiang among its ranks, then with the synergy of infantry, cavalry, and skilled archers, Deyun might indeed hold the potential to overshadow the three kingdoms. At that moment, Hu Xiaotong began to envision a near future where Deyun would command a brigade of 300 archers, unleashing a volley that would leave their adversaries in utter disarray on the battlefield. As Hu Xiaotong indulged in these thoughts, the cavalry archery commenced. For archers, this form of competition is somewhat superfluous, yet it serves as a test of skill. After all, maintaining stability atop a galloping horse is a formidable challenge. And typically, the accuracy of mounted archery is at least half compared to standing shots. But would any of this pose a challenge for Ouyang? Having mastered predictive archery, even amidst the chaos of battle, he could unleash 3 arrows with a single draw, let alone in this mounted archery contest. Chapter 50. A double-shot horses are quite precious to the southeastern army at present. Nearly 90% of the cavalry has perished, and the remaining 10% are without steeds. It is estimated that the entire southeastern army possesses fewer than 300 horses, and this includes the 200 from the 7th Squadron. Before long, a skilled archer approached, leading 2 battle steeds. Though these horses could not compare to the robust mounts of the elite cavalry, they were still commendable steeds. Lu Tong, I leave this to you. Su Quan instructed Lu Tong, who had been responsible for hanging copper coins in the previous competition. In the entire archery camp, Lu Tong was undoubtedly the foremost choice for mounted archery, as he could maintain stability even on horseback, which provided a solid foundation for the precision of his shots. Lu Tong gave a thumbs up to the archery camp behind him, signaling that he was ready, then mounted his steed and gestured provocatively toward Ouyang, declaring, 10 arrows at 1,000 paces, I shall begin. The meaning of 10 arrows at 1,000 paces is that one must shoot 10 arrows while the horse gallops 1,000 paces, with victory going to the archer who hits the target most accurately. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Lu Tong spurred his horse into a gallop toward the first target. Lu Tong's horsemanship was commendable. At least Ouyang believed he could not rival him in that regard. However, today's competition was not about horsemanship. If it were, pulling out Ling Su would surely mean a swift defeat for everyone else in the blink of an eye. Lu Tong reached within 10 paces of the first target. Drawing his bow to as, he brushed past the first target. His round-headed arrow soared forth, striking true at the bullseye. This shot was outstanding in both power and judgment, and even Ouyang nodded in acknowledgement. The horse continued to gallop, and he released his second arrow with remarkable speed. The two shots were but 4 to 5 seconds apart. This rate of fire demonstrated Lu Tong's solid archery skills, evident even to Ouyang. The second arrow deviated slightly from the bullseye, but still struck the target. The third arrow found the bullseye again, followed by the fourth and fifth, until the 10th arrow, in less than a minute. The steed had traversed 10 targets, and Lu Tong had hit all of them, with 6 arrows striking the bullseye, 3 slightly off, and the final arrow missing the mark by a larger margin, yet still embedding itself in the target. This performance drew unanimous praise from the entire archery camp, including the 7th Squadron. Well done, Lu Tong's mounted archery is indeed unparalleled, Su Quan exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Ouyang, as if to mock him with those words. Unparalleled. Is it? Then I shall show you what it means to achieve a double. Ouyang mounted his steed, his ascent lacking the grace of Lu Tong, even appearing somewhat clumsy. Yet, as stated before, today's competition was not about horsemanship but archery. Ouyang pulled the reins taut and drew 10 triangular arrows from behind him, urging his horse to gallop along the path Lu Tong had just taken. Soon, he arrived at the first target. Whoosh! A triangular arrow flew forth with incredible speed, accompanied by a sound that pierced the air, followed by a sharp crack. At that moment, the spectators in the arena were momentarily stunned. No way. Could this be possible? Su Quan stared at the first target, pondering its plausibility when another crack resounded. This second arrow, like the first, cleaved Lu Tong's arrow from the target and embedded itself in the bullseye. The third arrow, crack. The fourth, the fifth, by the time Ouyang reached the last target. The entire arena held its breath, beginning to question if they were caught in a dream. Hit! With his final arrow released, Ouyang let out a triumphant roar and leaped from his horse in that instant. The last arrow also sliced through the arrow embedded in the 10th target, striking precisely where Lu Tong had shot. The shock was palpable. It was a soul-stirring jolt. Lu Tong, standing less than 50 paces from Ouyang, stared in disbelief at the 10 targets. All of his arrows had been cleaved and precisely struck by Ouyang's projectiles. Lu Tong understood well how formidable this feat was. To achieve such a shot was undoubtedly hundreds of times more challenging than merely hitting all 10 arrows on the target. The bullseye, though small, was still the size of a human fist. While one could practice to improve accuracy, consistently hitting the bullseye while cleaving another arrow was a level of skill that seemed almost unattainable. Unparalleled. Su Quan's face turned pale. Earlier, he had intended to use the term unparalleled to insult Ouyang, deliberately using it to describe Lu Tong in an attempt to provoke Ouyang. Yet at this moment, he understood why Ouyang had proclaimed before the competition, unparalleled, is it? Then I shall show you what it means to achieve a double. No one had grasped the meaning of that statement. Yet Ouyang had used this method to convey to all that the phrase unparalleled held no merit in his presence. The arena remained silent for a full minute, all eyes fixed on the 10 targets, on the arrows that had been cleaved in two. Some spectators wondered if this were a dream, while others secretly envied Ouyang's archery skills. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaotong was overwhelmed with astonishment when he first heard that Ouyang had once forced the formidable warrior Mu Wanfeng to defy the treaties between the 4 nations with the strength of an ordinary person. He thought it was merely an exaggerated tale. However, after witnessing Ouyang's prowess twice today, he realized that it was fortunate he was just an ordinary archer. Had he been a warrior of extraordinary caliber, he would undoubtedly be a terminator of earthly immortals. Such archery skills, combined with the lurking abilities of a warrior, would spell doom for any earthly immortal caught unawares by an ambush from an opponent like Ouyang. What a pity! What a pity! Hu Xiaotong lamented deeply. He could see Ouyang's talent was extraordinary, far beyond the ordinary. Even if they were to utilize elixirs to enhance their abilities, they might barely manage to produce a first-tier warrior. A warrior must reach the third tier to possess the ability to burrow underground. If they could truly cultivate a third-tier Ouyang, then ambushing enemy leaders on the battlefield would leave them oblivious to their demise. Yet talent can be a curious thing. Those with capability do not always possess talent, while the gifted may lack diligence. Xiqi was one such individual, lacking the ability to cultivate, yet possessing godlike archery skills. Had he become a demon archer during the confrontation with the Hongming kingdom, it is likely not a single earthly immortal would dare to emerge. Alas, like Ouyang, he belonged to that unfortunate category of individuals unable to ascend to the ranks of demon warriors. Chapter 51. Is there even a need to compete? Did I win? Ouyang gazed at Lu Tong, his voice dripping with provocation. Had he made this statement before the competition, Lu Tong would surely have had a retort ready. However, now, faced with the seemingly monstrous prowess of Ouyang, he felt utterly powerless to respond. This kid's archery is simply terrifying, Lin Feng remarked, standing behind Ling Su, still entranced by the moment Ouyang's arrows sliced through Lu Tong's projectiles and accurately struck the targets. This can no longer be referred to as a contest. It has devolved entirely into Ouyang's personal exhibition. The entire archery camp seems less like a group of challengers and more like enthusiastic supporting characters, albeit of a particularly specialized nature. You haven't seen anything more terrifying yet. Ling Su, surprisingly calm, acknowledged Ouyang's extraordinary skills. However, what he demonstrated was merely a display of precise marksmanship, which pales in comparison to the feat of releasing 4 arrows to strike 4 distinct targets simultaneously. Sigh. Su Quan appeared to age significantly in that moment. Lowering his head with a heavy sigh, he was acutely aware that they had suffered a complete defeat today, although Ouyang's results matched those of Lu Tong. The discerning could easily ascertain who had emerged victorious. Out of 3 contests, they had lost 2 right off the bat, and what was the point of the final round? Even if they were to triumph in that last contest, what would it matter? These thoughts raced through Su Quan's mind before a sinister smile crept onto his face. Aren't you the one who boasts of being unparalleled? We may not be able to defeat you, but that madman Xiqi will surely come from afar to challenge Ouyang upon learning of such a remarkable marksman. Su Quan pondered this, though his treacherous smile went unnoticed, for he was not the center of attention. The spotlight was on the ostentatious Ouyang in the arena. Is there even a need for the third contest? One-on-one or a whole team against you? Ouyang approached Su Quan, showing little regard for his dignity, intent on thoroughly extinguishing Su Quan's pride. Humph, you arrogant whelp. Don't be so presumptuous. While we in the archery camp concede that we are not your match in archery, just wait and see if you can maintain that title of unparalleled. Su Quan sneered at Ouyang and glared disdainfully at his team from the 7th Battalion before bellowing to his own team, who shared similar expressions. Let's go. In a matter of moments, the 24 members of the archery camp vanished without a trace. Humph, just wait and see. Can this group of useless fools really challenge me? Ouyang mused. Yet he did not underestimate his opponents. As the saying goes, an open arrow is easy to dodge, but a concealed strike is hard to defend against. Who knows what schemes the archery camp might concoct after today as humiliation? Thus, it is prudent to remain cautious. Power. It all comes down to power. I must utilize this respite to diligently cultivate the transformation of demons technique. Once I become a demon warrior, even if they were to muster the courage, they would not dare to provoke me. Ouyang clenched his fist, acutely aware that this world revered strength above all. To earn the respect of others, one must first possess a level of power that commands their belief. This was the very reason Ouyang dared to challenge the entirety of the archery camp. Stop gawking. Disperse. Hu Xiaodong observed the departing archery camp and realized that Ouyang had irrevocably offended them. However, there was no alternative. Had Ouyang chosen to acquiesce today, the archery camp would have been even more relentless. With this overwhelming victory, Ouyang had delivered a resounding slap to the archery camp's face, and even if they harbored malicious intentions, they would have to bide their time until the war concluded. Hu Xiaodong understood that even if the archery camp were granted more audacity, they would not dare to act against Ouyang on the battlefield or in the barracks. The Deyun kingdom had the most brutal means to deal with such internal strife. Once such individuals were discovered, both they and their families would face certain death. The families of these archers resided within the Deyun kingdom. If they dared to act recklessly, they would be endangering their loved ones. As Hu Xiaotong dispersed the throngs of soldiers that had gathered around, he approached Ouyang, who had returned to the 7th Battalion, currently being playfully pestered by a group of knights. Military advisor. Ling Su recognized Hu Xiaotong's approach. Although he did not know Hu Xiaotong personally, he was familiar with the uniform of a military advisor. Ling Su, is it? Hu Xiaotong inquired, observing the straight-backed Ling Su. Despite his youth, Ling Su exuded a certain commanding presence reminiscent of Ling Jonan. An aura forged in the crucible of battle, embodying true iron and blood. Indeed, military advisor. Ling Su remained humble, never allowing his father's status to inflate his ego. He consistently regarded himself as merely the captain of the 7th Battalion, a disposition that earned him widespread acclaim for his modesty. The 7th Battalion performed admirably this time. They will undoubtedly receive ample rewards post-battle. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Although the West Qi army has been repelled, with Zheng Gongming's temperament, it is likely they will regroup for another siege within 5 days, that we must prepare accordingly. Hu Xiaotong did not elaborate further. He recognized the prowess of the 7th Battalion. Yet even the most formidable force of 200 was limited in the midst of a clash involving hundreds of thousands. He turned to leave. Ling Su shrugged, perplexed by Hu Xiaotong's intentions. Stop dawdling. Return to training immediately. Within 5 days, the West Qi will strike again, and we shall have our grand showdown. Ling Su commanded, waving his hand as the 7th Battalion echoed his orders and made their way back to camp. Regardless, today belonged to Ouyang. His 2 overwhelmingly dominant performances not only showcased the prowess of the self-proclaimed unparalleled marksman to the Southeast Army, but also revealed to the newly joined knights of the 7th Battalion that Ouyang, who rarely trained with them and often meandered about the battlefield, was far more formidable than they had initially perceived. Proving everything through strength was Ouyang's method, and it was indeed the most effective approach. Following today's inexplicable contest, Ouyang believed he would have the next 5 days to catch his breath and diligently practice the transformation of demons technique. The mere thought of it stirred excitement within him. To those from esteemed families like Ling Su, the transformation of demons technique might not seem particularly impressive, but for a novice like Ouyang, it was a treasure of divine caliber. It was the key to unlocking his path to becoming a mighty warrior in this world. Determining whether he would achieve greatness or remain just another ordinary marksman claiming to be unparalleled among the masses. Chapter 52. The Golden Finger. Ouyang sat in solitude within the tent belonging to the 7th Battalion. Outside, the sounds of battle cries from training resonated incessantly, yet after spending considerable time in the 7th Battalion and engaging in countless skirmishes, Ouyang had grown accustomed to such sounds, feeling no stress from them. He retrieved the transformation of demons technique, which he had obtained from Muwan Feng, and continued to peruse its contents. In truth, he had already studied this technique several times. The method of cultivation was not overly complicated. But the crux lay in absorbing external spiritual energy to condense demon pills. Initially, Ouyang had thought that condensing demon pills would be exceedingly difficult, but after examining the transformation of demons technique, he finally understood why those he encountered consistently emphasized the notion of talent. In this world, what people referred to as talent essentially pertained to an individual's sensitivity and capacity to absorb spiritual energy. The stronger this ability, the higher the talent assessment one received. Ouyang had also attempted to gauge his own sensitivity to spiritual energy, and he realized it was indeed lacking. Even under the guidance of the transformation of demons technique, the spiritual energy he could perceive was exceedingly scant. My rate of absorbing spiritual energy may not even reach 1% of Ling Su's. Relying on this speed to gather enough spiritual energy to condense a demon pill seems implausible. Ouyang reflected, discovering that he could indeed absorb minute traces of spiritual energy through the technique, but these traces were far too few to feasibly condense a demon pill. Success is determined by effort. There is nothing unattainable, only the question of whether one dares to pursue it. Ouyang encouraged himself and, like in previous days, began to slowly absorb the spiritual energy. His rate of absorption was undeniably sluggish, although the transformation of demons technique contained numerous annotations. It still paled in comparison to the guidance of a true teacher. The spiritual energy gradually penetrated Ouyang's pores, guided appropriately, and began to coalesce around his heart. The speed of this condensation was painfully slow. At this rate, Filling that area and subsequently liquefying it to solidify into a demon pill would likely take a decade to accomplish. However, Ouyang was not overly concerned. After all, taking the first step was paramount. If he lacked the confidence to even take that initial step, he might as well resign himself to being just a marksman. As the spiritual energy slowly gathered around his heart, Ouyang understood that, albeit at a slow pace, he was indeed making progress, which was far superior to those who could not even sense spiritual energy. He continually reassured himself that to rise above others, one must endure hardships. Yet, as these thoughts occupied his mind, an inexplicable force suddenly surged from his lower abdomen. This force, guided by the spiritual energy entering his body, began to make its way towards his heart. Sensing the presence of this force, Ouyang hurriedly ceased his absorption, and at that moment, the force retreated back to his dantian. What is this? This was the first time Ouyang had felt such a force, and he was perplexed as to how such a power could exist within him. Compared to the faint traces of spiritual energy he had condensed, this force was immensely powerful, perhaps even millions of times more so. Could it be? A realization struck Ouyang. He rose to his feet and stepped to the front of the tent, shouting towards Ling Su, who was training outside. "Captain, I am going into seclusion to cultivate. Please do not disturb me." "What are you shouting about?" I understand. Amidst the joyful training conducted by Ling Su, a sudden shout from Ouyang pierced the air, prompting Ling Su to cast a disapproving glare at this leisurely fellow. After receiving Ling Su's response, Ouyang returned to the tent, harboring immense confidence in Ling Su's words. He believed that as long as Ling Su had consented, no matter how fiercely the Xiqi army might advance, there would be no cause for concern. Settling cross-legged on the ground once more, Ouyang began to absorb the essence of the spiritual source slowly. However, this time, he did not employ the method of full-body absorption. Instead, he focused solely on drawing in the spiritual source through his lower abdomen. Indeed, the force that had manifested earlier began to move slowly toward his heart. Guided by the spiritual source, can this force coalesce into a demon core? Ouyang mused, uncertain of its feasibility. Yet, since this force belonged to him, it surely could not harm him. Could it? After all, it was worth a try. As the power gradually approached Ouyang's heart, he felt as if his entire being had been frozen. At that moment, it seemed the force had ceased to heed his commands. This is it. Ouyang's mind fixated on this thought. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, the force had already devoured all the spiritual essence within his heart. Following the consumption of the spiritual essence, the force did not, as Ouyang feared, bring him harm. Rather, it began to spread gradually, ultimately filling his heart. Simultaneously, Ouyang's entire body regained its mobility. This cannot be happening. Ouyang sat dumbfounded on the ground, grappling with the events that had just transpired. The mysterious force had absorbed the spiritual essence and aided him in achieving the first step towards the coalescence of the demon core. Liquefaction of demonic energy, or spiritual essence, was the term used by demon warriors to describe their own power. To solidify a demon core, the initial step was to transform the spiritual essence within one's heart from gas to liquid. Once this stage was reached, the final step of refining it into form was all that remained. For an ordinary genius, successfully liquefying spiritual essence from a state of complete ignorance would ordinarily require no less than 3 to 5 years, even with the aid of elixirs. Yet, Ouyang had accomplished it in less than a day. How could this be explained? Could I possibly be that legendary, once-in-a-million-year genius, who, despite being deemed a failure, ultimately soars to greatness? Ouyang fantasized, but that remained merely a fantasy, for in gaining certain things, he had also lost others, alas. No more wild thoughts. Ouyang patted his head and began to observe the changes within his body. At this moment, his heart contained a small liquid world manifested by the demonic energy. However, Ouyang soon discovered something peculiar. His liquid world was not the azure realm described in the demon transformation technique, but rather a vast sea of blood. Could this be a result of that force? Ouyang pondered, having already formed a basic judgment regarding the origin of that power. It should be the force generated from his training in the 18 dragon subduing palms over the past 6 months. As this realization struck him, he immediately stood up and began to practice the 18 dragon subduing palms. However, as he engaged in practice, he nearly burst into tears. Damn it, is there no humanity left? I thought I possessed a golden finger of transmigration. only to realize it has turned into a copper finger. I am but a tragedy. Chapter 53. The blood-colored demon core. Ouyang lamented pitifully. For upon achieving the liquefaction of his demon heart, he understood that he had lost the opportunity to continue training in the 18 dragons subduing palms. Although Ouyang was unaware of the true nature of the 18 dragon subduing palms, there was no doubt that its cultivation surpassed that of the demon warriors. How long had he been training here? The 18 dragon subduing palms had actually enabled him to amass strength sufficient for liquefaction of the demon core. If he could discover a proper training method, perhaps mastering the so-called 18 dragon subduing palms might truly allow him to unleash a torrent of 5-clawed golden dragons, just like in the television shows. Alas, it was too late to ponder these matters. What was lost was irrevocably lost, and no amount of regret could change that. Ouyang now needed to focus on how to proceed along the path of a demon warrior, having liquefied. The next step is to solidify the demon core. Once the demon core is formed, I shall be able to demonize my body and weapons, becoming a first-tier demon warrior. Ouyang found a measure of comfort in the thought of becoming a demon warrior. Flipping through the demon transformation technique, Ouyang began to study the method of transmuting the demon core from liquid to solid state. As for why the blood-colored liquid existed, he paid it little mind. After all, his power was not derived solely from the absorption of spiritual essence, but rather relied on the force originally belonging to the 18 dragon subduing palms, so some mutation was only to be expected. Who says I am not a genius? I am quite the genius. A legendary genius would at least take a year or two to achieve liquefaction, while I accomplished it in just one day. Ha! Ouyang laughed heartily, attracting the attention of the knights from the 7th Brigade who were resting outside. Under Ling Su's orders, they were prohibited from disturbing Ouyang under any circumstances. Thus, even upon hearing Ouyang's seemingly deranged laughter, they merely glanced over without approaching. Within the Xiqi military camp, Zheng Gongming sat within his large tent, where a young man and woman stood before him. Tinger, Soar, this battlefield is no palace. A moment's carelessness could cost you your lives. Zheng Gongming looked at his 2 nephews with a mixture of helplessness and concern. What did these children think this place was? They had come here for training. Yet even he, a 6th-tier demon warrior, faced danger on the battlefield. One was a 2nd tier and the other a 1st tier, without employing their powers. They were not much different from ordinary people. Furthermore, the 4 nations had an agreement. Demon warriors were absolutely prohibited from attacking ordinary soldiers on the battlefield, unless they were also cultivators. What could these 2 children possibly accomplish here? Uncle, Father instructed us to come and experience the brutality of the battlefield, not to remain sheltered like greenhouse flowers. The girl, referred to as Soar, pouted at Zheng Gongming. Alas, my brother indulges you both too much. However, I must make it clear. Within the army, there are no princes or princesses. Here, you are soldiers. Disobedience will be dealt with according to military law. Despite his fondness for his nephew and niece, Zheng Gongming maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters. If he could not treat them equally within the military camp, these 2 mischievous children would undoubtedly cause chaos. Rest easy, uncle. We are merely here to observe. Zheng Danteng nodded. Though the cunning glint in his eyes did not escape Zheng Gongming's notice, Zheng Gongming shook his head and said to the 2, "You should rest in my camp for a few days. In 5 days, we will launch an assault, and at that time, you may accompany me and observe." As night fell, the city of Jianfeng was aglow with lights, and the military camp gradually fell into a temporary silence. The soldiers gathered around clusters of campfires, engaging in discussions about their various interests. Meanwhile, Ouyang remained seated within his tent, attempting to transform the liquid state into a solid state. Once the demon core entered the liquid state, its formation no longer required spiritual essence, but rather compression. At this stage, barring any incompetence, anyone should be able to successfully become a demon warrior. Yet Ouyang was still cautious. He was not in a rush for success, but rather took a step-by-step approach. Achieving the liquefaction of the demon core in a single day was already remarkable, and the blood-colored demon core he had formed appeared unsettling. Under Ouyang's control, the liquid demon core gradually flowed toward his heart, slowly forming a small vortex at its center. The surrounding liquid spiritual essence continuously converged toward the vortex, and as more liquid entered, a demon core the size of a green bean began to take shape within the vortex. The moment the demon core manifested, Ouyang immediately grasped the in his hands. With the firmly in hand, Ouyang began to guide the power to flow into the vortex. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the liquid had vanished, and a blood-colored demon core the size of a yellow bean appeared within Ouyang's heart. That he knew that at this moment, he had not yet completely succeeded, as he had yet to complete the steps of guiding the demon core to demonize his weapons and body. Ouyang maneuvered the demon core from his chest, slowly moving it to his arm. The instant the demon core appeared on his arm, the in his grasp began to vibrate furiously, unleashing a tempest that erupted from his being. The whirlwind swept through the tent, lifting it into the air, causing a stir throughout the military camp. Naturally, the first to notice this disturbance was Pibwa. As a fifth-tier demon warrior, Pibwa possessed keen perception. Upon sensing this aura, his first thought was disbelief. This was clearly the manifestation of demonic energy unleashed by an ordinary person reaching the level of a demon warrior within the entire camp. He was the only demon warrior, alongside Hu Xiaotong, the terrestrial immortal, who could possibly break through. Moreover, even if a breakthrough were possible, it would never occur in such a chaotic military camp that a slight interruption during the demonization process could lead to catastrophic consequences. But Pibwa could not afford to dwell on such concerns. He dashed toward Ouyang's location with utmost urgency. Upon arriving at the 7th Brigade's encampment, he was momentarily stunned when he realized that such an event had transpired in the 7th Brigade's vicinity. His mind reeled. Since the emergence of the 7th Brigade, the entire military camp has been in a state of unrest. However, compared to previous incidents, this one is far more significant. That it is essential to understand that a demon warrior is regarded as an unparalleled existence. One such being is worth more than 100,000 soldiers. At this moment, Pibwa must personally safeguard this individual, for any mishap would result in a loss that affects the entire Dayun Kingdom. Chapter 54. The half-demon Pibwa, disregarding the need to clear a path, directly burrowed underground, slipping into the 7th Brigade's camp beneath the feet of numerous onlookers. At this moment, all the knights of the 7th Brigade, including Ling Su, stood agape, staring at Ouyang, who was standing there. Ouyang's eyes had turned blood red, and dark demonic energy continually emanated from his body. The thorned owl bow in his hands had transformed. Its once deep purple hue now glimmered subtly, and the ominous owls adorning its sides appeared to come to life, their 4 blood-red eyes mirroring Ouyang's gaze. It's him. The sight of Ouyang nearly took Pibwa's breath away. He could not fathom what had transpired. Just moments ago, he had seen Ouyang as an utterly ordinary person. Despite his remarkable archery skills, there was no way he could have transformed from an ordinary human to a demon warrior in such a short span. Yet, Pibwa had no time to ponder this. He was now preoccupied with Ouyang's predicament. Ouyang was in the process of demonizing his thorned owl bow, for a demon warrior could only demonize one weapon throughout their lifetime. Throughout history, there had never been a case of a demon warrior demonizing a bow. What purpose does a bow serve? The hallmark of a demon warrior is their formidable physique and close combat prowess. Whether facing an earth immortal, a formation master, or an illusionist, once a demon warrior closes the distance to within 100 meters, the only escape is through a few special artifacts. Otherwise, it is a dead end. However, Ouyang was choosing the unconventional route, opting for ranged combat instead of engaging in close quarters. Was this not a deviation from the norm? Was it reliable? Yet, despite his anxiety, what could he do? The thorned owl bow had already been demonized. And under the pervasive demonic energy, the owls on the bow had animated completely, their heads swiveling as they regarded Pibwa's horror. It felt as though the owls were grinning malevolently at him, a grotesque smile that sent chills down his spine. Ouyang let out a pained scream as a surge of immense demonic energy burst forth from his body. This energy was blood red, and at the moment it dispersed, Pibwa felt a terrifying aura of slaughter, the purest essence of killing that only those who had truly traversed the battlefield could possess. With another roar, Ouyang suddenly withdrew a black triangular arrow from the quiver at his back. Knocking it onto the now demonized thorned owl bow, he slowly drew back the bowstring, and the arrow was enveloped in a layer of blood-red demonic energy. This arrow was no ordinary projectile. It was a demon arrow forged from the very essence of a demon warrior's power. Its might eclipsed that of the previous ordinary arrows by a factor of 1,000. Ouyang released the bowstring, and the arrow, trailing a stream of crimson light, soared into the sky, carving through the night and vanishing into the inky darkness. leaving behind a vivid blood-red trace. Is that it? Piibwa, being a demon warrior himself, understood that if the demonization had truly occurred, it should have only been halfway complete. Ouyang should have transformed, but why did he still appear human? Had he failed? Yet failure seemed improbable. If he had indeed failed, how could he have retracted the demonic energy and shot that arrow imbued with it? Huff! Ouyang exhaled, still immersed in the sensation of the demon core aiding in the transformation of his thorned owl bow. Yet, he shared the same doubts as Piibwa. According to the records of the demon transformation technique, he should have completed his bodily transformation. Why had he experienced no change? The lack of transformation was merely one peculiarity. The most bizarre aspect was his thorned owl bow. Ouyang could feel that the bow had indeed changed. It was no longer the ordinary treasure it once was. Now, it seemed to possess a life of its own. There had never been a report of a demon warrior's weapon coming to life after demonization. Lost in thought, Ouyang suddenly entertained an inexplicable notion. Could it be that I devoted all my strength to demonizing the thorned owl bow, resulting in minimal enhancement to my body? This thought was not without merit, originally. During the liquefaction process, his body had possessed the strength of 10 horses. However, now he felt an explosive power coursing through him, a change that seemed illogical that a demon warrior's physique is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. But prior to demonization, an 8th-tier warrior's strength would only amount to 20 or 30 horses. Yet, Ouyang felt that he now possessed a strength of at least 100 horses. Wow, I can possess such immense power without demonization. Does that not make me invincible? Ouyang consoled himself. Yet he was acutely aware that this strength stemmed from his innate inability to achieve full demonization, pushing him to this threshold. Thus, this could only be deemed an incomplete transformation, despite the frightening strength of 100 horses. A typical first-tier demon warrior, after demonization, would easily possess 10 times that power. He understood the gravity of this distinction. Has he failed? Hu Xiaotong had also arrived, and upon seeing Ouyang standing there with the mutated thorned owl bow, devoid of any signs of transformation, his first instinct was to conclude failure. No, he has succeeded. However, his transformation differs from that of a conventional demon warrior. Piibwa's expression darkened. There had been others like Ouyang in the past, individuals who, through elixirs, forced themselves to the point of coalescing a demon core, ultimately achieving weapon demonization while failing to transform their bodies. The result was a lifetime of being a quasi-demon warrior, their talents insufficient to propel them further. Could it be? Hu Xiaotong, observing Piibwa's expression, shared the realization, his eyes filled with pity as he regarded Ouyang. Now inspecting himself in the center of it all, he understood that from this moment onward, Ouyang might become a tragic figure. Though stronger than an ordinary person, he would remain trapped in the limbo between humanity and demon warriors, unable to ascend or descend, a fate they collectively referred to as half-demon. What a pity, a half-demon. Had he fully demonized, we might have brought him back to the imperial capital, where he could have had the potential for further advancement. But now, Piibwa gazed at Ouyang, pausing his discourse with Hu Xiaotong. Regardless of the circumstances, Ouyang had taken a small step forward. Even if he had not achieved complete success, this small step was still commendable. Had Ouyang truly failed, was he doomed to remain a half-demon warrior forever? This question lingered in the air, unanswered. Even Ouyang himself was uncertain. Yet he knew he possessed a uniquely potent demon core, the specific effects of which remained to be uncovered. Chapter 55. The half-demoness curse with the demonic energy retracted back into his body. Ouyang distinctly sensed a transformation, one that extended beyond mere strength to encompass sensations and vision. If previously he could exert himself to see 4 or 5 miles, now his vision extended to over 10 miles. What was most astonishing was that Ouyang discovered his sight could pierce through the veil of night. Is this the benefit bestowed by being a demon warrior? Ouyang was exhilarated by this newfound vision. With his current demonic power paired with the mutated thorned owl bow, he felt confident that he could strike down foes from 10 miles away. With such formidable vision combined with his exceptional archery skills and ranged capabilities, Ouyang understood that his lethality had increased by more than 1,000-fold. Congratulations. Piibwa approached Ouyang, flanked closely by Hu Xiaotong, who also extended his congratulations. Thank you, Marshal. Although Ouyang had become a demon warrior, he had yet to immerse himself in the atmosphere of a warrior. so it was natural for him to exhibit a hint of trepidation. Marshal, with Ouyang reaching the status of a demon warrior, should he not return to the capital to receive instruction from the national master? Ling Su excitedly approached, genuinely thrilled for Ouyang's progress. Though he himself did not fully comprehend how Ouyang had suddenly transformed into a demon warrior, he was eager to secure a future for his friend. Coming from a prestigious family, Ling Su understood that only by entering the capital to receive the national master's guidance could one hope for a brighter future. In this moment, he felt compelled to advocate for Ouyang. Lacking a powerful background like his own, Ouyang had no one but such a brother to rely on. Ling Su looked to Pibwa, hoping for an affirmative nod or response, but was met instead with an apologetic smile from Pibwa. What? Ling Su glanced between Ouyang and Pibwa. Confusion etched on his face as he struggled to comprehend Pibwa's reaction. Ling Su, you are still too inexperienced. Have you not noticed anything peculiar about Ouyang? Pippo remarked, casting a glance at the bewildered Ouyang. To be honest, he was reluctant to bring this matter to light, as it would be a significant blow to Ouyang. Peculiar, although Ouyang does not hail from a prestigious lineage, I can assure you with my life that he is absolutely loyal to our great empire. There will be no issues. Ling Su misinterpreted Pippo's words, believing that Pippo was suggesting there was something wrong with Ouyang's background. Fool! At that moment, Hu Xiaotong could no longer hold back and interjected. The marshal does not mean that. Hu Xiaotong glanced at Pippo, aware that it was his role to address the situation. Alas, the truth is that Ouyang is not a demon warrior. He can only be classified as a half-demon. As Hu Xiaotong's words fell, Ling Su appeared as if struck by lightning. His previous expression of indignation replaced solely by sorrow, with anger dissipated entirely to a half-demon. He was well aware of what that entailed. He knew that while half-demons were exponentially stronger than ordinary humans, they could never truly be regarded as demon warriors. Throughout history, it seemed to be an unbreakable curse that no one had ever shattered. Captain, Ouyang looked at Ling Su, sensing something amiss in his gaze. He had always felt something was off about not transforming, attributing all his concerns to the blood-red demon core. However, the sudden mention of being a half-demon left him utterly perplexed. It's nothing. Not going to the capital could be a blessing, allowing for personal development. Perhaps you will forge a path of your own. Ling Su pondered how to comfort Ouyang, though his expression hardly conveyed solace. What does it mean to be a half-demon? Ouyang fixed his gaze on Ling Su, discerning that Ling Su was deceiving him, though he could not comprehend why. Ouyang, does it truly matter what being a half-demon entails? My father once told me that you could never reach this level. Yet here you are, your future path must be forged by you. Does this truly hold such importance? Ling Su placed a hand on Ouyang's shoulder. Does this mean my future is bleak? Is being a half-demon a twisted existence? Ouyang had already contemplated these thoughts. No one understood his situation better than he did. Yet, he did not lose confidence. Every path is walked by individuals. Must he fail just because others have? Ling Zhongtian had once claimed he lacked talent, yet he had still attained this stage. The so-called curse of half-demons had troubled countless souls, but Ouyang believed that with sufficient effort, he would undoubtedly break free from this cycle. Ouyang. Pippo attempted to offer some words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss, as this once joyous occasion had morphed into something entirely different. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine at a half-demon. I assent it simply that I cannot transform. Have you all forgotten I am an archer? All I need are my bow and arrows. Whether I can transform is inconsequential, for they have already been imbued with that essence. Ouyang raised the stabbing owl bow, and in that moment, it seemed to respond to him. The two owls carved upon its limbs, letting out a simultaneous, piercing cry. This cry resonated with defiance, laced with a curse, and carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. At the moment of this cry, even Pippo felt a sense of unease as he beheld the stabbing owl bow and the chilling gaze of the owls etched upon it. He sensed that this bow was far from ordinary. The owl, a symbol of disloyalty and ill omen. An owl upon the bow would surely spell misfortune to an ordinary person. Yet, Ouyang had chosen to imbue the bow with demonic essence. As if it were a living part of him that moment, the stabbing owl bow transcended being merely a weapon. It became a vital part of Ouyang's existence. My good brother, trust me. One day, I will ensure the entire world remembers your name. Talent does not dictate everything. Ouyang gripped the stabbing owl bow tightly, for the first time unleashing a fervent determination to grow stronger and prove himself to all. This conviction resonated with Ling Su, as well as with Pippo and Hu Xiaotong beside him. Their gazes towards Ouyang shifted from pity to an unusual thought. Perhaps this young man could indeed shatter the so-called curse and escape the plight of being a half-demon. Chapter 56. Solo action within the large tent of the 7th Brigade. Ouyang exerted immense effort to clarify to his comrades the bewildering circumstances surrounding his transformation into a half-demon. Although he sensed that everyone was still quite confused, he himself had become somewhat muddled in the explanation. All right, everyone, stop asking questions. Whether Ouyang is a divine archer or a demon warrior, he is still our brother. Ling Su finally stepped forward, his words dispelling any lingering doubts among the members of the 7th Brigade. Ouyang, you are truly fortunate. Li Wei gazed enviously at the stabbing owl bow in Ouyang's hands. Though they had both emerged from Kaoshan village together, and Li Wei was now considered a veteran of the 7th Brigade, he felt that he would forever remain a mere supporting character in comparison to Ouyang. Li Wei. Oh, by the way, Ling Su seemed to recall something, turning to Li Wei and stating, "It seems you have never participated in the practitioner test." "Have you? What is the practitioner test?" Li Wei had no concept of it, although he was aware that practitioners were akin to the celestial beings capable of flying and vanishing. "How could I forget? Once this battle concludes, I will take you to meet my father. Perhaps you are a once-in-a-century super practitioner genius." Ling Su chuckled, patting Li Wei's shoulder. Anyone with even a hint of intelligence could discern that Ling Su was largely joking. Setting aside the notion of a once-in-a-century genius, even among tens of thousands, a practitioner was a rarity. The number of practitioners in the entire great young nation was minuscule, and even a half-demon like Ouyang received considerable recognition in the empire. Really, the straightforward Li Wei actually believed Ling Su's jest, and his earnest inquiry elicited laughter from the others, not mockery, but rather the light-hearted camaraderie of brothers. Ling Su nodded at Li Wei, and upon receiving Ling Su's affirmation, Li Wei was filled with joy. He had subconsciously overlooked whether he would even qualify as a practitioner, for his mind was now fixated on 4 words: unprecedented genius. Everyone, go about your business. It's not as if you've never seen Ouyang before. Is it really necessary to dwell on this? Ling Su dispersed those who seemed eager to question Ouyang further and led him out of the tent. The two strolled under the night sky. And for a long while, neither spoke. Ling Su was in turmoil. He had never imagined that Ouyang would suddenly transform into a half-demon, and the implications of this curse. "Captain, are you attempting to comfort me?" Ouyang walked behind Ling Su, fully aware of why Ling Su had called him out, yet he did not share their perceived sense of despair, as he firmly believed that miracles were crafted by human hands. "You seem rather unconcerned." Ling Su found it strange that Ouyang was so calm, as he was certainly aware of what being a half-demon entailed. Why, then, was he so composed? Some things, once they have occurred, are better faced with determination than worry. "Did you ever believe I would achieve this step?" Ouyang halted, locking eyes with Ling Su in that moment. His gaze was not one of doubt, but rather exuded unwavering confidence. "Ouyang, I truly find you a mystery." Ling Su realized that the Ouyang before him was no longer the reticent figure who dominated the battlefield. Instead, he now radiated a faint aura of strength born from self-assurance. Ouyang shook his head, his smile returning as he replied, "Captain, I am merely a villager from a humble mountain hamlet, without any notable background. Had I not encountered the sharp blade, I might very well be serving as an archer in some military camp, and I would not have achieved today's accomplishments. However, I was fortunate to meet you. I am truly content." Ouyang's words suggested gratitude, yet his eyes betrayed a deeper ambition. Ling Su understood the unspoken meaning within Ouyang's gaze. It was one of aspiration. He could tell that Ouyang's ambitions extended far beyond merely being a half-demon or a divine archer. There were grander aspirations at play, yet he refrained from probing further. What mattered was that Ouyang was his brother, and regardless of what the future held, that bond would remain unchanged. 5 days swiftly passed. During this time, Ouyang became well acquainted with his newfound powers. He could now effectively control the stabbing owl bow and the demonic energy coursing through him. When he unleashed this energy for an attack, the bow would transform into its vivid form. Otherwise, it retained its ordinary appearance. Ouyang also discovered a crucial revelation. He seemed to possess the key condition for masquerading as a tiger while hiding among pigs. He could manipulate demonic energy without the need to transform, an ability that true demon warriors lacked. If he were to launch a sudden ambush, Ouyang believed that few would be capable of evading his strike, as long as the levels are not vastly different. Ouyang possesses the confidence to engage in battle. Of course, this engagement refers to his ability to strike first. Otherwise, if he were to be approached closely, his only recourse would likely be to surrender. Gently pulling on the Ouyang felt its response. And upon opening his eyes, he could hear the distant sound of footsteps belonging to the Xiqi army. He knew they were approaching. 7th Squad. Mount your horses. We shall exit through the side gate and prepare to attack from behind the enemy. Ling Su called out to the members of the 7th Squad. While Ouyang secured the on his back and followed the other comrades toward their steeds, preparing to mount. Ouyang, you mustn't go, why not? Ouyang was somewhat perplexed. Without his presence, could the 7th Squad successfully carry out a surprise attack? Your identity has changed. Should you accompany us into the fray? It is likely that the enemy commander would seek to eliminate you. Ling Su's concern lay in this very point. Previously, Ouyang's identity as a sharpshooter meant that even if the opposing commander recognized his suppressive capability, he could not act against him, as Ouyang was categorized as an ordinary person. However, the current Ouyang would emit a demonic aura in the presence of high-tier cultivators. Once this aura was released, the enemy general would undoubtedly attempt to kill him. If that were to happen, the 7th Squad would find themselves in a dire predicament. But Ouyang understood Ling Su's reasoning was sound, yet he felt a sense of unease allowing the 7th Squad to venture forth alone. Fear not. We shall not venture too deep. You can remain at the front lines and have the opportunity to eliminate enemy commanders. Ling Su reassured him, patting Ouyang on the shoulder, and the entire 7th Squad began to set forth. Ouyang watched as the 7th Squad gradually departed, realizing that his days with them were drawing to a close. Yet there was no alternative. Ling Su's considerations were comprehensive, and should he insist on following, he would likely be targeted and killed by the enemy commander, rendering the endeavor futile. Chapter 57. Provocation at the front lines. With bow and arrows in hand, Ouyang ascended the ramparts of Jianfeng City. Was it impossible to slay enemies without venturing out? In the past, he might have felt helpless, but now his range had reached an astonishing level. Even from atop the ramparts, he could eliminate enemy commanders. The Xiqi army had mobilized in full force this time, with over 300,000 troops surging toward Jianfeng City, and the oppressive aura of impending slaughter was palpable to the naked eye. Dong 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 dong. People stood upon the ramparts, personally striking the war drums to rally morale. The sound of the drums reverberated throughout Jianfeng City, and as they resounded, the spirit of the southeastern army surged dramatically, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Humph, Pibwa indeed possesses some skill, yet alas, you are not Ling Zhongtian. Attempting to halt my 35,000 troops is still too ambitious. Zheng Gongming rode atop a blood-red warhorse, flanked by his nephew Zheng Danting and niece Zheng Xiaoer, both of whom were experiencing the battlefield for the first time. Despite their studies in command, they were still exceedingly nervous in this real-life scenario. Tunger. The Knights of Dayun are the most formidable. Once their numbers exceed 10,000, unless we outnumber them 20-fold, we must not engage recklessly to triumph on the battlefield. Our foremost task is to eliminate their cavalry. Zheng Gongming instructed his children like a mentor. Uncle, haven't the Dayun cavalry already scattered? If we do not suffer casualties and advance aggressively, capturing Jianfeng City should pose no obstacle. Zheng Danting, an advocate of aggression, firmly believed in seizing any chance to attack rather than opting for defense. Yet what does it matter if we capture the city? The crux lies in obtaining the city. Zheng Xiaoer, gazing at the enemy forces ahead, represented a stark contrast to her brother. She championed defense, advocating for a strategy devoid of vulnerabilities. Indeed, Xiaoer speaks truth. The enemy's numbers hover around 200,000. And while we can certainly capture the city, this is the lifeblood of their forces. They will not choose to retreat. Even if we force an assault, the enemy will fight to the last man. In such a scenario, if we are fortunate, only 5,000 of our 35,000 will survive. And how will 5,000 withstand a counterattack from the enemy? Zheng Gongming found himself in agreement with Zheng Xiaoer's perspective. Uncle, you could challenge Pibwa at the front lines. If he refuses to engage, the enemy's morale will surely plummet, and we can take advantage of that. Zheng Danting endeavored to suggest more, but was interrupted by Zheng Gongming. Huh. Child, you overestimate the situation. I am at the 6th tier, while Pibwa is merely at the 5th on the battlefield. Even if I challenge him, he has ample justification to decline that in this scenario, we cannot inflict damage upon the enemy. In truth, Zheng Gongming had contemplated Zheng Danting's idea, but after 2 previous challenges, Pibwa had successfully rebuffed him by citing the disparity in tiers, leaving him at a loss. Uncle, why not provoke Hu Xiaodong at the front lines? I shall challenge his 3rd tier Lushing with my 2nd tier status, should he dare to refuse to battle. Then, Zheng Danting proposed with a cunning smile. Do you have confidence in this? Zheng Gongming, well acquainted with his nephew, understood that while Zheng Danting was only at the 2nd tier, he was an illusionist. Should he set up an illusion array, even if he could not secure victory, he would certainly not face defeat. If they were to challenge a 3rd tier opponent with a 2nd tier illusionist, and neither side achieved victory, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow. Rest assured, Uncle, my shadow duplication technique can produce 8 images at once. Even if Hu Xiaotong manages to dispel my illusion array, I can retreat unscathed. Zheng Danting was confident in his abilities that it was not uncommon for illusionists to challenge higher tiers. Once, the renowned Dayu national master had triumphed over a 6th tier demon warrior while only at the 4th tier. Today, Zheng Danting aimed to slay an enemy commander at the front lines. Should he succeed in eliminating Hu Xiaotong, it would be a grievous blow to Diyun, and the morale of Xiqi would undoubtedly soar, significantly enhancing their chances in the siege. Excellent. Conqueror, go forth and challenge them. Your uncle shall support you. Zheng Gongming declared, watching as Zheng Danting transformed into a wisp of smoke and drifted toward the front lines. Uncle. Zheng Xiu'er felt a sense of unease, yet could not articulate her concerns. Even she, a proponent of defense, recognized that this was indeed a viable strategy for breaching the city. Fear not, while Tinger may be reckless. With me by his side, he shall encounter no issues. Zheng Gongming smiled as he observed Zheng Danting reach the front lines, eagerly anticipating how he would confront Hu Xiaotong, the 3rd tier Lushing. On the ramparts, Pibwa furrowed his brow as he noticed the sudden appearance of green smoke below. Only illusionists had the ability to transform into smoke, yet he could not recall when the enemy had deployed an illusionist. Moreover, the appearance of an illusionist at this moment could only signify one intention: to challenge. Hu Xiaodong, I am Zheng Danting, Prince of Xiqi. Do you dare to engage in battle? Before Pibwa could fully discern the smoke, Zheng Danting had already materialized, standing at the forefront, dressed in snow-white robes and adorned with a purple-gold crown. Combined with his handsome features, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. This. Hu Xiaotong stood before Pibwa, taken aback that an enemy prince had emerged to challenge him, and not Pibwa, but himself. He found himself at a loss. Hu Xiaotong, I am but a mere 2nd tier. Do you, a 3rd tier Lushing, lack the courage to face me in battle? Ha! Zheng Danting's words were brimming with arrogance, as if the very atmosphere conspired to amplify his bravado. The assembled Xiqi army of 35,000 erupted in a chorus of jeers and taunts. This is troublesome. Pibwa's expression darkened. Not long ago, Zheng Gongming had also approached the front lines to issue a challenge, yet he had evaded with the excuse of the tier disparity. However, this time, the enemy was presenting a 2nd tier illusionist to challenge a 3rd tier Lushing. While it may seem like Xiqi was at a disadvantage, those who understood the situation knew that the true disadvantage lay with Dayun. General, what should we do? Hu Xiaotong, though a 3rd tier Lushing, had recently ascended and, perceiving the composed manner in which the enemy illusionist traversed the battlefield, realized that this illusionist was not far from the 3rd tier. Should he engage, it would be a miracle if he could avoid being slain. Pibwa's countenance darkened further. Jianfeng City fell into a hush. The entirety of Diyun awaited Hu Xiaodong's decision to enter battle. Should he refuse, it would undoubtedly demoralize their forces, leading to dire consequences. To fight and lose would be disgraceful, yet to refuse to fight would be equally humiliating. Pibwa was facing a perplexing dilemma for the first time, yet he knew he had to make a choice. And regardless of his decision, it would bode ill for Diyun. Chapter 58. If you dare, step forward to engage or not to engage. This was indeed a question, yet how would Pibwa choose at this moment? General, I shall go. Hu Xiaotong, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, resolved that if he chose to back down now, his future would be bleak. Wait, people could not simply watch Hu Xiaotong march to his doom. Yet did he truly have a solution? Engage, engage, engage. A roar erupted from within Jianfeng City. The soldiers, largely unaware of the intricacies between array masters and illusionists, only understood that an apparently weaker foe had been sent forth to provoke them. And they believed their commander should emerge to teach this so-called prince a harsh lesson. Engage, engage, engage. This time, the shouts came from Xiqi. Listening to the clamor from both sides, Pibua's complexion turned a ghastly green. I will engage. And you will see. Suddenly, an exceedingly discordant sound erupted from atop the city tower. Almost immediately, Pibua sensed a malevolent aura permeating the air. He then witnessed a blood-tipped arrow hurtling downwards from the tower, aimed directly at the boisterous Zheng Danting. Such a swift shot from the turquoise archer caught not only Pibua off guard, but even Zheng Danting, who, despite being a second-tier illusionist nearing the third tier, managed to react just in time. As the arrow was about to strike, he successfully conjured a shadow to absorb the impact. Yet the arrow pierced through his illusion, killing one of his 8 shadows in an instant. A piercing whistle reverberated through the air, originating from the Xiqi army, who were bewildered by the enemy's audacious assault from the city tower. They could hardly fathom the intentions of the Dayu nation behind this sudden ambush. After dissipating the mist, Zheng Danting retreated about a mile, his countenance grim as he reflected on how the adversary could dare to launch such a surprise attack. Moreover, the arrow was imbued with demonic energy, evidently the work of a demon warrior, and he instinctively believed it must have been shot by Pibua. Pibua, do you truly intend to bully the weak? Has Dayun lost even the courage to engage in battle? Zheng Danting began to hurl insults at Pibua, fully aware that if this arrow had indeed come from him, Zheng Gongming could seize the opportunity to eliminate Pibua. Should Pibua fall in battle, the fate of Jianfeng City would undoubtedly be sealed. Do you not wish to challenge me? We of Dayun accept your duel. On the city wall, Ouyang stood with his Shao Bao. Observing Zheng Danting below, he was incensed by Zheng Danting's arrogance, who truly believed himself invincible. Come up here if you dare. Pibua, less than 100 paces from Ouyang, felt a spark of realization upon hearing his voice. With his astute mind, he quickly deduced Ouyang's intentions. Indeed, should they fight on the ground, Ouyang would be doomed. However, if he remained atop the wall to shoot arrows, Zheng Danting would certainly hesitate to ascend. If he dared approach, Pibua would treat it as a siege attempt, capturing him effortlessly, for even the might of Xiqi would hesitate to risk the prince's life in an assault. Observing Ouyang's demeanor, Hu Xiaotong attempted to intervene, but Pibua halted him. This lad is cunning. Fret not. Today, unless Zheng Danting can reach the 7th tier and conjure hundreds of illusions, he stands no chance. Pibua, now freed from his earlier gloom, realized that the burden of despair would soon shift to Xiqi. Humph, this prince never slays nameless wretches. State your rank and name. Zheng Danting proclaimed haughtily, not even sparing Ouyang a glance. Though the previous arrow had been sharp, its potency paled in comparison to his own. Should this individual dare to descend and challenge him, he would surely perish. Are you a prince or a queen? You speak like a woman. I shall introduce myself as Zheng Xiaotian. Will you then address me as Father Emperor? Ouyang's words were intentionally provocative. He had no intention of descending, as long as he remained on the city wall. He was virtually invincible. Coming down would be tantamount to seeking death. Ha ha! The Dayun forces erupted in laughter at Ouyang's taunt, a blatant insult devoid of any foul language. Come down and meet your end. Zheng Danting, now furious, had originally come to challenge Hu Xiaotong and execute a general on the battlefield. Little did he expect such an infuriating child to intervene, and his verbal repartee had proven inadequate, leading to his own embarrassment. Come down. Why not ascend yourself? I can easily dispatch you from up here. Ouyang declared, once more drawing back his Shao Bao, which had transformed into a demonic state under the influence of the malevolent energy, rendering this arrow tenfold stronger than the last. Whoosh! An arrow, suffused with crimson light, shot down from the city wall, targeting Zheng Danting's throat. He had initially aimed to compel Ouyang to descend, but little did he realize he was facing a monstrous archer capable of such a feat. As he attempted to conjure a shadow to evade the strike, the arrow was nearly upon him. This is bad, Zheng Danting thought, realizing that he could not evade this arrow. It was far too swift. Although its strength was significantly less than his own, It was aimed at his vital point. Should it strike true, it would surely cost him dearly. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and suddenly a small shield materialized before Xiang Danting, successfully absorbing the arrow's impact, though it shattered into fragments upon doing so. Xiang Danting, realizing the peril of his situation, could no longer afford to linger. This shield was a protective treasure bestowed upon him by his father, and to have it destroyed before he could even retaliate was utterly humiliating. With a cloud of mist, Xiang Danting retreated 2 or 3 miles that distance. He believed that no matter how formidable the enemy appeared, they could do him no harm. Yet, as he steadied himself and turned back, he beheld a blood-red arrow rapidly enlarging in his vision. "Oh no!" Xiang Danting exclaimed, disregarding his princely status as he executed a desperate roll to evade the arrow aimed at his forehead. However, this was merely the precursor to a barrage of successive arrows. The subsequent arrows, though slower than the one that had shattered his shield, were nonetheless aimed precisely at his last known position. As Xiang Danting observed the relentless stream of arrows approaching, a question arose in his mind. Could this truly be the work of a single individual? Was it even possible for one person to shoot with such speed? The astonishing fact remained that he was over 4 or 5 miles from the city tower. Yet here he was, forced to roll on the ground to evade arrows. The truth was undeniable. Others may have been oblivious to Ouyang's capabilities, but what they witnessed was the princely Xiang Danting, clad in white, performing a rather comical rolling maneuver on the battlefield that moment. Both his attire and his face were equally darkened. Chapter 59. The illusionist's doom amidst his rolling. Xiang Danting seized an opportunity to once again transform into a wisp of smoke. Though Ouyang's arrows had penetrated the mist and inflicted damage, they were not fatal, and while the smoke emitted a shrill wail, it caused minimal harm. "You brat, let us see how you will break my illusion array." Xiang Danting, now utterly enraged, expanded his misty form, suddenly transforming into a massive cloud of swirling vapor. This cloud spread across the battlefield, quickly enveloping an area of roughly 3 miles in a shroud of mist, a manifestation of an illusionist's prowess, an illusion array. It seems the spectacle is drawing to a close. Xiang Danting cannot contend with Ouyang now that his illusion array has been deployed. People observed with a slight smile as Xiang Danting activated his illusion array. In truth, Ouyang had already accomplished enough. He had no intention of slaying Xiang Danting, for the prince's death would incite the enemy to launch a desperate assault on Jianfeng City in retaliation, leading to dire consequences. Ouyang chose instead to humiliate him, proclaiming, "I shall not kill you. I will merely insult you. Let us see how much face you, as a prince, have left to boast." This strategy was undoubtedly the wisest. It not only diminished the enemy's arrogance, but also eroded their morale. Ouyang was momentarily puzzled as he watched Xiang Danting dissolve into a cloud of smoke. And then, to his astonishment, Xiang Danting conjured an illusion array spanning 3 or 4 miles to the untrained eye. This array appeared as an endless sea of fog, but to Ouyang, the illusion was discernible within mere seconds. What did it mean to see through it? At that moment, the illusion array held no sway over Ouyang. He could still see Xiang Danting standing amidst the fog, his expression grim as he adjusted his appearance. Ouyang was baffled as to why he could penetrate the illusion, unaware that in that instant, his eyes had transformed into a deep crimson. This was the first ability bestowed upon him by the blood-red demon core, the Eye of Truth. Capable of discerning all falsehoods and illusions, this was truly the nemesis of illusionists. "I shall let you play." Ouyang knocked another arrow. He could easily eliminate Xiang Danting with a single shot. But he understood that he must not. While taking down an enemy general may seem trivial, Xiang Danting was a prince, and should he fall, Xiqi would undoubtedly launch a reckless assault. Even Zheng Gongming might disregard the treaties of the 4 nations to hunt him down. Thus, weighing the consequences, he ultimately decided to injure but not kill. Whoosh! An arrow flew from the Shishao bow, and no one expected Ouyang's shot to reach its target. Not even Pibois, standing nearby, believed it to be anything more than a mere gamble. Just as he began to commend Ouyang, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the illusion array. A wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig pierced the air. In that moment, Pibois felt as though he had been petrified. One thought consumed him. Could fortune truly be this unfathomably favorable, to strike a target within a 3 or 4 mile radius with a single arrow? If Zheng Danting were to be slain in such a manner, he would undoubtedly become the unluckiest illusionist in history. Yet, before Pibwa could ponder further, Ouyang released another arrow, eliciting yet another scream from within the illusion array. At this moment, apart from Ouyang, no one knew what had transpired. Yet Ouyang, having released 2 arrows, observed everything with clarity. His first arrow successfully pierced Zheng Danting's left shoulder, and the second struck his right shoulder. Following 2 anguished cries, the entire illusionary formation was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, within the formation, Zheng Danting desperately moved his body, but alas, during his frantic movements, Ouyang unleashed his 3rd arrow. As this arrow was shot, despair engulfed Zheng Danting, despite having flailed about for what felt like an eternity. This arrow still hurtled directly towards him. Before he could even comprehend the situation, it had already penetrated his left leg. The final arrow, "I shall take your right leg." Ouyang released his 4th arrow. The preceding 3 cries of agony had left everyone, Ouyang included, in a state of shock. A sorcerer's illusionary formation is designed such that no matter the strength of the individual, unless one possesses immense power to break the formation, it is nearly impossible to locate the sorcerer within. Yet today, Ouyang shattered the norm once again, conveying to all what the end of a sorcerer truly meant. As the 4th arrow was released, a 4th cry of torment echoed, and in that instant, the entire illusion crumbled. Zheng Danting lay unconscious, and the illusion that had once supported him dissipated, revealing him impaled by 4 arrows. Impossible! Impossible! How could he have located Tung? Zheng Gongming, upon witnessing Zheng Danting riddled with arrows, felt as though his mind was about to explode. This utterly incomprehensible scene was something he could not accept. How is this possible? Can he truly see through the illusions? This was also the question occupying the minds of Pibwa and Xiaodong. They gazed at Ouyang, standing atop the city wall, his eyes bloodshot, and found it impossible to accept this answer. What does a sorcerer rely on? Sorcery. If a sorcerer loses their sorcery, what remains? And if one can see through all illusions, what does that signify? It signifies the end of sorcerers. In his presence, all sorcerers become mere targets awaiting his arrows. No illusion can ensnare him. No sorcery can bewilder him, if even bewilderment is beyond reach. How can a sorcerer defeat their enemies? How can a sorcerer proficient in manipulating souls contend against him? This answer eluded Pibwa and Xiaotong. Yet they knew they must ascertain whether Ouyang truly possessed the ability to see through illusions. If he indeed bore such a power, it would be imperative to report Ouyang's existence to the capital. A bowman capable of shooting over a distance of several miles while disregarding all illusions. What manner of being is this? Even if he is a half-demon, what of it? If he truly possesses such extraordinary abilities, he would be no ordinary marksman. A flash of sword light appeared, and a remarkably beautiful woman appeared beside Zheng Danting, his sister. Zheng Shoer. In that moment, she decisively enveloped her brother in sword light and swiftly departed. Though none of the 4 arrows struck vital points, who could predict whether that enigmatic bowman might suddenly unleash his fury upon Zheng Danting? Swish! Another arrow flew forth, aimed at Zheng Shoer. However, this arrow did not harm her. Rather, it grazed her temple, demonstrating immense power as it shot into the enemy ranks, piercing through 15 foes before exploding. Claiming at least 5 lives, 1 arrow, 20 fatalities. Yet this was not Ouyang's objective. Zheng Shoer understood this was merely a message. He possessed the capability to slay both her and her brother, yet chose not to do so. This was evident from the unwavering confidence radiating from Ouyang as he stood atop the city wall. Chapter 60. The Arrow of Executioner. After releasing that arrow, Ouyang recognized that his mission had been accomplished. The prince of his nation had been transformed into a target. Even Zheng Gongming, no matter how thick-skinned he might be, would surely refrain from assaulting the city today. Just as Ouyang prepared to leap down from the battlements, he suddenly noticed a surge of approximately 20 beams of blood light emanating from the enemy camp, specifically from the corpses he had felled. These lights converged into a slender beam, the size of a thumb, and rushed towards him. What is this? Ouyang wondered, yet before he could contemplate further, the blood light entered his nostrils and coursed through his body, ultimately merging with his demon core. This is impossible. In that moment, Ouyang stood frozen atop the battlements, his face a mask of disbelief, for at that instant, he felt himself grow stronger. Indeed, the blood light, upon entering his demon core, had indeed wrought a change, enhancing it ever so slightly. Though it was but a mere fraction, Ouyang could still perceive it. Was this the power of the blood-colored demon core? Was this the unique trait that set him apart? He ascended the battlements once more, drawing his bow anew. He cast aside any thoughts of the Formation Treaty. At this moment, he aimed at the most peripheral enemy soldier. This arrow, though not as potent as the previous ones, was more than sufficient to fell an ordinary adversary. As anticipated, the arrow struck true, achieving a remarkable feat by slaying 2 common soldiers with a single shot at the moment of their demise. A beam of blood light, 10 times thinner than before, surged forth from their bodies and swiftly made its way to Ouyang, entering through his nostrils and into his demon core. So that's how it is. Ha! So that's how it is. I shall henceforth be the harbinger of doom. I am the harbinger of doom. In that moment, Ouyang was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He could no longer maintain the calm demeanor he had previously upheld. Upon realizing he was merely a half-demon, destined to remain stagnant in his progress, Ouyang had not been as composed as he appeared in the solitude of night. He had harbored resentment towards his wretched talent. Yet in this instant, all notions of talent and half-demon status evaporated. I am the harbinger of doom. Ouyang raised his piercing owl bow high, proclaiming amidst the ranks of hundreds of thousands. In this moment, no one interrupted him. The forces of Xiqi were reeling from the shock. The prince had been transformed into a target. Though they were filled with grief and indignation, they had lost their initial fervor and could not continue their siege. Meanwhile, on the Daiyun's side, Ouyang, through his extraordinary prowess, proved to all that neither ordinary people nor cultivators could evade his divine arrows in that moment. He had undeniably become a hero of Din. Pitiful gazed at Ouyang, who was shouting in triumph, his face filled with pride. He once thought Ouyang had no future, yet today Ouyang shattered all expectations with his extraordinary feats. Should he truly possess that fearsome true eye, Ouyang would undoubtedly receive treatment no less favorable than that of a demon warrior. They all looked at Ouyang, yet who could fathom that Ouyang's excitement stemmed not from the true eye, but from the discovery of his path to advancement. Others relied on cultivation. Their training progressed far beyond his in a single day, yet if relying solely on cultivation, he would never achieve greatness. Today, however, he discovered he did not require cultivation. What he needed was to hunt. With each life he took, he could absorb that sanguine light and enhance himself. As long as the war continued, he would persist in his slaughter, rendering any genius, any unparalleled prodigy, unable to compare. While they relied on meditation and cultivation, he thrived through hunting. Talented ones, do cultivate diligently. Only through your swift growth can I grow even faster. At this moment, Ouyang resembled a demon, reveling in carnage. Ouyang had come to understand that he was destined to tread a path of slaughter. Jumping down from the battlements, his heart regained tranquility, though now his mental barriers had been completely lifted. He understood the road he must traverse, relinquishing his confusion. This was undeniably the greatest turning point in his life, and Ouyang recognized this as his future path to strength. Ding 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 ding. The sound of a retreat signal rang out from the ranks of Xiqi, who had once regarded their foes with hostility but began to withdraw in that moment. They had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Nonetheless, today's battle was undoubtedly the most vexing for the Xiqi army. The sorcerer at the front had provoked the enemy, only for an inferior bowman to emerge and, without a single spell cast, turn the sorcerer into a target. This defeat would leave the Xiqi forces in a prolonged state of recovery. As the Xiqi army dispersed, an earth-shattering cheer erupted from the entirety of Jianfeng City. They were celebrating their hero. Ouyang had once again demonstrated what it meant for one man, armed with a bow, to repel an army of hundreds of thousands. This performance would undoubtedly be recounted for centuries to come in the Daiyun nation. This bowman, known as Ouyang, how he transformed a sorcerer who had activated an illusion into a mere target. Ouyang descended slowly from the city tower alongside Pitiful, and the throng parted to grant them passage. These soldiers, having fought on the front lines for years, yearned for a hero, and today, Ouyang was that hero. Ouyang, Ouyang, Ouyang. The resounding cheers echoed like a tsunami, reverberating throughout Jianfeng City as they chanted his name. For the first time, Ouyang found himself enveloped in such an atmosphere. No one can resist the allure of admiration. Ouyang was human too, and he could not escape the charms of adulation. In this moment, he finally grasped why so many stars, despite leading arduous lives, still shone brightly on stage. They traded countless struggles for that fleeting moment of glory. Those who have not experienced such events can hardly fathom the emotions involved. However, at this moment, Ouyang comprehended. He gazed at the soldiers who fervently shouted his name, revering him as a hero. Despite his astonishing archery skills, he remained a mere youth, and he could not suppress the tumult within his heart. Do you relish this feeling of heroism? Pippo's voice pierced through Ouyang's reverie, awakening him from his daze. Everyone becomes extraordinarily agitated the first time they encounter such circumstances, yet you must remember, this is merely your beginning. If you aspire to soar forever higher, you must first possess the requisite abilities. Otherwise, one day, you shall find yourself beneath their feet, as they call forth the name of the next hero. Pippo had endured much. His words served as a kind-hearted reminder, for he feared that Ouyang might grow arrogant due to this singular victory. Should that occur, Ouyang's downfall would be inevitable. Indeed, Ouyang nodded earnestly at Pippo that he understood. To bask in adoration, one must possess the capability to deserve it, just as water can both bear a boat and cause it to capsize. He grasped this principle. Thus, in that moment, his heart regained its tranquility. Even amidst the cacophony of cheers and adoring gazes, Ouyang remained unfazed. Chapter 61. I choose to remain amidst the cheers. Ouyang followed the perplexed Pippo back to the central military tent. Pippo, seated at the head, addressed Ouyang. There is no need for excessive formality that I in the military. We are superior and subordinate, yet perhaps in the future, we may have the opportunity to become brothers. Ouyang found himself puzzled by Pippo's meaning that he was aware of his own shortcomings in cultivation. Could Pippo truly perceive his ability to absorb the essence of bloodshed? Just as Ouyang pondered this, Pippo spoke again. Ouyang, I wish to know how you managed to hit the prince with every arrow in the illusion array. Illusion array? Was that mist truly an illusion array? Ouyang had never encountered an illusion array before. Although he had considered that the mist might be the work of an illusionist, he remained uncertain. Now that Pippo had mentioned it, he began to understand. Yes, that is indeed the illusion array. Ouyang, tell me honestly, do you possess the ability to see through illusion arrays? Pippo's gaze was fixed intently upon Ouyang. One may lie, but the eyes do not deceive. If Ouyang were to deceive him, Pippo would discern the truth through Ouyang's eyes. As they locked eyes, Ouyang contemplated why Pippo placed such importance on this matter. With Pippo's intellect, he soon grasped the significance of Ouyang's ability to see through illusion arrays. Illusionists were formidable beings, more powerful than both land immortals and demon warriors, capable of challenging foes beyond their rank. They relied on the illusion arrays they crafted to confound their enemies, launching soul attacks while their foes were ensnared. Now, with the emergence of an anomaly like Ouyang, who was impervious to the deception of illusion arrays, it meant that illusionists had effectively become mere targets in his presence, lacking the physical prowess of demon warriors and the agility of land immortals. Illusionists were solely dependent on their soul power. Once that foundation crumbled, what remained for them to take pride in? Indeed, their illusion arrays cannot obscure my vision. I can see through all. Ouyang inhaled deeply, revealing the secret of his sight. However, this was not his greatest secret. His most significant secret lay in his ability to absorb power from slain foes, as long as this secret remained undiscovered. Ouyang had little to fear. Just as I suspected, Pippo sprang up from his seat, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. The Eye of Truth had not been seen in ages, last appearing in the possession of a young princess from Dazhong. However, that princess could not cultivate, rendering her Eye of Truth ineffective against illusionists. It seems fate is favoring Dazhong. With the absence of their strongest illusionist, West Xiqi stands no chance against us. Pippo mused. But from the elation on his face, Ouyang understood that his Eye of Truth would not bring him trouble, but rather, opportunities. He was but a nameless soldier, and even as a demon archer, he recognized his own limitations. He was merely a half-demon. While he could manage an illusionist, facing other professions would likely result in his swift demise. What he required was a powerful ally, someone who could support his growth on the battlefield. Dazhong was his best option. As long as he could lean against this formidable tree, he could confidently traverse the battlefield and develop his skills without fear. Ouyang, after a moment of introspection, Hippo approached Ouyang and said, "You now have two choices. One is to return immediately to the capital, for I believe the national master would certainly take you as a disciple upon learning of your abilities. Perhaps he possesses something that could alter your constitution, allowing you to cultivate." After proposing the first option, Hippo smiled, albeit with a hint of skepticism. It sounded almost like a jest. The national master was no deity. If he could transform a half-demon into a demon warrior, then what need would there be for ancient curses to persist? And the second option? Ouyang, disregarding the first, inquired about the second. "The second option is to remain in the military camp. I shall report your situation to the capital. Who knows? The national master may even come to the front lines personally." Hippo regarded Ouyang that if it were him, he might have chosen the first option, as the battlefield was perilous, and falling here was a common fate. Given Ouyang's eye of truth, Hippo genuinely hoped he would select the first option. Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang resolved to stay. Setting aside the enigmatic national master whom he had never met, the revelation of his ability to absorb souls for cultivation compelled him to remain. It was absurd. He needed to enhance his powers through battle, and violence was deemed illegal everywhere. Even as a demon warrior, should he brazenly kill within Dajong, he would ultimately be apprehended. However, the battlefield was different. Here, slaying enemies was not only permissible, but also honorable. With even a modicum of sense, he could not leave at such a time. "Marshal, I choose to stay. I am a soldier, and my country needs me at this moment. If I were to depart for the capital now, I might never find peace in my heart for the rest of my life." Ouyang's words resonated beautifully, and at that moment, Hippo's gaze shifted from that of a superior to one of profound admiration. Hippo felt a surge of emotion. Such a passionate youth, born in Dajong, was indeed a blessing for the nation. To protect his homeland, he was willing to forego the comforts of the capital. What spirit was this? It was a fervent expression of patriotism. "Excellent. Ouyang, now I understand why Ling Su considers you a brother. You are a true man, and henceforth, you shall remain here in the camp to continue fighting." Hippo clapped Ouyang on the shoulder, his excitement nearly infectious. "Yes, Marshal." Ouyang assumed a stance of righteous resolve, though he was acutely aware of his true reasons for staying. Yet, what did it matter? In Ouyang's eyes, he was a traveler from another realm. Notions of national duty were trifles. What he truly cared about was how to expedite his growth. In the West Qi military camp, Zheng Gongming observed Zheng Danting lying on the bed. He knew that the boy's injuries were not severe. After a period of rest, he would fully recover. His thoughts, however, lingered on Ouyang, the demon archer who had, from the battlements, struck 4 arrows true against the illusion array below. He could not fathom that Zheng Danting would remain motionless within the array. Yet how had Ouyang managed to hit him with such precision while he was in motion? After much contemplation, Zheng Gongming concluded that there could be only one answer, yet it was a truth he could scarcely accept. If Ouyang truly possessed the Eye of Truth, it would be a devastating blow to West Qi. Chapter 62. Qi by Qiang. "Uncle, could it be that person?" Zheng Xiaoer, astute and perceptive, seated beside the bed, regarded the contemplative Zheng Gongming. She sensed that her uncle had likely arrived at an accurate conclusion. "Let us hope this is merely a coincidence." Zheng Gongming forced a strained smile that a single arrow may be attributed to chance. But 4 arrows, targeted with such accuracy, could that still be mere coincidence? "Uncle, should we report this to father?" Zheng Xiaoer understood that if Ouyang truly wielded the Eye of Truth, he could not be allowed to continue his ascent. Should such a demon archer reach his full potential, it would spell doom for all illusionists. Reporting is necessary. However, without a definitive answer, we must await my brother's decision. Zheng Gongming narrowed his eyes, aware that once the matter was reported, given Zheng Xiaoyan's temperament, he would certainly dispatch someone to eliminate Ouyang, regardless of truth or falsehood. 5 days passed, and West Qi not only refrained from advancing, but also retreated their camp 30 miles from Dajong, seemingly in anticipation of a sneak attack from Dajong. This maneuver thwarted Pippo's intentions of launching a surprise assault. Zheng Gongming was undoubtedly a brilliant commander, by retreating 30 miles and establishing camp atop a hill. He rendered any attempt at a surprise attack exceedingly difficult, while also presenting opportunities for counterattacks. Over the course of these 5 days, Ouyang has experienced a most pleasant time. Although he faced a barrage of criticism from the 7th Squad due to his solitary retreat of the entire Xiqi during the last great battle, he has nonetheless received commendations from his comrades, particularly from Ling Su. Upon learning of Ouyang's formidable prowess, Ling Su resolutely began to hone his own skills, declaring with fervor that he must surpass him. In the dead of night, Ouyang found himself perched atop the city wall, autumn's chill beginning to weave through the air. He contemplated the length of time he had spent in this world. Realizing he had integrated himself into it as an unconventional demon warrior, in his former life, he had no family. His parents had passed away when he was young, leaving him to fend for himself. Even after traversing into this new realm, he harbored few regrets. "What's wrong, missing home?" Li Wei's voice suddenly broke through the silence, and Ouyang turned to see him standing behind. That a sheepish smile crept across Ouyang's face. Since joining the 7th Squad, he had not paid much attention to Li Wei, yet brothers are brothers. Even without Ouyang's overt concern, Li Wei understood him. "Missing home? You know I have no home to speak of," Ouyang replied with a bitter laugh. The concept of home feeling rather distant to him. "Who says? We are brothers. My parents are your parents," Li Wei echoed, mimicking Ouyang's posture as he sat beside him on the wall, allowing the cool breeze to wash over them. "Huh," Ouyang chuckled softly, draping his arm over Li Wei's shoulder. Though their acquaintance was brief, an unspoken bond allowed them to comprehend each other without the need for elaborate words. As they sat in comfortable silence, Ouyang suddenly felt his pores tighten as an instinctual alert coursed through him. Grabbing Li Wei, he pulled them both backward just as a black triangular arrow whizzed past the battlements with a piercing sound. "Who goes there?" Li Wei exclaimed. Spotting the arrow, he prepared to rise, but Ouyang yanked him back down, and in that instant, another arrow flew overhead. Had he stood, he would have met a grim fate. That a cold sweat broke out on Li Wei's brow. Death had brushed tantalizingly close. Grateful for Ouyang's intervention, he realized he would have been a lifeless corpse had it not been for him. "Who is it?" Li Wei inquired, glancing at Ouyang, whose expression had turned serious. "I don't know, but this person possesses remarkable archery skills," Ouyang replied, lowering himself to retrieve his Shia bow, slowly raising it above the parapet. As he did so, he also rose to his feet. "Hey!" Even Li Wei, who had unwavering faith in Ouyang, felt a surge of tension at this moment. The adversary below had clearly gained the upper hand. Standing now would be tantamount to courting death. "Fear not. This is an agreement among archers," Ouyang assured him. Indeed, no arrows were loosed as he stood, and he finally beheld the figure below. A man in his 30s, clad in gray fabric armor, wielding a blood-red war bow, raised it high, making a provocative gesture indicative of an archer's challenge. Ouyang scrutinized the man, contemplating his identity, as countless torches were ignited along the wall, illuminating the figure. As this man emerged from the shadows, a chorus of gasps erupted from the battlements. "Qi Baiqiang, good heavens! The arrow god, Qi Baiqiang. Is he here to challenge Ouyang?" "Surely." Various murmurs surrounded the confrontation between Qi Baiqiang and Ouyang. Qi Baiqiang then spoke, with the Shiyao bow in hand. "You must be Ouyang." Standing atop the parapet, Ouyang gripped his bow, observing Qi Baiqiang below. With his current skills, Qi Baiqiang was no match for him. What could a mere sharpshooter do against an adept demon archer? If Ouyang wished for Qi Baiqiang's demise, he could easily achieve it. Indeed, Ouyang affirmed without hesitation. "Excellent. I have heard you claim to be unparalleled in archery. Qi, do not boast many passions, but I am confident in my archery skills, hence my challenge." The intent of Qi Baiqiang's words was unmistakable. He had come to duel. "You wish to challenge me?" Ouyang's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue as the Shiyao bow began to undergo a furious metamorphosis, reverting him to the demon archer he was known to be. "A demon warrior. You are actually..." Qi Baiqiang gazed at Ouyang's weapon. A bitter smile etched on his face. If Ouyang was indeed a demon warrior, what was the point of their challenge? They were from entirely different worlds. No matter how skilled a sharpshooter might be, they could not hope to contend with a demon warrior. "I will not employ demonic energy. I shall engage you using only archery," Ouyang declared, dispelling the demonic aura as he leaped from the city wall. The height of the wall was no obstacle for him now. Today, with Qi Baiqiang's provocation, he had no choice but to retaliate. As Qi Baiqiang watched Ouyang descend, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. For the first time, the fearless warrior hesitated, not because of Ouyang's prowess, but rather due to the implications of Ouyang's identity as a demon warrior. Although Ouyang claimed he would not utilize demonic energy, If he were to lose his temper after a potential defeat, Qi Baiqiang's life would be at stake. Qi Baiqiang no longer regarded Ouyang as merely a talented archer. Instead, he acknowledged the truth behind the claim of an unparalleled demon warrior. If archery was the measure, then perhaps Ouyang truly was unmatched. But in the realm of pure archery, Qi Baiqiang did not underestimate his own capabilities. What's wrong? Do you doubt me? Ouyang queried, fully aware of Qi Baiqiang's trepidation. I stand by my word. Do not truly believe your archery is invincible. Even without demonic energy, you are still no match for me. Ouyang spoke with conviction, confident in his own skills. While Qi Baiqiang's arrows had been impressive, Ouyang recognized that he lacked a critical element: anticipation. Had it been Ouyang in Qi Baiqiang's place, he would have refrained from loosing that second arrow, as it was a shot devoid of certainty. Just based on this, Ouyang knew victory was assured. To win against me with mere archery? I shall see how you plan to achieve that. Qi Baiqiang retorted. Now visibly agitated, he beckoned Ouyang with a finger. Speak. How shall we compete? Is it meaningful to compare 3 or 5 events? Since you are so confident, why not engage in a direct duel? Ouyang proposed. Gesturing to the torches and soldiers that filled the battlements, a slight smile crept upon his lips. Once a god of arrows, today, he would not rely on demonic energy to shatter that myth. Marshal, I implore you to serve as our witness. Should Ouyang use even a hint of demonic energy, it shall count as his defeat. Ouyang called out to Pibois, who was now in view as his words echoed. Qi Baiqiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though Ouyang was under Pibois' command, Pibois was a renowned general. Should he covertly assist Ouyang, the ramifications would be dire for him. Very well. Today, I shall bear witness to this contest of the world's finest archers. Pibois declared as he leaped down from the wall that he had long pondered whether Qi Baiqiang, the legendary archer, or the rising star Ouyang was superior. The unexpected challenge from Qi Baiqiang intrigued him, and given Ouyang's audacious claim to fight without demonic energy, Pibois believed this composed young man must possess unwavering confidence in his victory to Pibois. Ouyang was akin to his arrows, never striking without certainty, and when he did, he rarely missed. Excellent. With General Pibois as witness, I have no qualms. Qi Baiqiang responded, though he still regarded Ouyang as a brash youth. The notion that he could win without demonic energy seemed absurd to him. Illuminate the area for us, Ouyang bellowed. As the Shia Bao transformed back to its pre-demonic state, that a cold smile adorned his face as he regarded Qi Baiqiang. In demonic energy, he still had an advantage. His vision, even with the torches brightening the ground below. The night still cast shadows, and Qi Baiqiang's vision would be slightly impaired. Conversely, Ouyang could see clearly in the darkness, unaffected by the dim light. Qi Baiqiang knocked a triangular arrow, the same kind as Ouyang's. Both having been modified for precision at their level, archers could shoot with great accuracy, seeking unparalleled lethality. Both men drew their arrows, slowly pulling back their bows, neither choosing to shoot first. Whoosh! After a tense 10 moments, Qi Baiqiang opted for an aggressive strike, releasing his bowstring. The arrow, spinning with tremendous force, shot straight toward Ouyang. As the arrow was loosed, Ouyang did not evade. Remarkably, he too released the arrow he held. His projectile soared with greater swiftness than that of Qi Baiqiang. Thus, although Qi Baiqiang had initiated the shot, both arrows ultimately reached a midpoint simultaneously. A delicate ding resonated as the two arrows met, snapping apart in unison. Ouyang's arrow, though released later, boldly advanced towards Qi Baiqiang's, striking the very tip of his arrow. This moment elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers atop the city walls. They had witnessed the clarity of the event. Qi Baiqiang's initial shot was countered by Ouyang's, showcasing an extraordinary level of precision. Following this exchange, Qi Baiqiang's expression darkened. If he had felt a sense of superiority over Ouyang moments before, he now comprehended that Ouyang's prowess was undoubtedly on par with his own. Despite the straight trajectory of his arrows, the challenge of hitting the arrow's tip was immensely daunting. Were it him, he might have chosen to roll away, as he possessed only a 50% assurance of success with a similar shot. Yet, observing Ouyang's confident smile, a thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps today would not end in his favor. Whoosh! Another arrow was released, this time by Ouyang, but it did not fly in a straight line. It possessed a slight arc. Weaving gracefully through the air, upon releasing it, Qi Baqiang abandoned contemplation, his body darting sideways like a released arrow. However, as he evaded, he simultaneously launched 2 arrows, executing a dual shot. This feat was well within his capabilities. And the arrows he unleashed were no less formidable than Ouyang's. As Qi Baqiang's arrows flew forth, Ouyang too began to move, and in that instant, both men raced forward at breakneck speed. Their arrows incessantly released with lethal precision, each targeting the other's vital points. Fortunately, both were exceptional marksmen, adept not only at shooting but also at evading incoming projectiles. Thus, a flurry of arrows filled the battlefield, singles and doubles alike. Yet neither man managed to land a hit on the other. Is that all? Is this how you dare to challenge me? After exchanging over a dozen arrows, Ouyang leaned back to evade a throat-seeking shot, halting in his tracks to regard Qi Baqiang with a disdainful gaze. Chapter 64. Departure. Qi Baqiang could not fathom why Ouyang would utter such words at that moment. Frankly, during their exchange, he had felt the pressure mounting. Yet, Ouyang should not have spoken with such bravado. "You've lost," shouted Li Wei from atop the walls. While others may not have understood Ouyang's preemptive arrows, he was well aware that Ouyang had yet to unleash them. Even so, Ouyang had managed to hold his own against Qi Baqiang. If he were to employ his preemptive arrow technique, Qi Baqiang would stand no chance. That you've lost, Ouyang reiterated, revealing no intent to slay Qi Baqiang. Without the preemptive arrows, Qi Baqiang's abilities were considerably inferior, and with mastery over this technique, he had no hope of victory. "What do you mean?" Qi Baqiang glared at Ouyang, his expression darkening. He could not comprehend why this young man would make such a claim. How could he have lost? He, who was revered as the god of arrows, had traversed great distances to challenge Ouyang, and in such a short span, this boy had the audacity to declare his defeat. "Preemptive arrow," Ouyang merely stated, yet upon the utterance of those 3 words, Qi Baqiang's complexion shifted dramatically. He understood the essence of a preemptive arrow, a technique he desperately yearned to master. "Impossible. You cannot have mastered the preemptive arrow." Qi Baqiang refused to believe it, launching another arrow while simultaneously moving. However, as he released his shot, he noticed Ouyang had unleashed 3 arrows at once. The arrows scattered chaotically. The leftmost arrow sped towards his own. The middle arrow aimed directly at him, while the rightmost arrow angled towards his path. Qi Baqiang knew he could no longer evade. Otherwise, he would be unable to escape the rightmost arrow. As he leaned back, he realized he had truly been defeated. The arrow approaching him suddenly veered downward as it reached above him, plummeting towards him. Lying on the ground, he found himself powerless to dodge. Merely watching as the arrow pierced through his hair, pinning him to the earth, defeated. At that moment, confusion washed over Qi Baqiang's face. Ouyang had not employed his preemptive technique, yet the simultaneous release of 3 arrows had sealed off all his escape routes. And the middle arrow had miraculously descended to attack him, something he knew he could never achieve. Ha 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 ha! The only sound on the battlefield was Qi Baqiang's laughter. A mournful sound indeed, yet he was not the focus of attention. The spotlight belonged to the victor. "You performed admirably. However, you view the bow and arrow merely as weapons, while I regard them as companions. This is the chasm that separates us," Ouyang declared, not casting a glance at the fallen Qi Baqiang. Indeed, in the eyes of the world, bows and arrows were mere instruments of death. Yet Ouyang was different. His bow and arrows were his friends. As he shot with his heart, not his hand, companions, Qi Baqiang murmured, absorbing Ouyang's words. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, and Ouyang's statement seemed to open a new realm of understanding for him. As Ouyang had noted, Qi Baqiang had reached an impasse, yet throughout his journey, no one had been there to guide his archery skills. Though he had lost today, he had gained invaluable insight from Ouyang. "I will seek you out again." Qi Baqiang sprang to his feet, gazing at Ouyang. Despite his defeat in archery, he had uncovered a path forward. He believed that as long as he persevered, he would one day surpass Ouyang. "No need for that. You are still too far behind." Ouyang did not turn back, merely gesturing dismissively with a finger before disappearing through the already open city gates. "Too far behind?" Qi Baqiang chuckled bitterly. Ouyang was indeed conceited, yet he found himself admiring him, genuinely. Picking up his blood-stained longbow, he cast one last glance at the city gates before turning away. Having traveled thousands of miles only to face defeat and receive the words "you're too far behind" was a bitter pill to swallow. Despite his admiration for Ouyang, he felt he could not linger any longer. Companions, friends, Qi Baqiang repeated, fading into the night. The confrontation, representing the pinnacle of archery in this world, had concluded in such a hasty manner. Leaving no one, not even the witness Pibois, anticipating such an outcome. He had thought himself sufficiently aware of Ouyang's capabilities. Yet today, Qi Baqiang's challenge had ended in utter defeat. It was not that Qi Baqiang was weak, but rather that Ouyang was overwhelmingly strong. Pibois now believed wholeheartedly in the reports he had received, confirming that Ouyang had, at one time, forced a fifth-tier demon warrior, Mu Wanfeng, to roll away an evasion with a single bow and 4 arrows. It was worth noting that at that time, Ouyang was not yet a demon archer. He had merely been an ordinary marksman. What a formidable individual. No wonder he dares to proclaim himself as unparalleled in the world. Even Qi Baqiang could not compel him to exert his full strength. I eagerly anticipate your performance at the Four Kingdoms Martial Arts Conference. Pibois mused as he returned to Jianfeng City, knowing that after this battle, Ouyang's name would echo throughout the realm. Unparalleled in the world, this title, henceforth, would no longer be a mere self-proclamation, but a genuine acknowledgement of his supremacy, even among ordinary individuals, a distinction of great significance. Unparalleled in the world, this is merely the beginning. Ouyang, listening to the fervent shouts of his name and the title of unparalleled in the city, donned a smile brimming with ambition. His aspirations extended beyond being merely unparalleled among ordinary folk. He aimed to be unrivaled among cultivators. Old friend, this is just the start. I will take you across the world, for this title of unparalleled belongs to both you and me. Ouyang grasped it tightly, as if in response, the bow trembled with a pulse of energy. Ling Su stood atop the city walls, observing Ouyang as he returned to the camp with his head bowed. He felt a transformation within Ouyang, not merely a shift in camaraderie, but a profound change in his very essence. If, upon their first meeting, Ouyang had been akin to a docile sheep wishing for a tranquil life, now he resembled a wolf, poised to prey upon the unwary. Ling Su took solace in Ouyang's transformation. Born into a prestigious family, he understood the world better than Ouyang. This world did not require meek sheep seeking peace. To survive and thrive, one must become a ravenous wolf. Chapter 65. The Hunt in the capital of Dayun. The very heart of the entire Dayun kingdom, prosperity reigned supreme. Viewed from above, the city walls formed a colossal circle, with the imperial city nestled at its center, a small square enclave. This city was erected by the founding emperor of Dayun, symbolizing the principles of order and balance. In the heart of the imperial city, the esteemed national master of Dayun, Chu Xianghe, was seated alongside the emperor Wang Wenyuan. The chamber was solely occupied by the two of them, with an urgent military report from the southeastern army laid before them. What is your majesty's perspective? Chu Xianghe inquired, his demeanor calm as he regarded Wang Wenyuan. Within the realm of Dayun, aside from Wang Wenyuan, Chu Xianghe was undoubtedly a figure of immense influence, which served as the foundation of his confidence. A half-demon archer capable of demonic transformation, and a half-demon possessing the eye of truth. This is indeed intriguing, Wang Wenyuan remarked as he scrutinized the military report. He understood that even with Pai Bo's daring nature, such a jest would be inconceivable. If he dared to report it, then it must be grounded in reality. After pouring a cup of tea for both Wang Wenyuan and himself from the teapot on the table, Chu Xianghe continued, Your Majesty, I intend to visit the front lines. Indeed, while this individual may far surpass the Princess Tianxiang of yesteryears in strength, he is still merely a half-demon, even with the eye of truth. His actual accomplishments are limited. Why does the national master place such importance on him? Wang Wenyuan expressed his confusion. Although the eye of truth was formidable, its terrifying capabilities were ultimately constrained. A half-demon would likely only be capable of contending with illusionists below the 4th tier. Should he encounter a 5th-tier illusionist, the latter could simply extract his soul and eliminate him, just as the Princess Tianxiang had met her end at the hands of an illusionist. Your Majesty may not be aware, but despite his half-demon status, Pai Bo stated in the letter that the weapons he has demonized are exceedingly powerful. I sincerely wish to witness this for myself. If he possesses even a modicum of talent, I shall take him on as my disciple. Chu Xianghe possessed a deeper understanding of the terrors of the eye of truth than Wang Wenyuan. As a practitioner of illusion, he recognized that if a possessor of the eye of truth were to ascend, Even to the 5th tier, they would wreak havoc across this world. Very well, it has been some time since you ventured forth. Your presence on the front lines would undoubtedly invigorate the morale of our troops. Wang Wenyuan's foresight paled in comparison to that of Chu Xianghe. Then I shall return to prepare and set out for the front lines in a few days, Chu Xianghe declared, rising to take his leave. Wait, join me for a game before you depart. Wang Wenyuan beckoned, summoning a palace made to bring in a chessboard. Observing his excitement, Chu Xianghe silently shook his head. Wang Wenyuan could hardly be deemed a competent ruler under his stewardship. Dayun had experienced minimal development over the past 30 years. Take, for instance, the current conflict in the southeast. Had it been the previous monarch, a formidable army would have been dispatched to decisively crush Xiqi. Yet Wang Wenyuan lacked the resolve to do so. Sighing inwardly, Chu Xianghe sat down to engage in a game of chess with Wang Wenyuan. Within the palace of Xiqi, Zheng Xiu'er stood before her father. The ruler Zheng Xiaotian, her eyes fixed intently upon him. She understood that her father had likely made a firm decision. The eye of truth, is it, regardless of its authenticity, this boy cannot be allowed to live. You are to bring 4 from the shadows to the front lines, and, if the opportunity arises, eliminate him without regard for the treaties among the 4 nations. Zheng Xiaotian was a ruthless man, in his eyes. Threats must be eradicated at their inception. His temperament bore a resemblance to that of Ouyang. Understood. Zheng Xiu'er furrowed her brow. While she did not entirely agree with her father's propensity for violence, she recognized that allowing Ouyang to grow unchecked would surely lead to disaster. It was better to extinguish him early than to permit him to mature into a calamity. Xiu'er, once this mission is accomplished, you shall release the restraints on your power. This upcoming 4 nations martial conference is crucial, and you understand its significance. Zheng Xiaotian regarded his exceptional daughter, occasionally regretting that she was not a son. Had she been male, she would undoubtedly be the crown prince of Xiqi. Rest assured, father, once I unshackle my potential, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the 4th or even 5th tiered the 4 nations martial conference. I shall certainly emerge victorious. A glimmer of determination shone in Zheng Xiu'er's eyes, brimming with confidence in her abilities. Very well. In 5 years, the true spirit realm shall open. This realm opens once every century. Should you miss this opportunity, you may never gain entry again. The fate of this chance lies in your hands. 5 years may seem neither long nor short, and it all hinges upon your fortune. Zheng Xiaotian observed Zheng Xiu'er, aware that her rise from the 5th tier to the 9th tier within 5 years was a daunting challenge. Even with her remarkable talent and rapid cultivation. Do not worry, father. When the true spirit realm opens, I will secure my place within, Zheng Xiu'er declared, her eyes sparkling with ambition. She understood that only by entering the true spirit realm could she envision a future. This world was far too small for her to realize her potential. Go. Zheng Xiaotian watched his departing daughter, a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. 5 years, the true spirit realm opens. How many will gain entry this time? Chu Xianghe, Ling Zhongtian, by Yunfeng. Are you all prepared? At the foot of Jianfeng City, the Xiqi army was fervently besieging the city. Although the Xiqi forces had assembled in full, breaching the city gates remained a formidable challenge. Whoosh! A triangular arrow was shot forth from the parapet with astonishing speed and force, instantly claiming the lives of 4 or 5 soldiers. Behind the parapet, Ouyang swiftly knocked another triangular arrow and released it, having lost count of how many he had slain. Yet, he sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Whoosh! Another triangular arrow flew through the air, and once again, 4 or 5 beams of blood surged into Ouyang's being as he absorbed these vital essences. He felt a sudden warmth emanating from his demon core. Have I finally reached the critical point? Ouyang smiled gently, settling into a meditative posture behind the parapet, preparing for his first breakthrough amidst the chaos of battle. The blood-colored demon core had expanded from the size of a soybean to that of a pigeon egg. Pulsating vigorously, Ouyang gazed at the core within his heart, fully aware that he had taken his first step. Chapter 66. Ascending to 2nd tier, the blood-colored demon core quivered incessantly, enveloping Ouyang in a wave of intense heat. He watched as the core began to split. 2nd tier, after slaying so many and absorbing this much blood energy, I have finally succeeded. Ouyang's heart soared with exhilaration. His rate of advancement was astonishing. He recalled that during the last siege by the Xiqi army, he had only just attained the 1st tier. Although he still could not undergo demonification, his strength and abilities were sufficient to rival first-tier demon warriors. Now, however, the siege had propelled him to further heights. Such a speed of progression was unprecedented throughout history. Boom! Ouyang felt his demon core tremble violently, and at that moment, the pigeon egg-sized core successfully divided, resulting in 2 demon cores floating within his heart. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from Ouyang, capturing the attention of Pai Bo, who was commanding from the city above. What is happening? Pai Bo turned his gaze toward Ouyang, and upon seeing him, he nearly succumbed to despair. This is impossible. Pai Bo stared in disbelief at Ouyang, now enveloped in blood-colored demonic energy. His mouth hung agape, unable to fathom the reality before him. Impossible. He is a half-demon. How could he break through? Even if he is a genius, such rapid advancement is inconceivable. Pai Bo sensed the dense demonic energy emanating from Ouyang, unmistakably indicative of a second-tier demon warrior's strength. Yet, how long had it been since Ouyang's last breakthrough? It had only been 2 months. To ascend from a half-demon to the second tier in such a brief span, setting aside the curse. This rate of advancement was indeed unparalleled. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed as Ouyang rose from the ground, feeling the entirety of his demonic energy retract into his body. At that moment, he sensed a qualitative transformation within himself. He could no longer describe his body simply as filled with power. Demonic energy permeated his being, and every motion exuded an aura of the demonic. Damn it, I still cannot undergo demonification. Ouyang attempted once more, only to find himself thwarted. It was strange. He had previously tried to demonify upon reaching the first tier, but had failed then, attributing it to his physique. Yet now, even after attaining the second tier, he remained unable to achieve demonification. What on earth is happening? Ouyang felt an urge to curse. He had long desired the imposing presence that accompanied demonification. Yet he was unable to attain it. As he pondered, the thorn-owl bough in his hands transformed into its demonified form, and he gazed at it with a bitter smile. Ouyang! Pai Bo had approached Ouyang, gripping his arm tightly. The moment he laid hold of Ouyang, a look of sheer astonishment washed over his face. This is impossible. This was the 3rd time Pai Bo had uttered the word impossible that day. It was not a mere catchphrase. The impact Ouyang had on him was staggering. Initially, witnessing Ouyang's ascension to the second tier nearly drove him to madness. Now, having grasped Ouyang's arm, he felt an overwhelming urge to dissect him for research. How did you accomplish this? How on earth did you manage it? Pai Bo's composure shattered, his eyes reddening and his body trembling. What do you mean by how I did it? Ouyang assumed Pai Bo was inquiring about his ascension to the second tier. Yet this answer was one he could never divulge, for it was far too terrifying. A being who draws strength from the slaughter of others. If this were to be revealed, Ouyang felt that no matter how loyal he remained to Diyun, acceptance would be forever out of reach. How is it that you can exude demonic energy without undergoing demonization? People gazed at Ouyang, realizing that demon warriors possessed a significant flaw, their reliance on demonization. This transformation allowed a demon warrior to instantaneously become a super scion, yet without it, they would find themselves considerably weakened. This was both their combat style and their Achilles heel. A demon warrior caught off guard without demonization could easily be dispatched before they even had a chance to transform. People had just discovered that Ouyang, astonishingly, did not require demonization, yet his demonic aura still radiated throughout his being. What did this imply? It suggested that Ouyang's lack of demonization was not a detriment. Rather, it meant he was in a perpetual state akin to demonization, which was utterly terrifying. Half-demons were so named precisely because they could not undergo demonization, yet they shared a similar ability with Ouyang. They possessed demonic energy without the need for transformation. However, unlike Ouyang, half-demons could not advance in rank, whereas he had achieved this progression at an astonishing pace. If he continued to ascend in such a manner, people could scarcely fathom the kind of monster Ouyang might become in the future. I truly do not know, Ouyang replied, his face a mask of confusion. He was entirely unaware of the profound shock he was instilling in Pibwa. In the latter's eyes, Ouyang had transformed into an unequivocal anomaly. You don't know? You don't know? Pibwa was on the verge of madness. For countless years, demon warriors had been subjugated by the other 3 types of practitioners due to their demonization. This cursed transformation endowed demon warriors with overwhelming strength. yet simultaneously rendered them vulnerable. It was a double-edged sword. For years, demon warriors had sought to break this curse. Yet today, the emergence of Ouyang, this bizarre entity, not only shattered the myth that half-demons could not cultivate and advance, but also obliterated the greatest taboo of demon warriors, leading people to question whether Ouyang was even human. I truly do not know. Ouyang was genuinely bewildered. He had never anticipated such a profound reaction from Pibois. He felt entirely innocent in this matter, as ever since he acquired the blood-red demon core and became a half-demon, his life had unfolded in this strange manner. Whether it was the true eye bestowed by the blood-red demon core or the ability to absorb the powers of the deceased, both were extraordinary gifts. Heaven had stripped him of his cultivation abilities, yet granted him this peculiar method of advancement. Heaven had taken away his capacity for demonization, yet endowed him with the ability to possess powers comparable to a demon warrior without needing to transform. Heaven had deprived him of the golden opportunity to traverse realms, yet had ironically gifted him a plethora of bizarre abilities. This matter must be reported to the national master. People pondered. He could not make sense of it all, believing that only the nearly omnipotent national master of Deyun possessed the capability to comprehend such occurrences. In that moment, people realized that Ouyang was no longer merely the Ouyang who possessed the true eye. Marshal, the enemy is beginning to retreat, Ouyang interjected, noticing people lost in thought. That moment, all of Deyun awaited Pibois' command. Should they pursue or withdraw? Withdraw. People glanced down at the city, while they could still venture forth to pursue. His mind was in turmoil, and he would not recklessly attack. Chapter 67. Lucien Ling Su. After issuing the withdrawal order, Pibois hurriedly pulled Ouyang towards the command tent. As they passed the soldiers, Ouyang felt an unsettling sensation from their gazes. Sit down. Upon entering the tent, Pibois roughly shoved Ouyang into a chair and began to unfasten his armor before Ouyang could even comprehend. Marshal, what are you doing? Ouyang stammered, feeling as though he were being targeted by a ravenous wolf. After removing his armor, Pibois let out a sigh of relief. Ouyang, do you realize what you have accomplished? What did I do? Ouyang was filled with questions, unable to understand why Pibois reacted so dramatically to his advancement to the second rank. Although he had been recognized as a half-demon, he was still merely a demon warrior. Why was Pibois so astounded? Ouyang, I hardly know how to commend you to Do. You understand. Even the most talented individual in Deyun, Ling Jonan, took 2 full years to ascend from the first to the second rank. Yet you, in just 2 months, have progressed from a half-demon to a second-rank demon warrior. What do you say to that? Upon hearing Pibois' words, Ouyang was rendered speechless. His understanding of this world was limited, and his cultivation path was entirely unique, while others relied on absorbing spiritual essence. He drew strength from the lives he extinguished in normal circumstances. This method of advancement would pale in comparison to absorption, but the current context was different. In times of war, if Ouyang unleashed his full potential to kill, slaying hundreds of thousands could potentially elevate him to the 9th rank pinnacle. To kill 1 is a crime, to kill 100 is wickedness, to kill 10,000 is valor, but to kill 1,000,000 is to become a demon. Ouyang was indifferent to the label of demon, for such titles were mere abstractions. The true path of kingship lay in standing at the pinnacle and looking down upon the world. The hierarchy of this world was delineated from the 1st to the 9th rank. And Ouyang understood that to truly ascend to the summit, he must reach the 9th rank. This was why he had refrained from engaging in any endeavors during this time. Each time the enemy attacked, he remained on the city walls, relentlessly hunting. The more he killed, the faster he grew. This extraordinary method of cultivation was uniquely his own, and he understood that if he did not seize this opportunity, once the war concluded, where would he find so many lives to extinguish? I do not know why my advancement has been so rapid. Every time I shoot an arrow, power enters my body. And before I knew it, I had broken through. Ouyang's explanation was half truth, half deception. Indeed, every time he released an arrow, power surged into him, but only because he had taken the lives of others with each shot. Every time you shoot an arrow, power enters your body. Pibois was bewildered by this explanation. What kind of phenomenon was this? Others toiled for years to reach the 2nd rank, yet he effortlessly drew back his bow to advance. Was there any fairness in this? Forget it. The national master should arrive at the front lines in 3 days. Let us leave it to him to handle this matter. Pibois rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. all due to the inexplicable Ouyang. Go rest for now. Before Pibwa could finish, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, followed by a surge of powerful energy erupting within the military camp. Lucien, someone has attained Lucien. Pibwa sensed the force and immediately thought of Ling Su. Ling Su had long been accumulating a vast reservoir of spiritual essence, and his breakthrough at this moment was not particularly surprising. However, he felt vexed that such a fortuitous location as Jianfeng City had become the site of Ouyang's peculiar advancement, and now Ling Su was breaking through as well. Let us go see. Your brother has broken through. Though Pibwa was annoyed, there was still a sense of joy in his heart. It was well known that Luciens were rare in Diyun, and Ling Su's ascension meant that the nation had gained yet another individual of immense potential. Grabbing Ouyang, Pibwa swiftly transported him, and in an instant, Ouyang found himself in the encampment of the 7th Brigade. Is this what it means to traverse the earth? Ouyang marveled at the mystical sensation he had just experienced. This was his first time traveling underground. Demon warriors needed to reach the 4th rank to achieve this ability, and he was not yet capable of such feats. However, Pibwa's sudden transport had left him entranced by the experience. Roar! A roar erupted from Ling Su, as countless small bolts of lightning swirled around him, seemingly guarding him. Ziz! Sparks of electricity flickered as arcs of energy began to spiral into his body. His breakthrough was remarkably smooth. Thanks to his solid foundation and the guidance of his father, it would have been surprising had he not succeeded. Whoosh! A silver sword light shot forth from Ling Su's brow, and as it did, he began to levitate from the ground, standing suspended in the air. Damn! Ouyang could not help but feel a surge of envy at the sight of Ling Su. The latter resembled a celestial being from myth, his ethereal form invoking deep feelings of resentment. To fly at the 1st rank, this 9 heavens cloud movement technique is indeed extraordinary. People looked upon the levitating Ling Su with great pride. Ling Su's innate talent far surpassed that of his father, Ling Zhongtian. Although Ling Zhongtian often mocked and quarreled with Ling Su, he never failed to boast about his son's capabilities to others. Ouyang, come, let us spar. At that moment, Ling Su noticed Pibwa and Ouyang's arrival, and with exuberance, he called out to Ouyang that as he did, the silver sword spirits before him began to divide, ultimately forming 9 smaller sword spirits that surrounded him, while he remained suspended in the air. However, his bravado quickly faded when he saw Ouyang extend a finger and shake his head, fully aware that Ouyang was mocking him, a blatant insult. You really are useless. Ouyang regarded Ling Su with the same disdain one might reserve for a fool that he spoke no falsehood. Were an ordinary demon warrior to confront an earthly immortal, defeat would be inevitable. Yet Ouyang had ascended to the 2nd tier and excelled as a ranged demon archer. Was Ling Su's challenge to Ouyang any different from seeking punishment? It was likely that his sword spirit would not even reach Ouyang before being shot down by an arrow from the heavens. Chapter 68. National Master Chu Xianghe Ling Su looked at Ouyang with resignation, fully aware that challenging him to a duel was akin to courting disaster. However, being looked down upon by Ouyang left him feeling rather humiliated. Stepping into the void, Ling Su hovered before Ouyang, deliberately provoking him. After all, flight was a dream shared by many, yet Ouyang was unable to achieve it. If you sway any further, I shall shoot you down with a single arrow. Ouyang's face turned green with anger. Ling Su had successfully riled him up. Although Ouyang had chosen the path of a demon warrior, fully aware that, as a demon archer, soaring through the skies was less suitable than burrowing into the earth, it remained his utmost aspiration. No matter how reasonable his choices, the ability to fly was an undeniable dream for Ouyang, and Ling Su's taunt struck a nerve. How tragic it is. I can hardly fathom the suffering of a demon warrior who can never take to the skies. Ling Su continued to provoke Ouyang. Yet he failed to notice the green hue spreading across Pippo's face nearby. Who says demon warriors cannot fly? Once a demon warrior achieves the holy body, they too can soar. Pippo roared at Ling Su. This was no longer a matter of generals and soldiers. It was a confrontation between demon warriors and earthly immortals. Demon warriors can achieve flight upon reaching the holy body, yet you earthly immortals shall never burrow into the ground. Pippo's pride swelled at this moment. Though he had no hope of attaining the holy body in this lifetime, he had at least proven one thing. What earthly immortals could accomplish, demon warriors could too. Yet what demon warriors could achieve, earthly immortals could not. Upon hearing Pippo's words, Ling Su hastily descended from the sky. The sight of Pippo's Hulk-like visage made it clear to him that Pippo was genuinely furious. Holy body, what is the holy body? Ouyang, indifferent to Pippo's ire, had never heard of such a term before. There was no mention of it in the demon transformation techniques he had acquired. The holy body is not something we can comprehend. To know such things, one must at least reach the 9th tier. Pippo spoke of the holy body with a touch of melancholy. Noting Pippo's expression, Ouyang wisely refrained from further inquiry. Ling Su, you have now ascended to the rank of earthly immortal. You can no longer remain here. In 3 days, the National Master will arrive in Jianfeng City, and you must accompany him. The National Master is coming in 3 days? Ling Su glanced at Ouyang, realizing that the National Master's presence in Jianfeng City was undoubtedly due to Ouyang's true eye. Indeed, the National Master will arrive in 3 days, so you should take this time to solidify your realm. He is quite discerning. Do not tarnish your father's reputation. Pippo patted Ling Su on the shoulder and cast another glance at the peculiar Ouyang, inwardly noting that this 7th Brigade was indeed a gathering of oddities. Rest assured, General, Ling Su replied confidently, well aware of his own circumstances. Unlike others, he understood. He was the true embodiment of latent potential. Despite having just broken through to earthly immortal, the spiritual essence within him was sufficient to support a rise to the 4th tier, yet he refrained from doing so, for stability in one's realm was paramount. Not everyone was as extraordinary as Ouyang. As Pippo departed, the 7th Brigade's camp was once more engulfed in joy, the source of which was Ling Su's successful breakthrough, bringing heartfelt happiness to his comrades. The 3 days passed swiftly, during which the West Qi army made no attempts to provoke them. Ling Su remained in the camp daily, fortifying his realm, while Ouyang lounged atop the city walls, eagerly anticipating the West Qi army's assault. Alas, the West Qi army is truly outrageous. It has been 3 days, and they have yet to come and play. Ouyang lamented shamelessly, utterly oblivious to the fact that the soldiers around him had begun to maintain a safe distance. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he prepared to leap atop the battlements, but at the moment of his jump, his expression froze. In that instant, he realized he had lost all control over his body, suspended in midair, unable to move. What is happening? Ouyang questioned inwardly, soon discerning the answer that in the distance. A middle-aged man clad entirely in red robes approached, walking through the void. Ouyang could not discern the man's features clearly, yet he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from him. Strange, truly strange. As the man drew near, Ouyang noticed that the soldiers around him appeared dazed, failing to perceive the shift in their surroundings. What a curious demon core, imbued with the power of devouring. Oh, the red-clad man was examining Ouyang, only to find that the one he had ensnared with his illusion had begun to wriggle free from his grasp. Ah! A loud cry escaped Ouyang's lips as he regained his mobility. Promptly leaping from the city wall below to him, the man in red now resembled a demon, and his first instinct was to flee. Planning to escape, the red-clad man observed Ouyang breaking free, his face alight with a smile. He extended a finger toward the ground, yet this time, he found himself faltering. The illusion he had conjured posed no hindrance to Ouyang, who dashed through it, flying alongside the city wall. Ha ha ha, little one, you cannot escape. The red-clad man appeared to have discovered the most precious treasure, and with a flourish, a golden rope flew from his sleeve, transforming into a spiritual serpent that swiftly ensnared Ouyang, who had already sprinted several hundred meters away. Bound and helpless, Ouyang felt a surge of frustration. Who exactly was this man in red? He had previously used an illusion to immobilize him, and upon his escape, attempted to restrain him again. Yet, with his blood-red pupils activated, he was immune to all illusions. However, he found himself powerless against the man's final rope. National Master. Ouyang had nearly deduced the man's identity. He could now see the man's face clearly, though adorned in crimson robes with flowing black hair. His visage bore the marks of age, devoid of any murderous intent, perpetually adorned with a smile. This demeanor was not befitting an enemy, leading Ouyang to conclude that this must indeed be the enigmatic National Master Chu Xianghe of Diyun. Little one, your abilities appear to transcend mere true eye, Chu Xianghe remarked as he drew Ouyang closer, simultaneously weaving an illusion around them atop the city wall, confident that no one could overhear their ensuing conversation. Chapter 69. The renown of Chu Xianghe within the illusion. Ouyang gazed at the national master Chu Xianghe, perplexed as to why he had chosen this moment to converse with him. Little one. Chu Xianghe began to speak about Ouyang's ability to dispel illusions, but soon noticed something peculiar. The aura emanating from Ouyang did not seem to belong to a mere half-demon. This was the power characteristic of a demon warrior who had undergone demonization. You have broken through? For the first time, Chu Xianghe appeared unsettled if discovering Ouyang's capacity to dispel illusions had surprised him. Witnessing Ouyang's ascension was nothing short of astonishing. A half-demon with the ability to dispel illusions was not particularly fearsome, even if his demon core was unusual. However, a monster capable of dispelling illusions while rapidly progressing in strength was truly terrifying. Yes, Ouyang understood that such matters could not be concealed, and he had no desire to hide them. The only secret he wished to keep was his ability to absorb the power of the deceased. How did you accomplish this? Chu Xianghe inquired, echoing Pippo's earlier question, yet like Pippo, he was destined not to receive the true answer. I don't know. Ouyang feigned innocence, shaking his head at Chu Xianghe. The notion that drawing a bow and shooting an arrow could lead to ascension might deceive Pippo, but attempting to fool Chu Xianghe was a far more daunting task. This old fox could easily discern that his demon core possessed devouring capabilities, though others might not see his unique ability. Resorting to such lowly deceit could very well reveal his secrets to the old fox. Don't know? Chu Xianghe regarded Ouyang, whose innocent demeanor did not satisfy him. However, he recognized that Ouyang was unwilling to divulge further information. He understood that in such circumstances, no amount of questioning would yield answers. Very well, everyone is entitled to their secrets. Since you prefer silence, I shan't pry further. Let us descend and pay a visit to that lad from the Ling family. Chu Xianghe's smile returned as he turned to walk into the city. Yet Ouyang noted that no matter how he moved, the people around them remained oblivious to his presence. This illusion is indeed formidable. A person can approach you without you having the slightest awareness of their existence. Ouyang lamented that had it not been for his ability to dispel all illusions, he would certainly have been unable to discern the presence of Chu Xianghe. Following Chu Xianghe through the city walls into the military camp, he realized that not a single soul had noticed the latter's presence. The nonchalance with which Chu Xianghe traversed Jianfeng City filled Ouyang with envy. Pibua's sensing ability is quite remarkable. As Chu Xianghe surveyed the military camp, he spoke, just as Pibua dashed out. Armed with a large, formidable blade, appearing as if he were preparing for battle. That the national master? Pibua questioned, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, sensing the presence of an extraordinarily powerful illusionist concealed nearby. Though he could not ascertain if it was indeed the national master. Pibua, you've made considerable progress. As Chu Xianghe revealed himself, the soldiers around him seemed to be struck by disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the figure who had always stood among them. We pay our respects to the national master. In an instant, all the soldiers, including Pibua, knelt on one knee in reverence to Chu Xianghe, who had safeguarded the nation for countless years. There is no need for such formality. I am not fond of this display. Bring forth the young man from the Ling family, Chu Xianghe said with a smile, shaking his head. However, only Ouyang was able to see the smile, and he inwardly cursed the old ghost for being so hypocritical. As he clearly relished the attention, yet feigned indifference, Chu Xianghe seemed to sense Ouyang's thoughts, turning his head to glare at him before striding towards the military camp, following closely behind. Pibua continually briefed Chu Xianghe on the current state of the Southeast Army, yet Ouyang could see from Chu Xianghe's expression that he was not overly concerned with the war. The news of the National Master's arrival spread throughout Jianfeng City in less than 10 minutes. While few recognized Chu Xianghe's appearance, he was revered as a deity within the realm of Dayun. The guardian spirit, in the eyes of the people, Chu Xianghe embodied divinity itself. Even soldiers who had never laid eyes on him were filled with excitement upon hearing of his arrival. Inside the command tent, Ouyang listened to the cheers of "Long live the National Master" from outside, feeling a stark contrast to the calls made for himself. Their shouts of his name stemmed from his own past glory, whereas the cries for Chu Xianghe were entirely heartfelt. Ouyang understood that Chu Xianghe was not only exceptionally powerful, but his influence in Dayun surpassed all else. He even suspected that the presence of Wang Wenyuan, the sovereign of Dayun, might not overshadow Chu Xianghe. However, such thoughts were not suitable for the moment. as Ling Su had already been brought into the command tent by Pibua's men. Upon seeing Chu Xianghe, Ling Su knelt on one knee in respect. Witnessing Ling Su's demeanor made Ouyang realize that the national master was indeed no ordinary figure. It was the first time he had seen Ling Su bow in such a manner, and it was evident that this gesture was sincere. It has been many years, young man from the Ling family, and you have now become a terrestrial immortal. Time truly flies. Chu Xianghe gently lifted Ling Su from the ground. Appearing more like a caring elder than a lofty national master, I owe my gratitude to the national master for the nine heavens cloud movement technique you bestowed upon me. Without it, I would not be where I am today. Ling Su expressed his gratitude, fully aware that the technique had laid a solid foundation for his future. Alas, I cannot linger here for too long. I came primarily to inquire if you both would accompany me back to the capital, Chu Xianghe stated, refraining from small talk. For his national master, he had countless matters to attend to. Had it not been for Ouyang, he would not have ventured to this frontier. Now that he had found Ling Su and Ouyang, he needed to know if they would depart with him. I shall follow your lead, national master. Ling Su had no reservations. Returning to the capital to cultivate was a childhood dream realized. Excellent. And you, Ouyang? Chu Xianghe's gaze turned to Ouyang, who could sense the expectation radiating from him, even surpassing that for the talented Ling Su. Ouyang understood that this all stemmed from the secrets he harbored within him. Chapter 70. The Old Charlatan? Me? Ouyang felt a bit awkward, fully aware that Chu Xianghe's primary purpose for coming here was indeed himself. Yet he simply could not leave. Yes, should you wish to accompany me back to the capital, you may reside in my estate, and I shall personally guide you. Chu Xianghe smiled at Ouyang, believing that such an invitation would be impossible to refuse in Diyun. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Pibua and Hu Xiaotong were left utterly bewildered. Even Ling Su, who had been joyful moments ago, was momentarily stunned. What was Chu Xianghe's status for him to personally instruct someone? Within the Lingua Courtyard, there were numerous formidable warriors and terrestrial immortals, as well as many exceptionally gifted illusionists. Yet how many had the privilege of receiving Chu Xianghe's guidance? The three could hardly fathom what it was about Ouyang that warranted such attention from Chu Xianghe. Was the Eye of Truth truly that formidable? Ouyang looked at the four, noticing Chu Xianghe's calm demeanor. While the other three regarded him with envy and jealousy, he understood their sentiments. Indeed, Chu Xianghe was akin to a deity, and the opportunity to receive his guidance was exceedingly rare. Agree. Ouyang. Quickly agree, Ling Su urged, believing Ouyang was simply unaware of Chu Xianghe's significance. That it was no exaggeration to say that becoming a disciple of Chu Xianghe meant ascending from the foot of the mountain to halfway up, with the path ahead becoming remarkably smoother. Ouyang glanced at Ling Su, recognizing his good intentions, but regrettably, he could not accept the offer. He was essentially incapable of cultivation, considered a half-waste, and if he lost his hunting grounds, he would possess nothing. Ouyang was no fool. His future lay firmly in his own hands. I am sorry, National Master, but I believe I shall remain here. After a long pause, Ouyang finally rejected Chu Xianghe's offer, prompting the three nearby to nearly lose their composure. This was the most incredible opportunity one could imagine, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Who would not be overjoyed? Yet here was Ouyang, seemingly foolishly declining. Ouyang, are you mad? Ling Su exclaimed, grabbing Ouyang's arm. But as he looked into Ouyang's eyes, he saw a smile and determination. Observing Ouyang's resolute demeanor, Ling Su gradually released his grip. Though Ouyang rarely spoke, Ling Su understood that he was a man of strong principles. Once he made up his mind, it was impossible to sway him. Why? Chu Xianghe's face fell with disappointment. He had learned from Pibua that Ouyang had transformed from a half-demon into a second-tier demon archer in merely 2 months, a rate of advancement that was astonishing. Chu Xianghe wished to take Ouyang back for further study on how he achieved such progress. Hence his invitation. However, with Ouyang's refusal, he found himself powerless. National Master. Ouyang is accustomed to a relaxed lifestyle. Should he arrive in the capital, he may cause trouble. It is better for him to stay here. Ouyang's words were half true. He was indeed accustomed to a carefree existence, and with his proud nature, he would find it difficult to endure the debauchery of the capital, where the streets were filled with the idle and the nobility. Chu Xianghe listened to Ouyang's reasoning, nodding in understanding that he knew it was merely an excuse. Becoming a disciple of Chu Xianghe placed one on equal footing with the emperor, and even if Ouyang sought trouble, there would be little opportunity to do so. Very well. Everyone has their own path. Since you have chosen this, I shall not press the matter further. However, one thing you must remember. You are a person of Dayun. And at all times, you are. Chu Xianghe understood that with Ouyang's character and his peculiar abilities, he was destined for greatness. This was why he felt compelled to impart this message to Ouyang. Rest assured, National Master, at all times, I am a citizen of Dayun. My kin and brothers are all within Dayun. Ouyang's words were resolute, subtly assuring Chu Xianghe of his loyalty, just as he had stated. Li Wei, Ling Su, and the brothers of the 7th Squad all belonged to Dayun, for Ouyang was someone who valued brotherhood deeply. As long as Dayun did not harm his brothers, he would remain loyal. Chu Xianghe nodded in approval of Ouyang's response. Ouyang. Just as the five began discussing mundane matters, Li Wei's voice echoed from outside the tent, his expression tinged with urgency. He had just heard that the National Master of Dayun had arrived. Intending to take Ouyang and Ling Su away, and as Ouyang's closest friend, he naturally rushed over to bid farewell. Who goes there? As Pibwa heard the call, his brow furrowed, but by the time he spoke, Ouyang had already lifted the general's tent and stepped outside. What's the matter? Ouyang inquired, observing Li Wei, who was lingering outside. He couldn't fathom why Li Wei had suddenly come looking for him. Are you leaving? Li Wei's voice trembled slightly. Although their communication had diminished significantly since their arrival in the military, the bond of brotherhood between them had never waned. If he could remain calm upon hearing the news of Ouyang's departure, then he would no longer be Li Wei. Leave? Why would I leave? Ouyang replied with a smile directed at Li Wei. However, just as he finished speaking, a flash of red suddenly appeared beside Li Wei. Grabbing his arm with urgency, the red figure was Chu Xianghe, who had just emerged from the general's tent. At that moment, he was devoid of his earlier composure, his face a portrait of astonishment and disbelief. As he gripped Li Wei, he exclaimed, Impossible! How could I encounter you here? Ha ha ha! This journey has indeed been worthwhile. Chu Xianghe, in that moment, resembled a madman, disregarding his status as a national master as he laughed uproariously. Hey! What are you doing? Li Wei felt flustered. It was unbearable to be seized and groped by someone whose face was obscured and who appeared deranged. Don't move, you little rascal. I observe a divine aura emanating from your crown. Possessing such remarkable strength at a tender age, if you ever become a practitioner, you shall soar like a dragon to the heavens. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? The moment Chu Xianghe's words left his lips, Ouyang was left bewildered. Could it be that he is also a traveler from another realm? This was the only thought occupying Ouyang's mind at that moment. Chapter 71. The Array Master Li Wei, huh? Li Wei seemed to absorb Chu Xianghe's words as if he truly possessed the potential to save the world and ascend to divinity. Gazing at him with wide, starry eyes, as if ready to believe anything that promised him the chance to rescue the world. Hey! Is this even credible? Ouyang stepped closer to Li Wei, fully aware that if he allowed Chu Xianghe to continue his charade, Li Wei might end up disclosing the entire lineage of his ancestors. Ouyang, he said, I possess unparalleled talent. Li Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was clearly entranced. Master National Teacher, Ouyang understood that at this moment, nothing he said would deter Li Wei. It was evident that Chu Xianghe had employed some minor illusion, which was ineffective against Ouyang, but far too easy to manipulate Li Wei. Ouyang, what is your relationship with him? Chu Xianghe queried. Puzzled as to why Ouyang was so concerned about Li Wei, their bond appeared to be quite strong. He is my brother. Ouyang did not hesitate to declare. Brotherhood was brotherhood, even if Li Wei were the most wanted criminal in the world. He would stand by him. Upon hearing this, Chu Xianghe's eyes brightened, and he nodded, saying, Then do you know why I react this way? At that moment, it wasn't just Ouyang who was perplexed. Even Pibwa, who had been questioning whether he was dreaming, was bewildered. In Pibwa's memory, the National Master had always been a figure of sternness. Why did he lose his composure upon meeting Li Wei? Did Li Wei possess a secret even greater than Ouyang's? Please enlighten us, Master National Teacher. Unlike Li Wei, Ouyang was not easily swayed by Chu Xianghe's words. He would not relent without a satisfactory answer. Have you heard of Array Masters? Chu Xianghe suddenly spoke. And as he did, the gazes of Ling Su, Pibwa, and Hu Xiaodong all turned toward Li Wei, as if they had come to an understanding. Master National Teacher, are you implying? Ouyang grasped the implications. Array masters were among the most enigmatic and rare entities among practitioners. They were known to be invincible at their level and even against foes of 1 or 2 tiers above, with their terrifying control over arrays and an arsenal of talismans surpassing the might of earthly immortals. They could manipulate the very fabric of reality, saving lives and vanquishing foes alike. When Ouyang first encountered the description of array masters in the transformation of demons technique, his initial thought was that it was a bug. The combination of formidable control, overwhelming offensive power, and seemingly perfect defensive capabilities. Could such a bug truly exist? Ouyang had harbored doubts, especially since the transformation of demons technique explicitly stated that no array master had emerged in a millennium. However, hearing that Li Wei could potentially become an array master left him utterly uncomposed. Indeed, within Li Wei's very being exists an innate array. He is a natural-born array master. I never imagined it. After a millennium, an array master has finally emerged, and in my great fortune, no less. This is a divine favor. Chu Xianghe, now genuinely excited, was no longer acting as an array master is a terminator, unlike other practitioners. They possess unparalleled abilities. While other practitioners must start from the first tier, an array master is born with arrays. Upon completion, they are already at tier 7, what others toil their entire lives to achieve. They possess innately what others might never grasp. The 9th tier is but a trifle for them. It could be said that any array master, unless they fall midway, is destined to reach tier 9 or even higher. Listening to Chu Xianghe's fervent declarations, Ouyang turned his gaze upon Li Wei, his eyes brimming with joy. He had always harbored a concern for Li Wei. Having become a demon archer, he would no longer tread a mundane path. If one day he stood atop the highest peak while his brother remained an ordinary person, how could he bear it? Now, hearing that Li Wei genuinely possessed extraordinary talent, as Ling Su had once said, he felt no jealousy or negativity, only pure happiness for his brother. Ouyang, what is an array master? Li Wei asked, his face a mask of confusion, as he felt the peculiar gaze of others upon him for the first time. An array master is a type of practitioner, and a very powerful one at that. Ouyang playfully punched Li Wei, elated that this foolish lad finally had a chance to shine, and not just any chance. I can also become a practitioner. Does this mean I can transform too, and fly like Captain Ling Su? Li Wei exclaimed, throwing his arms around Ouyang, believing in no one else as much as he believed in him. Indeed, Ouyang nodded vigorously at Li Wei. Ha! I can become a practitioner. I can fly. Li Wei leaped joyfully from the ground, grabbing hold of Ling Su, his exuberance eliciting soft laughter from those who had previously been deep in thought. Master National Teacher, do you intend to take Li Wei with you? Ouyang understood that Li Wei was different from him. If Li Wei lacked the capability to cultivate, Ouyang would ensure his lifelong safety and riches. However, now that he knew Li Wei possessed the aptitude to become a bug-level array master, Ouyang instead hoped that Li Wei would follow Chu Xianghe, for only then could he truly flourish. Of course, an array master is far too precious. Regardless of whether Li Wei could complete the array condensation within 5 years, once the true spirit realm opened, he would undoubtedly be admitted under special circumstances. This was without question. An array master, once nurtured, becomes an invincible force. What are demon warriors or earthly immortal illusionists compared to them? Once an array is activated, it can seal the heavens and earth. Even freezing time itself, their talismans can summon divine thunder from the heavens to obliterate all foes in their path. Such a being, even if Ouyang refused today, Chu Xianghe would still be compelled to take him away. Ouyang nodded gently, observing Li Wei, who still resembled a child, bouncing around and proclaiming his newfound potential as a practitioner. A slight smile graced his lips. Pibwa, the matter of the array master concerns the fate of the entire dynasty. This information must be kept confidential. You know what to do. Chu Xianghe turned to Pibwa, his meaning clear. Today, aside from their group, any soldiers aware of the situation, regardless of their loyalty to the dynasty or their understanding of what an array master truly is, must be silenced. Rest assured, Master National Teacher, the news of the array master will remain undisclosed. Pibwa understood the gravity of the situation. Aside from their circle of practitioners, ordinary soldiers must be kept in the dark. Pibwa and Hu Xiaotong had no need to worry. Their families belonged to the dynasty. ensuring perfect confidentiality. Ling Su was also safe. His father, Ling Jonan, shared a close friendship with Chu Xiangha, having watched him grow up. Thus he would never leak anything. Lastly, there was Ouyang. If anyone were safest here, it would undoubtedly be Ouyang. Who among them had the closest relationship with Li Wei? That would surely be Ouyang. Would he ever betray Li Wei? That was a question that need not be asked. Chapter 72. The peculiar demon core Li Wei had departed, as had Ling Su. They had both followed Chu Xiangha away, and Ouyang felt neither sorrow nor longing. For he knew that one day they would meet again. Whoosh! A black, triangular arrow shot from Ouyang's hand, piercing through 4 or 5 soldiers before finally coming to a halt. Ouyang refrained from utilizing demonic energy, being at the forefront of the array. If he were to recklessly employ demonic energy, it would be akin to provoking Zheng Gongming, who looked at him as if he were his father's enemy, and he would surely retaliate. Ouyang continuously absorbed the power bestowed upon him by the enemies he had slain. He could distinctly feel that during the past half-month since Li Wei's departure, he had engaged in 5 fierce battles, vanquishing hundreds of foes. The blood of these warriors had propelled his demon core to the brink of splitting into a third tier. It seems I truly am rather monstrous. Ouyang mused. If this war persisted in its current fashion, he would become a formidable being on par with Chu Xiangha within 2 years. Yet, a lingering question occupied Ouyang's mind. Chu Xiangha was already a 9th-tier powerhouse. But what was it that he sought? Additionally, he had inadvertently overheard references to the true spirit realm and the sacred body. What were these enigmas? Such queries remained unresolved, likely to be addressed only upon his return to the capital after the war, when he could consult Chu Xiangha. Whoosh! Another arrow was loosed. After releasing it, Ouyang chose to withdraw, noticing that Zheng Gongming's face had turned pale from afar. He had single-handedly eliminated hundreds of ordinary soldiers in these skirmishes, leaving Zheng Gongming utterly powerless to retaliate. Only those who endure such torment can truly comprehend it. Ouyang slung the across his back and boldly leapt onto the city wall, not forgetting to offer Zheng Gongming a rude gesture as he departed. A clear message. I've just slaughtered your men. What are you going to do about it? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Zheng Gongming seethed, wishing he could capture Ouyang and flay him alive. Yet, he found himself helpless. Ouyang had not breached the treaty among the 4 nations. Unlike ordinary demon warriors who fought in close quarters, risking death by charging into battle without transformation, Ouyang, as an archer, could strike from afar, leaving others with no means to counter him. Uncle, there's no need to be angry. The shadows have arrived. This time, with 4 of them, they will undoubtedly eliminate him here. Zheng Xiaoer's face was grim. The shadows had been lurking for 3 or 4 days, but Ouyang's shamelessness had kept him beneath the city walls, never exposing himself beyond the moat. Consequently, the shadows had not found an opportunity to strike. If they drew too near the city, people would surely detect their presence, making any attempt to engage futile. The shadows find it exceedingly difficult to seize an opportunity. This lad is quite astute. He never ventures out easily. Zheng Gongming lamented the situation, knowing that although they possessed the means to slay their enemy, the chance had eluded them, which was exceedingly frustrating. Zheng Xiaoer fell silent, aware that Zheng Gongming spoke the truth. They had considered luring Ouyang out, but every time the Xiqi forces withdrew, he invariably retreated, refusing to pursue. Such a predicament was maddening. Uncle, what if I challenge him at the front line? Zheng Xiaoer began, only to be swiftly dismissed by Zheng Gongming, who declared, no. He excels in ranged combat, with a shooting range of several miles that if you challenge him, he need not even descend from the city wall to defeat you. Sigh. Zheng Xiaoer sighed heavily, her frustration with Ouyang. The insufferable pest, mounting, his strength was not particularly formidable, yet he persistently provoked them with his long-range attacks. How infuriating! Upon returning to Jianfeng City, Ouyang sensed his demon core trembling within him. He realized he had achieved another success. He had shamelessly reached the 3rd tier, but this time, instead of boasting about his breakthrough, he slipped out through the rear gate of Jianfeng City and ran for over 10 miles before finding a secluded grove to sit and begin splitting his demon core. Unlike last time, this splitting process was somewhat sluggish. The 2 demon cores within him quivered incessantly, and as Ouyang attempted to control their division into a 3rd core, he was caught off guard when both cores simultaneously began to split. What is happening? Ouyang pondered. Bewildered, Why were both demon cores splitting at once? Logically, one should have divided to create a balanced triad. Yet now both were fracturing simultaneously. Did they intend to produce 4 cores, as if to validate his thoughts? The 2 smaller cores emerged from his original cores, leading him to possess 4 demon cores simultaneously. 4. How could there be 4? He had only just attained the 3rd tier, and theoretically, he should possess 3 cores. Ouyang recalled the explicit records in the Demon Transformation Sutra. A 1st-tier warrior has 1 core, and with each tier increase, an additional core would materialize. Upon reaching the 9th tier, all cores would merge into 1. Yet, his cores defied all logic. While others at the 4th tier had 4 cores, he possessed 4 at the 3rd tier. While others divided 1 core into another, his 2 cores had birthed 2 more. Ouyang fell into a state of disbelief. Was his blood-colored demon core truly so peculiar? If this continued, would he not possess 8 cores upon reaching the 4th tier? 8 cores. That was the domain of an 8th-tier warrior. Did this imply that reaching the 4th tier would grant him the power of an 8th-tier warrior? Ouyang chuckled at the thought, but his amusement was short-lived as he slapped himself in realization. What nonsense am I conjuring? Though a transmigrator, I am not so absurd. He understood that while the number of his cores had increased, his power would certainly strengthen, but that did not equate to having several cores granting him multiple tiers. If this continued, upon reaching the 5th tier, he might possess 16 cores. What tier would that make him? A monster. 1 core at 1st tier, 2 at 2nd, 4 at 3rd. By that calculation, if I reach the 8th tier, would I not possess 128 cores? Ouyang, with his rudimentary math skills, counted on his fingers until he finally arrived at the staggering conclusion. I would have 128 demon cores. 128 demon cores. He marveled at this terrifying figure. 128 cores, while others at 8 tiers possessed merely 8. Was this a blessing or a curse? Chapter 73. Rebound Flight. As Ouyang returned to Jianfeng City, the gates stood wide open, with De Yun pursuing the faltering Xiqi army. Upon witnessing this scene, Ouyang felt an overwhelming urge to take advantage of the chaos. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. I am a 3rd-tier warrior. I ought to make a name for myself. With this thought, he sprinted at full speed to the 7th Brigade's camp, retrieving the steed that had always belonged to him. Ouyang swiftly mounted and galloped out of Jianfeng City. This time, the Xiqi army's route was more severe than before, as De Yun had pursued them for 20 to 30 miles, resulting in the loss of at least 10,000 men. Zheng Gongming, riding atop his horse, felt deeply pained. Though victories and defeats were commonplace in war, such a massive rout would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. Uncle, look! Zheng Xiu'er pointed towards the distance for Zheng Gongming to see. Ha! That lad has finally emerged. Let the shadows take action. Thousands of troops for 1 demon warrior. Worth it. Zheng Gongming's earlier despondency vanished as he commanded the 4 young men at his side. Act immediately. Under no circumstances must we allow this man to escape alive. Rest assured, Your Highness, the eldest of the 4 replied, and in unison, they vanished into the ground. These were 4 4th-tier demon warriors. Ouyang galloped furiously, unleashing arrows that claimed the lives of several Xiqi soldiers with each shot. He had already loosed dozens of arrows, achieving in mere moments what would have taken him half a day on the city wall. Kill! Ouyang bellowed alongside the other soldiers, feeling as though he were leveling up through a cheat code. At this rate, if he continued to slay hundreds, he might ascend once more within a day. The speed of his advancement was terrifying throughout history. Only those who suppressed their own potential or were formation masters could match such a pace. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot. After releasing it, Ouyang prepared to draw another when he suddenly sensed a surge of demonic energy from below. Not good, he shouted, launching himself off his horse. In that instant, for shadows erupted from the ground, tearing his black warhorse to shreds in an instant. Commander! Upon witnessing the 4 demon warriors capable of burrowing underground, Ouyang was not foolish enough to believe he could take them on alone. These were all 4th-tier demon warriors. Despite his superior demon cores, he knew he would not survive a 1 versus 4 confrontation. His panicked cry went unanswered as he gazed ahead, where Zheng Gongming was entangled with Pibwa. In that moment, cold sweat drenched Ouyang's back. This was the enemy's meticulously planned scheme. These 4 had likely come specifically to hunt him down, and he had foolishly dashed out of Jianfeng City, only to be ensnared like a dumpling. Die, brat! The 4 demon warriors shouted from below, their sinister smiles revolting to Ouyang as he descended from a height of over 100 meters. You think you can kill me? Not so easily. Ouyang completed the demonization of the thorn owl bow in midair, enveloping a tri-blade arrow with demonic energy. He drew back the bowstring. The entire bow transformed into a crimson hue at the moment he released it. And the tri-blade arrow was likewise rendered into a blood-red projectile. Boom! The arrow shot straight down towards the ground, and with the force of the recoil, he propelled himself to a height of 100 meters. Who says demon warriors cannot fly? Let me show you what flight truly means. Ouyang continuously drew and released arrows, utilizing the arrow's recoil to achieve genuine flight, hanging suspended in the air, steadily gliding towards Jianfeng City. Old 4, leap up and disrupt his rhythm. The shadow who had spoken realized that Ouyang's astonishing aerial maneuver was a formidable threat. If they did not intervene, Ouyang might truly escape. Swish! A green silhouette shot upward from the ground, aiming directly for Ouyang. This was Old 4, a 4th-tier demon warrior, whose formidable leg strength allowed him to transform into a cannonball. Seeking death, Ouyang bellowed at the approaching demon warrior, simultaneously knocking 2 arrows. As both arrows were drawn against the bowstring, he unleashed his most powerful shot since becoming a 3rd-tier demon archer at the oncoming foe. Swish, swish. The arrows did not fly out simultaneously. The 2 blood-red arrows, infused with demonic energy, flew sequentially, forming an elongated projectile aimed at the demon warrior. Ah! The demon warrior froze upon seeing the arrow gleaming with crimson light. In his rush to disrupt Ouyang's rhythm, he had forgotten that Ouyang was a demon archer, rendering himself an easy target in mid-air. Die for me! Ouyang's voice thundered as both arrows struck the 4th-tier demon warrior. The first arrow was successfully blocked by the warrior's arms. But Ouyang had anticipated this. However, what of the second arrow? Undoubtedly, the second arrow was slightly weaker than the first, but it mattered not. The first arrow had already ruptured the azure skin on the warrior's arms, and the second arrow obliterated his hands in midair. Boom! The tremendous explosion drew the attention of all, and Pibwa turned to see Ouyang suspended in the sky, drawing and shooting arrows, as one demon warrior who had leaped to kill him was left with shattered arms. Good lad. Truly impressive. Even while evading Zheng Gongming's relentless pursuit, Pibwa could not help but shout in admiration for Ouyang. Think you can flee? Come up and die in the sky. Ouyang, still suspended in the air, was enveloped in demonic energy, the crimson aura showcasing him as a fearsome Azura. He drew his bow once more, a stream of blood-red light shooting from his hand, flying straight toward the chest of the demon warrior who had lost consciousness from the severed arms. A heart-piercing shot, this arrow undoubtedly penetrated the demon warrior's demon core, killing him instantly in the sky. The sky is my domain. Even if a terrestrial immortal comes, they must roll far away. Ouyang was filled with a sense of grandeur, as this marked the first time he had truly slain a cultivator, and moreover, a demon warrior of a higher tier. Even if he had exploited the warrior's inability to fly, it was still a source of pride. Chapter 74, 8 Demon Cores. Old 4. Upon witnessing their comrade slain mid-air by Ouyang, the other 3 warriors erupted in cries, yet they found themselves powerless against him, unless they were of a far higher tier. Like Zheng Gongming, any attempt to confront Ouyang would result in death. Grandfather will not play with you little brats any longer. Ouyang continued to shoot arrows, maintaining his aerial stance, but just as he had flown less than 500 meters, he witnessed a blood-red light, as thick as a barrel, erupting from the corpse of the slain demon warrior. Damn, killing a boss is indeed different. This was Ouyang's first true experience of slaying a cultivator, and he was astonished by the sheer volume of blood energy he received. This surge of blood energy rushed into Ouyang's body, filling him with a refreshing sensation as he felt his 4 demon cores absorb this energy, propelling him towards a breakthrough. What bliss! Ouyang was no longer inclined to leave. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier, while the 3 demon warriors below were powerless against him. If he could slay dozens more today, he would undoubtedly achieve his goal of transcending into the earth. I can't leave. Ouyang redirected his bow and shot an arrow backward, propelling himself back toward the battlefield. What is this kid planning? People was puzzled as he saw Ouyang, who had begun to retreat, suddenly return. Yet there was no need for Pibwa to ponder long, for soon Ouyang's actions would reveal his intentions. Ouyang flew to an area densely populated by the Xiqi army. his thorn owl bow once more taking on a blood-red hue that he knocked a tri-blade arrow, cloaked in demonic energy, resembling a blood-soaked harbinger of death, aimed at the unsuspecting soldiers below, who posed no threat to him. Boom! A colossal explosion ensued, and Ouyang propelled himself upward to a height of 400 to 500 meters, suspended in the air, relishing the continuous influx of blood energy from the ground. That's enough, enough, breaking through twice in one day. I shall surely be the first, Ouyang shouted. Deciding not to continue the slaughter, he began to fire arrows ahead of him, using the momentum to depart the battlefield. Pibois, what do you mean by this? This man has violated the treaty among the four nations by slaughtering innocents. I advise you to hand him over. Zheng Gongming pressed closer to Pibois, who had no intention of engaging in battle. Whenever cornered, he would simply burrow underground and reappear elsewhere. Although Zheng Gongming was at the 6th tier, Pibois, at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, was not far behind. Once Pibois delved underground, pursuing him would prove quite difficult. Zheng Gongming, are all of you from the Zheng family as shameless as you? For demon warriors ambushing a junior on the battlefield, I genuinely feel ashamed for your family. Pibois' words were harsh. Had Ouyang not executed such an astonishing aerial escape, he would have likely been slaughtered by the 4 demon warriors. Now that Ouyang had slain one of them, people perceived this subsequent arrow as merely a small act of revenge against Zheng Gongming. A minor demonstration of defiance, yet Zheng Gongming brazenly spoke of treaties. You, Zheng Gongming, caught off guard by Pibois' retort, realized he had no justification for his actions today. Zheng Gongming, in a few days, I will personally visit your camp to have a chat. And those 3 old bastards, I have always been the one to ambush others. Remember this day when you tried to ambush me. In the distance, Ouyang began his descent, yet his boisterous voice nearly caused Zheng Gongming to explode with rage. Huh! Zheng Gongming, I shall not play with you any longer. Pibois, aware that he was no match for Zheng Gongming, burrowed underground, escaping his attack range, vanishing beneath the feet of countless soldiers. Zheng Gongming was infuriated. After all his meticulous planning, Ouyang had not been killed, and they had lost one shadow warrior. What frustrated him most was Ouyang's reckless arrogance. Kid, come forth. If you dare show your face, I will disregard the treaty and ensure your death upon the battlefield. Zheng Gongming roared. Yet he was powerless to act, for Ouyang had long since vanished from sight. Upon returning to Jianfeng City, Ouyang felt the tremors of his demon cores and suddenly realized that he seemed to be even more of a cheat compared to the formation masters. The formation masters merely had a higher starting point and better talent. But what about himself? His method of hunting for advancement was simply terrifying. After becoming a 3rd-tier demon, he had initially hunted hundreds of foes to elevate his demon cores to the mid-3rd tier. And now, having slain a 4th-tier demon warrior, his cores were nearly at their peak, and with the final arrow that obliterated 70 or 80 soldiers, he was on the brink of another breakthrough. 8 demon cores. Within the camp, Ouyang achieved his breakthrough. He ascended to the 4th tier. For other cultivators, this would take at least 4 to 5 years to attain, yet he accomplished it in mere months. If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. Yet today, Ouyang had indeed done so. Burrowing underground, I can finally move underground. Ha! Who can kill me now? Ouyang exclaimed joyfully, yet he remained unaware that outside his tent, Pibois stood with a stern expression that he had just sensed the demonic energy emanating from Ouyang's breakthrough, and he knew what tier that energy represented. It was not the 3rd tier. This was the genuine 4th tier. 4th tier. Ouyang had ascended from a half-demon to the 4th tier in just 3 months. 3 months to go from a half-demon to a demon warrior. Pibois could not accept this outcome. He began to suspect that Ouyang had been deceiving them all along. Could he truly be a super genius, suppressing his power and slowly breaking through like Ling Su? However, no matter how brilliant one may be, who has ever heard of an ordinary person transforming into a 4th-tier being within just 3 months? Is such a rapid ascent even justifiable? My own talent is commendable, having toiled for over a decade to reach the 5th tier, yet Ouyang achieved the 4th tier in a mere 3 months. At this rate, will he not reach the 5th tier in just another month? Pibois chose not to enter. Instead, he gradually retreated underground, but he intended to report this peculiar matter to Chu Xianghe, as he believed such an enigmatic occurrence was best studied by him. Chapter 75. A surprise attack. Triple kill. A figure flickered in and out of the tent, resembling a ghost in the depths of night. his form so elusive that one could scarcely discern his true presence. Whoosh! The figure vanished once more, reappearing dozens of meters away from where he had just disappeared, burrowing through the earth. While this method lacks the grace and ease of soaring through the air, it proves far more advantageous for me. Ouyang continuously adapted to the sensation of burrowing. In truth, burrowing was quite simple. It involved harmonizing one's demon core with the earth, merging oneself into the ground. Although Ouyang's cultivation talent was lacking, his comprehension was exceptional. He had mastered this technique from the transformation demon art after merely reviewing it 4 or 5 times over the course of a few days. 4th tier. I never expected to reach it so swiftly. Next, it's time to collect some debts. Ouyang belonged to the type that harbored grudges, and he had long held resentment towards the 4 individuals who had ambushed him. He felt it was imperative to avenge himself. Of course, aside from revenge, the most crucial realization for Ouyang was understanding that his ability to absorb blood power was not as simplistic as he had previously imagined, absorbing the strength of ordinary soldiers. Even hundreds paled in comparison to the power derived from a single 4th-tier demon warrior. It seems I am destined to be the terminator of geniuses. Ouyang chuckled sinisterly, not perceiving any wickedness in his thoughts. He firmly believed that the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was the ultimate principle in any realm. First, let me scout the enemy camp. With the newfound ability to burrow, Ouyang's survival skills had undergone a tremendous enhancement. Now, he could suddenly emerge from hundreds of meters away to shoot down enemies, and it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to evade him. The crux of the matter was that they could not catch him. If a demon warrior attempted to flee from hundreds of meters away, it would only be possible if a formation master set up barriers or an illusionist confused him. Otherwise, fellow demon warriors of the same tier would be unable to pursue. Unlike the skies, where Ouyang's disappearance could be tracked, in the underground, it was nearly impossible to determine his direction of escape. Furthermore, the elusive formation master was none other than Li Wei, the only one of his kind. Would Li Wei become an enemy of Ouyang? That was as improbable as Ouyang becoming an enemy of Li Wei. As for illusionists, Ouyang was currently unconcerned about any of them in his 2nd tier. He had been captured by Chu Xianghe because his only means of escape relied on his 2 legs. If he were to encounter Chu Xianghe again now, although he would still not be a match, he could easily evade him. Illusionists are nothing but a tragedy for me, Ouyang exclaimed, and with a whoosh, he vanished from sight. Under the cover of night, Ouyang stealthily infiltrated the encampment of the West Qi. He did not approach the central tent where Zheng Gongming resided, for Zheng Gongming was a legitimate 6th-tier demon warrior. Once within 100 meters of him, Ouyang, no matter how elusive, stood a significant chance of being captured. Where are those 3 old geezers? They had better pray I don't find them. Ouyang roamed unabashedly within the West Qi military camp, his stabbing owl bow having already undergone demonization, allowing him to strike at any moment. After searching for about half an hour, Ouyang finally located 3 demon warriors belonging to the shadows of West Qi, situated approximately 1,000 meters from Zheng Gongming's central tent. At that moment, the trio had yet to rest and were discussing various matters. Damn it, big brother, how did that guy manage to fly? Isn't he a demon warrior? This was the topic of their discussion, and in this technologically impoverished world, they were utterly ignorant of the concept of recoil. It must have something to do with that peculiar bow of his. Haven't you noticed the 2 demonized owls on its body? Perhaps he harnesses their power to achieve flight. The man, referred to as the eldest, articulated his speculation, and he was not entirely mistaken. If an ordinary person were to see Ouyang for the first time, their first thought would likely be about his bizarre bow. Given that he himself was incapable of demonization while his stabbing owl bow was fully demonized, truly a strange phenomenon. Are you suggesting that his bow is a treasure? The tone of the other man was laced with greed. It's possible, the eldest nodded, accepting this as the only plausible explanation. Possibly your sister. Suddenly, an exceedingly discordant voice emanated from below, followed by the 3 feeling a surge of demonic energy rising from the ground. In the next instant, a figure appeared before them at an astonishing speed, loosing 3 arrows in a single shot. These were no ordinary arrows. They were enveloped in demonic energy. As a fellow 4th-tier demon warrior, Ouyang would not dare to simultaneously shoot down all 3 of them under normal circumstances. However, these 3 individuals had not undergone demonization. Ouyang paid no heed to notions of chivalry. He aimed to exploit their weakness and seize their lives. Would he afford these three any opportunity? The answer was a resounding no. In an instant, all three fourth-tier demon warriors were simultaneously struck down by Ouyang's three streaks of light before they even had a chance to react. Perfect. Ouyang extended two fingers in a V shape. He gazed upon the three demon warriors, their chests pierced and faces contorted with unwillingness as they fell, a devilish smile creeping across his face. I had stated my intention to eliminate you, and yet you old geezers lingered here for a bonfire gathering. You cannot blame me for your demise. Upon uttering these words, Ouyang felt the surge of powerful blood energy flooding into his body. However, having already reached the fourth tier, even though this power was formidable, it merely propelled him to the pinnacle of the fourth tier, leaving him a small distance from the anticipated fifth tier. Ah! A roar echoed from 1,000 meters away, and Ouyang sensed a shift in demonic energy from below. He knew that Zheng Gongming was approaching to this moment. Choosing to burrow would be tantamount to seeking death. So he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful kick, bursting through the tent and ascending to a height of 100 meters. Zheng Gongming leaped from the earth, only to find not Ouyang standing on the ground, but Ouyang soaring high above. In sync with Ouyang's motion, he leaped as well, his speed 10 times that of Ouyang's. In less than a second, he closed the distance to within 10 meters of Ouyang. At this range, had they been on the ground, Ouyang would have been instantly dispatched. However, this was not the ground. This was the sky. No matter how formidable Zheng Gongming was, he was not clad in armor. Just as he was about to seize Ouyang, an arrow shot down upon him. Zheng Gongming crossed his arms to block the arrow. Dismissing the shot from a fourth-tier demon archer, he was utterly contemptuous. Yet, upon blocking the arrow, he realized his grave mistake. Ouyang had no intention of killing him with that shot. Rather, he had used it to not only disrupt Zheng Gongming's upward momentum, but also to alter his position, causing Zheng Gongming to lose the chance for a follow-up attack. You think you can escape? Not so easily. Zheng Gongming bellowed in fury as he drew the sword of celestial slaying from his waist and hurled it towards Ouyang. Chapter 76. The dread of Chu Xianghe. The sword of celestial slaying traced a graceful arc as it spun towards Ouyang with lethal intent. Ouyang was genuinely astonished. This strike contained the full might of a sixth-tier demon warrior. He had no capability to withstand it. Were he a terrestrial immortal, he might evade it with the advantage of altitude, but alas, he was not. His flight was utterly unremarkable. If a terrestrial immortal were to confront him in the air, it would merely be an exercise in futility. How could he possibly evade such an attack? No way. Am I really going to die here? Ouyang felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Just as he had found a path forward, he was to perish. Such suffering was unbearable. Would Ouyang die? Nonsense. He was the protagonist. This tale was far from over. Hence, he could not die. As the sword of celestial slaying approached within 10 meters of Ouyang, a burst of white mist erupted before him. This mist appeared fragile, yet when the sword made contact, it was unexpectedly halted. Who dares? Zheng Gongming glared in disbelief at the obstruction of his lethal strike, fury igniting within him as he yearned to drag out the one controlling this mist and tear them to shreds. Zheng Gongming, even your elder brother would hesitate to challenge me so audaciously. Considering this is your first offense, I shall spare your life. A slightly aged voice resonated, and suddenly, Chu Xianghe, clad in red, appeared before Ouyang as if he had materialized from thin air. Phew, Ouyang exhaled in relief, knowing that with Chu Xianghe's arrival, his life was preserved. However, he felt a tinge of regret for his recklessness that day. Although he had mastered the art of burrowing, he was still merely a fourth-tier being. While it was manageable to ambush and kill 3 untransformed fourth-tier demon warriors, facing Zheng Gongming, a sixth-tier warrior, would be a daunting challenge even without transformation. I was somewhat rash. Ouyang mentally admonished himself. If he was to be audacious, he must be exceptionally so, and always with a touch of the extraordinary. I am not a fool who rushes headlong into battle, but a skilled archer with an identity card that I must prioritize the shadows over everything else. As for showcasing my prowess, let those melee fighters handle that. Xiqi, I respect you as a senior, but how can you, with your 9th-tier status, bully a mere 6th-tier demon warrior like me? What face will you have left when this spreads? Zheng Gongming, aware of his own inferiority to Xiqi, resorted to grand rhetoric in an attempt to overpower him. As long as Xiqi refrained from intervening, Ouyang was undoubtedly doomed. The The four shadows had already been slain, particularly the last three, who had met their end at Ouyang's hands, bringing shame upon their ancestors. It is not I who has wronged you. The war is over, and you should return to Xiqi, Xiqi declared with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of calm that only served to pale the faces of both Ouyang and Zheng Gongming. The war is over, they echoed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Xiqi regarded Ouyang with suspicion. He could understand Zheng Gongming's surprise. Having been trapped here for half a year, repeatedly assaulting Jianfeng City without success and losing countless men, how could he possibly accept leaving now? Yet, Ouyang's astonishment puzzled Xiqi. Surely, the war must have some connection to him. His presence here was twofold: to declare the war's conclusion and to inform of a military report from Pibwa, which revealed that Ouyang had reached the 3rd tier and had slain a 4th-tier demon warrior on the battlefield. Upon his arrival, however, Xiqi was taken aback. Ouyang was no mere 3rd-tier warrior. He was genuinely 4th tier. A demon warrior capable of moving underground had to be at least 4th tier. Xiqi could not comprehend how Ouyang had advanced from the 2nd tier to the 4th in such a short span. There must be some secret behind his rapid growth. With winter still over a month away, why has the war concluded so swiftly? At that moment, Zheng Gongming had sheathed his sword, still clutching it in disbelief. Unwilling to fully accept Xiqi's words. The quadrennial martial arts competition among the 4 nations is about to commence. An agreement has been reached, and thus the war is at an end. Therefore, if your army does not withdraw from my Diyun tonight, do not blame me for welcoming you as guests. Xiqi shot Zheng Gongming a disdainful glance, clearly dismissing the presence of over 300,000 troops from Xiqi. Even amidst the enemy camp, his audacity was remarkable. Such was Xiqi, a 9th-tier illusionist capable of sealing off a radius of dozens of miles with his formations, as he stated, should he truly engage. Fewer than half of the tens of thousands of troops would likely escape. Zheng Gongming understood that Xiqi was using his power to intimidate him. Yet what could he do? Xiqi, hailed as the world's strongest, would not even be challenged by his own brother, Zheng Xiaodian. Thus, he could only endure. Thank you, esteemed national master, for personally delivering this message. Zheng Gongming gritted his teeth as he glared at Ouyang. Xiqi's arrival was impeccably timed. Had he been a moment later, Ouyang would have met his end. Zheng Gongming's intent to eliminate Ouyang had grown not merely from the matter of the Eye of Truth. He recalled the first time he encountered Ouyang, when he was merely a half-demon. Yet, in just a few months, this anomaly had ascended to a 4th-tier demon archer capable of moving underground. Should he be allowed to continue his growth unchecked? Even if Xiqi entered the true spirit realm 5 years hence, Diyun would still be burdened with a monster for a century. No need for thanks. Xiqi understood Zheng Gongming's frustration. He had come today to safeguard Ouyang. Not only Zheng Gongming's ire, but even Zheng Xiaodian himself would not be permitted to harm Ouyang. Such a prodigy belonged to Diyun, and with proper cultivation, Ouyang could ensure a century of stability even if Diyun's elite were to be depleted. In that case, esteemed national master, should you not take your leave? We still need to mobilize our troops tonight. Zheng Gongming glared at Xiqi, who showed no intention of departing, his anger boiling. Ha ha, Zheng Gongming, you stand on Diyun's soil. Yet you, an invader, demand we leave. Have you no shame? Ouyang exclaimed, exuding a sense of triumph. With Xiqi present, Zheng Gongming was hardly in a position to harm him. Did you hear that? Xiqi was pleased with Ouyang's words. He desired this sense of belonging from Ouyang. No matter how much Ouyang stirred trouble, he was prepared to tidy up the aftermath, provided Ouyang remained loyal to Diyun. Thank you, I understand. Zheng Gongming yanked his sword from the ground, glaring at Ouyang. Boy, I hope you refrain from participating in the martial arts competition. Otherwise, Xiqi will surely entertain you. You need not concern yourself with that. In this vast world, there is no place I fear to tread. I only hope you Xiqi do not prove as feeble as those 4 fools. I dislike having to rack up triple kills each time. Upon uttering these words, Ouyang noticed Zheng Gongming's face turn a sickly green. Yet, with Xiqi at his side, he could only seethe in frustration. Should he dare attack, Xiqi would not hesitate to end his life. Chapter 77. Farewell, the war has come to an end. When this news reached the military camp, an initial stunned silence fell over the troops, soon replaced by jubilant cheers that conveyed their disdain for war. The camp was filled with celebration, yet if anyone felt truly disheartened, It was Ouyang. With the conclusion of hostilities, he had lost his hunting grounds, a decidedly unfavorable turn of events. Sensing that his demon core was nearing the pinnacle of the fourth tier, Ouyang realized that with the elimination of a few hundred more foes, he could undoubtedly ascend to the fifth tier. Yet, the accursed Xiqi had retreated the previous night. Ouyang, the national master is waiting for you in the central tent. Pibwa lifted the curtain of the 7th Squad's tent. While the entire camp erupted in ecstatic celebration, Ouyang, the anomaly, remained isolated within his own tent. Oh. Ouyang nodded, yet he rose and made his way toward the central tent, continuously adjusting his demeanor, despite his discontent. He could not afford to display it outwardly. Ouyang, it seems the national master wishes to take you away early. Pibwa followed closely behind Ouyang, having noticed something amiss, though he attributed it to Ouyang's disappointment over the war's conclusion and impending departure. Reflecting on his own first experience in war, he had felt similarly disheartened upon learning of the end and the need to part ways with his comrades, even shedding a few secret tears. Is that so? Ouyang smiled, acknowledging that with the war concluded, he had no reason to linger any longer. Since Chuxiang intended to escort him, he saw no reason to refuse. It's nothing really. Wars like this. Every soldier yearns for victory, yet when the time comes to part ways, there is a reluctance to let go. Pibwa comforted Ouyang with a pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Marshal. Ouyang turned to express his gratitude to Pibwa. Since joining the Southeastern Army, he had discovered that Pibwa was far from the aloof grand marshals he had imagined. Rather, he exuded a sense of approachability, perhaps a reason why the Yun entrusted him with such a crucial task. Ouyang, upon your return to the capital, preparations for the martial arts competition among the 4 nations will commence. With your current abilities, you stand out among the younger generation. To be honest, even I did not foresee your remarkable achievements in such a short time. Therefore, you will undoubtedly be summoned to participate in this competition. Pibwa regarded Ouyang with pride in his eyes. Marshal, what exactly is this martial arts competition among the 4 nations? Ouyang had already heard countless accounts of the competition, particularly Zheng Gongming's parting words that lingered in his memory that it was a contest held once every 20 years among the 4 nations, suggesting a struggle not among ordinary people, but rather among cultivators. Inquire with the national master. I believe he will elucidate it for you. Pibwa remarked as they arrived before the central tent, giving Ouyang a gentle nudge to signal that he could approach Chuxiang. Thank you, Marshal. Ouyang bowed to Pibwa, aware that he was about to part ways with him as a key figure on the frontier. Pibwa had to remain to guard the southeast, while Ouyang's return to the capital might mean they would not meet again. Go on. I hope you will remember this, Marshal. Pibwa stated, though he understood that Ouyang was not the type to forget. Rest assured, Marshal, should the day come when you or your descendants require my assistance, I, Ouyang, will do everything in my power to help. Ouyang rarely made promises, yet he offered one to Pibwa today. Throughout his time in the Southeastern Army, Pibwa's care had been exceptional. Regardless of Ouyang's reckless antics on the battlefield, Pibwa had chosen to indulge him, which deeply moved Ouyang. Well then, with your words, our friendship shall not be in vain. Listening to Ouyang's words, Pibwa felt nothing but comfort. At this moment, the relationship between him and Ouyang had transcended the mere hierarchy of superior and subordinate, evolving into a genuine friendship. Upon entering the central military tent, Ouyang discovered Chu Xianghe seated solemnly upon the esteemed tiger throne, his face adorned with a broad smile. From the expression on his countenance, Ouyang surmised that Chu Xianghe had indeed overheard the conversation he had just shared with Pibwa, national master. Ouyang held a deep respect for Chu Xianghe, not solely due to his formidable strength, but also because he had once saved Ouyang's life. Had it not been for Chu Xianghe's timely intervention, Ouyang might not have stood here today. Very well. We must depart. Chu Xianghe refrained from excessive expressions of gratitude. He was a true old fox, aware that some sentiments need not be vocalized to be felt. Ouyang was precisely such a person, which is why Chu Xianghe placed such importance on him that in 5 years, he would enter the true spirit realm, while he knew not whether another like Chu Xianghe would emerge. He held great expectations for Ouyang, the exceptional archer, that he believed that if Ouyang continued to develop at this pace, he might reach Chu Xianghe's level within a decade, thus bestowing upon the great Yun another guardian spirit, capable of protecting it for another century. This is the essence of inheritance. Indeed, Ouyang cast a glance at the central military tent. His time in the southeastern army had not been extensive. Nor had his actual time on the battlefield been long that he could not yet consider himself a true soldier, yet the military camp and battlefield had undeniably altered the course of his destiny. Had he not joined the vanguard, had he not acquired the transformation technique from the northern campaign, he might still be merely a sharpshooter today, even with unparalleled archery skills, in the eyes of true cultivators. He would forever be deemed insignificant. However, now it was different. He now possessed peak 4th stage demonic energy, nearing the 5th stage, although he could not yet summon storms and shake the world like Chu Xianghe. This was undeniably his beginning, but he firmly believed that, given time and opportunity, there would come a day when he would trample all the world's powerful figures underfoot, just as he had proclaimed upon becoming the demon archer. Trust me. One day, the world will tremble at the mention of your name and mine. This declaration was not merely self-reassurance. It was his grand aspiration. If fate had granted him rebirth in this world, he must live up to himself, not settling for a mundane existence, but competing with others and even the heavens. This was Ouyang's ultimate goal. Chapter 78. The martial arts gathering of 4 nations, a remarkably opulent carriage traversed the official road of the Great Yun Kingdom. To the untrained eye, the splendor of the carriage might suggest it belonged to a powerful noble. However, upon seeing the staff enveloped in clouds and mist atop the carriage, no soldier stationed along the route dared to impede its passage. The cloud mist staff. In the Great Yun, this emblem was exclusive to one individual, or rather, to one divine being. That being was Chu Xianghe, the guardian spirit of the Great Yun. This guardian had silently protected the realm for nearly a century. In the Great Yun, while the emperor's words might evoke discontent among the populace, Chu Xianghe's commands garnered unequivocal support. This was due to the immense contributions he had rendered to the kingdom. Over the past century, Chu Xianghe had intervened 7 times, each occasion being a critical moment when he had turned the tide, rescuing the Great Yun from perilous straits. Most notably, 25 years ago, when the Hongming Kingdom and the Xiqi Kingdom besieged the capital of the Great Yun. The kingdom stood on the brink of collapse, with over 100 cultivators poised to annihilate the city in a single night. At this dire juncture, Chu Xianghe acted, and with his illusionary formation, the heavens and earth shifted. The 1.23 million strong armies of Hongming and Xiqi faced defeat, with less than half of the 113 cultivators managing to escape. This battle not only elevated Chu Xianghe's reputation in the Great Yun to a near-mythical status, but also solidified his title as the world's foremost powerhouse. So it is. Ouyang listened to Chu Xianghe recount his legendary tales, feeling a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Although Chu Xianghe's account was brief, Ouyang could discern that his current stature was the result of relentless effort. This cunning old man possessed not only intellect, but also strength worthy of admiration. During this upcoming martial arts gathering of the 4 nations, I shall have you accompany the younger generation of the Great Yun to Xiqi. I recall my first participation in the gathering was hosted by Xiqi, where I vanquished their young champions and triumphed over the Hongming and Dajin kingdoms. I believe you possess the capability to surpass my former prowess. Do you not? For reasons unknown, Chu Xianghe held Ouyang in high regard, his esteem surpassing even that for the rare formation master of a millennium. Why does the national master have such confidence in me? I am but a 4th stage cultivator. At this moment, Ouyang was not swayed by Chu Xianghe's impassioned words. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he excelled in stealth attacks, he had no assurance of being invincible in direct confrontations against peers of the same rank. In 3 months, you have transformed from a so-called waste half-demon into a 4th stage demon warrior. Throughout history, only the Emperor of Heaven has achieved such a feat. In you, I see a glimmer of the Emperor's shadow, perhaps many years from now. When we meet again, you will have become a formidable figure in your own right. Chu Xianghe gazed intently at Ouyang. Filled with anticipation, he refrained from inquiring into Ouyang's secrets, preferring to observe his growth from a distance. Eager to witness whether the Great Yun would once again give rise to an emperor-level figure to sweep across the world. Emperor. The term resonated within Ouyang, although he understood not the full weight of the title. It was undeniable that its significance was immense. The fact that Chu Xianghe had placed him on such a pedestal filled Ouyang with a profound sense of pressure, despite his confidence. The martial arts gathering is but your first step. I have concealed all your secrets. Yet I know not how long they can remain hidden. Ultimately, it is up to you. Chu Xianghe brimmed with expectation for Ouyang. Ouyang cast a grateful glance at Chu Xianghe, despite the old fox's cunning nature. He possessed a remarkable sense of propriety. He was not the type to believe he could manipulate every situation. He understood the value of investment. Currently, he was investing in Ouyang, and should Ouyang one day evolve into the emperor he envisioned, then all his investments would be worth it, yielding immeasurable returns. Thank you. Ouyang could only express his gratitude. For now, he could not repay Chu Xianghe's kindness, whether in terms of saving his life or the present assistance. He could only silently commit all of this to memory, vowing to repay him one day. Ouyang, you possess an exceptionally strong aura of malice that I cannot discern whether this malice is beneficial or detrimental. Yet it may well be a manifestation of your unique cultivation method. However, I must caution you, never allow this malice to control you. Should you ever lose yourself, I shall not hesitate to end your existence. Chu Xianghe harbored concerns regarding Ouyang's excessive bloodlust, whether on the battlefield or in daily life. Ouyang's gaze bore an imperceptible hint of murderous intent. Others observed, but he scrutinized, as though assessing prey. This sensation, though subtle, was unmistakable to someone of Chu Xianghe's caliber. Hearing Chu Xianghe's words, Ouyang nodded. He could not deny his uniqueness. Others relied on cultivation, while he absorbed the cultivation of others to enhance himself, perpetually seeking out targets. This had become second nature. As for the malice Chu Xianghe spoke of, Ouyang was more acutely aware of it than Chu Xianghe himself. This malice stemmed from his blood-colored demon core, while Chu Xianghe could perceive it. Ouyang understood that this malice was an integral part of him, growing stronger with his own ascension. He had no concerns about control. His power stemmed from this malice. Without it, he would still be that half-demon. The carriage gradually made its way onto the official road outside the capital of the Great Yun, where countless carriages and vendors lined the path. Yet, upon the appearance of Chu Xianghe's carriage, all merchants and noble carriages alike parted to create a clear passage. The owners of these carriages simultaneously disembarked, clasping their fists in respect, watching until the carriage disappeared before returning to their own vehicles. This was their heartfelt tribute to Chu Xianghe. Such reverence was well-deserved. Even if they were unaware whether Chu Xianghe himself occupied the carriage, their actions were born of genuine respect. Observing this scene, Ouyang realized that Chu Xianghe had understated his own narrative. Within the Great Yun, his status was nearly unparalleled, yet this elder remained steadfastly loyal to the kingdom, even knowing he would depart in 5 years. He tirelessly sought to cultivate Ouyang, hoping to establish a legacy for the future of the Great Yun. However, while he harbored such thoughts, Ouyang's perspective diverged. The true spirit realm. The enigmatic true spirit realm. 5 years, I still have 5 years. Perhaps I need not wait for the next century. Perhaps in merely 5 years, I might ascend to a pinnacle and enter the realm of true spirit. Chapter 79. The Lingua Courtyard in the capital city of Deyun. Ouyang gazed through the carriage window, catching sight of the distinctive circular metropolis from a distance. This city, while not exceedingly large, may appear somewhat smaller in comparison to the capitals of the other 3 nations. However, its unique architectural style has rendered it quite renowned. Fanyuan, such is the name of this city, where the inner city is square and the outer city is circular. In Ouyang's view, it would be more fitting to rename this city Money rather than Fanyuan. Of course, should it be dubbed Money City, it would likely gain even greater fame, as its name stems from a nouveau riche. Once this war concludes, His Majesty is sure to bestow honors upon you. I shall do my utmost to secure a higher position for you. Chu Xianghe had already devised a plan. Although positions may seem trivial to cultivators, all beings crave fame and fortune, and Ouyang is no exception. It is imperative to firmly bind him to Deyun by granting him a more prestigious position. I am not adept at holding office. Ouyang scratched his head. While he found the idea of being an official rather imposing, he preferred the faster advancement that warfare could provide. It is not a matter of being an official, but rather of holding a noble title. Chu Xianghe chuckled, having placed immense hope in Ouyang that he would not allow mundane matters to hinder Ouyang. His intention was for Ouyang to devote himself fully to cultivation. Noble title? Is that simply a means to dine without labor? Ouyang grinned. If that were the case, he could begrudgingly accept it in his past life. He had been a pauper, relying on scholarships and competition winnings for his education. In this life, possessing the ability, He could not afford to remain destitute. If you insist on interpreting it that way, it is not entirely incorrect. Chu Xianghe harbored some reservations about Ouyang's bluntness. Countless individuals. A noble title is sacred, yet in Ouyang's eyes, it had become a mere means of idleness. If the noble lords within the capital were to hear this, they would surely be infuriated. It is the carriage of the national master. Goodness, it truly is the national master's carriage. Long live the national master. As the discourse within the carriage unfolded, it had already entered the capital. The emblem of the cloud and mist staff was remarkably conspicuous. In Deyun, from the youngest child of 7 or 8 years to the venerable elder of 80, who does not know what the cloud and mist staff represents. Long live the national master. Long live the national master. Outside, a throng knelt, be it merchants, common folk, or nobles. Upon sighting Chu Xianghe's carriage, they all bowed in reverence. The swirl of mist emanated from around the carriage, forming a miniature illusion of Chu Xianghe himself. A manifestation of his illusionary arts, as he greeted the crowd. It truly is the national master. The national master is in the carriage. Upon witnessing the carriage's response, the crowd erupted into further frenzy. In Ouyang's view, their enthusiasm surpassed that of modern-day celebrity fans, yet their fervor remained within reasonable bounds. Regardless of their ecstatic cries, they maintained a respectful distance, allowing the carriage to pass smoothly. Perhaps this was their way of honoring Chu Xianghe. In truth, the thoughts of ordinary people are quite simple. They yearn for a hero to save them. That I have protected Deyun for nearly a century, yet I must eventually depart, that I hope that one day they will not call for me, Chu Xianghe, but rather for you, Ouyang. I hope that one day the staff of cloud and mist will be replaced by your piercing falcon bow. Chu Xianghe spoke to Ouyang. Perceiving that Ouyang was indeed awestruck by the scene outside, Ouyang nodded gently, remaining silent. Had he not endured countless battles with the Southeast Army and received cheers on numerous occasions, perhaps Chu Xianghe's words would have ignited a fervor within him. Yet now, Ouyang understood the truth in the words of Pibois. People require heroes, yet to become one, you must possess strength befitting a hero. Otherwise, one day, they will trample you underfoot and call forth the name of the next hero. Pibois' words resonated with Ouyang, as he craved strength and the mysterious realm of true spirit more than mere fame. I shall first take you to the Lingua Courtyard, where the finest talents of Deyun converge. Perhaps there you may discover what you seek. Chu Xianghe noted Ouyang's apparent immunity to the adoration of the crowd. Such indifference was not typical for a youth of his age, yet Ouyang harbored too many secrets for Chu Xianghe to find it surprising. Upon hearing that Chu Xianghe would introduce him to the talents of Deyun, Ouyang immediately perked up. Compared to the cheers of the crowd, he held a greater affinity for geniuses. As he had stated, I am not a genius. But you, geniuses, must strive diligently. Only through your efforts can I ascend more swiftly. Though not a genius myself, I can hunt down geniuses. I am destined to be the tragic end of genius. Heaven had bestowed upon him such an uncanny ability, perhaps to bring an end to brilliance. The Lingua Courtyard is an establishment I founded single-handedly. This day, it is filled with exceptionally gifted young individuals. The future of Deyun, Ling Su and Li Wei are currently within the courtyard. Yet they have entered seclusion, and it may be at least a year before they emerge, so you shall not see them for the time being. But do not be disheartened. Chu Xianghe quickly reassured Ouyang. Noticing the flicker of disappointment on his face at the mention of being unable to meet Ling Su and Li Wei. The Lingua Courtyard is home to many prodigies not inferior to Ling Su. Among them are the most outstanding prince of Deyun, Wang Fengming, and the young genius known as Xiao Yunjin. They are remarkable individuals and will also be your teammates in the upcoming Four Nations Martial Gathering. Make sure to engage with them extensively. What ranks are they? Ouyang, intrigued by the prince and the genius, could not help but feel a stir of curiosity. If they had caught Chu Xianghe's attention, they were either extraordinarily gifted or possessed unique abilities akin to his own. To be singled out by Chu Xianghe among the many talents must indicate their exceptional nature. Wang Fengming is 27 years old, a fifth-stage Lucian, and his cultivation is indeed formidable. However, he possesses a rather proud disposition, as one might expect from royal lineage. Chu Xianghe began to speak of Wang Fengming. Upon mentioning his pride, Ouyang noticed Chu Xianghe's head shake slightly, indicating his understanding that such an individual would find it challenging to achieve greatness. As for Xiao Yunjin, He is 22 years old and also at the 5th stage. His demonic energy is so potent that he could almost battle across levels. You should take the opportunity to engage with him. Chu Xianghe clearly held Xiao Yunjin in higher regard than Wang Fengming. Before encountering Ouyang, Chu Xianghe had always regarded Xiao Yunjin as his potential successor. However, upon Ouyang's arrival, he recognized that in terms of both character and potential, Ouyang surpassed him. Although Xiao Yunjin appeared stronger on the surface, he could only be likened to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Compared to Ouyang, whose strength had been forged in the crucible of battle, his prowess was relatively shallow, while Ouyang might struggle to defeat him in a higher tier. He was destined to triumph over him in the same tier, especially given Ouyang's decisive and ruthless nature, which Xiao Yunjin could not hope to rival. Chu Xianghe firmly believed that a guardian of a nation must possess strength. But character is equally vital. That a guardian cannot be a mere sheep. He must be a ravenous wolf, a wolf that preys upon others. Chapter 80. I am the one who torments geniuses. The Lingua Courtyard is situated at the heart of the capital, in close proximity to the imperial city. Here, the Armée de las Armées of Dian congregates, yet it bears another name, the Graveyard of Geniuses, for every individual who arrives believes themselves to be a genius. Yet the number of those who truly stand out is exceedingly rare. That a genius among a throng of commoners may stand out like a crane among chickens. However, when a genius is surrounded by other geniuses, their brilliance is obscured. The Lingua Courtyard embodies such a place. When Chu Xianghe's carriage came to a halt before the gates of the Lingua Courtyard, it incited a tremendous uproar. Although Chu Xianghe occasionally graced this place with his presence, each appearance was akin to a tempest, invariably shaking the very foundations of the courtyard. It is well known that to receive guidance from Chu Xianghe in Diyun is akin to obtaining divine inheritance in a novel. As Ouyang observed the throng of students at the entrance, their various gazes fixed upon the carriage, he remained remarkably composed. Compared to these sheltered blossoms, he felt he had weathered far greater storms. At least, when facing Chu Xianghe, he could maintain a sense of indifference. Master National Master. It truly is the Master National Master. As Chu Xianghe descended from the carriage, a chorus of cheers erupted, and the confusion in their eyes transformed into anticipation. They yearned for guidance from Chu Xianghe, and this anticipation was further fueled by the upcoming Four Nations Martial Gathering. The gathering would feature 12 participants, undoubtedly the most elite members of Dayun's younger generation. Wang Fengming and Xiao Yunjin are unquestionable candidates. If they were unable to qualify, then the chances for the others would be even slimmer. However, there are only 2 of them, which means there are still 10 positions available for others to vie for. Essentially, every individual who has reached the 4th tier is fixated on these positions. Within the Lingua Courtyard, there are indeed over 20 individuals at the 4th tier, and each of them harbors the desire to participate. Ultimately, however, it falls upon Chu Xianghe to make the final decision. Master Guesher. At that moment, a man clad in a simple robe, radiating an aura of formidable sword energy, parted the crowd of students and emerged from the Lingua Courtyard. He is the vice president of the Lingua Courtyard and its daily administrator. As he began to speak, Ouyang leisurely stepped out from the carriage. The instant he appeared, the entire Lingua Courtyard seemed to be enveloped in a spell of time suspension, with everyone, including the man, motionless as they gazed at the sudden arrival of Ouyang. To be able to share a carriage with Chu Xianghe, apart from the Emperor Wang Wenyuan, only Xiao Yunjin had the fortune to do so once. Thus, there has long been a rumor within the Lingua Courtyard that Xiao Yunjin might be the successor nurtured by Chu Xianghe. Today, however, another young man has shared a carriage with Chu Xianghe, and one can only imagine the magnitude of shock this brings to them. Ultimately, it was Vice President Mo Tianya who first regained his composure. From the demonic aura emanating from Ouyang, he could ascertain that he was a demon warrior, albeit one who did not exude a particularly formidable presence, significantly weaker than Wang Fengming and Xiao Yunjin. What struck him as most peculiar was the weapon on Ouyang's back. Typically, demon warriors carry their own weapons. Yet Ouyang bore a battle bow. A demon warrior wielding a battle bow. Has there ever been a demon warrior throughout history who relinquished the advantage of close combat for ranged attacks? It seems not. This is Ouyang, a contestant for the upcoming Four Kingdoms martial arts competition. Chu Xianghe cast a glance at Ouyang and directly pointed out the purpose of bringing him here. A collective intake of breath echoed through the courtyard. This was the first time Chu Xianghe publicly declared that someone must participate in the Four Kingdoms martial arts competition. In the past, even Xiao Yunjin and Wang Fengming did not possess such qualifications. Everyone began to speculate about what extraordinary qualities this fourth-tier demon archer possessed to warrant such significance from Chu Xianghe. Master Guoshi, might I inquire about this individual's background? It seems we have never heard of a formidable demon warrior skilled in the use of a battle bow from Dazhou. A young man stepped forward from the crowd, appearing to be in his late 20s, with a handsome visage capable of bewitching women from all walks of life. However, Ouyang perceived an overwhelming arrogance etched across his face. This demeanor seemed to convey that he was constantly looking down upon others, as if announcing to all that he was the true genius while others were mere supporting characters. Ouyang hails from the front lines. I brought him from the battlefield at AS for his qualifications to participate in the Four Kingdoms martial arts competition. You may discuss that amongst yourselves, Chu Xianghe remarked, casting a knowing glance at Ouyang. His intention quite clear. This was an unspoken message to Ouyang. See, there are those who doubt you. You know what to do. Ouyang certainly understood what was expected of him. Before arriving, he had already prepared himself for everything. Wasn't this place renowned as a gathering of geniuses? Today, he would let these self-proclaimed talents know that their abilities were merely fit for indulging in frivolities at brothels, while true combat is merciless. Are you Wang Fengming? Ouyang pointed a finger at Wang Fengming. Though he had never met this prince, reputed to be the most formidable in Dazhou, he could discern his identity from the man's arrogant demeanor and attire. Humph. A mere commoner dares to call the name of a royal outright, displaying a complete lack of decorum. If such a person were to participate in the Four Kingdoms martial arts competition, it would surely tarnish the reputation of Dazhou. Master Guoshi, is it not? Wang Fengming began, but halted abruptly. Although he was the most talented prince of Dazhou, he was still not the emperor. Chu Xianghe was a minister, and it was beyond the bounds of a mere prince to question him. Reaching this point was already quite audacious. A mere commoner. What do you possess that surpasses me besides your birth? Do you truly consider yourself a genius? Ouyang stepped forward, unperturbed by Wang Fengming's princely status, with Chu Xianghe as his backing, who in Dazhou could challenge him. You. Wang Fengming's expression turned sour after Ouyang's retort. He replied, the Lingua Courtyard is filled with geniuses. If you wish to participate in the Four Kingdoms martial arts competition, you must first pass the Lingua Courtyard's assessment. Do not come here pretending to be a genius without any qualifications. Wang Fengming, finding his noble status ineffective against Ouyang, resorted to speaking of qualifications. Indeed, his talents were exceptional. In Chu Xianghe's words, he ranked among the top 3 of the younger generation. However, his arrogance had limited his development. Otherwise, he would not have been overshadowed by Xiao Yunjin. I am no genius, Ouyang declared, casting a sweeping gaze over the self-important geniuses of the Lingua Courtyard, and continued, but I specialize in defeating geniuses. Anyone who dares to contest today may step forward. I will accept all challengers, regardless of tier. As soon as Ouyang's words left his mouth, a wave of uproarious exclamations filled the Lingua Courtyard. Even Mo Tianya's gaze towards Chu Xianghe shifted. He could not comprehend why Chu Xianghe would bring such an individual. A person so frivolous, who could lose himself at the slightest provocation. Could he truly participate in the Four Kingdoms martial arts competition? In Mo Tianya's eyes, Ouyang was merely a fourth-tier warrior, yet he had audaciously challenged the entire Lingua Courtyard. Not to mention, both Wang Fengming and Xiao Yunjin were a tier above him. If either of them were to engage, it would not only bring shame to Ouyang, but also to Chu Xianghe for having brought him here. Very well. I shall see what abilities you possess that allow you to speak so brazenly. I now represent the Lingua Courtyard to challenge you. If you lose, you will immediately depart from the Lingua Courtyard. Wang Fengming declared haughtily, gazing down at Ouyang that he thought himself to be quite audacious. Yet today he had encountered someone even more so, which he found intolerable. Wang Fengming glanced at Chu Xianghe, expecting a flicker of anger, yet found only amusement in Chu Xianghe's eyes. A fourth-tier demon warrior is not to be underestimated, as the difference between the third and fourth tiers is akin to that between heaven and earth. A third-tier demon warrior cannot traverse the earth, while a fourth tier can. Although the gap between the fourth and fifth tiers may appear minor, the disparity is not as vast as it seems. This is why some geniuses can battle across tiers after reaching the fourth tier. This is also the reason why Pai Bo, a fifth-tier warrior, can face Zheng Gongming, a sixth tier, and still remain unyielded. Chu Xianghe observed Ouyang and recognized that Ouyang was being deliberate. A gathering of geniuses had assembled here, had he entered the Lingua Courtyard with a low profile. Even with Chu Xianghe's guarantee, he would certainly face skepticism from the assembly. His approach of coming forth to challenge directly also served as an implicit message to all. You are all nothing but pretenders. 5th tier Lucien. Do not presume that being a tier above makes you divine. To slay you would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Ouyang regarded Wang Fengming, genuinely contemplating the notion of shooting down this prince. Yet, thoughts are merely thoughts. He could not act upon them. Though slaying Wang Fengming would assuredly elevate him to 5th tier, the prince's status was different. Killing a prince, even Chu Xianghe would find himself in a predicament. Ha ha ha. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this man seeks his own demise. Hence, I will not hold back. Wang Fengming bellowed, soaring into the air towards the martial arts arena. As he ascended towards the arena, the students within the Lingua Courtyard cast glances at Ouyang before surging towards the arena in a frenzy. Ouyang exchanged a reassuring glance with Chu Xianghe, conveying confidence, then removed the from his back. The moment the entered his grasp, it had already undergone demonization, and Ouyang was now in his finest state. Today, he intended to impart a lesson to those who fancied themselves geniuses, showing them that regardless of their tears, they were merely sheltered blossoms, helpless in the face of storms. Guisher, Mo Tianya anxiously approached Chu Xianghe. Watching Ouyang stride towards the martial arts arena, that he feared that Chu Xianghe's chosen individual might be slain by Wang Fengming in a fit of fury, thereby striking a blow to Chu Xianghe's reputation. If matters escalated, it would prove troublesome. Rest assured, Ouyang will not resort to excessive force. Fengming has grown too accustomed to arrogance. It is time someone humbled him. Although Xiao Yunjin can keep Fengming in check, he is too reserved. Ouyang's lesson today will serve as a wake-up call. Chu Xianghe's words left Mo Tianya astonished. It seemed that Chu Xianghe was not the least bit concerned about Ouyang. He appeared to be certain of Wang Fengming's inevitable defeat. This was a battle across tiers. For someone to maintain such confidence in an ascending battle, what foundation could Ouyang possibly possess? Let us proceed. We shall see. Chu Xianghe smiled as he took a step forward, and with that single step, the surrounding mist churned, and he had already arrived at the edge of the martial arts arena. At this moment, within the arena, Wang Fengming hovered high above, surrounded by hundreds of sword spirits guarding his form. Bolts of lightning flickered around him, and a look of arrogance, as if to say, "You shall meet your demise." Young One graced his features as he gazed down upon Ouyang. The haughty demeanor was enough to provoke a surge of irritation within Ouyang. "Young man, I shall grant you 3 moves," Wang Fengming proclaimed, seemingly intent on showcasing his dominance by allowing Ouyang 3 chances. Very well. Ouyang, unconcerned with notions of fairness, found himself bemused by this fool's audacity in granting him 3 moves. Had this fellow's brain been kicked by a mule? After all, he was a demon warrior, capable of burrowing underground, and also a demon archer, specializing in ranged attacks, concealing himself beneath the earth. What could this arrogant fool do but serve as a target? Now, he had the audacity to flaunt his superiority by offering Ouyang 3 chances. It appeared necessary for Ouyang to demonstrate, with a single move, that Wang Fengming ought to descend from his lofty perch. With a swift motion, Ouyang drew a triangular arrow from behind his back, knocking it against the string of his demonized thorned owl bow. Today, he intended to teach Wang Fengming a lesson, reminding him that one must possess true strength to engage in such ostentation. Buzz, as he slowly drew back the bowstring. Ouyang concentrated nearly all his strength into this single arrow. The demonic energy had completely transformed the black triangular arrow into a sanguine hue, radiating a richness of power that belied the capabilities of a mere 4th-tier demon warrior. Heavens! He can wield demonic energy without transformation. The watching students gasped, their eyes widening as they beheld Ouyang's secret. They were well versed in the nature of demon warriors, yet witnessing one who could harness such energy without transformation was a first for them. How is this possible? Mo Tianya was momentarily stunned. Although he had sensed Ouyang's demonic energy from the outset, the revelation that Ouyang could utilize it without a transformation left him bewildered. Ouyang had entirely defied the conventional cultivation methods of demon warriors. If they could wield their powers without transformation, were they still considered demon warriors? Beware of your left leg, for soon you shall find yourself a cripple. Ouyang declared as he released the bowstring. A stream of sanguine light shot forth like a meteor, directly targeting Wang Fengming's left leg in that instant. Wang Fengming had positioned all his sword spirits to defend that very limb, confident in his fifth-tier prowess. He believed he could withstand the arrow. Yet, upon its contact with his sword spirits, he realized his grave miscalculation. This was no ordinary arrow. It bore a spiraling force the moment the arrow met the light. All his sword spirits were violently cast aside by the spiraling power. No, Wang Fengming watched helplessly as the arrow hurtled toward his thigh. Abandoning all pretensions of bravado, he swiftly shifted to the right, narrowly avoiding the arrow that grazed his leg. Yet even the slightest brush inflicted a searing pain. I warned you against your arrogance. Ouyang seemed to have anticipated Wang Fengming's evasion. Following the first arrow, he swiftly drew 3 more triangular arrows. With one bow, he loosed 3 arrows. Though these 3 crimson streams lacked the ferocity of the first, their sheer number overwhelmed Wang Fengming's defenses. Wang Fengming's countenance paled as he desperately summoned his spiritual essence, conjuring a golden shield that materialized before him just as the 3 arrows collided with in the instant of their explosive impact. Wang Fengming felt a sharp pain in his left leg, as if it were pierced by something. Ah! A cry of agony escaped Wang Fengming's lips as he plummeted from the sky, resembling a kite severed from its string. In stark contrast, Ouyang regarded him with disdain. With such meager strength, how could he claim to be a 5th-tier warrior? The first arrow was merely a prelude to intimidate. The second served to mislead his vision, while the true lethal arrow was the third, which pierced through Wang Fengming's thigh without mercy. 3 moves, as you wished. Ouyang's words echoed with a finality that silenced the crowd. Those few who witnessed the third arrow understood a pivotal truth. Even had Wang Fengming not issued his challenge, defeat was inevitable. That a demon archer possessing such devastating skill, if concealed underground, would render any opponent's chances of victory nearly non-existent. The only hope for an adversary would be to overpower Ouyang in sheer rank, much like Ling Jonan had done to Mu Wanfeng. Otherwise, they faced 2 grim choices: death or fleeing. Xiao Yunjin, amidst the throng, was most profoundly shaken by Ouyang's 3 arrows. Though he appeared understated, he merely concealed his arrogance within. He had no desire to contend with Wang Fengming, for he recognized the latter as no match for him. Or rather, he held Wang Fengming in contempt. Yet, the overwhelming might Ouyang displayed compelled him to ponder. If he were in Wang Fengming's position, could he prevail? The answer eluded Xiao Yunjin, but he suspected that in a wild encounter, he might not even have the opportunity to transform before being struck down by Ouyang, a demon archer, an unprecedented force of nature. Who else dares to challenge me? Ouyang gripped his bow, his gaze sweeping the arena. He had come to settle the score with these self-proclaimed geniuses. As he uttered those words, he noted the fury igniting in the eyes of the aspiring talents. Yet they all turned their attention toward a young man clad in black leather armor, silent and contemplative. This must be Xiao Yunjin, Ouyang surmised. At this moment, the only individual recognized by the students was the prodigious Xiao Yunjin. Who else? Ouyang bellowed once more, this time infusing his voice with demonic energy. The resulting resonance reverberated throughout the arena. Yet silence reigned. The arrows had sent Wang Fengming tumbling from the sky, and nearly everyone comprehended that Ouyang had held back with his 3rd arrow. Had he wished, Wang Fengming would not have merely been unconscious, but rather lifeless upon the ground. Enough! Ouyang! Chu Xianghe had been waiting for this moment, hoping for Xiao Yunjin to step forward. Alas, he found himself disappointed as Xiao Yunjin chose to retreat. This was precisely what irked Chu Xianghe about Xiao Yunjin. Wang Fengming was ostentatious to a fault, while Xiao Yunjin excelled at concealing his true power. Wang Fengming acted when he should not have, while Xiao Yunjin refrained when he ought to have acted. 2 extremes indeed. At this juncture, Ouyang had emerged to overshadow the entire Lingua Courtyard. Were it Chu Xianghe, he would have fought even in defeat. Yet, Xiao Yunjin opted for restraint. In this moment, Chu Xianghe realized that Xiao Yunjin's character rendered him suited only to lurking in the shadows, striking with deadly precision, but he could never assume the mantle of a leader. In contrast, Ouyang possessed the very qualities of leadership. He was unyielding when necessary, decisive in slaughter, trampling all who obstructed his path, regardless of their status. Furthermore, Ouyang understood how to leverage his position. That he knew that as long as he spared Wang Fengming's life, He could humiliate him without fear of retribution. This was Ouyang's cleverness. Master of the nation, I believe my capabilities are sufficient for me to remain here, Ouyang declared, shedding the menacing aura he had radiated moments before, transforming back into an unassuming figure. Chu Xianghe shot Ouyang a disapproving glance. This fellow had certainly established his dominance. Yet today, regardless of the circumstances, he had left Chu Xianghe feeling somewhat humiliated. His painstakingly built Lingua Courtyard, a haven for geniuses, had been swept aside by one who adamantly claimed to be no genius himself. The most exceptional prince of the great Yun nation, ranked among the top 3 in talent, could not withstand Ouyang's 3 arrows. Meanwhile, the young prodigy Xiao Yunjin had not even found the confidence to intervene. This was a rout, a blatant and unadulterated rout. Enough. Today I brought Ouyang here to remind you that the 4 nations martial assembly is no child's play if you continue in your current state. I can unequivocally state that none of you shall return alive from the Western Qi nation. Chu Xianghe's words were not mere bravado. The 4 nations martial assembly, while presented as a contest for the youth, was in fact a deadly affair if one lacked the requisite power. The only fate awaiting them was death amidst the competition, where mercy and notions of friendship were utterly absent. The sole principle was survival. And the victor would be the one who could slay their foes and endured. Chapter 83. How many death slots per day? Chu Xianghe had reiterated these truths to the students on numerous occasions. Yet how many truly absorbed his words? Or how many genuinely took them to heart? Xiqi understood that in the past, these students had always considered themselves the best in the world, believing that the practitioners from the other 3 nations were insignificant in comparison. However, today, Ouyang's arrival shattered the confidence of all of them, making them realize the truth of the saying, there is always a higher mountain. Ouyang would serve as the captain of the Great Yun team for this upcoming martial arts assembly of the 4 nations. Although the official list had yet to be confirmed, I must emphasize that anyone who disobeys Ouyang shall never be included in the roster for the martial arts assembly of the 4 nations. Xiqi was determined to take drastic measures, just like Wang Fengming, who possessed strength but would find himself at a loss if he were to say, I will let you have 3 moves during the martial arts assembly. He would surely end up spitting blood. How could this be? He merely won by taking advantage of the situation. At this moment, Wang Fengming, under the care of Imo Tianya, had just regained consciousness and nearly spat out blood upon hearing Xiqi's words. Xiqi shot Wang Fengming a glare, feeling utterly disappointed in him today. Previously, Wang Fengming's arrogance was tolerable, as those with strength often carried themselves with pride. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Wang Fengming was not only arrogant, but also a fool. Regardless of whether he took advantage of the situation, he won. If this were during the martial arts assembly, you would now be nothing but a corpse. Thus, I announce that Wang Fengming is disqualified from this year's martial arts assembly of the 4 nations. Xiqi aimed to set an example. And as soon as he uttered those words, the entire Lingua Courtyard nearly fainted collectively. The students understood that Xiqi was not joking today. He was serious, and Wang Fengming was a prince, a figure with a bright future to potentially become an emperor. Yet today, Xiqi showed him no mercy whatsoever. I will see whether this great Yun is determined by my father or by you. At this moment, Wang Fengming could only invoke the name of Wang Wenyuan. But would Xiqi be afraid of him? Even if Wang Wenyuan were to come personally, what difference would it make? If it weren't for Xiqi's relentless efforts, could the useless Wang Wenyuan sustain Great Yun? Furthermore, the royal family of Great Yun had become progressively weaker with each generation. Although Wang Wenyuan possessed little ability, he was intelligent enough to know what could and could not be done. However, in the case of Wang Fengming, he had lost even that intelligence, leaving only arrogance. The royal family, Xiqi thought, he was safeguarding Great Yun, not the royal family. If the royal family sought to overreach, he had every capability to overturn them and change the royal surname of Great Yun. Kenya, please escort the prince back. That Lingua Courtyard is too small to accommodate such a large Buddha. Xiqi was truly enraged. A mere child dared to challenge him based on his status? Were it not for the fear of being accused of bullying the weak, he would have struck Wang Fengming dead with a single slap. Ouyang stood beside Xiqi, silent throughout, his impression of this great Yun prince thoroughly tarnished. Even with great talent, such a character would inevitably meet his downfall if someone like him were to take charge of Great Yun. Ouyang doubted whether it would survive much longer. supported by Mo Tianya. Wang Fengming exited the Lingua Courtyard, casting a glare back at Ouyang. He knew he lacked the power to confront Xiqi, a deity whose authority even his father could not shake, but he still had ways to deal with Ouyang. It seems I have truly been too lenient with you all. Each one of you carries an air of superiority, oblivious to your own foolishness. There are still 2 weeks until the martial arts assembly. And during this time, if you cannot meet my expectations, then this year's Great Yun must forfeit. Xiqi had made up his mind. He would make sure these perpetually self-satisfied youths understood the meaning of cruelty. Ouyang, in the coming 2 weeks, I don't care what methods you employ, adequately train these youngsters, so they comprehend that real combat is not child's play. Xiqi directed his gaze back at Ouyang. How many death quotas are there in a day? Ouyang tilted his head, looking at Xiqi. However, upon uttering the term death quotas, a gasp of shock rippled through the entire Lingua Courtyard. This lad was far too ruthless, directly mentioning death quotas. Was he truly a maniac? Xiqi stared at Ouyang, surprised that even he had not anticipated such a notion from Ouyang. Although the talents here were arrogant, they were, after all, the future of Great Yun. If Ouyang were granted death quotas, Xiqi was certain he would fulfill them every day. If you wish to kill, wait until the martial arts assembly to no deaths are permitted within Lingua Courtyard. However, injuries will be counted as mine. Xiqi recognized that only by employing severe measures could he teach this group of oblivious geniuses the harsh reality of life. Boring. Ouyang shot Xiqi a disdainful glance. What did it matter to him if they were injured? He was not a psychopath. He killed to enhance himself, much like how one eats pork to survive. Yet he did not torment pigs. I will enter the palace to pay my respects. This time, I will request the title of Duke Xinyuan for you. Following that, you shall prepare diligently for the martial arts assembly within Lingua Courtyard. As for rewards, they shall come after the assembly concludes. Xiqi understood that the title of Duke was not easily attained. It ranked just below that of a king and was the highest title achievable outside the royal family. Although Ouyang had displayed remarkable prowess on the battlefield, it was still insufficient for a duke's title, so he needed to communicate the advantages and disadvantages to Wang Wenyuan to solidify his resolve. National Master, take care that I will train these little ones well. Ouyang watched as Xiqi departed, his words sounding rather peculiar. After all, how old was he? 80% of those present were older than him, yet he referred to them as little ones. He could see the fury in the eyes of these geniuses directed at him. Nonetheless, Ouyang paid them no mind and walked step by step to stand before Xiao Yunjin, who was still pondering in silence. Looking at the unremarkable figure clad in black leather armor, Ouyang said, "You must be the genius Xiao Yunjin. I trust you wouldn't mind showing me around this Lingua Courtyard." As soon as Ouyang's words left his lips, laughter erupted among the occupants of Lingua Courtyard. Who was Xiao Yunjin? Even Wang Fengming would not pay him any heed. How could a newcomer, having won by leveraging Xiqi's influence and Wang Fengming's carelessness, expect Xiao Yunjin to bow to him? This was utterly ludicrous. Chapter 84. The pitiful Xiao Yunjin, however. Ouyang soon proved to these oblivious youths just how vastly inferior their intellect was compared to their talent. Xiao Yunjin glanced at Ouyang and nodded slightly, saying, "A rare opportunity." A rare opportunity? Such words carried an undeniable hint of concession. After Xiao Yunjin uttered those words, the entire Lingua Courtyard nearly collapsed from shock. What was happening today? The usually amiable Xiqi had transformed, and even the typically indifferent Xiao Yunjin had behaved unusually. Could this sudden appearance of a fourth-tier demon warrior possess some kind of illusionary skill, capable of causing others to lose themselves? Please, Xiao Yunjin gestured for Ouyang to proceed, and the two walked deeper into Lingua Courtyard amidst the murmurs of countless onlookers. Humph, just a young brat relying on the national master's prestige. I shall see if he truly possesses the ability to train us. A young man in his early 20s cast a disdainful glance at the departing Xiao Yunjin and Ouyang. Xiao Yunjin, that coward, knows nothing but to yield. I never expected this lad to be so spineless. Another person directed their scorn at Xiao Yunjin. That cannot be said. The 3 arrows he shot earlier were indeed impressive. Some still acknowledged Ouyang's archery skills. So what of that? As fellow demon warriors, once I enter my demonized form, will he even stand a chance? A dissenting voice argued. Yet, he overlooked a key question. Could he even get close? For a moment, the discussions within the martial arts arena of Lingua Courtyard revolved around Ouyang and his archery skills. Debating how to counter Ouyang's arrows, after much deliberation, the consensus was clear. The sole answer was to close the distance. Following Xiao Yunjin, Ouyang arrived at the library within Lingua Courtyard, where only the two of them remained. At this moment, Xiao Yunjin halted his steps. "How many people have you killed?" Xiao Yunjin's voice was soft, giving off a seemingly submissive impression, yet Ouyang understood that this seemingly meek individual was, in fact, quite dangerous. He was like a venomous serpent, rarely striking, but when he did, it was always a fatal blow. "Several thousand, I suppose," Ouyang calculated. After this battle, the number of lives lost, whether directly or indirectly caused by him, surely reached several thousand. No wonder every arrow you shoot is filled with murderous intent. Xiao Yunjin nodded, as if the loss of those lives bore no weight upon him at that moment. Ouyang found himself intrigued by this Xiao Yunjin. What kind of anomaly was he? Even in the face of such circumstances, he chose to retreat. Ouyang felt that if they were to face off directly, his chances of victory would be less than half, unless he exerted all his strength and employed a cunning strategy. Otherwise, he would surely lose to him. "Genius Xiao Yunjin, your strength surpasses Wang Fengming's by a considerable margin. Why did you not step forward to battle me just now?" Ouyang inquired, seeking to understand the mind of his newly appointed team leader for the martial arts assembly of the Four Nations. "I am not your match." Xiao Yunjin chuckled softly. Although his appearance was quite ordinary, his smile was undeniably charming. However, Ouyang, who stood close by, admonished himself not to be deceived by that smile. This fellow was perilous. "You are a demon archer, skilled in ranged attacks. If we were in an arena, you could only unleash half of your true power in a duel there. I would not have any assurance of victory if we were in the wild. I would surely perish." Xiao Yunjin's assessment was astute. He understood that Ouyang excelled in ambush tactics. With his extraordinarily long range, he could shoot down enemies from miles away that if Xiao Yunjin had not undergone demonization. In the wilderness, he would likely meet his end at the hands of Ouyang. Listening to Xiao Yunjin's words, Ouyang remained silent, realizing he had underestimated this individual. Not only was he dangerous, but his most formidable trait was his intellect. As he stated, should he encounter Ouyang in the wild, even a 6th-tier demon warrior like Zheng Gongming could only defend passively against Ouyang's elusive arrows. For a 5th-tier demon warrior, being shot in the throat by a single arrow would be the most commonplace fate. "I have killed two." Xiao Yunjin suddenly shifted the conversation from strength to his own past of taking lives. Killing. In Ouyang's previous world, upon hearing someone claim to have killed, he would either think the person mad or believe he had encountered a murderer. Yet here, in this brutal world, countless individuals had taken lives. There was no peace. Only ceaseless warfare. "I became a demon warrior at 16, personally exterminating a band of robbers that numbered over 100. Xiao Yunjin was not boasting. He recounted his tale as if it were a mere commonplace story. Hatred. Ouyang anticipated a Xiqi narrative was about to unfold. He was well versed in such tropes. Xiao Yunjin's kin had been slain by the bandits, prompting him to strive for strength to avenge them, only to find that his loved ones could never return. This was a classic inspirational tale, indeed. Contrary to Ouyang's expectations of a lengthy motivational saga, Xiao Yunjin merely nodded slightly, stating, "I yearn to be strong, which is why I am here, that I long to showcase my abilities. So, I must participate in the Four Nations tournament, but do you understand?" "Not at all." Ouyang was at a loss for words regarding Xiao Yunjin's unconventional approach. This was the most illogical person he had encountered since his arrival here. What was he truly trying to convey? For the next half-month, I will do my utmost to support your every endeavor, that I hope you will not disappoint me. You can lead us to victory in the Four Nations tournament." Xiao Yunjin was indeed thinking far ahead. Winning the championship was merely a fleeting thought for Ouyang, yet for Xiao Yunjin, it seemed a foregone conclusion. "I'll try my best," Ouyang nodded, regardless of whether Xiao Yunjin was a poor soul burdened by psychological scars. He was at least the first to openly declare his support as for supporters, no matter who they were. The first step was to win them over. I believe in your capabilities." Xiao Yunjin, with an inexplicable confidence, appeared to possess even more faith than Ouyang himself. Perhaps, Ouyang felt a sense of incredulity. This brilliant individual was indeed remarkable, not just in talent, but also in his peculiar style of conduct. In his original world, such a person might have been labeled a patient of depression, potentially even confined to a psychiatric hospital. Chapter 85. The successor in the capital. there stood an exceptionally grand estate, perpetually patrolled by numerous soldiers. This was the power center second only to the imperial palace. This was the Ling residence, the home of General Ling Jonan, the supreme commander of the Great Yun's 3 armies. At that moment, in the reception hall of the Ling residence, Chu Xianghe sat, sipping the tea personally poured by Ling Jonan, a smile gracing his face. The national master is smiling so broadly. It seems Ouyang's performance exceeds your expectations. Ling Jonan was among the few who knew of Ouyang's origins and the secrets he harbored. Ha ha. You know me too well, my dear brother. Ouyang is shrouded in mysteries. His background is like a riddle that I sent people to Kaoshan village, yet still could not uncover all of Ouyang's past. It is as if he descended into this world out of nowhere, truly unfathomable. Then what does the national master think? Ling Jonan inquired, sitting down as well that he too was curious about Ouyang. His first impression of Ouyang was due to his unparalleled archery skills, initially viewing him as a nearly talentless waste. Yet this individual, inexplicably, transformed into a half-demon, which was astonishing enough. But that was not all. In merely 3 months, he had gone from being labeled a waste to a 4th-tier demon warrior. Most alarmingly, this fellow could wield the full capabilities of a demon warrior without needing demonization, a breakthrough that elevated the status of demon warriors to unprecedented heights if he could maintain this trajectory. Perhaps one day he could elevate demon warriors to the pinnacle of the world. Ouyang's cunning was profound, and he was completely immune to my illusions. I have attempted my soul-binding techniques multiple times, all to no avail. Chu Xianghe felt somewhat disheartened. With his strength, it was not an exaggeration to claim he was invincible, yet as an illusionist, he found himself utterly powerless against Ouyang. All his illusions seemed non-existent to Ouyang, and defeating him would require relying solely on his magical artifacts. This was the present. Should Ouyang reach the 7th tier, even he would be unable to triumph over Ouyang. Does the national master believe he will become your successor? Although Ling Jonan rarely ventured out, his intelligence network was highly effective. He was well aware of Chu Xianghe's every move, even knowing precisely what transpired 3 days prior at the Lingua villa. I cannot say, but it appears his potential is virtually limitless, and his rate of growth is astonishing. I even have a feeling that in 5 years, he may join us in the true spirit realm. Chu Xianghe admitted, realizing his words might be overly extravagant regarding Ouyang. The minimum requirement for entering the true spirit realm was the 8th tier. Anyone below that, unless they possessed extraordinary talent, would have little chance of being granted entry. Ouyang was currently only at the 4th tier. And under normal circumstances, advancing from 4th to 8th tier in 5 years was utterly implausible. Yet he felt a mysterious conviction in this regard. Oh, upon hearing Chu Xianghe's words, Ling Jonan was taken aback. He had already positioned Ouyang quite highly, but through this exchange, he realized that he had not elevated Ouyang's status as much as Chu Xianghe had. A person who was merely an ordinary individual 3 months ago, achieving the 8th tier in 5 years. Is that even possible? Such a phenomenon seemed to have only occurred with the Emperor of Heaven throughout history. So the national master's implication is that this individual could attain accomplishments comparable to the Emperor of Heaven. Though Ling Jonan spoke thus, he remained skeptical. However, he understood that Chu Xianghe was not prone to baseless claims. He himself was already a prodigy. For Ouyang to earn such regard from him could only imply that Ouyang possessed exceptional qualities. The legend of the Emperor of Heaven has endured for millennia. Perhaps this world is due for another emperor to emerge. Chu Xianghe's eyes gleamed with hope. Even if he were not the one to become that emperor, witnessing the rise of an emperor firsthand was an experience beyond the imagination of most. You truly hold such high hopes for him. Ling Jonan could no longer maintain his composure. Chu Xianghe's words had profoundly shocked him today. An emperor. What kind of existence was that? Even in the true spirit realm, an emperor was a figure of dominance. Now, Chu Xianghe was suggesting that Ouyang had the potential to become such a monstrous being. If he remained calm, he would not be Ling Jonan. You should know that illusionists possess a certain level of perception. While I do not fully comprehend the secrets Ouyang possesses, I can sense his uniqueness. All of this should reach a conclusion after the upcoming 4 Nations tournament. Chu Xianghe believed that this tournament would differ from those of the past, and it seemed all of this was brought forth by Ouyang, who had emerged from obscurity to dominate the battlefield, transforming from an ordinary marksman to a lone raider of enemy camps. Slaying 3 demon warriors and contending with 6th-tier demon warriors, all within a few months. With 5 years remaining until the true spirit realm's opening, who could predict what he might accomplish in that time? It appears we should prepare in advance. If this truly is a creature with the potential to ascend to the path of an emperor, then assisting him in his growth would allow us to witness the rise of an emperor. Ling Jonan, like Chu Xianghe, was well versed in the matters of the true spirit realm. He understood the nature of that world and what was required to establish a foothold there. It is still too early to make any declarations. Let us observe his performance in the upcoming Four Nations tournament. Chu Xianghe understood clearly that, for Ouyang, this upcoming martial assembly of the Four Nations could be likened to a treacherous labyrinth. Hongming Kingdom and Xiqi have always been allies, and Ouyang had deeply offended Xiqi, with the event taking place in their territory. It was inevitable that he would face a united suppression from both nations. That as for Dajin, they were akin to a fence-sitter, and it was entirely possible that the three factions would conspire against Ouyang. Although he had achieved miraculous feats thus far, it remained uncertain whether he could endure this trial. Should he manage to turn the tide against all odds, even if he could not ascend to the rank of a great emperor, he would at least become a formidable power in his own right. It seemed that everything would only become clear after the conclusion of the martial assembly. Ling Jonan sat down again, pouring tea for himself and Chu Xianghe. The two ceased their discourse on Ouyang and began to share amusing anecdotes. Unbeknownst to them, Ouyang was entirely oblivious to their discussions of emperors and the like. His current understanding was limited to the realms of cultivators, ranging from the 1st to the 9th tier. His sole focus was to employ various methods to instill the concept of ruthlessness in the students of Lingua Courtyard. Chapter 86. Challenge to the Vice Dean. Ouyang perched atop a large tree, observing the pretentious students of Lingua Courtyard below. He was acutely aware that while these individuals outwardly submitted to him, internally they held no respect. Surely this is not what you desire. Mo Tianya had appeared beside Ouyang, treading upon the void at a 6th-tier Earth Immortal. He was undoubtedly a prominent figure even within the grand scheme. Since Ouyang's arrival at Lingua Courtyard, he had been quietly observing him. Realizing that this young man surpassed his expectations, he also understood why Chu Xianghe supported Ouyang so fervently. Their lives belong to them. If they choose to risk their lives in Xiqi, they cannot blame anyone else. Even without this group of inept teammates, there's no guarantee they would claim the championship. Ouyang's words were audacious, undeniably arrogant in Mo Tianya's ears, yet Ouyang brimmed with confidence. The martial assembly of the Four Nations was a terrifying prospect for countless talents, devoid of any rules, where survival was the sole concern. Tossing the geniuses of the Four Nations into a great mountain, only the victors would emerge. That appeared peculiar, yet it was fundamentally the most equitable arrangement. In such an environment, no one would fault your methods, the only measure being your ability to survive. In that circumstance, the typical fears of ordinary individuals were twofold: being besieged and exhausting their spiritual essence. Yet, for Ouyang, these fears amalgamated into one. Exhausting spiritual essence? For others, that was a significant issue, but for him, he was a monster, a creature that grew stronger with every confrontation. While others consumed their spiritual essence in killing, he absorbed the power of blood. Thus, as long as he could avoid being overwhelmed, he would secure an invincible position. Comparatively, having a throng following him was less advantageous than embarking on this venture solo. While youthful exuberance is commendable, excessive bravado is mere arrogance. The martial assembly, although a contest for the younger generation, still carries the potential for me to be besieged. Mo Tianya found Ouyang's words slightly irksome. He deemed Ouyang commendable, save for his tendency to speak recklessly. Oh, Vice Dean, you two participated in the martial assembly during your youth? Ouyang inquired, having deliberately spoken to provoke Mo Tianya. He needed a stepping stone to command the respect of these self-assured talents. And he believed that aside from Chu Xianghe, Mo Tianya was the only viable candidate within Lingua Courtyard. Challenging Chu Xianghe, he was out of the question. That old man, though his illusions held no sway over Ouyang, possessed an array of magical artifacts far beyond his capabilities. Mo Tianya, however, presented a different scenario. If Ouyang could contend with him, not only could he intimidate the other geniuses, but he could also gauge his own ability to confront a high-tier Earth Immortal. Ouyang had previously faced Zheng Gongming, and if they maintained a 100-meter distance or remained on the ground, Zheng would be powerless against him. Mo Tianya. In comparison, was slightly inferior to Zheng Gongming, igniting a spark of challenge within Ouyang. At the pinnacle of the 4th tier, he sought to challenge the newly initiated 6th tier Imotania, but it sounded improbable. Yet Ouyang retained confidence in his ability to remain undefeated, while he acknowledged that he was no match in raw power. His advantage lay in his long-range capabilities that if he could exploit the element of surprise, he might just seize the opportunity to engage. Of course, Mo Tianya's eyes gleamed with pride. Surviving the martial assembly was a testament to true strength. Then, I humbly request the Vice Dean to impart a few techniques. Would you be willing to oblige? Ouyang's voice rang out, drawing the astonished gazes of numerous students who had been watching from afar. They could hardly believe their ears. Ouyang was challenging Vice Dean Mo Tianya, an audacious 4th-tier warrior daring to confront a 6th tier. Was this a death wish? Did you hear that arrogant fool? He dares to challenge Dean Tianya. Goodness. This kid is utterly insane. Who does he think he is? Challenging the Vice Dean is tantamount to courting disaster. The audacity knows no bounds. What grounds does he have to challenge the Vice Dean? A cacophony of laughter and murmurs erupted from all directions, as the entire Lingua Courtyard buzzed with discussions about Ouyang. Standing beside him, Mo Tianya's gaze was fixed intently on Ouyang. Unlike the younger crowd, he did not perceive Ouyang's challenge as mere bravado. He recognized that this young man possessed a cunning beyond his years. He intended to use Mo Tianya as a stepping stone. While others may have been unaware of Ouyang's capabilities, he was not. Days prior, Xiqi he had informed him of Ouyang's exploits, daring to single-handedly infiltrate the Xiqi military camp, slaying 3 4th-tier demon warriors, and then confronting Zheng Gongming on the battlefield. Such a figure, if he truly unleashed his potential, would be difficult to contain. What are your intentions, young man? Though Mo Tianya was displeased with Ouyang's demand, Xiqi he had instructed him to cooperate with Ouyang as much as possible. Vice Dean, you overthink. Ouyang has never truly contended against a high-tier Earth Immortal. His reverence for the sword spirit of Earth Immortals is sincere. Today, I merely seek to learn from you, not to provoke. Ouyang shamelessly declared, utterly unembarrassed by his boldness. You may find that in the arena, you won't even be able to burrow underground before my sword formation ensnares you. Think carefully. Mo Tianya cautioned softly. Why must we confine ourselves to the arena? The capital is vast. Vice Dean, why not set the city as our boundary? Ouyang certainly had no intention of battling within the confines of the arena. That venue barely spanned 300 meters in diameter. He was not seeking punishment. Quite the clever proposal. Mo Tianya regarded Ouyang, this peculiar individual, proving to be somewhat of a headache. If they were to engage today, he harbored no confidence in capturing such a slippery opponent. However, declining would incur Xiqi's ire. It appeared he had no choice but to become this young man's stepping stone. Does the Vice Dean require any preparations? Ouyang smiled at Mo Tianya, though he felt more anxious than he let on. Despite the vast battleground of the capital, he was still up against an Earth Immortal skilled in sword spirits and spells that a single misstep could lead to being cornered and ultimately defeated. Thus, to secure his invincibility, he had to maximize his cunning tactics, an endeavor that would serve as a true test for him. None. We may commence at any moment. Mo Tianya replied, a silver sword light already erupting from his brow, hovering before him. This sword light was far more formidable than that of Wang Fengming, and unlike the latter, Mo Tianya did not fragment the sword light, as division would only weaken it. Instead, he preferred to pierce through with precision. Chapter 87. The Cunning Ouyang Excellent. Ouyang exclaimed, and as the word escaped his lips, he leapt from the tree. The instant he touched the ground, he vanished without a trace, having mastered the art of burrowing. He was now thoroughly familiar with it. Although he could not move underground at the speed of high-tier demon warriors, the crucial aspect was that he could conceal his presence, making detection exceedingly difficult. Unlike ordinary demon warriors, who transformed into monstrous forms brimming with demonic energy, he possessed formidable strength without the need for transformation. Furthermore, he did not require demonic powers to further obscure his presence. Whoosh! Mo Tianya suddenly ascended. Realizing that he had lost the initiative the moment Ouyang burrowed underground, the only course of action was to elevate himself. Only by creating sufficient distance could he better defend against any potential assault. Is it underway? As Ouyang vanished, Mo Tianya soared into the sky, leaving the students of Lingua Courtyard in a state of disbelief. They had not anticipated that Mo Tianya would indeed accept the challenge, a 4th-tier demon archer against a 6th-tier earth immortal. This was a rare spectacle, even within the capital, let alone the entire grand competition. While 4th-tier demon warriors were commonplace, 6th-tier earth immortals were a rarity. Few had witnessed Mo Tianya engage in earnest combat. Today, they would eagerly observe how he would dominate Ouyang. Whoosh! In an instant, a crimson light shot forth from the periphery of the Lingua Courtyard, and the arrow, albeit not swift, was merely a test shot from Ouyang. Probing the speed of Mo Tianya, the arrow flew. Mo Tianya suddenly crossed his arms in the sky, and a silver sword light, akin to a bolt of lightning, plummeted from above. This strike, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, made it evident to all that Mo Tianya was not jesting. He was genuinely exerting his full strength. Boom! A tremendous tremor reverberated throughout the entire Lingua Courtyard, shaking even the capital itself as it felt the might of Mo Tianya's strike. What happened? What happened? Such a sudden disturbance left the citizens of the capital in shock. When they looked up at the sky, they beheld Mo Tianya, clad in white as pure as snow, surrounded by flickering lightning. Resembling a deity in the heavens, the silver sword spirit had returned to his side, and he spun about as if searching for something. It's the Thunder Sword, Mo Tianya. Soon, someone recognized the identity of the vice president of the Lingua Courtyard. Although Mo Tianya's reputation in the Great Yun was not as prominent as that of Chu Xianghe or Ling Jonan, he was indeed a formidable figure with an impressive name. These onlookers were utterly perplexed as to why the usually low-profile Mo Tianya had suddenly taken to the skies, and that previous attack should have been his doing. What is happening? Within the residence of Ling Jonan, he rushed out from his study, and upon seeing Mo Tianya standing in the sky, he was filled with questions. Who would be foolish enough to challenge Mo Tianya in the capital? Whoosh! Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, another arrow shot up from the ground, this one imbued with a blood-red spiral force, soaring towards Mo Tianya. This arrow was launched by Ouyang, who continued his probing. He never imagined he would need several shots to bring down such a deity. Even ensuring he remained undefeated in this endeavor was a monumental feat. Ouyang, recognizing the provocateur, Ling Jonan instantly grasped who had dared to challenge Mo Tianya. He could hardly fathom Ouyang's audacity. Having just arrived in the capital, he had already offended the genius Prince Wang Fengming of the Great Yun, overshadowing the Lingua Courtyard, and now he was daring to provoke the vice president of the Lingua Courtyard. What kind of anomaly was this? Ding! Mo Tianya wielded the silver sword light beside him, effortlessly severing the incoming arrow. However, he chose not to retaliate against the ground. This arrow originated from the bustling city center, and Ouyang had calculated that Mo Tianya would not dare unleash his sword light upon innocent civilians. What a slippery little rascal! Mo Tianya chuckled wryly in the sky. If this young man continued with such tactics, he would indeed have to adopt a passive defense. Ouyang, there's no need for further testing. Your ordinary arrows cannot harm me. If you wish to win, unleash your full strength. Mo Tianya called out from the heavens, and his voice echoed throughout the capital, even reaching Chu Xianghe within the palace. What a bold lad, to challenge Mo Tianya. He truly has guts. Though Chu Xianghe's words were lighthearted, his seasoned intuition told him that Ouyang must have a purpose behind his actions. He could not possibly be so reckless without reason. Ouyang, who is Ouyang? At that moment, within the capital, whether among the nobility or common folk, or even the practitioners, everyone pondered the identity of this Ouyang. To dare challenge Mo Tianya in the capital was undeniably the act of a true powerhouse. Yet when had the Great Yun produced such a formidable figure? Why was there no news of him? Or was it possible that Ouyang was not from the Great Yun at all? Perhaps he had come specifically to stir trouble. Whoosh! As if responding to Mo Tianya. This time Ouyang's arrow light was significantly stronger than the previous two, yet the disparity in ranks was apparent. Even this powerful shot was easily severed by Mo Tianya's sword spirit. This won't he do? Mo Tianya's strength is over tenfold greater than mine. I cannot harm him through sheer force. It appears I must employ some technique. Ouyang realized that as long as he could inflict even the slightest injury on Mo Tianya today, it would be considered a victory. Boom! In the bustling city center, the ground suddenly erupted, and Ouyang, wielding the crossbow of the owl, moved like a wily monkey, weaving through the streets while continuously unleashing his tri-pronged arrows. His shooting speed reached an unimaginable level. Arrows flew in succession, creating a long line in the sky. Heavens, it's him! In the city center, upon witnessing Ouyang loosing arrows at the skybound Mo Tianya, the people quickly realized that this must be the Ouyang mentioned by Mo Tianya. Yet when they observed the seemingly erratic flurry of arrows, they were utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly a speed achievable by a human? Firing 2 or 3 arrows per second was simply terrifying. Pop, pop, pop. Arrows flying towards Mo Tianya were continuously severed by his sword spirit. Although the arrows were swift, they lacked the necessary force. Had Ouyang been anywhere else but the bustling city center, Mo Tianya's sword spirit would have long since transformed into a sword array, descending from the heavens to ensnare him completely. Young man, you've learned well from using momentum, but you underestimate Lucien. Lucien is not solely reliant on the sword spirit, Mo Tianya declared, forming a hand gesture with his left hand, causing a dark cloud to gather above him. This cloud swelled larger until, seconds later, a bolt of blue lightning descended from within it. This lightning was not particularly thick, yet it was genuine lightning. If Ouyang were struck, even with his extraordinary physique, he would surely be rendered unconscious on the spot. Chapter 88. Twin owls soared together. The lightning struck with precision, tracing an elegant arc from the sky as it descended upon Ouyang. Reacting with remarkable speed, he burrowed into the ground as the dark cloud began to coalesce. Boom! The lightning struck the earth, creating a massive pit at least several meters deep in the bustling city center, yet Ouyang was nowhere to be found within. What a slippery little rascal! Mo Tianya chuckled wryly in the sky. This young man possessed exceptional foresight, capable of sensing impending danger and choosing to flee. Had he not made the decision to escape before the dark cloud formed, the moment the lightning struck, even his speed could not outpace the bolt. Now beneath the surface, Ouyang had lost the initial bravado he possessed when challenging Mo Tianya. It was clear he had come to understand the vast disparity between them. Mo Tianya was no mere 6th-tier fluke. His abilities were solid and formidable, leaving Ouyang with no opportunity to exploit. This is my final strike. Ouyang drew back the string of the crossbow of the owl, this time choosing not to retreat. Stealthy tactics held no meaning against an alert Mo Tianya. While his arrows were fast, they lacked the necessary force, rendering them insignificant. Mo Tianya relied on absolute power to crush all, and no amount of technique could prevail against such overwhelming might. Bang! Ouyang burst forth from the earth, leaping onto a tall building. He then drew back the string of his crossbow of the owl with his bare hands. As he did so, 2 owl calls emanated from the bow. As the calls ceased, the 2 owls suspended above the bow sprang to life, transforming into 2 blood-red arrows under Ouyang's demonic influence. Go! Ouyang released the bowstring, and the 2 arrows that had taken the form of owls shot forth. This was Ouyang's first time employing such a powerful arrow technique, and he felt as if his very strength had been drained, a profound sense of weakness washing over him. Goo, goo! The 2 ominous owls spiraled into the sky, leaving behind countless blood-red afterimages in their wake. Though this arrow was not swift, the owls were alive. Unless their enemy perished, they would pursue their target to the ends of the earth. Mo Tianya gazed at the 2 soaring owls, his expression solemn. He rapidly formed hand seals, and as they coalesced, the sword spirit before him transformed into a massive silver shield, shimmering with lightning, which he held aloft to guard against the impending threat. As Mo Tianya completed this series of maneuvers, the first owl, brimming with murderous intent, arrived before his shield. Though he could sense the terrifying malice, Mo Tianya had absolute confidence in his sword spirit. A 4th-tier arrow, even with its might, could not possibly breach his sword spirit. What a pity! This boy's desperate attempt to break through Mo Tianya's sword spirit will be in vain. The gap between 4th tier and 6th tier is far greater than tenfold. This arrow will be wasted. Chu Xianghe shook his head in resignation. Goo! An owl's cry echoed from above, and the ensuing spectacle left the citizens of the capital in disbelief. The blood-red owl completely disregarded Mo Tianya's sword spirit shield, inexplicably piercing through it after penetrating the shield. The first owl collided with Mo Tianya's protective sword chi. Countless sword energies erupted, attempting to obstruct the blood-red owl, but alas, the sword chi, like the preceding sword spirit, seemed to vanish in the face of the blood-red owl. Soul arrow. This was the final thought that crossed Mo Tianya's mind. Fear etched upon his face. As he shifted his thoughts, the first blood-red owl had already pierced through his body, vanishing into the sky with a flash of crimson light. The first owl penetrated Mo Tianya, whose body remained unscathed. However, he felt as though his very soul had been torn apart, a pain that transcended the limits of human endurance. The second blood-red owl also flew towards Mo Tianya. Yet this one halted abruptly before him after passing through the sword spirit and sword Qi. Explode. The word burst forth from Ouyang's lips. He had understood the gravity of the situation the moment the first owl pierced Mo Tianya. His soul was entwined with that of the owl, and the instant the blood-red owl successfully pierced through Mo Tianya's soul, he comprehended everything. If Ouyang allowed the second owl to also pierce Mo Tianya, then even if Mo Tianya were a sixth-tier earth immortal, he would surely perish on the spot. Ouyang could never have anticipated that the arrow of the piercing owl bore such a terrifying soul arrow. As the name suggests, the soul arrow injures not the body but the soul. This was a truly formless arrow, an arrow that disregarded all defenses, a soul arrow. Ah! A cry of unimaginable agony echoed from the heavens. And soon after, Mo Tianya plummeted from the sky like a shooting star. What has happened? At that moment, nearly everyone was asking this question, yet they were not Mo Tianya. They could not fathom the horror of the soul arrow. They could only witness the blood-red owl shatter all barriers and pierce through Mo Tianya. How is this possible? Gazing at Mo Tianya as he fell from the sky, even Chu Xianghe found it hard to believe. A fourth-tier demon archer could actually obliterate a sixth-tier earth immortal in an instant. Was this a dream? Could such a thing even occur in a dream? But there was no time to ponder dreams. Chu Xianghe swiftly transformed into a mist and enveloped the descending Mo Tianya, preventing him from crashing to the ground. The moment he caught Mo Tianya, Chu Xianghe began to probe his body, only to discover something peculiar. Mo Tianya bore no injuries, yet he had fallen into a deep stupor. This was not a feigned state. It was undoubtedly a condition resulting from severe trauma. As Chu Xianghe descended with Mo Tianya, his powers searched through Mo Tianya's body, and soon he located the key to Mo Tianya's unconsciousness. Impossible. This cannot be. How could there exist such a defying arrow technique? How could this be? Chu Xianghe felt his head spinning. He finally understood what that arrow had been, such a terrifying arrow, let alone Mo Tianya. Even he, caught off guard by two owls simultaneously, would not fare any better. Fortunately, Ouyang was astute. The second owl did not pierce Mo Tianya, or else he would be cradling a lifeless corpse instead of an unconscious Mo Tianya. Chapter 89. The Soul Arrow. What has transpired? Why has Mo Tianya been pierced by an arrow? The inhabitants of the capital were rife with speculation. Even Ling Jonan could not fathom the nature of Ouyang's final arrow. After a moment of contemplation, he took to the skies, heading toward the bustling district. Only by finding Chu Xianghe or Ouyang could he uncover the truth behind that arrowed eye in the bustling district. Chu Xianghe had already set up an illusionary array, encapsulating himself, Ouyang, and Mo Tianya within its confines. Having assessed Mo Tianya's injuries, he recognized it as damage to the very depths of his soul, injuries no one could heal, leaving Mo Tianya to recover gradually on his own. How could you wield a soul arrow? Chu Xianghe laid Mo Tianya upon the ground, his foremost concern being how Ouyang had achieved this. 2 blood-red owls, 2 soul arrows. Was this truly the power of a fourth-tier demon archer? Ouyang, too, felt drained. He sensed that after releasing that arrow, his demon core had nearly been depleted, and it would likely take him no less than half a month to recuperate. This, of course, was a personal issue. He absorbed power too slowly. Thus his recovery would be significantly prolonged. If only Ouyang could unleash a rampage, he could restore his strength in an instant. I'm not sure. It seems to be the ability of the piercing owl bow. Although Ouyang spoke these words, he was not entirely truthful. The owls of the piercing owl bow were intrinsically linked to his demon core. While the owls were indeed created by the bow, it was ultimately due to his peculiar demon core. The bow's ability. Chu Xianghe took the piercing owl bow from Ouyang's hands, now appearing as an ordinary longbow, devoid of its previous demonic form. After scrutinizing it for a prolonged period, he could not discern any anomalies. As Chu Xianghe regarded Ouyang, Ling Jonan had also arrived at the illusionary array, unimpeded by the array. He plunged into it, confident that Chu Xianghe would sense his arrival and not hinder him. Indeed, upon entering the array, Ling Jonan was not befuddled. He effortlessly made his way to Ouyang's side. Master National Teacher. What on earth is happening? Ling Jonan glanced at the unconscious Imo Tianya on the ground, and then at the slumped Ouyang. It is the soul arrow. Chu Xianghe did not conceal the truth, deeming it unnecessary to withhold such information from Ling Jonan. A soul arrow. How could such a thing exist? Ling Jonan was well aware that anything related to the soul was of the utmost caliber. Even illusionists could only access soul power upon reaching the 8th tier. Yet here was Ouyang, a mere 4th tier, capable of launching a soul arrow that could slay a 6th tier earth immortal. There is nothing impossible. Those two owls were undoubtedly shot by Ouyang, and both arrows were soul arrows. The memory of the blood-red owls still sent a shiver down Chu Xianghe's spine. Their sudden appearance had been too shocking. Who could have anticipated they were soul arrows that pierced through the enemy's very essence? Imo Tianya, caught completely off guard, had his soul wounded by the first owl and remained in a deep coma. Ling Jotian's gaze shifted to Ouyang, but he found confusion etched upon Ouyang's face. This was not an act. Ouyang truly did not understand that he possessed the ability to shoot arrows that could penetrate the souls of his adversaries. Reflecting on the sensation of those two owls taking flight, Ouyang realized that it was not his limit. As his abilities grew, he could unleash more blood-red owls. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if one day he could unleash 100 owls in a single shot? Who could possibly withstand such a barrage? Of course, this was merely a thought. The two owls had already drained all his strength, and achieving 100 owls in flight was likely a distant prospect. Is Imo Tianya dead? Has that wretched boy truly slain Imo Tianya? The disciples of the Lingua Academy had also arrived at the bustling district, but it was now surrounded tightly, and no one knew what had transpired within Chu Xianghe's illusionary array. Yet, everyone understood one thing. Imo Tianya had fallen, defeated by the formidable Ouyang. But as for Ouyang's true identity, aside from the Lingua Academy members, no one else was privy to it. I don't know. But that arrow was far too powerful, directly piercing through Imo Tianya's sword spirit and protective sword Qi to strike him. Who could have done this? The crowd in the bustling district buzzed with speculation. Upon the royal palace's astrology platform, Wang Fengming gazed toward the bustling district, where he had witnessed the confrontation between Ouyang and Imo Tianya unfolding before his eyes. Yet, he never imagined it would culminate in such a result. The eminent Imo Tianya, ranked among the top 10 in the Great Luck, had been shot down from the sky by Ouyang, had it not been for the timely intervention of Chu Xianghe, who caught him mid-fall. The consequences of that plummet from 1,000-meter height were unimaginable. Fengming, is this the Ouyang you spoke of? Wang Wenyuan had appeared behind Wang Fengming, clad in a dragon robe that exuded an air of authority. Father. Upon seeing Wang Wenyuan, Wang Fengming quickly knelt in respect, but Wang Wenyuan halted him. What exactly is Ouyang's background? Did you not say he was merely a 4th tier? How could a 4th tier slay a 6th tier earth immortal? Wang Wenyuan was also a 4th tier. An earth immortal. He understood precisely the capabilities of a 4th tier. Initially, he had entertained the notion that Ouyang had merely relied on trickery to defeat Imo Tianya. However, after witnessing that astounding arrow, he could no longer hold such thoughts. Father, he is a figure brought back from the front lines by the national teacher. He is indeed only 4th tier, but he possesses a peculiar nature. He can wield the battle prowess of a demon warrior without the need for demonization. And his archery is formidable. Though Wang Fengming was arrogant, he was not devoid of intelligence. Following his duel with Ouyang, he had been devising ways to elevate himself to the 6th tier to reclaim his honor. Yet upon witnessing the 6th tier Imo Tianya being shot down by Ouyang, he found himself lost in thought. He began to wonder if he could truly surpass Imo Tianya, even if he reached the 6th tier. It seems this is the successor that Chu Xianghe has been waiting for. A hint of malice flickered in Wang Wenyuan's eyes. Let us depart from here for now. After discussing the soul arrow with Chu Xianghe within the illusionary array, Ling Jonan began to grasp the terrifying nature of Ouyang's arrow. For Chu Xianghe had confessed that if caught unprepared, those two arrows from Ouyang could render him incapable of fighting back. Even if they did not kill him, this evaluation is exceedingly high. How many in the world could truly wound Chu Xianghe? Ling Jonan mused that unless the formidable leaders of the other 3 kingdoms banded together, it would be utterly impossible to subdue Chu Xianghe. Yet today, Chu Xianghe claimed that a single arrow from Ouyang could render him devoid of combat capability, and just contemplating such a result is enough to evoke profound astonishment. Chapter 90. The imitation of the stabbing owl bow. As the illusionary formation gradually dissipated, Chu Xianghe and his companions had already vanished, leaving those who had gathered to witness the outcome wearing expressions of disappointment. The most disheartened were undoubtedly the students of the Lingua Academy. In their minds, after the considerable turmoil caused by Ouyang today, it was only fitting that Chu Xianghe would administer some form of punishment to him. However, now that both Chu Xianghe and Ouyang had disappeared, what transpired thereafter remained an enigma to them. Who is Ouyang exactly? A group of officials familiar with the Lingua Academy students suddenly noticed the students on the periphery, buzzing with curiosity like bees drawn to nectar. Indeed, when did that individual appear? The officials found themselves pondering this question. Ouyang had emerged seemingly out of nowhere to engage in a fierce battle with Imo Tianya. And with a single arrow, he had sent the 6th-tier Lu Xian Imo Tianya plummeting from the skies. It was easy to imagine that such a powerful figure, even if currently unrecognized, would soon rise to become a formidable force in the new generation of Deyun. Naturally, they were eager to establish connections with such a character. Surrounded by a throng, the Lingua Academy students did not exhibit the haughtiness typical of being in the spotlight, for they understood that today they were not the protagonists. That honor now belonged to the illustrious Ouyang. They lowered their heads in silence, as Ouyang was, after all, a secret weapon of Chu Xianghe, and they dared not speak freely without his permission. Come home with your father. An official clad in a green robe suddenly seized a Lingua Academy student and stealthily made his way outside. Come home with your father. A chorus of calls rang out as many officials whisked away their children. While the remaining group of common-born students was not spared either. They were ushered away by other officials who did not have children at Lingua Academy, scattering in various directions. Yet how many of them would truly benefit from such well-meaning intent remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it hardly mattered whether they knew or not, for within just a day, Ouyang's name had become a household topic throughout the entire capital. It was unclear who had disseminated the news about Ouyang. He hailed from the front lines of battle, having slain 4 shadow demon warriors, and after a fierce clash with Zheng Gongming, he was brought back to the capital by Chu Xianghe. On his very first day in the capital, he had overshadowed the entire Lingua Academy. And tales of how he had defeated the so-called most outstanding prince, Wang Fengming, with 3 arrows had already circulated widely. On his first day in the capital, he had dominated the Lingua Academy. And by the 4th day, he had dealt with the vice president, Imo Tianya. Remarkably, this was not the feat of an unparalleled powerhouse. It was rumored that Ouyang was merely a 4th-tier demon warrior. However, unlike ordinary demon warriors skilled in close combat, he had transformed into a longbow. He was a demon archer. The news of Ouyang being only a 4th-tier warrior sent shockwaves through the community. A 4th-tier demon warrior sweeping through the Lingua Academy and defeating Imo Tianya with a single arrow sounded more like a jest. Yet, this information stemmed directly from the Lingua Academy, prompting a flurry of speculation. Had Ouyang concealed his true strength, or did this demon archer possess abilities that transcended ordinary practitioners? Perhaps it was the celebrity effect. For in the days that followed, every archery shop in the capital was stripped bare, and the passionate youth of the capital each wielded a longbow, regardless of their archery skills or understanding of bows. The young nobles took great pride in brandishing exquisite longbows. The bow sellers, indifferent to whether Ouyang was a monster or not, recognized him as their fortune bringer. Previously, who would dare to approach bows casually? Yet, with the emergence of Ouyang, a frenzy for archery swept through Deyun. Moreover, various weapon shops, having somehow gleaned details about Ouyang's stabbing owl bow, began to churn out countless imitation versions. These counterfeit stabbing owl bows flew off the shelves. As the scene of dual owls taking flight and annihilating Imo Tianya became legendary, the young people of Deyun, once fearful of the ominous owl, now embraced it with fervor. Now, among those official offspring who possessed even a modicum of skill, it was a mark of disgrace to venture out without a counterfeit stabbing owl bow in hand. This outcome was unforeseen by all, and when Ouyang learned of it, he could only smile wryly. It must be said that in any world, merchants are undoubtedly the most astute. They know how to seize opportunities that in just a few days, imitations of the stabbing owl bow had already surfaced. Chu Xiangda even brought him a bow that was nearly identical to his own untransformed stabbing owl bow, leaving Ouyang speechless. Unlike the merchants and young nobles, the officials had gleaned every detail about Ouyang. Though this was limited to his battlefield exploits, they could not possibly uncover that he had traversed from another world, as their understanding had yet to reach such heights at this moment. Ouyang found himself in the residence of Ling Jonan. Ouyang and Ling Su shared a brotherly bond. As Ling Su once stated, "My home is your home. In the future, should you come to the capital, stay wherever you wish. If you treat yourself as a guest, I shall promptly kick you out." Ouyang embraced Ling Su's invitation, feeling completely at home within the Ling household as if it were his own. His approach pleased Ling Jonan, who, being a seasoned warrior himself, loathed pretentiousness. Ouyang's straightforward demeanor resonated with him. Each day, a throng of officials arrived at the Ling residence bearing gifts, and while these offerings were ostensibly for Ling Jonan, he was no fool. Although the notes declared them as gifts for him, they were all various types of arrows. What was the meaning behind this? Ling Jonan understood the ulterior motives of these officials. He harbored no desire for the arrows. So he instructed his servants to hand them all over to Ouyang for management. Gazing at the mountain of arrows, Ouyang felt a sense of helplessness, despite having received Mu Wanfeng's storage ring, which could only accommodate a mere 10 square meters. He now found himself with hundreds of thousands of arrows, far too many for his storage to contain. However, the capacity of his storage ring was not at the forefront of Ouyang's mind. Given the goodwill behind the offerings, it would be remiss not to accept them. He decided to take them in. Considering the current fervor for archery, he could keep what he needed and sell the rest, thus making a profit. Ouyang not only entertained this notion but also acted upon it. Apart from a few thousand three-bladed arrows he accepted, all the remaining arrows were promptly dispatched by the Ling household servants to sell at various weapon shops, effectively allowing Ouyang to profit in a roundabout manner.